Chapter 301. A loud, cold voice cut through the moment. Your feet stopped. Aurora's smile died instantly. She whipped her head around. Crowleus, the octopus man, stood behind them. His tentacles writhed with agitation as he glared down at them. The bone dagger sticking out of his chest was still dripping with blood, but he did not seem to care. His eyes narrowed. With a disgusted grunt, he reached up with one of his tentacles, gripped the dagger, and yanked it out of his own chest. Blood splattered across the ground. In the same swift motion, he whipped the dagger toward Aurora and Levi. Fast. Too fast. The sound of metal slicing through flesh echoed sharp and wet in the air. Aurora felt warm droplets spray across her face. Her entire body went cold. She blinked, confused, and then she saw it. Levi's body jerked violently. A bone dagger, still slick with blood, was stabbed straight through his throat. The blade had entered from behind his neck and come out the front, its sharp white tip glistening inches from Aurora's face. Her heart stopped. Levi's fingers, still touching her cheek, trembled once, then fell limp. I am so sorry, he whispered, his voice choking as blood filled his throat. His eyes lost their light. He collapsed onto her. Levi. Aurora's scream tore out of her, raw and panicked. She caught him as he fell, cradling his head in her arms. Her hands trembled violently, smearing more blood across his cheeks, her clothes, everywhere. No, 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 Levi, Levi. Her voice cracked as she looked at the blade lodged in his neck. He is not breathing. She brought trembling fingers to his nose. Nothing. Only cold air. No breath. Her own breath hitched painfully. He cannot die, she whispered, her voice breaking. He cannot. He cannot. Tears spilled down her cheeks, dripping onto his pale face. She shook him gently. Levi, please, look at me. Hey, hey. But his head only slumped deeper against her arm. No, do not do this. Not now. Not like this, she sobbed, her voice trembling uncontrollably. I just said yes to you. We just, please. Her hands, shaking uncontrollably, reached for the dagger. I can heal you, she whispered frantically. I can heal you. I can. She grabbed the dagger's hilt with blood-slick fingers, her entire body trembling as despair clouded her eyes. Her lips trembled. It is fine. I will fix it. I will heal you. Yes, I can heal. She had just grabbed the dagger when, boom. The world exploded. The ground beneath them trembled violently. The water around the drowned exchange roared like a monster awakening. Buildings cracked, cages rattled, dust and sea debris erupted everywhere. Suddenly, a blast of pure force erupted from Aurora's body, exploding outward in a surge so violent the water itself recoiled away from her. A thick, blinding pink light burst upward, expanding from her chest like a star imploding in reverse. The beam speared straight through the water above, cutting a perfect path upward as if the ocean itself surrendered before it. Her pink eyes flashed bright, wild, and feverish before the light swallowed her whole. For a moment, she looked as though she were made of pure radiance. A column of glowing pink pierced all the way toward the unseen surface above, endless, unstoppable, roaring with such power that even the surrounding seabed trembled beneath its pressure. All around her, Atlantians and monsters alike were thrown off their feet, shoved back by the invisible shockwave that blasted out from her as the beam ascended. The yellow-skinned man who they had just subdued was launched several meters away, tumbling across the stone floor. Even unconscious, he murmured something incoherent, his mind still trapped in Levi's illusion, as it seemed no method could wake him from that illusion, if he did not come out of it himself. What is this? Crowleus shouted, tentacles flailing wildly as he tried to anchor himself to the floor. But even with all his strength, he skidded backward, dragged by the sheer pressure of the pink energy flooding the area. His eyes widened, fear mixing with disbelief. This was not normal power. He had never seen anything like this before. In the center of the beam, Aurora screamed, not from physical pain alone, but something far deeper. Her scream tore through the water like a shattered soul. Arghat. Her voice echoed in every direction, raw and broken, as if something inside her was being ripped apart. Her body arched, trembling violently from head to toe. The light radiating from her skin pulsed bright, flickering, then bright again, like her very existence was splitting open. Her eyes glowed so intensely they looked like pink hot fire. Her body was glowing pink, then shaking, then glowing more, her chest rising and falling with panicked, painful breaths. Blood dripped from her lips. Tears streamed from her glowing eyes. It was not just physical agony. This was spiritual pain, soul pain, mind pain beyond anything physical. A pain nothing in the world could compare to. Yet even in that torment, her hand never left the handle of the bone dagger lodged in Levi's neck. Her fingers clenched it so tightly her knuckles turned white, as if that dagger was the only thing keeping her existence together. Crowleus, still fighting the shockwave, watched in disbelief. Impossible. What kind of monster is this girl? He murmured, genuinely rattled. But Aurora was not listening to anything anymore. She was not seeing them. She was not aware of the world around her. Her entire being was focused on one thing. Levi. His blood still stained her hands. His body lay limp beneath her. His warmth was fading second by second. Suddenly, her hair began to change. At first, it was subtle, the black at the roots flickering with faint pink strands. Then the pink deepened, spread, and ignited like wildfire. It crawled down her scalp in waves, turning every strand into a brilliant, vibrant pink, glowing, shimmering, alive. Her once black hair became a radiant curtain of soft neon, floating weightlessly in the pink beam. Then, the dagger in Levi's neck began to vibrate. The blade shuddered, harder, until finally, it wrenched itself free of Levi's flesh and flew upward, out of her grasp, suspended in midair. A soft, glowing pink aura wrapped around it. Something impossible began to happen. From the sides of the bone blade, two tiny white, fluffy arms pushed themselves out like a newborn chick stretching its limbs for the first time. The center of the blade rippled, reshaping like soft clay warmed by divine light. A small, delicate face formed. Bright pink lips, a tiny nose, glowing pink eyes blinking awake, soft eyebrows, a gentle, feminine expression, a sentient being, a creature or a child, born from the dagger itself. It floated there, suspended in the light like a newborn wrapped in radiance. Mother, the small blade being whispered, looking at Aurora with wide, soft eyes full of innocence. Its voice was tiny, gentle, newly born, filled with an instinctive connection. It looked at its own hands, moving them slowly, trembling with the wonder of existence. I am alive, it whispered, stunned by its own words, as if shocked by the miracle of breathing and thinking. Then its gaze drifted downward, down to Levi, to the pool of blood beneath him, to his lifeless face, to the deep wound in his throat. The glowing pink eyes widened in shock and horror, as if it could feel something inside itself, from very deep inside of it. In an instant, tears welled up in the tiny creature's eyes, not its own emotions, but Aurora's emotions, overflowing and bleeding into this newborn existence. It hugged itself with its little arms, trembling, and then the tears fell. One pink tear rolled down the blade being's cheek, glowing like liquid sunrise. It slid down its small chin onto the body of the dagger, as if totally untouched by water around it, down the edge where bone met pink light, and then drip. The tear fell through the water, straight toward Levi. It landed at the center of his forehead. For a moment, nothing happened. The world held its breath. The beam of pink light trembled. Aurora froze, chest heaving, eyes wide and broken. The dagger being hovered silently, tiny body curled inward, waiting. Then, Levi's body twitched. Just a barely noticeable jerk. A flicker of a nerve. A ripple of something beneath his skin. Suddenly, a faint pink shimmer pulsed beneath his skin, almost invisible at first, but slowly growing stronger. The dead pallor of his face softened. Color returned to his cheeks. His hollow, sunken eyes twitched as if stirred by a dream. Then, whish, all the wounds on Levi's body began to close. The deep slit in his neck sealed shut, blood pulling back into the skin as if rewinding time itself. Flesh knitted together, muscles reformed, skin regenerated until not even a scar remained. His starved frame, thin to the bone after 6 days without food, filled out again. His ribs, visible only moments ago, disappeared beneath healthy skin. His cheeks regained shape. His eyes were no longer hollow pits. Even the shredded flesh on his feet, torn apart by the debris he had stepped on to reach Aurora, healed fully. The sharp fragments of coral and bone were pushed out of him as the wounds sealed and closed, leaving clean, unbroken skin behind. He looked completely recovered but still did not move. He just silently lay there. For a moment, the world around Aurora was nothing but blinding pink light, warm, violent, overwhelming, pouring out from her body, as if her very soul had erupted. It hummed, vibrated, pulsed violently like a star collapsing and birthing itself all at once. The water trembled. The ground cracked. Even the air she breathed felt too heavy for her lungs. But then, a desperate gasp tore through the pink beam. Levi's body jolted upward in Aurora's lap, as if someone had yanked his spirit back from a void. His chest expanded violently, sucking in water, then air, then life. His hands trembled weakly, fingers curling against her clothes. His eyes, which had been empty, lifeless, cold only moments ago, flew open wide. He was breathing. He was alive. He gasped hard, greedily, desperately. Each breath shook through his chest as though the act of breathing itself was a battle. Aurora's arms, which had been cradling him gently, trembled around him. Only then did Levi notice the sight before him. Aurora was glowing. Not faintly, not like soft bioluminescence from sea plants, but burning like a pillar of living light. A bright, vivid, impossible pink radiated from her skin, her hair, her very tears were dark pink. The world around him had been swallowed entirely by the color, turning into a shimmering tunnel of pink. It framed her like she was the center of some divine phenomenon. And Aurora, she was not just glowing. She looked like she was hurting. Pink tears slid silently down her cheeks in slow, luminous droplets that dissolved into the water. Her eyes, bright pink and flickering like unstable flames, darted unfocused. Even her hair, normally soft and floating gently in the water, was streaming upward as though caught in the middle of a storm only she could feel. Hey Aurora, Levi's voice came out thin, trembling, scraped raw from suffering, yet somehow soft, so soft it felt like the breath of someone who had just clawed his way back from death. His hand, warm again with the miracle of life returning to him, lifted with unsteady purpose and touched her cheek. His fingertips barely brushed her skin, cautious and reverent, like he feared she might shatter beneath his touch as if she were the most fragile, precious thing the world had ever created. His thumb trembled against her cheekbone. Her skin was warm. She was real. And the moment his touch landed on her, Aurora's entire body seemed to jolt, as if his fingers reconnected her to reality, snapping her out of the overwhelming, blinding haze of power she had been trapped in. That violent, towering pink beam, that had been erupting upward from her, ripping through water, earth, and even the sea's heavy pressure, flickered violently. Then, foam. It collapsed inward, shrinking into her chest in a split second, before vanishing entirely. The roaring pressure that had rattled the entire drowned exchange died instantly, leaving behind a vast, ringing silence. Aurora gasped quietly, blinking rapidly, as if waking up from the most intense nightmare of her life. The glow radiating off her skin dimmed. Her eyes, bright, violently luminous pink just moments ago, fluttered and softened into clearer, more human brightness. Her hair, which had been whipping wildly around her head like living ribbons of light, slowly drifted down in gentle strands, settling around her shoulders with soft weight. She stared at Levi, at his face, at his eyes, at his breath that she could feel warm on her skin. You, her voice broke, just snapped in the middle, and she grabbed his hand with both of hers, pressing it harder to her cheek. You are alive. You are alive. Her pupils widened, trembling. Tears burst at the corners of her eyes in a rush, sliding down her cheeks as if her body could not hold back everything she had been bottling in, the panic, the terror, the loss, the grief, the relief that hit her so hard her shoulders shook. She did not even wipe the tears away. She just stared at him, lips parted in disbelief and joy and fear, all twisted into one expression. Levi's own breath hitched. He could not speak, not immediately. Not when her tears were falling because of him. Not when her face looked like she had just been dragged through hell and back for his sake. He swallowed. His lips parted. But before his words could leave his throat, boss, what was that? A voice cut through the silence. A blue-skinned fish man, one of the guards, was staring with round eyes at the dissipating glow in the water, then at Aurora and Levi. He looked disturbed, confused, and very much afraid. What was that pink light? He asked again. Louder this time, stepping back as if expecting the ground to collapse beneath him. The octopus man, Crolius, stood frozen for a long second. His face, usually twisted in lazy amusement and cruelty, had shifted into something else entirely. Fear. Real fear. He had no explanation for the power he had just sensed. Nothing he had ever seen before. And then he looked at Levi, who had been dead but was now breathing. That is when the fear on his face twisted into something uglier, survival instinct. He did not wait. He did not think, not even reacted. In one fast, sharp movement, Crolius snatched a sword from the belt of the person beside him. His tentacle wrapped around the hilt with terrifying force, and with a single burst of desperate strength, he lunged, aimed directly at Aurora's head. He did not care about anything, how, why, and what. He just felt danger. He felt something he could not understand. So he chose the one thing cowards always choose. Kill it before it kills you. Levi saw it out of the corner of his eye. His heart lurched. A blade underwater moves differently, slower to travel, but heavier to stop, carrying deadly momentum. Crolius swung it with full intention to sever her skull clean in half. Aurora, save yourself. Levi yelled instinctively, reaching toward her with everything he had. His voice cracked, raw with desperation. He forgot she was immortal. He forgot she could survive it. He only saw a blade coming for her face and felt sheer terror claw at him. Aurora, hearing his panicked voice, turned her head sharply, her wet hair swinging around her shoulders. Her eyes widened. A blade. Right in front of her. Too fast. Too close. A cold flash. A breath of nothing. She squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for that metallic bite. But the pain never came. The world stayed quiet. And then, it seems I am indeed very late. A voice came, cold, flat, and totally emotionless. The kind of voice that did not even rise above a whisper, and yet carried enough weight to shake Aurora's spine. A chill that felt like it could freeze the sea from the inside out rippled through her body. Even the surrounding Atlantian stiffened and jolted backward without knowing why. Aurora's eyes snapped open. The blade that should have split her face, was suspended in front of her, a hair's width from her eye, close enough that she could see her own trembling reflection in it. Her breath caught in her throat. She was not hurt. Slowly, she and Levi both turned, moving at the same time, as if connected by instinct to find out what had stopped that sword. And then they saw him. A man stood behind them, a figure that seemed to define authority simply by existing. His attire was immaculate, a beautifully tailored noble coat of deep black and rich crimson red, lined with intricate gold patterns that curled like ancient runes. Nothing about him seemed out of place. Not a single thread dared shift without his permission. Then their eyes traveled upward. Long, silver hair drifted weightlessly in the water, shimmering like moonlit strands. His gaze, bloody crimson, icy, sharp, and utterly unreadable, rested on them, sending their danger bells to shake crazily. Chapter 302. Boss, Levi murmured weakly. His half-dazed eyes lifted toward the figure holding the sword by its handle, the very sword that had been frozen mid-strike, just inches away from Aurora's eye. Even in his half-dead, recently revived state, Levi recognized that voice instantly. No matter how different the man looked now, or how drastically changed his appearance was, that cold, sharp tone belonged to only one person, Razeal. But the man standing before them was completely different. His hair, once white and short, was now long, flowing, and silvery, shimmering like liquid moonlight drifting gently in the water. His eyes, too, had changed. They were deeper, sharper, carrying a noble chill, and had shifted from blank to crimson. His height seemed greater, his posture impossibly elegant, and his entire face had become striking, almost unimaginably handsome. This was enhanced by the noble attire wrapped around him, black and blood-red fabric lined with intricate gold patterns, the kind only worn by someone who walked among the highest ranks. Levi felt confused as to how this poor guy had acquired such expensive-looking clothes. Still, despite the change, Levi recognized him. The voice and the faint trace of familiar sharpness in his features meant it was unmistakably his boss. Levi blinked in disbelief. Out of everyone in this world, Razeal was the last person he ever expected to come for them. Levy had been certain, absolutely certain, that Razeal would not bother returning. He had even told Aurora that he would not. And here he was. Still, a sigh of shaky relief escaped Levy's lips. A heavy pressure in his chest loosened. They were safe now, and the first thing he did with his regained life was turn toward Aurora. "Are you fine, Aurora?" he asked softly, still breathless as he tried to steady himself. His gaze could not leave her. After everything, of course he could not. Aurora, who had been staring at Razeal, shocked by the way he had stopped the sword a hair's breadth from blinding her, finally shook her head, snapping out of her trance. "I am fine. How about you? Are you fine?" she asked, turning her full attention to Levy instead, her pink eyes warm and trembling. She did not even spare Razeal another glance. To her, right now, there was only Levy. She squeezed his hand tighter. Levy felt his chest tighten again, but this time from something warm. "Thank you for doing all that for me," he whispered. "You even brought me back from death. I really thought I was gone. I do not know how I can ever pay you back. It was so risky, you should have run." He was not looking at anything else, not Razeal, not Maria in the distance, not the Atlantians around them. Only Aurora, her tear-filled pink eyes, her trembling smile, her face so close to his. "It is fine," Aurora murmured softly, her voice gentle but laced with affection. "What would I not do for my future husband? Anything, sweetheart." Her pink eyes shimmered with pure love and possessiveness. Levy felt heat crawl up his neck. "I can pay with my body," he whispered, leaning closer, grabbing her other hand as their faces inched nearer. "Oh, and here I thought it was already mine," Aurora replied, her tone dipping into something warm and teasing, almost slurred with emotion. Their foreheads nearly touched, breath mingling as if they were already alone in their own world. They were lost, completely forgetting where they were, forgetting who stood around them. The world had shrunk to just the two of them. Cough. A light but pointed sound echoed through the water. "Seems like you two became very close," Maria's voice chimed as she finally caught up to Razeal and swam into view. She hovered just slightly above them, arms crossed, eyebrows raised high as she stared down at the two love-dazed idiots on the ground. Her voice snapped them out of their trance instantly. Aurora's eyes twitched as she looked up at Maria. "Here she comes again," she thought bitterly. "Always ruining my moment. She is definitely jealous." Levy glanced at Maria for only a second, just one, before looking right back at Aurora's face, unable to pull his eyes away for long. After everything that happened, he could not stop looking at her. He remembered her dancing for him, bleeding for him, crying for him, reviving him. His heart ached and warmed all at once. Above them, Razeal stood motionless, sword in hand, but his expression had shifted. His eyes scanned the scene with a cold, calculating sharpness. He saw everything. Aurora's feet and legs were still stained with dried blood. The small mound of sharp debris she had been forced to dance on for days. The thick layer of blood coating the stones beneath it. The skin was ripped from her feet, evidence of repeated cuts and healing, over and over again. Then his gaze slowly drifted downward, first toward Aurora, then toward Levy, and then finally stopped at Levy's neck. Though Levy was fully healed, the entire area was still soaked in dried blood, the stain marking clearly where the bone dagger had pierced from back to front. There was even a faint reddish imprint along the skin, a silent testimony to how close he had been to death only moments ago. Razeal's eyes narrowed dangerously. He had heard Levy mutter earlier, "You even brought me back from death." That, combined with the blood residue and the impossible resurrection, clicked together in Razeal's mind in an instant. His cold gaze lifted up toward the strange object hovering above Levy and Aurora. The white bony dagger floated in the water like a living ghost. It had tiny fluffy arms, a soft, feminine-faced expression carved into it, and bright pink eyes that blinked gently as it moved. The thing was not being held or supported by anything. It simply hovered there, aware, breathing emotion, reacting. One look was enough. Razeal connected all the dots. Aurora's boon. The power to grant emotions to non-living objects. But this dagger was far more than just emotional. It was alive, fully sentient. Razeal's eyes narrowed even further, a faint glint of surprise slipping into their cold depths. Is this what her boon can do? It is far beyond what she explained. She can bring objects to life, even give them souls, it seems, and even having special abilities. Well, more special than she had told for sure, he thought. "Seems like you two had quite a hard time in here," he said finally, his voice flat, but edged with something bitter. Aurora lifted her head sharply at his voice. "You are very late. Where the hell did you get left at?" she snapped, irritation dripping from every word. Levy might not have been waiting for Razeal, but Aurora absolutely had been. Every hour, every minute, she had counted on someone coming to save her, and Razeal was the one she had believed in the most. Well, trusting her father was the last thing she would do, so he was her only option. "Well," Razeal said, rolling his eyes, "if you had shot that pink light earlier, I would have come faster." He was telling the truth. He, Maria, and Neptunia had been searching for 3 days straight. He could not sense them anywhere, nor could he track them until that blinding pink beam shot through the seas like a flare. Once he saw it, he rushed here instantly, only to find these two fools nearly dying on top of each other. Maria floated up beside him just then, crossing her arms. "You finally caught up. So slow are you not?" she muttered toward the newly arriving figure. And then, Neptunia arrived with cold grace as she floated next to Maria. "At least I did not get my chest ripped open for this speed up," Neptunia said dryly, giving Maria a pointed sideways look. Maria bit back her irritation. Ever since their small fight earlier, The two had developed a dangerous yet amusing rivalry, where every opportunity became a chance to throw verbal knives at each other. Aurora watched the interaction, and then glanced toward Levi. Neptunia, however, turned her attention toward them. "So these are your other left-out partners?" she asked, eyes scanning Aurora and Levi, who were still pressed close together, hands intertwined, sitting almost intimately against the stone floor. "They seem quite weak." She said it bluntly because she truly could not sense anything from them. No threatening aura, no mysterious power, no monstrous presence that matched the pink light she had sensed. But her eyes narrowed as she stared at Aurora's now pink hair. If anyone resembled the pink beam even slightly, it was Aurora, but even then, she could not feel any energy from her anymore. Just color, nothing else. And then there was the strange floating dagger. Maria answered casually, "These are special. At least better than me. Believe it or not, we all got kidnapped to be on this team. Well, I came by myself, but if I did not, he was going to kill me anyway. At least these two were invited." She threw Razeal a sideways glance. Razeal met her glance with a silent, unimpressed look. Neptunia frowned slightly. Kidnapped and invited? Even these weaklings, she thought, glancing at Levi and Aurora again. It did not make sense to her yet. Razeal cut off the discussion with a sharp wave of his hand. "Anyways, we are getting late. Let us finish what we have in here." His eyes then shifted past Aurora and Levi toward the far side of the ruined open water structure. A crowd of nearly 100 Atlantian guards and workers stood there, staring wide-eyed at the newcomers. Behind them were the cages, dozens upon dozens, containing imprisoned humans, Atlantians, strange creatures, and even dangerous monsters. The entire layout told Razeal everything he needed. A kidnapper's den, or maybe a slave-trading nest, he thought. Obviously, one does not need the full story. The blood, the cages, and everything lined up in itself. Suddenly, the octopus man and the others, who only moments earlier had been on high alert due to the sudden energy blast from Aurora, and were prepared with swinging weapons, now froze entirely as they saw new figures appearing in this place. "Is that the boss that guy was talking about?" he thought to himself. Do not know why his danger senses are ringing wildly just seeing that man standing in there. And one more thing, he has not even seen when and how that man appeared in there. "Boss, we are in danger." The trembling voice came from one of the men standing beside the octopus leader, an older Atlantian, his legs shaking so hard his knees nearly buckled. His gills fluttered uncontrollably, struggling to pull in water. The octopus man did not answer immediately. He could not. His 8 limbs were trembling, his pupils dilated wide, his heart pounding so violently it felt like it was clawing its way out of his chest. Cold dread washed over him in a wave so suffocating it nearly made him vomit. Chapter 303. He stared at Razeal, the pale-skinned man with silver hair drifting like liquid moonlight, and whispered hoarsely, Just who is this person? Why can I not recognize him? With this kind of aura, I should recognize him." His heart thumped harder. This feeling, it is like I am standing before one of the Sea Lords himself." The words came out broken, squeezed through sheer terror. No matter how he tried, he could not move. His limbs refused to listen. His instincts screamed at him to flee, but his body felt frozen in a vice. Razeal finally spoke, quiet and emotionless. "This is the first time I have had people under me." His crimson eyes drifted toward Aurora and Levi for a moment, before returning to the trembling Atlantians. "And someone dared to hurt them." The tone was calm, almost gentle, which somehow made it infinitely more terrifying. "This," he finished, "is bothering me quite a bit." And then, boom. Something invisible, but monstrous tore through the water. A red wave, thick, dense, terrifying, burst from Razeal's body, and spread outward like a blooming storm. It was not magic, nor aura, nor physical force. It was pure killing intent. It was so powerful it almost manifested as a physical presence. The water itself shuddered and rippled violently, as if trying to escape. The stone beneath their feet trembled. The cages rattled. The entire open water facility vibrated like a creature cowering in fear. Maria narrowed her eyes. "What is this?" she whispered, stumbling back a little. Her heart pounded wildly, beating like it was trying to flee her ribcage. She looked down at her hand. It was shaking, just from standing near him. Just as I thought, he really did become stronger, Maria thought. Completely different from before. After getting that new heart, her strength had skyrocketed. She knew she was much stronger than before, and even then, this killing intent alone made her feel like prey. Neptunia, floating behind her, was not any calmer. Her expression was tight, her usually calm eyes hardened into sharp seriousness. Even she could feel her spine tingling. This is pure killing intent," she murmured. "So strong that it feels like a beast's jaws around my throat." Meanwhile, Aurora and Levi looked completely unaffected. Not a muscle of theirs trembled. Not a single breath got stuck. Razeal's killing intent circled around them like a river splitting around 2 stones. It did not even brush them. Yet, even they could see it. The entire world around them seemed tinted blood red, not from the killing intent touching them, but from how overwhelming it was on everyone else. Aurora's pink eyes widened slightly. Levi simply stared, blinkingly. Across from them, however, the ones Razeal was targeting, everything changed. The Atlantians blinked once, and suddenly their surroundings warped. The environment twisted into a horrifying, overwhelming illusion created by pure killing intent. It felt like they were standing in the center of a blood sea, thick and suffocating, with no escape anywhere. Even though it was not a real illusion, their minds could not perceive otherwise. Their instincts screamed, death, death, death. Every single one of them collapsed. Dozens, hundreds, all of them instantly dropped to their knees, unable to breathe, unable to lift their weapons, unable to even stop their bodies from trembling. Their limbs gave out completely, paralyzed by terror more absolute than any cage or chain. Their gills fluttered violently as they desperately tried to pull in water, mouths opening and closing like suffocating fish. Even as Razeal stood completely still, their bodies trembled so violently their bones shook. Razeal watched silently, eyes cold. After a few seconds, he spoke again. Seems my killing intent became powerful enough to take down enemies without me doing anything. He sounded thoughtful. With the slightest thought, he withdrew it. The suffocating pressure disappeared instantly. One moment, the world was red. The next, it returned to normal as if nothing had ever happened. But the Atlantians were still on the ground, shaking uncontrollably, sweating, drooling, their minds still scrambling to understand that they were not dead already. Razeal watched them with faint indifference. He had finally upgraded his killing intent to rank A, and it showed. This was killing intent forged not from petty skirmishes or battles, but from the weight of billions of lives taken. A pressure honed through death and carnage, so vast that no ordinary mind could resist it. Razeal stood there for a moment, completely still, his silver hair drifting slowly in the water. His eyes lowered to the Atlantians sprawled across the ground, hundreds of them, trembling, choking on their own fear, paralyzed by the killing intent that had pinned them into the seafloor. Then, Razeal calmly rested one pale hand upon the hilt of his star-forged black sword. The weapon hummed faintly under his touch, reacting to its master. The handle gleamed with a cold, silent threat, almost as if the sword itself was eager. His eyes remained indifferent as he surveyed the fallen slavers. Click! The sound of the sword sliding out of its sheath echoed more sharply than it should have, clean, metallic, terrifying. The moment the blade appeared, a ripple spread through the water around his body. And then he vanished. Not a blur, not a streak, not even motion. He simply disappeared. Maria's eyes widened. Her breath caught. So fast, she whispered, barely audible. Even after evolving into a devil, even with her sharpened senses, even with her enhanced perception, all she managed to see was a faint, blood-red shimmer slicing through the water. A shimmer that flickered through every direction at once, bouncing between bodies like lightning striking a forest. Razeal reappeared exactly where he had been standing, as if he had never moved at all. His black sword was already sliding back into its sheath. Click! A perfect, calm ending sound. And then, blood began to seep. Maria looked down slowly, shock visibly running up her spine. Every Atlantian who had been lying on the ground now had blood pouring from multiple severed areas. Arms floating, tentacles drifting, legs cut cleanly, some bodies twitching, some limp, faces twisted in confusion and pain, as only screams could be heard now. Not a single one was dead, but none had a single limb left attached. Razeal had removed every weapon they possessed, arms, legs, fins, tentacles, in less than a second. They could not fight, stand, or even crawl, only breathe. Barely. Let us go, Razeal said calmly, turning his attention back to Aurora and Levi as though nothing significant had happened. We are done here. We should leave for the Royal Ocean now. Levi blinked in confusion. What? Already done? He asked, stunned. He and Aurora both turned their heads toward the Atlantians and froze. Blood clouds drifted through the water. Severed limbs floated aimlessly like dead leaves in a red pond. Every slaver lay helpless on the stone floor, gills flaring weakly, eyes wide with horror and screaming painfully. He was alive only moments ago. Razeal had arrived mere seconds ago, and yet, he had turned 100 men into limbless worms before they even realized they were being attacked. Aurora stared, mouth open. Levi felt chills climb up his spine. Was he always this strong? Levi swallowed hard, cutting off the limbs of hundreds of people in a single blink, without a single sound. Aurora clutched Levi's hand instinctively, not in fear of Razeal. She was not afraid of him, but simply stunned at what she was witnessing. Razeal looked at them both calmly. Stand up, he said. I checked already, you are both in fine condition. If there is anything else, you can tell me now, or while we travel. Aurora and Levi blinked, then looked at each other for a moment before shaking their heads at him. We are fine, they said softly, entwining their fingers even tighter, smiling faintly at each other as if the whole world had shrunk to just them. Razeal nodded once. Good. He reached his hands out to help them rise, but before they could leave, Maria's voice cut through. Are you not going to kill them? She asked, her arms still crossed as, raising a brow, she looked at the limbless, bleeding slavers. I mean, they tortured these two. They tried to kill them. You do not need to show mercy here. Her tone was practical, not angry. She had pieced the situation together, just by observing the surroundings, the blood-stained stone mound where Aurora had danced, the dagger wound on Levi's neck, the cages everywhere. They had suffered. Softness made no sense here. Razeal turned his head slightly, crimson eyes glimmering with a distant, cold light. Dying is easy, he said quietly, but living is hard. His tone was not cruel, just factual, unfeeling. It would be mercy to end them painlessly, he continued, looking down at the writhing slavers. This way, they will die slowly, painfully, their blood drifting through the water, unable to swim, unable to move, unable to reach food. Some will die in hours, some in days. They will lie here helpless regardless, regretting every decision that led them to touch what is mine. Aurora looked at Levi, a chill rolling up her spine, not out of fear of Razeal, but out of how casually he said such things. Levi simply nodded silently, understanding Razeal a little deeper now. Razeal finished with a hollow calmness. Killing is mercy. I do not kill people I hate. The space fell silent. Maria stared at him for a long moment, eyes narrowing. She was not intimidated, she was evaluating him. After several seconds, she finally spoke. But what if someone does not die? She asked coldly. What if one of these people lives? That would be mercy. And it can create more enemies for you. She uncrossed her arms, eyes sharp, voice even sharper. Killing is always better. People die because of this kind of ignorance. You should kill them, all of them. Because any one of them might become your lifelong enemy. Her tone dropped colder. Leaving enemies alive is stupidity. Just end them. Her words sliced through the stillness like a blade. If someone did not die, that would be even better, Razeal said quietly, almost too calmly for the words he spoke. His voice carried that cold steadiness that made every syllable cut deeper. Living without limbs seems worse than dying to me. Unable to do anything. Nothing but breathing and regretting. That is a place a blade cannot reach. His crimson-tinted gaze lowered toward the severed limbs floating in the red-tinged water. Not pity, calculation. Then his eyes lifted again, locking onto Maria's. And as for someone surviving and becoming my enemy, he continued, shrugging lightly as if the idea amused him. Or letting them life can make people come after me? Of course that is a choice. You can never get anything without choosing. You have a choice to end everything fast and let your revenge be tasteless. His lips curved, not kindly. Or you take the harder path. For revenge, sometimes you must work for it. Even watch them living happy lives, all their glory, all their smiles, while you have nothing. That is hard. Compared to that, this is nothing. If you want revenge, you cannot expect no risks, can you? Revenge is a choice, he said again, slower. One cannot take revenge if they do not have resolve. You must risk things. Killing is dull. It ends too soon. Too clean and tasteless. His eyes half closed, almost savoring his own philosophy. I prefer painful revenge. Even if it bites me later, that only makes it more fun. Imagine people going to hell just to crawl back for revenge, and then destroying them again. Send them back to hell. Let them live. Let them rot in the pain and misery of revenge that eats them from inside. Slowly, slowly, until their life becomes only hate, forgetting what is important and what is not, losing everything in their paths. The life no one wants. It is hard to come back once on that path. His crimson eyes flickered brighter. You know nothing about that feeling. I have lived it, and it is worse than dying. Maria stood there silently, her arms crossed, but her eyes attentive. His words were calm, but she could feel everything behind them, a history, a storm, a weight that no one could read unless they had lived through it. She processed him like a puzzle made of shadows. Who do you want revenge from? She finally asked, voice steady, but edged with curiosity. Razeal's jaw loosened slightly, and a tiny breath of laughter, not joy, not humor, escaped him. A small ha, dark and low. Why ask, he murmured, when you already know? Maria met his eyes. She did know, but hearing him confirm it was something else. I thought you did not want it, she said honestly. You always acted like you were running from them. No hints of revenge that I saw at least. No, Razeal said, and this time a smirk truly appeared on his face, cold, sharp, but undeniably alive. I will have my revenge. Maria's brows narrowed. But not killing them? I will take everything they love the most, he replied. There was a ripple in his tone, excitement, anticipation, the thrill of something twisted but deeply personal. And then everyone will see. He did not finish the sentence. He did not have to. Maria understood enough to fall silent again. But still, she wanted to say that is stupidity. But again she did not, because she thinks she does not need to care. A few long seconds passed. Only the sound of faint bubbling water, or screams echoed around them, and the distant whimpers of the mangled Atlantians who were still alive. Anyway, let us leave, Razeal said abruptly, breaking the tension as if it meant nothing. We are out of time. We have to go back up there. Maria nodded first, then Neptunia, then Aurora and Levi, though the last two were still clinging to each other more than paying attention. Behind them, Neptunia leaned forward slightly, whispering low near Maria's ear. Who does he want revenge from? Her tone held eager curiosity, the kind that wanted gossip but sensed danger beneath it. But Maria just shook her head in silence. She would not tell her anything. Even though Razeal was not looking at them, she was sure he could hear every word. Not that it mattered. Maria would not talk in any other way either. She simply did not want to. Still, she was curious. What revenge was he talking about? Was he planning something? But what? She tried to guess, but knowing who his grudge was aimed at, she also knew he would never succeed. Yes, he was strong, but his target, that was impossible. Chapter 304. 3 days ago. Selena stood there for a long moment after her talk with Nancy. The sting on her cheek pulsed faintly, warm and humiliating. The slap had not hurt as much as the sharpness behind it. Nancy's words were very hurtful, piercing, and truthful. Nancy had spat contempt and humiliation. Selena understood that she did not want her to walk straight into the lion's den, just as Celestia had tried to do. But in the end, nothing worked. Nancy never understood. Celestia never understood. They could never understand how it truly felt. Selena's fingers brushed lightly over her cheek. The swollen skin throbbed beneath her touch, even though her holy body had already completely healed. She could still feel that sting of pain. Her lips curved into a bitter, quiet exhale. She does not know how it feels, she whispered to herself. Her voice was low and fragile, yet carried a stubborn undertone. If she had, she would have understood. How it feels. Those words were not for the world. They were not for Nancy, or for Celestia, or for the mansion she faced. They were for herself. a solidification of resolve, a reminder that she had chosen this path from the very beginning, long before Nancy discovered even a sliver of the truth. She drew in a slow, long breath. She let the cold evening air fill her lungs and steady the trembling inside her chest. Then she lifted her eyes. The Virulin mansion towered over her, massive and elegantly decorated. Its walls were crafted with a kind of nobility that weighed on the air. Intricate designs curled across the white stone like living vines. Polished glass reflected the faint glow of lanterns hanging from delicate chains. Every corner of the building radiated silent prestige. Even its stillness felt authoritative, as though the mansion looked down at the world in quiet judgment. Selena exhaled softly. No turning back, she murmured. Without another moment of hesitation, she stepped forward and entered. No guards stopped her. No voices challenged her. Not a single servant stepped out to question her presence. Selena knew better than to assume she walked freely. The Virulins might not place men in armor at their doors, but their eyes were everywhere. They were hidden, silent, watching from shadows or vantage points no normal person could ever detect. But Selena was not a normal person. She had been born with a sensitivity to mana and life force, so sharp it sometimes felt like a curse. Right now, it let her feel every breath, every shift of intent from the hidden guards who followed her movement. None moved to interfere. They knew who she was. She was the saintess of the Luminous family, heiress of a line no Virulin guard would dare obstruct. And even if they did, Selena had walked these halls too many times to be mistaken for a stranger. She crossed through the entrance as if it were nothing more than a familiar doorway at home. She did not bother asking for directions. She did not need to. Nova's aura pulsed through the air like a flame. It was reckless, untamed, and impossible to miss. It tugged at Selena's senses, guiding her down a staircase that led deeper and deeper into the mansion. The floors grew colder. The stone beneath her shoes shifted from polished marble to solid, reinforced tile meant to handle far harsher conditions. The clashing of metal reached her before she reached the door. Sharp, echoing strikes of steel hitting steel followed by a loud thud as something heavy slammed into a wall. Selena paused only long enough to steady her breath. Then she opened the door. The moment she stepped inside, something flew toward her. A person. The impact shook the door frame. The girl crashed into the wall beside Selena, with a crack that sent dust falling from everywhere. Selena raised her arm as a gust of wind from the blow swept across her face. It was sharp, strong, and carried enough force to bruise had she not shielded herself. Arg, Nova groaned. She pushed herself out of the cracked wall she had just been slammed into, small chunks of stone falling off her shoulders. She winced, brushed dust from her hair, and glared daggers at the woman standing across from her. You are supposed to train me, not beat me, Nova snapped. Her voice echoed through the room. Marcella stood perfectly still, hands folded neatly behind her back, not a strand of her deep purple uniform out of place. She did not even look tired. She did not even look phased. Her posture was so rigid she resembled a strict instructor carved straight out of stone. She was cold, composed, and mercilessly disciplined. Matriarch ordered me to put manners in you, my lady, Marcella replied in an emotionless tone. Her expression was blank as if carved on a mask. Trust me, it hurts me very much to have to do this. It pains me as much as it pains you, if not more. Her voice held no trace of hurt. None. If anything, she sounded like she was simply stating a chore. Nova's eyes twitched in disbelief before she let out a humorless, furious laugh. Bullshit, Nova spat. I know you are enjoying this way too damn much. Her grip tightened around her sword as she pointed it toward Marcella's face. Her stance bristled with irritation. And what the hell is wrong with my manners, huh? Nova did not need to guess. She knew Marcella's heart was black as pitch on the inside. Strictness was just the excuse she wore like a badge. Ever since Nova's mother had left, Marcella had been beating her in the name of training, hiding her satisfaction behind that blank, obedient face. If Marcella had not kept blocking her every attempt to leave the mansion, Nova would have already been out there hunting her brother down and beating the hell out of that little shit, as she so lovingly referred to him. But no, Marcella always stood in the way, arms folded, that cold stare saying do not even try it. I am just following orders, young lady. Marcella adjusted her square glasses with a calm, practiced touch. Her eyes were sharp behind the lenses. You truly do need to have some manners pushed into you. Unfortunately, you cannot seem to learn them normally, so I must employ special methods, personally authorized by the matriarch. She looked Nova up and down in a slow, judging sweep, and added blandly, and frankly, with how you are now, I fear you will never find a husband. Her tone was neutral, but it was the kind of neutrality that insulted, even worse than open mockery. Nova's jaw tightened. A vein ticked near her temple. You believe that? She shot back with a scoff. If I ever said I was looking for a partner, there would be a line stretching from this continent's corner all the way to the Virulin mansion door. And that too tomorrow morning if announced now. Her voice was sharp, cutting, and venom-tinged. I just happen to have far more important things to focus on. Marcella did not even flinch. She simply examined Nova again, slowly and deliberately, and then shook her head as if the conversation was beneath her. Sure, she said flatly. Nothing more. Nova's irritation flared hotter, and her eyes narrowed. Look who is talking, Nova said. Someone who has never had anyone fall in love with her in the first place. Her voice turned perfectly, brutally casual, as if she was commenting on the weather. Are you sure you are not into my mother? Because all I have seen for decades is you glued to her side without a single complaint. Not finding anyone for yourself, not letting her find one either. A muscle ticked on Marcella's otherwise expressionless face. Do not disrespect the matriarch, Marcella said, her voice dropping into frost. Her fingers twitched. She clearly wanted to beat Nova again, but she forced herself still. After a long breath, she muttered, "Leave it. Go on. You may rest now. It seems the Saintess has finally come to meet you." She shifted her gaze toward Selena, who had been standing quietly near the entrance, watching the entire exchange with a mixture of tension and awkward secondhand discomfort. Selena politely returned Marcella's small gesture of acknowledgement with a respectful nod. Nova did not bother replying to Marcella. She dismissed her entirely. Selena, however, could not stop herself from staring. Nova's face was a mess. There was a swollen cheek, a bruised jaw, and a purple blotch around one eye. Seems like Lady Marcella aimed for her face specifically, Selena thought, her lips pressing together in a silent, disapproving line. Marcella turned and ignored both of them completely. Selena exhaled softly and stepped closer. She lifted her hand, stopping it just a few inches from Nova's battered face. Warm, gentle, pure, soft, holy light poured from her fingertips. Golden radiance washed over Nova's skin. Bruises shrank, swelling faded, cuts closed. Nova's face returned to its usual sharp, rebellious beauty within seconds. Nova did not even react to the magic working on her. She simply watched Selena's face instead, sensing something heavy behind her eyes. "What happened?" Nova asked finally. Her tone was gentler than before, though still rough around the edges. "You look down." She flicked her newly healed eyebrow upward. "And you finally came to meet me? After so many days? You used to come every second day, practically clinging to me like a lonely cat." Selena withdrew her hand slowly. Nova was healed, but her expression remained clouded, muted, distant, and wrapped up in thoughts Nova could not yet decipher. "Well," Selena murmured, "I was just busy these days. With myself. With everything. You know how it is." The holy magic's glow faded entirely from her palm. Nova tilted her head, suspicious. "Is it because of Razeal?" Selena just smiled, ever so slightly, which was all the confirmation Nova needed. "I have only seen you alone these past days," Nova continued. "You even ordered Nilla to leave you alone for a while, huh? Your ever so annoyingly clingy holy assistant? I almost thought she died if not for sending some people to confirm she is alive." Nova rolled her eyes dramatically. "Well, you look exhausted. Do not be hard on yourself. I told you before too." She clicked her tongue, folding her arms. Sigh. "This is all because of that bastard, is it not?" Selena opened her mouth and closed it again. Nova continued, her voice dripping with annoyance, but hiding something soft beneath it. "He showed up out of nowhere, stirred everything up, and then disappeared again, like the dramatic little storm he is, leaving us behind to worry, especially you and me." She jabbed a thumb at Selena's chest and then at herself. Selena swallowed, looking down. Nova let out a frustrated breath and shook her head. "Do not stress about it, idiot. He is just an idiot who cannot see the people who actually worry about him." There was affection in her mockery, rare and precious. Her tone softened almost imperceptibly, perhaps trying to make Selena feel a little better. Selena looked at Nova's face, staring for several seconds as if gathering the courage to speak. Her lips trembled faintly before she finally exhaled a slow breath and opened her mouth. "You did not go to look for Razeal?" she asked quietly. "I thought you would." Nova blinked at her, then narrowed her eyes slightly. "What? You think I have given up on him?" Her tone was not angry. It was confused, affronted, and almost offended that Selena would even consider that possibility. Selena did not answer. She only looked at Nova with heavy, searching eyes, waiting. Nova scoffed loudly. "Like I ever would." She tossed her hair back in irritation. "I was literally going to the sea to look for him. I was already standing at the edge of the Empire anyways, just one step away from the ocean. Do you know why I did not go?" Selena tilted her head slightly, as she really did not know. Nova's voice pitched up with frustration. "Mother stopped me." She jabbed a finger toward the ground, pacing in small circles like someone ranting in pure rage. "And do you know what that bastard did?" Nova continued. Her voice rose as she got worked up again. "He wrote me a letter. A freaking letter. Saying something like, 'I have given up my bloodline now, so there is no need to come looking for me.'" She threw both arms up. "Like, can you even imagine just how dumb an idiot he is? Does he seriously think we were looking for him because of his bloodline? Bruh. What the hell does that even mean?" Nova looked genuinely betrayed, exasperated, and personally insulted all at once. "I wanted to crack his legs for that," she muttered darkly. "And listen to this. He said he will kill me if I came looking for him." "Kill me? Me? His elder sister?" Her hands curled into fists, then she made grabbing motions in the air as if she was squeezing Razeal's neck. "I swear I want to beat the shit out of that bastard so badly. If not for Mother, she stopped me, blocked my way. If it were not for her, why the hell do you think I am here? You think I would not run after him and drag him back by his legs? He is just, ugh." She ground her teeth so hard her jaw twitched. The irritation on her face was almost comically fierce, yet overflowing with care disguised under layers of curses. Selena listened through the entire rant, and a soft, relieved breath left her chest. She had been so terrified that Nova might have given up on Razeal. If she had, Selena did not know what she would have done with that grief. But hearing Nova talk, angry, frustrated, and fiery, Selena's shoulders relaxed ever so slightly. A small smile bloomed on Selena's face without her noticing. "You were stopped by Lady Marissa?" Selena asked softly. "Then is there any chance that she went herself to bring Razeal back?" Selena had already heard this from Celestia, but refused to mention it to Nova, wanting to know the real reason. As far as she knew, Nova she could not be stopped by anyone, even her own mother, unless she had given up on him. It was very unlikely, which was why she asked. And the mere thought of Celestia made Selina's stomach boil with anger she did not even want to remember. Nova scratched her head, clicking her tongue. Yeah, she went. She pouted like a child denied candy. I was not accepting her orders. I was going. If not for her, Nova made punching gestures, starting to fight me directly. Selina froze. Then, you fought with Lady Marissa. As in, combat? Shock spread across her features. She knew Lady Marissa's strength. If Nova fought her, are you alright? Selina asked, genuine concern flooding her voice. Nova instantly lifted her chin, pride swelling like a balloon. Of course. What would happen to me? I am not so easy to defeat, even if she is my mother. She crossed her arms smugly. She only won because she is old, and had more time to train. Still, it was a hot fight. Just give me 2 more years and I will. She stopped, clearing her throat, because she could not reveal the humiliating truth. She had not even seen when she was knocked out. She only remembered waking up being carried like a sack of potatoes. Far behind them, Marcella, who had been silently listening while standing in the corner, rolled her eyes so hard it was almost audible. She remembered Nova's unconscious face hanging limp over the matriarch's shoulder, tongue out, and eyes rolled back. So boastful, does she not feel embarrassed? Marcella sighed internally, genuinely speechless. Then, Sister Nova, Selina said suddenly. Her voice was hesitant and fragile, but carried a deep, unwavering resolve that Nova recognized instantly. Nova turned to her sharply. What happened? Because Selina's eyes had shifted. They were softer, heavy, and burdened. And her hands were trembling. What is it? Nova asked again, brows knitting together. Selina took a long, painful breath. One that seemed to scrape her lungs on the way out. She could not hide anymore. She had made up her mind. No matter the consequences, no matter what happened after, she needed to say it. Her fingers curled, her knuckles pale. Then, finally, Selina whispered. Her voice cracked. She swallowed hard, looking directly into Nova's eyes. I lied about Razeal trying to rape me. The words dropped like a stone into the world, heavy and absolute. Selina's breath shook as she continued, her chest rising and falling with trembling intensity. He never tried. He never touched me. He is innocent. She exhaled harshly, her eyes burning not with tears, but with the exhaustion of someone carrying a sin for too long. I was the one who lied, she repeated, almost in a whisper. I lied. Her shoulders slumped as if a weight she had carried for years had finally slipped off, but only because she could no longer hold it up. Her voice, once steady and saint-like, quivered like something breaking. Chapter 305. I lied about Razeal trying to rape me. I lied about everything that day. Selina's voice barely carried. The words fell from her mouth in fragments, each one heavier than the last. She could not make herself look up. Her gaze stayed fixed on the ground, as if the stone floor might open and swallow her whole. Her fingers twisted together, knuckles pale, shoulders drawn inward like she was bracing for a blow. She had prepared herself for shouting, for shock, for anger, disgust, disbelief. She had prepared for Nova's face to harden, for Marcella to step forward in outrage, as she was here too, for everything to finally come crashing down on her. But it did not. Nothing happened. Marcella, standing slightly to the side, did not react the way Selina feared. No sharp intake of breath, no furious denial. She only stilled, her expression tightening just a little, as if she were absorbing something unpleasant, but not entirely unexpected. And Nova did not move at all. The silence stretched. It was worse than any scream. I know what you are trying to do, Nova said at last. Her voice was calm. It did not rise nor shake. But you do not need to lie, Selina, Nova continued, turning fully toward her. If you are saying this because you think it will make me change how I see him, if you think I will take him back gently, apologize for what I did, so things will be easier between us. Nova shook her head once. You do not need to do this. She stepped closer, close enough that Selina could feel her presence without looking up. I know you, Nova said quietly. I know you have always felt guilty about Razeal breaking away from the family. And I know you are taking that as your responsibility, and are carrying that guilt. But you need to remember something. Nova reached out and placed a hand on Selina's shoulder. Her touch was warm, steady. You were right, she said. Do not sacrifice yourself for someone else's mistakes. He was wrong. It was not your fault. It was our fault, Nova went on. Mine. The family's. We did not handle that situation properly. We failed both of you. Her hand tightened slightly, a grounding pressure. But it was never your fault. Nova's voice softened further, dropping to something almost intimate. Maybe if I had not acted the way I did that day, maybe things would have turned out differently. Maybe. She let out a slow breath. But that does not change the truth. You did not do anything wrong. Selina listened, frozen. Nova still believed she was lying. That realization hit harder than any accusation. Nova spoke with complete certainty, with compassion even, but none of it was for the truth Selina had just confessed. It was all built on the assumption that Selina was sacrificing herself again, lying again, protecting Razeal again, and Nova was not alone in that belief. Marcella remained silent, but her lack of reaction said enough. No outrage, no horror, no shock, just acceptance of the lie Nova thought she was hearing. Selina felt something hollow open in her chest. Nova continued speaking, unaware. If you said this to anyone else, Nova added carefully, outside these walls, it would destroy you. To admit you lied about something like that, Nova said. The backlash would be enormous. You would be branded a liar. Everything you are would be questioned. She paused, her expression turning troubled. You are a saintess, Nova said, chosen by the god of light himself. Even if your title as saintess could not be stripped away, your standing would never recover. And your family, they would be dragged into it. The church would be criticized. Their credibility would suffer. You could lose your position as heiress. Nova looked genuinely concerned now. This is not a small thing, Selena, she said softly. It is too much to ask of you. Do not take and say things like this so lightly. Nova felt sadness rising in her chest. Sadness at how deeply Selena cared for her brother. Enough to risk everything. Enough to destroy herself if it meant easing Razeal's burden. It hurt to see. It also made Nova painfully aware of something she tried not to think about. That Selena would probably still accept Razeal, even now. Even after everything. She would smile, convince herself she was happy, and never look back. Nova knew her too well. And that only made it worse. Because Razeal did not deserve her. Not then nor now. He was a beeping bastard. Selena finally lifted her head. Slowly, carefully. Her eyes met Nova's. They were not tearful. They were complicated, hurt layered over disbelief. Disbelief edged with something sharper. Nova stopped speaking. Selena had listened to every word. And with every sentence, understanding had settled in her chest like a stone. Nova did not believe her. Not for even a second. Even after Selena had said it plainly. Even after she had confessed without excuses. Nova still thought she was lying. For Razeal. Selena remembered Nancy's words then. The quiet certainty in her voice. It was not your fault. They did not believe him not because of you, but because they chose not to. Now she saw it clearly. Even now, even faced with the truth laid bare, Nova could not accept that Razeal might have been innocent. Not really. Selena's voice was steady when she spoke, though something deep inside her shook. Do you really trust him that little? She asked, genuinely saddened. Nova blinked. I just told you he did not do it, then he did not, Selena continued, her tone quiet, but piercing. I said I lied. I admitted it outright. And still, you cannot believe, even for a second, that he might be innocent. She held Nova's gaze, refusing to look away this time. Do you have that little trust in him? The question landed harder than Selena intended. Nova stiffened. Something in Selena's voice, something raw, something wounded, made her chest tighten. It was not accusation alone. It was disbelief. Hurt. A plea that had been buried too long. Nova turned her head slightly, breaking eye contact. It is not like that, Nova said. Her voice was lower now. Strange. Uneven. Nova was not someone who avoided confrontation. She never had been. Yet now, she found herself staring off to the side, lips pressed together. You are saying I cannot trust him even for a second, she murmured. She let out a breath that sounded almost bitter. But that is not what this is about, Selena. She turned back, offering a small, sad smile. I always believed he did not do it, Nova said, her voice resolute. Selena's breath caught. I trust him, Nova continued quietly. I trust that he would not do something like that. A faint frown slowly formed on Selena's face. You always believed in him. The words sounded strange even to her own ears. For a moment, she genuinely thought Nova might be lying. The thought unsettled her more than she expected. Nova was not the kind of person who hid behind words or softened the truth. She was direct to a fault. And yet, if she truly believed in him, then why did you? Selena asked, her voice trailing off, confusion tightening her chest. Nova exhaled slowly. Trust and feelings can blind you, she said. They do not just influence you. They control you. She spoke evenly, but her expression was tense, restrained. When you care about someone, you stop believing they are capable of things you think are wrong. Your feelings manipulate your thoughts until you only see what you want to see. I trusted him. I still do. I believe he did not do it. But I am not weak enough, Nova continued, her tone firm, to abandon my reason completely. Not when doing so could lead me to something truly wrong. She shook her head once, as if rejecting her own past self. Sometimes you have to think far beyond your feelings. Because the moment emotions step into judgment, they destroy everything you are trying to protect. Nova paused, then spoke again, more quietly. It is like a judge who loves the defendant. Selena did not interrupt. The judge does not step away because they think the person is innocent or guilty, Nova said. They step away because they love them too much. Her gaze hardened. If they stayed on the case, their love would soften every piece of evidence. Every flaw would seem smaller. Every doubt would be silenced by hope. Every mistake would be excused before it is even examined. Her eyes hardened. So the judge forces themselves to be impartial. Not because they distrust the defendant, but because they fear blind faith. Nova's voice lowered. Because they know their heart can rewrite reality. Turn belief into certainty. And certainty into denial. A brief pause. And yes, she added, the defendant could still be guilty. She continued, quieter now. It is the same with parents and children. Parents know their children deeply, love them fiercely. But they also understand that love does not erase wrongdoing. Her lips pressed together. A parent does not stop loving their child when they make a mistake, Nova said. But they do not deny the mistake either. They hold both truths at once. It is like, I love you, she murmured, but you still did wrong. Silence settled between them. So no, Nova said at last. Forcing myself not to. Well, her expression was tired now. It was self-protection. She lifted her gaze again. Because belief without restraint becomes blindness. And love, when unchecked, can imprison the mind. Nova took a breath. I do not doubt him because I do not trust him, she said. I doubt him because I trust feelings and facts too much to let either decide alone. Her voice softened. So it is not that I did not believe in him. I chose not to believe in myself and my judgment when it came to him. That is why I chose facts. Selena closed her eyes. The sadness hit her all at once. You made a very stupid choice, Sister Nova, she said quietly. There was no anger in her voice, only exhaustion. You really did. You should have believed in him, Selena continued, eyes still shut. Facts can lie. She could not understand Nova's reasoning, but she did not doubt her sincerity, because even then Razeal had never left Nova's heart or mind. When everyone believed he was dead, when grief settled into the family, and everyone who cared for him, when some gave up searching, and others learned to live with guilt and sorrow, Nova had not. Even Selena had accepted his death, just like everyone else, even his mother, but Nova had not. Nova had been the only one who said she would bring him back, even if she had to drag him from death itself. Selena had seen it. The sleepless nights, the endless research, the old legends, forbidden texts, forgotten stories, anything that hinted at resurrection. Nova had given everything. So much of her life had become about him that nothing else remained untouched. Even the organization she had built, Raven, the secret intelligence force that answered to her alone. Selena knew the truth of it better than anyone. Nova Virulin had never formed Raven for power, influence, or ambition. She had created it for one reason only. Him. To find Razeal. To find clues about where he went. To dig through forbidden archives, sealed histories, lost research, anything that hinted at reversing death, rewriting fate, or dragging someone back from beyond the point of no return. 80, maybe 90% of the organization's true efforts had been poured into that single goal. If not for that obsession, if not for the last 5 or 6 years spent chasing shadows and impossible answers, Nova would have been terrifyingly stronger than she already was. More efficient, dominant, or dangerous. Raven could have been an empire of information. Instead, it had been a desperate net cast endlessly into darkness. And Nova had never said any of this aloud. She never would. But Selena knew. No one, no title, no duty, no ambition mattered more to Nova than Razeal. Not even herself. Fighting her own mother for him was proof enough. That alone was something no sane person would ever dare. Marisa Virulin. A name that made even seasoned nobles hesitate. A woman so incomprehensible that fear and respect were inseparable in her presence. She had killed her own husband. And when asked why, she had answered calmly, without hesitation. Because he was my brother. The words themselves defied reason. Husband, brother, father of her children. To kill someone like that, not in rage, not in grief, but with cold certainty, was beyond cruelty. It was beyond morality. It was something that could not even be judged by ordinary standards. No one truly knew what Marisa took seriously, or who she might decide to erase next. That was why even the Virulins feared her. Why the entire household functioned like a perfectly disciplined machine, silent, obedient, unshaking. One did not need threats when fear itself was absolute. Selena understood all of this, which was why Nova fighting Marisa physically, standing against her, said more than any confession ever could. When Selena finished speaking, the room fell quiet again. Nova was silent for a long moment. Then, she smiled, small and almost tired. Facts can lie, Nova said at last, her voice steady. But facts that come from people you know. People who care about him just as much as you do. Her eyes lifted and met Selena's fully now. That makes me understand something, Nova continued softly. That I was wrong. Selena's breath caught. I believe Celestia, Nova said. And I believe you. Her words were simple but firm. You could never harm him, Nova added. Neither of you. Selena's fingers tightened at her sides. Just like you said earlier, Selena replied quietly, shaking her head, bitterness creeping into her tone despite herself. Feelings can make you misunderstand the truth. She looked directly at Nova now. You believing us instead of him, is that not the same thing? Her voice sharpened, just a little. Does that not mean you trusted us more than him? The words hung between them. For a moment, Nova did not answer. Selena felt something heavy settle in her chest. So Nancy was right after all. The thought surfaced unbidden, aching. Nova exhaled slowly. No, she said at last. That is not it. She looked away, jaw tightening, eyes narrowing as if she were staring at something unpleasant inside herself. No, it is not the same. I did not refuse to believe him. I refused to judge him. Loving someone means I know my feelings would interfere, so I stepped back instead of pretending to be fair. With you, it is different. You were the person who accused him in the first place, Nova said quietly. There was no partiality. As for believing you, I just looked at everything. Selena blinked. I did not want my feelings deciding what was right or wrong, Nova continued. I needed something solid, something objective. Facts. She turned back. And that was you too. You two were the only options to begin with. Her gaze softened, but her tone remained firm. You were his best friend, Nova said. Celestia was his fiancée. A faint frown crossed her face. I do not like how she is like now, Nova admitted bluntly. But I know one thing, she still cares. She would never want to destroy his life. Her eyes hardened slightly. And you, Nova said, looking directly at Selena. Why would you ever lie about something like that? This is not feelings trusting you. It is facts and evidence. I saw no profits. You had no reason, Nova went on. No benefit, no gain. She shook her head. You could only say something that's serious if you had no other choice, Nova said firmly, her voice steady, but heavy with conviction. Only if you were being wronged. Because doing something like that would not save you, it would destroy you. Your image, your future, even your life. You were risking not just yourself, but your entire family. What if we had simply killed you and your family to silence you? Do not tell me you were naive enough back then not to understand that. This world runs on power. Right and wrong only exist when someone is strong enough to enforce them. Without power, you do not get justice. You get erased. And the facts alone were enough. Even Celestia was involved. Let us say, for a moment, that you were lying. What reason would Celestia have to do this? She had everything anyone could ever wish for. By doing this, she gained nothing. If anything, she ruined her own image. And for someone like her image mattered more than anything else at that time. I did not trust your words, Nova admitted quietly. I trusted the facts. Every calculation, every detail. Do you think I did not want to prove him innocent? Her voice wavered for the first time, emotion bleeding through the steel in her tone. Believe me, no one in this world wanted him to be innocent more than I did. Her voice lowered. So do not put this on yourself, Selena. You did the right thing. Selena's lips parted, but Nova was not finished. No matter how good someone is to you, Nova said, her expression unwavering. If something is wrong, you say it is wrong. She meant it. Every word. Selena swallowed. There were still better ways, she said finally, her voice quieter now, but no less steady. Better ways to find the truth. Nova stiffened slightly. You should not have put it on us, Selena continued. We were wrong, Sister Nova. We betrayed him together. Her eyes did not waver. Just like Razeal said. Nova's expression shifted subtly, but unmistakably. You had a choice, Selena pressed on. You all did. You could have read his memories. The silence deepened. You never did, Selena said softly. Because of rules. Her gaze sharpened. I cannot say anything about Aunt Marissa, Selena admitted. But you. Her voice trembled not with fear, but with hurt. Even you. Why did you not read his memories? He was begging you to be. She searched Nova's face. You could have, Selena said. I know you could. The words were not an accusation. They were a wound. And for the first time, Nova did not immediately have an answer. Yes, I could have. Nova's voice came quieter than Selena expected. Not sharp, not defensive, just tired. She stood there for a moment, fingers curling slowly into her palm, eyes no longer on Selena, but somewhere far past her, past the room, past the mansion, past the years she had spent refusing to cross a single line. I did not, Nova continued, because I was afraid. I believe in him, Nova said, her words steady, but heavy. I always have. I believe he did not do it. That he could not have done it. But everything else, facts and all, says he did. She exhaled sharply, as if the air itself hurt to hold. I was afraid of knowing the truth, Nova admitted. Afraid of seeing it with my own eyes. I just wanted to have hope he never did it alive in myself. Her gaze lowered. If I had looked into his memories and found out, her voice faltered for a fraction of a second, that he really did it, if I had seen it, then everything would have shattered. Not just doubt. Not just hope. Her shoulders stiffened. Everything. Nova laughed once, quietly. There was no humor in it. So I chose not to know, she said. I chose to live with doubt. Because I just wanted to. She looked back up at Selena, eyes dark and conflicted. I wanted to keep believing he was innocent, Nova said. Even if it meant never proving it. Even if it meant living my entire life not knowing. Her voice softened into something almost fragile. I did not want to face the truth, she said. Whatever it was. Silence filled the space between them. Then Nova added, more quietly still. And even though Mother would never admit it, I think she felt the same. Selena's breath caught. I do not think rules mattered to her, Nova said. Not more than we did. I think she was afraid too. She shook her head faintly, afraid that if she looked, she would not be able to turn away. Nova's gaze sharpened suddenly, fixing on Selena with intensity. And stop saying you lied, she said, voice firm now. Believe me, every time you say that, it only makes my belief in him stronger. Her expression hardened. I might do something I will not be able to take back, Nova warned quietly. Selena went still. For several seconds, she said nothing. She simply looked at Nova, really looked at her, at the tension in her shoulders, at the conflict etched into her eyes, at the fear she had been carrying alone for years. Then Selena moved. She reached out and took Nova's hand. Nova stiffened in surprise as Selena gently, but deliberately guided it upward, pressing Nova's palm against her own head. Read my memories, Selena said. The words were calm, clear, resolute. Nova froze. Selena, she started, frowning deeply. This is not funny. Her hand twitched, as if she were about to pull it away. This is not a joke, Nova said, voice lowering. Do not do this. I am serious, Selena replied. Her fingers tightened slightly around Nova's wrist, not forceful, but unyielding. We lied, Selena said. Razeal is innocent. Nova shook her head instinctively. I do not want to, she said. Do not ask me to do this. You need to, Selena insisted. Please. Her voice did not waver. He really is innocent. Nova opened her mouth to refuse again, and stopped. A tear slid silently down Selena's cheek. No sound. No sob. Just a single, quiet drop. It struck Nova like a blade. Her entire body tensed. Could it be true? The thought surfaced before she could stop it. Selena's expression was not desperate. It was not theatrical. It was raw, honest, terrifyingly sincere. Before Nova could speak, a calm voice cut through the tension. Do it, young lady. Nova turned sharply. Marcella had stepped closer, her presence no longer distant or neutral. Her expression was serious, sharper than Selena had ever seen it. From Lady Selena's expression, Marcella said slowly, I am afraid this is not. She did not finish the thought. She did not need to. If this is true, Marcella added quietly, then our young master was indeed innocent. Do not run away. It is time you should face whether it is true or not. Clear out your doubts. Nova's breath shook. She looked from Marcella back to Selena. Her hands were trembling now. Do not push this, Nova whispered, almost pleading. You will regret it. Her gaze flickered, not angry, not defensive, but frightened. Or I will. Marcella said nothing. She did not need to. Nova closed her eyes. You better be lying, Selena, Nova said softly. Because I do not know what I will do. To you. Or to myself. If you are telling the truth. Selena's grip loosened. I am sorry, she whispered. The apology was quiet, but it landed heavier than any accusation ever could. Nova felt something inside her crack. Selena lowered her gaze. And then, she let go. Every mental barrier, every resistance, every shield she had spent her entire life perfecting. She opened herself completely. Nova felt it instantly. The sensation hit her like stepping into a storm with no armor. Selena was not hesitating. She was not holding anything back. She was offering everything. Nova's heart began to race. The apology echoed in her chest. I am sorry. It sounded too sincere, too final. Nova could not wait anymore. Not after that. Her body moved on instinct. Her hand pressed fully against Selena's head. Deep purple light bloomed from her palm. Selena did not flinch. Nova closed her eyes and stepped inside. Virile and mental arts surged to life. The strongest mind-walking techniques in the world. Memories unfolded. Not fragments. Not impressions. Everything. Raw. Clear. Unfiltered. Nova's consciousness plunged forward. Into Selena's truth. Chapter 306. Finally revealed. Nova's consciousness plunged forward into Selena's truth. It did not even take a second. The moment Nova's consciousness crossed the threshold of Selena's unguarded mind, the world shifted. Her closed eyes trembled violently, lashes squeezing together as if her body itself was trying to reject what her mind was seeing. Her hand remained pressed against Selena's head, but her fingers curled, knuckles whitening. A tear slipped free. Then another. Then they would not stop. They streamed down Nova's face, silent and relentless, dripping from her chin to the floor below. She did not make a sound, not a sob, not a cry, but the grief poured out of her all the same, heavy and raw, as if her soul itself had cracked open. Her posture remained upright, rigid, but everything inside her was collapsing. Everything rushed into Nova at once, flooding her chest, crushing her lungs, until her emotions could no longer stay buried. They exploded inside her. All the memories about Razeal she focused on. The image of him surfaced in her mind, Razeal standing firm, insisting on his innocence. Then another memory followed, far more unbearable, herself giving him punishment by herself. 100 lashes. Publicly, his screams echoing through the crowd as he begged, over and over, swearing he had not done it. Another memory surged forward, Razeal returning to the academy years later. Their first meeting. She remembered how she had approached him, expecting, hoping for something. Anger, bitterness, anything. Instead, she saw herself standing there, and Razeal looking straight past her, as if she did not even exist. The way he refused to acknowledge her presence. The way he would not call her sister. The disgust in his eyes when she tried to help. The way he rejected her help even knowing she could do anything for him. At the time, she had told herself he was being childish, petty, ungrateful. Now she understood. He had been right. Every bit of it. He would not call her his sister. He would not accept her help. There was only cold rejection and quiet disgust. And now she understood. He had been right. Completely right. She deserved every ounce of that hatred. She did not deserve his forgiveness. The memories did not stop. They overlapped, layered, merciless. More memories invaded her mind, this time not her own, but Selena's. Conversations she was never meant to hear. Truths hidden beneath deception. Nova saw Selena speaking with Celestia. She heard the truth spill out in voices Nova had trusted. She saw the real reason Celestia had lied. Celestia did not want Razeal as her fiancé. She wanted out. And accepting the accusations was the easiest way to break the engagement cleanly. Nova's jaw trembled. Then Selena's own truth surfaced. Her love. Her twisted, desperate reasoning. The belief that if Razeal was accused out with her, the engagement would be broken off quietly. She told herself that his name getting dirty would not matter as much because her own image was already very dirty. So both families would make a decision to bring them together so the face of both families could be saved. She could protect him from Celestia. She could marry him. She could keep everything inside the family. Nova watched Selena accuse him, not out of malice, but out of love so warped it became cruelty. And then, her conversation with Celestia again. Later, which was quite colder. Now, the words cut deeper than any blade. My dignity is more important than anything. That sentence echoed through Nova's mind again and again. Dignity. More important than her brother's life. Her brother's future. Her brother's soul. The memories kept coming. Each one heavier than the last. Each one tearing away another illusion Nova had clung to for years. Facts she had trusted. People she had believed. Judgments she had enforced. All lies. Every single one of them. Her brother. Her brother had been telling the truth. And she had been the one to punish him. Nova's body shook. Tears fell faster now, splashing against the stone floor beneath her. Her lips parted as if she wanted to scream, but no sound came out. The grief was too vast, too consuming, to be expressed with noise. Beside them, Marcella stood silently, hands clasped behind her back. She did not move or interrupt, but sadness slowly settled across her stern features, her eyes darkening as she watched Nova crumble. So it was true, huh? Sigh. The young master had been innocent. Marcella lowered her gaze. What a sad mistake. She glanced briefly at Selena, then back at Nova, at the tears, the shaking, the unbearable weight pressing down on her. Even you were wrong, my lady, Marcella thought quietly. Her thoughts drifted to one person only, the matriarch, the woman who ruled the household through fear and absolute authority. How would she react to this? Marcella's chest tightened just thinking about it. This was not just painful, it was devastating. The Virulent household had condemned its own heir, wrongfully, publicly, and cruelly. Marcella could already feel it, the subtle, ominous shift in the air, like the first tremor before an earthquake. Something irreversible had been set in motion. On the other side, Nova was still trapped inside the memories, still reliving every moment, every injustice, every scream she had ignored. This pain, this guilt, was worse than any torture she had ever endured. She had fought monsters, killed enemies, endured wounds that would have broken others, but none of it compared to this. Selena stood beneath Nova's hand, unmoving. Tears slid silently down her own face, soaking into the front of her robes. Her head remained bowed, shoulders trembling faintly. She could feel it too. Every memory Nova was seeing replayed inside her own mind. The lies, the fear, the choices she had made, the damage she had caused. It hurt. But alongside the pain, something else stirred. Relief. The crushing weight she had carried for so long, years of silence, guilt, and self-loathing, finally began to lift. The truth was out, at last. Fear followed close behind. Fear of what Nova would do. Fear of what the family would do. But there was hope too. Hope of what they would do if this misunderstanding was undone. A fragile, trembling hope. Maybe the family she had broken could finally see the truth. Maybe the misunderstanding that tore them apart was finally shattered. And maybe, just maybe, this painful honesty had opened a small chance for them to find their way back to each other. Nova was still moving through Selena's memories when she reached it, the meeting with Nancy, only a few hours old. The memory surfaced suddenly, vivid and sharp, as if it had been waiting for her. Nova did not hear every word at once. At first, it was the feeling that hit her, the tension in Selena's body, the heaviness in the air, the way guilt and exhaustion clung to her like a second skin. Then Nancy's voice cut through. Selena Luminous. The name carried weight. Yes, it was your fault that you lied. Yes, you framed someone for a disgusting, vile act. That part is yours. But it was not your fault that he was separated from his family. Nova's breath caught. Her thoughts stumbled, scrambling to process the words as Nancy continued, her voice calm, unwavering. They did not believe him. That was their fault. They did not believe him. Yes, it is indeed right. She did not. And he needed them. The sentence echoed in Nova's mind, repeating again and again, each time louder than before. It drowned out everything else in the memory. She could no longer focus, no longer move forward. The weight of it crashed down on her all at once, too heavy, too sudden. Even someone like her, someone people believed to be cold, detached, almost emotionless, had a limit. This was it. Nova could not take it anymore. Her hand slipped from Selena's head as the glow of her power vanished. Tears spilled freely from her eyes before she even realized she was crying. Her vision blurred, her throat tightening painfully. She took a step back. Then, without thinking, she moved. Nova crossed the distance in a single stride and crashed into Marcella, clutching her as if she were the only thing holding her upright. Her fingers twisted into Marcella's uniform, gripping tightly, desperately. And then the sound tore out of her. Ah ha ha ha. The scream filled the room, raw and broken. Tears poured down her face as she buried it into Marcella's chest, her shoulders shaking violently. Her cries were loud, unrestrained, the kind of sobs that came from deep inside, the kind that tore a person apart piece by piece. Yes, she did not run to look for Razeal. She did not lash out at Selena. She did not storm off in search of Celestia, nor did she bear the truth to the world in a fit of rage. She did none of it, because the sorrow crushing her chest was far heavier than anger could ever be. She could not. What had happened to her brother, what she had done to him, the way she had doubted him, wounded him, turned away when he needed her most, those truths pressed down on her until she could barely breathe. The realization was merciless. He had been right, and she had been wrong. So terribly, unforgivably wrong. Even she had wronged him. That was the part that shattered her. Nova, who from the outside seemed cold, detached, almost inhuman, was breaking apart from the inside. The sharp, emotionless mask she wore had never meant the absence of feeling. It was only armor. And now, that armor lay in pieces at her feet. Every restrained emotion, every buried softness, every unspoken regret came crashing down all at once. Her body trembled violently as the pain overwhelmed her. Her sobs were raw, torn straight from her chest, less like crying and more like wounded screams, full of anguish she could not contain. She clutched at herself as though trying to hold her shattered heart together, but nothing helped. The guilt gnawed at her relentlessly, leaving her helpless beneath its weight. She could not handle the truth. She could not survive it. Marcella saw all this without a word and gently wrapped her arms around Nova, pulling her close. She gently cradled Nova's head against her chest, one hand moving slowly through her hair, grounding her, sheltering her from the storm consuming her. Marcella knew her too well, knew how deep Nova felt, even when she pretended not to feel at all. Looking down at her now, at this broken, screaming figure shaking in her arms, Marcella could only sigh softly, not in frustration, but in sorrow. A heavy, knowing sigh, one filled with empathy, grief, and the painful understanding that there were wounds even strength could not mend. Nearby, Selena stood frozen. Her entire body trembled as she watched the scene unfold. She had never imagined seeing Nova like this. The woman she had always known as unyielding, terrifying, composed, even cruel, and sometimes mentally unstable, and crazy beyond reason, reduced to this fragile, shattered state. For a fleeting moment, Selena had truly believed Nova would kill her on the spot. She had prepared herself for that fate. But this was just totally different, but far more worse. Hearing those sorrowful, heart-rending cries from Nova, the same Nova who had cared for her so gently, who had protected her, who had made her feel safe as though she had an elder sister watching over her, it tore something apart inside Selena. The contrast was unbearable. The protector had fallen. The pillar had cracked. Tears streamed down Selena's face, blurring her vision. She had not wanted this. She had never wanted Nova to suffer, especially not because of her. And yet, standing there now, she knew she was part of the reason Nova had been pushed to this breaking point. She wanted to move. She wanted to say something, anything. But her feet would not obey, and her voice was trapped behind her sobs. All Selena could do was stand there, crying helplessly, watching the person she admired and loved most fall apart before her eyes, utterly unsure of what to do, or how to fix something that had already been broken beyond repair. Chapter 307. Slap. The sound cracked through the room like a whip. Selena's head snapped violently to the side as pain exploded across her face. The force behind the blow was brutal, so strong that her skin burned instantly, fingers imprinting themselves clearly against her cheek. A thin line of blood welled where the skin had broken, trickling slowly downward. Her face flushed an angry red, heat radiating from the impact. Yet Selena did not cry out. She did not lift her head nor look back. She simply stood there, tears spilling silently from her eyes, accepting the strike without resistance as if she believed she deserved every ounce of it. Nova's hand trembled as she lowered it. "I never imagined you could do something like this," Nova said, her voice shaking, raw with fury. "Never." Her chest rose and fell unevenly, breath sharp, unsteady. Rage, grief, guilt, every emotion she had tried to suppress came crashing together, twisting inside her until she could barely tell one from another. "But not only did you do it," Nova continued, her voice rising, breaking, "you hid it from me." She took a step forward, eyes burning. "I protected you. I stood by you like an older sister protecting someone who had been wronged. All these years." Her voice faltered for half a second, then hardened again. "And you turned out to be a snake." The words left her mouth like venom. Nova had cried for nearly 10 minutes before this, collapsed into Marcella's arms, screaming until her throat burned, until her body shook so violently she could barely stand. Only now, after forcing herself to breathe, after clawing back some fragile control, could she even speak. Crying would not fix anything. The truth was out now, and something had to be done. Selena finally spoke, her voice barely audible. "I never wanted him to suffer," she said. Her words shook, fragile as glass. "You have seen my memories. You know why I did it." Her hands curled into her dress as if gripping onto the last threads of herself. "I am so sorry." She swallowed hard, her throat aching. "I will accept any punishment," she continued quietly, "even death. I will not ask for forgiveness or mercy, nor will I make excuses for what I did or why I did it." Her knees suddenly gave out. Selena fell forward, crashing onto the cold floor, the sound echoing painfully through the room. She knelt there, head bowed so low her chin nearly touched her chest, tears dripping onto the stone beneath her. "I only ask for one thing," she whispered. Her shoulders shook. "Please, bring Razeal back." Her hands pressed against the floor as if grounding herself. "He has suffered enough because of me," she said, voice breaking completely now. "Please, give him back the love and the family he lost because of what I did." She did not look up. "Just save him." There was no desperation left in her voice, only exhaustion. A quiet, hollow plea. Selena felt no will to live anymore, no hope for herself. The only thing keeping her upright was this single, fragile wish, to undo even a fraction of the damage she had caused. She knew it was impossible, but she had to try. That was why she had come here despite Celestia's silence, despite Nancy's warnings. This was her last hope. The truth had to be known, no matter how ugly it was. If there was even the smallest chance that Nova could fix what had been broken, she had to take it. And now she took it. Nova stood over her, fists clenched so tightly her nails bit into her palms. Tear stains were still visible on her face. Her breathing was controlled now but barely. Her royal purple eyes trembled violently, the fury in them barely restrained, swirling with grief, so deep it threatened to consume her. She stared down at Selena's bowed form. Pathetic. That was the word that burned in her mind. Yet the more Selena spoke, the harder it became to breathe. Nova said nothing. Not a single word. Her body shook as she fought the urge to lash out, to kill, to destroy, to end the source of her pain standing right in front of her. She could feel her killing intent rising, sharp and suffocating, aimed directly at Selena. Selena felt it too. The pressure was unmistakable, but she did not flinch. She did not move. She remained kneeling, silent, waiting. She meant every word she had said. If Nova decided to kill her, she would accept it. Nova had every right to do so. The room felt like it was holding its breath. Killing her would be a mistake, young lady. There would be serious repercussions, Marcella continued evenly. The luminous family. The church. Her death would not end here. It would ignite conflicts far beyond this room. Marcella spoke from behind, her voice low but firm. She had been watching Nova closely, and was surprised by how well she was holding herself. Nova had not done anything drastic yet. Marcella had been ready to step in at the slightest sign of loss of control, fully expecting emotion to take over. As vice commander of the virulent household, Marcella could not allow a matter this sensitive to be handled so casually. Even now, she stood alert, hands clasped behind her back, prepared to intervene if necessary. Let the matriarch return, Marcella said directly. She will decide the right course of action. This is a delicate matter. Her tone carried respect, but it was hollow. Beneath it, her distrust was clear. In her eyes, Nova was not yet someone worthy of making decisions of this scale on behalf of the household. Nova heard Marcella's words, but did not react immediately. The killing intent that had filled the air only a moment ago folded back into her without warning, as if it had never existed. The pressure vanished so completely that the sudden absence felt almost louder than its presence had been. I do not care about her family, Nova said at last, her voice even. Too even. Or the conflicts that would come after killing her. She paused, then continued calmly, almost casually. If I wanted to kill her, you would not be able to stop me. Trust me. Nova turned her head. She looked directly at Marcella. Their eyes met. Nova's gaze was empty. Not cold rage. Not madness. Not the familiar wild glint that always appeared when she lost control, or when bloodshed excited her. There was no fire, no instability, no emotion at all. Just a still, hollow stare that reflected nothing back. Marcella narrowed her eyes. She had never seen Nova look like this. Normally, when Nova was angry, it was obvious. Her eyes burned. Her smile twisted. There was always that unmistakable spark of insanity that made it clear she meant every threat she uttered. It was terrifying, yes, but it was also predictable. This was different. For the first time since she had met Nova, since birth she had never seen her like this. She looked utterly serious, which is not like Nova at all. Marcella felt unsettled in a way she could not explain. The absence of emotion made her feel weirder more than any violent outburst ever had. It felt deliberate, controlled, final, dangerous. Nova did not blink, frown, or even smile. She simply stared. Marcella felt weirder the more she stared at her. Something about that emptiness pressed against her nerves, whispering that this Nova was far more serious than the one she thought she understood. This was not a woman driven by rage. This was someone who had already made a decision, and would see it through no matter the cost. Marcella frowned, her brows knitting together, as she tried to rationalize the unease crawling under her skin. She felt threatened. This should not be possible, she told herself. Nova was still far from her level, far from her reach. This reaction did not make sense. This cannot be, Marcella thought silently, shaking her head as if to clear the feeling away. Nova broke eye contact first. She turned her gaze downward, looking at Selena's unconscious form on the ground. Keep her alive, Nova said. Her tone did not change. Make sure she does not kill herself. Marcella blinked, momentarily thrown off. And if anyone from her family or the church comes for her, Nova continued, stop them. Reject them directly. She paused, then added, her voice flat and absolute. If they try to force it, erase them. The words were delivered without emphasis, without malice. As though she were giving instructions to clean a room or lock a door. Marcella stared at her. Oh, she had expected many things. Violence. A declaration of war. Perhaps Nova ripping Selena apart with her own hands and going crazy. But this was definitely not one of them. Gentle orders. No execution. No bloodshed. And this, coming from the woman who now knew Selena was directly responsible for the destruction of her brother's life. Marcella felt genuine surprise flicker across her face before she could hide it. Keeping Selena alive would not be difficult. Preventing her from killing herself was well within her ability. Even denying her family and the church access could be handled quietly. But she could not understand Nova's intention. She glanced at Nova from the corner of her eye, studying her profile. The way she stood straight, shoulders relaxed, as if nothing weighed on her at all. Did Nova go easy on her? Because she still cared. Because Selena was like a little sister to her once. Is she getting soft? The thought crept in uninvited. Marcella looked down at Selena again, her expression unreadable. Still, she did not voice the question. Nova noticed her gaze. Nova turned her head slightly, enough for Marcella to see her expression. She shook her head once, slowly, dismissively. You really think I am that stupid? Nova said quietly. Marcella did not answer. I did not build an intelligence organization by being sentimental, Nova continued. I can afford to be crazy about things that do not matter. I can act however I want when it is just me. Her voice lowered. But this is my brother. This is more important to me than any of my emotions, feelings. That was all it took. The air shifted. Killing her will not solve anything, Nova said. I need her alive. I need her breathing. She turned her gaze forward again. I need to prove my brother's innocence first. To give back everything I took from him. Only then did something flicker behind her eyes. Not anger. Resolve. Prepare everyone for war. Marcella straightened. Tell them to stay alert at all times. No exceptions, Nova continued, already turning away. I want information on every faction nearby. Their weaknesses, their secrets, their internal fractures. She stopped for half a breath. And include the Imperial family. That made Marcella's eyes widen slightly. Gather everything we have secretly been gathering, and put them together in a detailed report. Nova did not look back as she began walking toward the gates. The heavy doors loomed ahead, bathed in dim torchlight. Each step echoed against stone, steady and unhurried. Seeing her about to leave, Marcella spoke before she could stop herself. Are you going to look for your brother now? Nova halted. She did not turn immediately. No, she said. The word was quiet, but firm. I will not stand in front of him, Nova continued, her back still to Marcella, until I can prove Razeal's innocence in front of everyone. Her hands curled slowly at her sides. And until they both are kneeling before him. Nova turned her head just enough for her profile to be visible. For him to kill, Nova said calmly. Silence stretched. I do not have the right to apologize to him yet, she went on. Not until I fix this. Her voice faltered just slightly. How would I even face him otherwise? I do not have the face to even look at him, going empty-handed, not to say I deserve to be called sister. He was right, I have lost that right. She paused mid-sentence, as if the words had caught in her throat. But I will earn it back, even if I have to burn this whole empire down for that, she said now, a crazy glint in her gaze. Marcella just stared down at her, not saying anything. Her expression was blank but definitely concerned about something now. Still she did not say anything about this part, rather asked something which she did not get. These two, Marcella asked slowly, obviously referring to Nova's statement seconds ago. She, Nova said, meaning Selena, and Celestia. Marcella heard Nova's words. Her words clicked into place with a quiet, unsettling finality. Her eyes narrowed slowly as understanding crept in, piece by piece, rearranging everything she thought she knew. The Imperial Princess had lied. She had been the one to judge him. Did she give him the wrong judgment? If that was true, then the situation was not merely unjust, it was catastrophic. This was not a simple political conflict or a case of misunderstanding. This was far worse. Marcella exhaled slowly through her nose, her gaze sharpening as she looked ahead. This goes deeper than it ever should have. Nova stopped. She turned slightly, her attention shifting back to Selena, who was still kneeling on the cold stone floor. Her posture had not changed even once. Head bowed, shoulders stiff, as if she were afraid to face Nova. Nova's voice cut through the silence. And from today onwards, she said coldly, you are no longer the sister I took you for. The words landed like a blade. Selena's body jerked. Just a sharp, involuntary shudder, as if something inside her had snapped. She did not raise her head or look up. Her hands clenched tighter against the fabric of her clothes, knuckles whitening as more tears spilled free, dropping soundlessly onto the stone beneath her. I am really sorry, Selena whispered. Her voice was hoarse, trembling, barely holding together. Each word sounded like it scraped its way out of her throat. I am really sorry. Nova did not turn back. Not even for a second. She did not acknowledge the apology, nor slowed her steps. She did not offer a single glance of recognition. She walked past her as if she were already a ghost. Marcella watched the scene unfold, unease tightening her chest. The silence Nova left behind felt heavier than any shouting ever could. Where are you going? The question slipped out before Marcella could stop herself. She was not afraid of Nova's reaction, but she was worried. Nova paused near the exit. To look for Nancy, she replied. Marcella was confused. Nova continued, her voice steady but sharp with intent. From Selena's memories just now, I saw something she did not even realize she revealed. Nancy knows about something important. Nova turned her head slightly, just enough to show her profile. Razeal is in serious danger. I need to know what she knows, Nova went on. And I need to deal with it first. Her fingers curled at her side, controlled but tense. His protection comes before everything. There was no mistaking her priority. Razeal's safety stood above everything else, untouched by guilt, anger, or pride. What unsettled Nova most was not just the danger itself, but the implication behind it. Nancy knew the truth. Selena had not told her, and Celestia certainly would not have. Yet Nancy had seen through the lie when even Nova and their mother had failed to do so. That alone meant she understood something deeper, something hidden. And when Nancy spoke of Razeal being in danger, fear had been written openly across her face. Not suspicion, not judgment, fear. After saying no more, Nova turned and left. Her footsteps faded down the hall, leaving Marcella standing alone in the heavy silence. Slowly, she lowered her gaze to Selena, still kneeling where she had been left, broken and unmoving. Marcella exhaled through her nose, thoughts turning inward. What does the Dragonweaver family have to do with this now? The question lingered, unanswered. She shook her head once, setting it aside. That was Nova's path to walk. For now, she had orders and she would carry them out. Razeal was her family as well. If he had been wronged, then preparations were inevitable. More than inevitable, necessary. The matriarch would want the same. Marcella was certain of it. Perhaps Nova was too. Perhaps she was already waiting for the moment she could return with Razeal, truth in hand, and let judgment fall upon everyone who had hurt him. Still, worry gnawed at Marcella's thoughts. Nova going to Nancy meant stepping dangerously close to the Dragonweaver estate. And Nova's history with Duchess Arabella was anything but peaceful. A single misstep could ignite something far larger than intended. Still, the only thing to give her relief was that Nancy did not seem like an enemy. At least not from Nova's tone. If anything, she might be the one person who could help. Marcella let out a quiet breath and straightened, forcing her concern down. Whatever storm Nova stirred, no one would dare kill her. Not that it is easy to kill her in the first place. Not to say that after the breakthrough Nova had made during their recent training, Her strength was no longer something to underestimate. She would be fine. At least that was what Marcella chose to believe. Of course, not taking Arabella into the list, Nova's strength was still far from that level after all. But still, maybe running could be possible. Chapter 308. Dragonweaver Castle. Please, this way, madam. The woman speaking wore a strict, crimson-red uniform, the Dragonweaver crest embroidered proudly over her chest. She extended her arm in a practiced, respectful gesture, her posture flawless despite the urgency in her movements. She led the way at a hurried pace through the castle corridors, her steps sharp and controlled, yet the faint sheen of sweat on her forehead betrayed her true state of mind. Why has this psychopath come here? The thought screamed in the guard's head as she dared a glance over her shoulder. Nova Virulin followed behind her in absolute silence, her expression unreadable, her presence suffocating. There was no visible hostility, no overt killing intent, but that, somehow, made it worse. Just minutes ago, Nova had descended from the air and struck the main gates of Dragonweaver Castle with such force that the shockwave rattled the entire fortress. For a terrifying moment, every guard believed they were under invasion. Alarms rang. Battle formations were deployed. The castle had gone into full war alert. Then recognition struck. This, rather than making it calm, turned the situation into chaos. Nova Virulin is at the gate. Panic spread faster than fire. Orders were shouted. Mages took positions. Dragon Knights braced themselves for a fight they knew they could not win. The name alone was enough to make seasoned veterans pale. After all, she could just blow one whistle, and the whole Virulin household assassination unit would be here. They were more than a little worried. Fortunately for them, Nova had not attacked. She had asked calmly to meet the Dragonweaver matriarch. No threats. No demands. Just words. I came to talk, not to fight. No one believed her, of course. Belief did not matter when refusal was not an option. Knowing she is crazy does not help anything either. In the end, one woman stepped forward. Brave, foolish, or simply resigned, she volunteered to guide Nova inside. Someone had to. Everyone else was more than willing to let her have the honor. Outwardly, she maintained her composure. Inside, her heart pounded so violently she was certain Nova could hear it. She had already discreetly signaled another guard ahead, an urgent message sent straight to the matriarch. Whatever happened next, at least the castle would not be caught unprepared. After what felt like an eternity, they stopped. We are here, madam, the guard said, bowing slightly as she gestured toward a massive gate towering nearly 20 feet high. The doors stood open, revealing the chamber beyond. Nova did not answer. She did not acknowledge the guard, nor did she slow her pace. She simply walked past, her footsteps echoing as she crossed the threshold. The moment Nova disappeared inside, the guard sagged slightly, wiping the sweat from her brow with the back of her hand. That went well, she muttered under her breath, forcing a weak laugh. And people say she has mood swings every 30 seconds. She straightened again, trying to convince herself. Maybe she is in a good mood. Maybe I am just really good at handling dangerous animals. With that thought, she turned and retreated to her post. Whatever happened next was no longer her concern. That burden belonged to the matriarch now. Nova stepped fully into the chamber. It was enormous, a vast training hall carved from reinforced gray marble, its surface scorched and cracked in places. The stone glowed faintly red, still holding on to heat, as though intense combat had taken place mere moments ago. The air felt heavy, saturated with lingering mana and pressure. Her eyes swept the room in one smooth motion. Two figures stood at its center, engaged in quiet conversation. One of them immediately stood out. A man with long, flowing crimson hair fell past his shoulders, like fire frozen mid-motion. His gaze was sharp and fierce, burning with intensity and tinged with a faint orange glow. He wore metallic orange armor that gleamed under the hall light, a long red cape draped behind him like the banner of a conqueror. He looked like something pulled straight from the dreams of countless young nobles, a heroic prince astride a white steed, arriving to save the world. The so-called chosen one. The lovely protagonist who had finally emerged from his long recovery. A recovery he needed because of his all-around best friend, Razeal, Aryan Dragonweaver. She did not care about his face or anything else. What caught her attention, which made her eyes narrow, was the mana. It was leaking from him, not subtly, not carefully. It poured from his body in waves. Nova could feel it even from a distance, the oppressive heat, the sheer density of power pressing against her senses. Her keen perception pierced straight through the surface, and what she saw made her raise one eyebrow in surprise. Two mana pools. One sat where it always should, deep within the core of his being. The other pulsed unnaturally at his heart. Her gaze sharpened. The heat radiating from him was not just elemental. It was overwhelming, unstable, and far more potent than it had been even 1 month ago. The difference was staggering. Sky and earth did not begin to describe it. Dragon heart. Nova did not need more than a heartbeat to understand what she was seeing. The moment her senses brushed against Arian's presence, the truth unfolded almost automatically in her mind. Two mana pools. One where it should be, deep within the core of his being, and another, unnaturally close to his heart. That alone was enough to raise alarms in most people. Nova was not most people. No, not only a dragon heart, she thought, her gaze sharpening almost imperceptibly. There was something else too, something layered beneath the raw mana output. His body radiated heat, not wild, not chaotic, but dense and persistent, as though his very flesh had learned to burn without consuming itself. Even standing still, Arian was drawing mana and heat from the environment around him. It flowed into him naturally, greedily, like air into a flame-starved furnace. A constitution, Nova realized. A strong one at that too. It was not awakened by chance. It was not shallow or borrowed. This was something deeply rooted, something that had fused itself to his body. Fire or heat related, maybe. She could not tell the exact nature yet, but the effect was undeniable. With every passing second, his presence felt heavier and seemed to be getting stronger. He was growing even as he stood there. The difference between the Aryan she remembered and the one before her was stark. It was not a gradual change. It was the kind of leap that split a person's life in two, before and after. Yet, despite all of that, Nova did not linger on him. She did not feel threatened or impressed. She barely felt interested. Her eyes slid past him almost immediately, moving toward the person she had actually come to see. Nova was painfully aware of her own reputation. She knew better than anyone that if she wanted to meet Nancy directly, she would not be allowed to. Not after what had happened days ago. The Dragonweaver family would be on full guard toward Nancy, and even if not, in truth, most noble families kept their children far away from her anyway. No one wanted Nova Virulin anywhere near their heirs. If she wanted answers, there was only one path. She would deal with the heads of the family themselves. Only through this way would she be able to reach Nancy, and even then, it would be under watchful eyes, in the open, surrounded by guardians strong enough to intervene if Nova decided to snap. No one trusts her. Fair enough, she thought. I am happy you succeeded, Arabella Dragonweaver said, her hand coming to rest on Arian's shoulder. Her lips curved into a proud grin, and for a brief moment, the wild crimson of her eyes softened with genuine recognition. She was pleased. Deeply so. Arian nodded, though the expression on his face lacked the pride one might expect. Thanks, mother. Then, almost immediately, his brows furrowed. But, where is Nova, he asked, the worry slipping into his voice before he could stop it. Arian's voice was calm, yet there was no pride on his face. None at all. Instead, faint worry lingered in his eyes, etched too deeply to hide. Beneath that calm exterior, his heart was still suffering. The secret poison embedded within his draconic heart, the one Razeal had given him, had nearly destroyed him. After that humiliation, he had thrown himself into brutal training. Not out of ambition, but shame. Rage. The unbearable feeling of being powerless. He had not even been able to fight his own battle. Worse, he had been manipulated so easily, led like a fool into someone else's design. He took so much painful effort not to speak of it, not to let even a hint of that agony escape his lips. The poison had burned him from the inside out, devouring his strength, his pride, his sense of self. Every breath during that time had felt like punishment. Still, he endured it. Now, the poison was gone. His body was stronger, far stronger than before. Anyone could see that much. But happiness? No, that never came. Just as he emerged from his training, still trying to steady himself, he learned something else, something that nearly shattered his restraint. Someone had tried to rape his sister. It was a good thing she got saved, which made him relieved. Yet, the irony was not lost on him. The very person who had humiliated him had also saved his sister. When he heard someone had tried to rape her, his blood had turned cold. The relief that followed, knowing she had been saved, had left him shaken, conflicted. The same man who had crushed him had also done something he would never forget. I will have to thank him, Arian admitted to himself. He meant it. He had only just returned, barely informed of the full details. He had shown his progress to his mother, demonstrated the strange new constitution he himself did not fully understand. When Arabella had explained it to him, he had actually been worried at first. A power that harmed its wielder was never a blessing. But now reassured, his thoughts returned to the one person he had not seen yet. His sister. Well, Arabella said slowly, her smile flickering as she sensed a familiar presence approaching. I will tell you, but it seems you will need to wait. Arian blinked. Wait. For what? Her smile widened. Far more than it should have. We have a guest. A guest. Arian followed his mother's gaze, finally turning toward the entrance of the hall. He had been so absorbed in his own recovery, his own thoughts, that he had not even noticed someone entering. The moment he saw her, his expression collapsed. His lips twitched. What is this crazy woman doing here? Nova Virulin walked toward them, calm and silent, her presence alone warping the atmosphere of the hall. Arian's instincts screamed at him to step back, and he listened. He moved without thinking, retreating half a step, instinctively placing distance between himself and her. Not out of fear, exactly, but self-preservation. Arian was many things, but he was not stupid. Nothing good ever came from getting involved in Nova Virulin's business. He knew that much. Strength did not mean recklessness. Being powerful did not mean slamming your head into a mountain just to prove you could. That kind of thinking was reserved for lunatics, and Nova was frighteningly close to fitting that category. Let mother handle her, he decided instantly. Arabella was the only person he could think of who might actually match Nova's madness. Two dangerous women meeting in the same room. Arian resisted the urge to turn around and walk out. Instead, he stayed where he was, standing quietly behind his mother, praying that these two women would ignore his presence entirely. He did not want to be involved. Oh, what do you want now? Arabella Dragonweaver, though, did not even bother hiding her amusement. She leaned slightly forward as she spoke, one hand resting lazily on her hip, the other gesturing in the air as if Nova's very presence were an entertaining inconvenience. Even coming all the way to my castle, she continued, her lips curling into a grin that bordered on feral. If this is about declaring war again, I would like to say no in advance. I am terrified. Her tone made it painfully clear that she was anything but. Her long crimson hair flowed freely down her back, catching the light as she moved, the vivid red strands shifting with every subtle motion of her body. She wore a tight red and white combat uniform, designed less for modesty and more for dominance. The fabric clung to her form unapologetically, emphasizing every sharp line and powerful curve. When she turned toward Nova, the movement made her chest rise and fall noticeably, the fabric stretching in a way that was impossible to ignore. She smirked, wild, unrestrained, and very deliberately provocative. Nova's gaze followed the motion without expression. Her eyes tracked the brief movement of Arabella's chest with clinical indifference, then lifted calmly to meet the Dragonweaver matriarch's face. A face Nova privately categorized as extremely punchable. But she did not react. Not even a twitch. She was not here for games. "I am here for your daughter," Nova said flatly. "I need to meet her." There was no hesitation, no polite phrasing or request. It was a statement. Arabella blinked once slowly, then crossed her arms beneath her chest, her smirk widening as she looked Nova up and down with exaggerated scrutiny. "You want my daughter," she repeated. Then she laughed, a low, amused sound. "Wow, that is definitely not how you ask for someone's hand." She tilted her head, feigning thoughtful consideration. "And let me tell you what you are doing wrong," Arabella continued cheerfully. "First, go back. Second, ask your mother to put you back where she got you out from. Third, tell her that this time she should have a boy." She tapped her own temple with a finger. "And maybe ask her to screw a few bolts in here too. Yours seem to be missing. Or maybe they were never installed in the first place." Her grin turned sharper. "I mean, seriously, what is going on in that head of yours? I always knew you would never get a man, but coming after my daughter, that is just wrong." She spread her arms dramatically, as if presenting an undeniable truth to the room. Arian immediately raised a hand to his face. "Why," he thought grimly, "was I born to this woman?" He pinched the bridge of his nose, already regretting every life decision that had led him to witness this. Why can she never just talk normally? And worse, why is she intentionally provoking this crazy woman? Arian took another small step back, instinct screaming at him. This was exactly how people died. Nova, meanwhile, did not react. Not a flicker, not a shift in posture, not even a tightening of her jaw. "I am serious," she said, her voice colder now, stripped of any tolerance. "I have something important to discuss with her, and I am not in the mood for this bullshit." Her gaze sharpened. "So do not." Arabella rubbed her chin theatrically, humming as though she were considering a complicated proposal, rather than being threatened by one of the most dangerous women alive. "Well," she said lightly, "I can see that you are very serious about my daughter. But again, I am her mother. I cannot just hand her over to anyone." Her eyes flicked deliberately over Nova's body. "I need to check your qualifications first." She leaned forward slightly, her voice dropping into a suggestive murmur. "Let us see how good you are in bed. I will judge whether you are satisfactory enough. If you pass, maybe I will consider it." Arabella licked her lips slowly, eyes glittering with mischief. "And oh," she added, tilting her head, "I still wonder, is it purple down there too?" She winked. The room went still. Nova stared at her, dead eyes, empty, utterly devoid of humor. The last threads of patience she had brought with her snapped quietly. "I will ask you one last time," Nova said, her voice dangerously calm. "Tell me where she is." Her hand moved slowly to the hilt of the sword at her waist. "Or there will be consequences." Arian flinched. Without thinking, his own hand went to his weapon, fingers curling around the grip as adrenaline surged. His heart pounded. He did not want to fight, but he definitely did not want to die either. Arabella noticed everything. The shift in Nova's posture, the restraint, the way she was not exploding the way she usually did. Her smile softened, not in mockery this time, but in curiosity. All right, Arabella said, lifting both hands. "I was joking." She studied Nova more carefully now, her crimson eyes narrowing. "But seriously," she added, her tone shifting, "I have never seen you hold yourself back like this. What happened?" Her voice dropped. "What do you want with my daughter?" Nova did not hesitate. "It is about my brother," she said. Her voice was calm, but there was weight behind it now. Not anger, not threat, something heavier. "She knows something about him, something important, and I need to ask her about it." Nova met Arabella's eyes directly. "And do not worry," she added. "I mean no harm to your daughter." She paused for a brief moment, then continued, her patience thinning. "I do not want to waste my time. So let us not play these stupid games. I am not in the mood today. Really, not." The hall fell quiet. Arabella studied Nova closely. Really studied her this time. The mocking grin faded. The wild provocation drained from her expression, replaced by something more calculating. Arabella had lived long enough, fought enough battles, and raised enough monsters to recognize when someone was not bluffing. This was not a threat. This was urgency. And it involved her brother. Arabella exhaled slowly. Her memories were stirring. That boy had saved Nancy. Maybe he told her something, Arabella thought. Something she did not tell me. The idea unsettled her. Still, she did not sense malice from Nova. "All right," Arabella said at last. "You can meet her." Nova did not relax. "But," Arabella added, lifting a finger, "you will not force her to say anything she does not want to." Her gaze sharpened. "That is non-negotiable. I only want to know what she knows," Nova replied immediately. "Nothing more." Arabella did not argue. She snapped her fingers once. The sound echoed sharply through the hall. The air rippled. A man appeared instantly, dropping to one knee before her as if pulled from existence itself. His presence was overwhelming, thick with a draconic aura, dense and ancient. He wore full body armor etched with dragon sigils, each line glowing faintly as if alive. Nancy's guardian. The one Arabella had chosen personally after the previous ones had failed her. Bring Nancy, Arabella said, looking down at him. The guardian did not move. Silence stretched. Arabella frowned. Slowly, she lowered her gaze, irritation flashing in her crimson eyes. What? She asked. The guardian remained still, head bowed. Young Lady Nancy, he said respectfully, ordered me not to follow her. She stated she had important business to attend to. Arabella's brows knitted. And she also specifically ordered me not to inform you, matriarch. The air changed. Arabella's eyes flared. You, before she could finish, a quiet voice cut in. How can you be so careless? Nova's gaze had shifted to Arabella. There was no accusation in her tone, just blunt disappointment. She just went through the incident, Nova continued. And you let her move freely. Arabella stiffened. That hit harder than any insult. Mother, Arian spoke up, frowning too. He had stepped forward slightly now, worry etched clearly across his face. What does he mean? Arabella did not answer him. Her expression darkened completely, the earlier confidence gone in an instant. Find her, she ordered sharply, eyes blazing as she looked back at the kneeling guardian. Now, her voice cracked like a whip. Find her wherever she is. Yes, matriarch. The guardian vanished instantly, his presence dissolving into nothing. Arabella clenched her fists. This was her fault. She had ordered him to follow every one of Nancy's commands without question. That was on her, not the guardian. But why would Nancy do this? Why would she deliberately disappear, especially after what had happened to her? Arabella's jaw tightened. A familiar unease crept into her chest. And then, a face surfaced in her mind. White hair, white eyes. A boy who had smiled calmly while calling himself one of the three supreme gods. Arabella's breath caught. Her instincts screamed. No. Her fingers trembled slightly before she curled them into a fist, forcing herself to remain composed. No need, Nova said suddenly. Arabella looked at her. I will find her, Nova continued. She shook her head once. I will be faster. There was no arrogance in her voice, just certainty. Nova Virulin commanded one of the strongest intelligence networks in the world. If anyone could trace a disappearance quickly, it was her. Arabella did not argue. She only nodded once. 10 minutes later, they stood before a portal. This is where she entered yesterday, Nova said, her gaze fixed on the swirling gateway before them. The portal pulsed faintly, its surface rippling like disturbed water. Runes etched into the surrounding stone glowed dimly, unstable. Arabella's face drained of color as recognition struck. The same portal. The very same one tied to the incident that had nearly destroyed her daughter. Without a word, Arabella stepped forward and walked straight into it. Mother, Arian moved instantly. He did not hesitate even 1 second before following her inside. Nova watched them go. Then she stepped forward as well. The portal swallowed them whole. The moment they crossed over, the air changed. Heavier and colder. The snow. Chapter 309. To the portal. Air-ranked portal. The land of ice. The moment they stepped through the portal, the cold hit them like a living thing. A vast white world stretched endlessly in every direction. Snow blanketed the land in uneven layers, some thin and wind-swept, others piled thick and heavy, as though the earth itself had been buried under repeated storms. Jagged ice formations rose from the ground like frozen spears, their surfaces reflecting pale light back into the sky. The air was sharp, biting, carrying a silence so deep it felt unnatural. Nova's boots sank slightly into the snow as she took a few slow steps forward. Her eyes moved constantly, scanning the terrain not just with sight, but with senses far deeper than vision. This place has seen a fight, she said calmly. She stood at the very edge of a massive crater carved into the frozen ground. The snow around it had been blasted away, exposing fractured ice and scorched earth beneath. A sword slash meters wide cut through the land in a straight line, tearing the terrain open as if the world itself had been split apart. The snow is shallow here, Nova continued, crouching slightly and brushing her fingers across the ground. It has not had time to settle. Whatever happened, it was not long ago. Arabella closed her eyes. In an instant, her presence expanded. Vast, overwhelming, sovereign. Invisible waves of power rolled outward from her body, sweeping across the frozen world. The land responded to her will. Every living and non-living thing laid bare under her perception. Monsters, beasts, lingering mana trails, everything within range revealed itself. Her brow furrowed. I cannot sense her, Arabella said slowly, disbelief creeping into her voice. Not within 20,000 kilometers, that is. She opened her eyes, crimson gaze sharp and focused. But if Nancy entered this portal yesterday, she should not be able to reach that distance. Not in this time frame, which is definitely not possible with her strength. There was nothing. No aura. No presence. Not even the faintest echo. It was as if Nancy had never been here at all. Arian stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the massive sword mark tearing through the land. His expression tightened. But this is her sword style, he said. I recognize it. He walked closer to the slash, crouching beside it. His fingers traced the edges of the damage, feeling the familiar flow of power embedded in the strike. I remember teaching her this sword slash, he said quietly. Breath of the Ancients, 4th form. Sky Talon drop. The name hung heavily in the frozen air. A moment later, Arian leapt down into the crater. Snow scattered beneath his boots as he landed. His eyes scanned the broken ground until something caught his attention. This. He bent down and picked it up. A sword handle. Only the hilt remained. The blade itself was gone, shattered beyond recovery. Cracks ran through the metal, the remnants still faintly warm with lingering mana. Arian's fingers tightened around it. This is her sword, he said firmly. She was definitely here. Arabella's frown deepened. But she is not now, she said. And that is the problem. Her gaze swept the landscape again, searching for any anomaly, any distortion. Nothing. She does not have the strength to travel that far in a single day, Arabella continued, frustration seeping into her voice. Not even close. Then maybe, Arian hesitated. Maybe she left the portal after the fight. But Nova shook her head immediately. No, she did not. Nova straightened from the crater's edge, her eyes narrowing. Intelligence reports confirm it, she said. She was seen entering this portal, but never exiting it. She paused, then added, wait here. Before either of them could respond, Nova vanished. Not teleported. Not displaced. Just blinding speed. The air where she had stood rippled faintly, then settled. Arabella and Arian were left alone in the vast frozen silence. Arian broke it first. Did Nancy try to contact you, he asked, concern threading into his voice despite his effort to stay composed. Arabella shook her head slowly. No. She brought her hand up, biting lightly against her finger, an unconscious habit, when she was thinking too hard, worrying too much. Something is wrong, she muttered. If she could have contacted me, she would have. Her eyes darkened as a familiar face surfaced in her mind. White hair, wide-eyed boy. Riven. He said her fate was inevitable, Arabella said under her breath. That it had to happen. Her worry sharpened into something far more dangerous. Fear. Is he playing games with her, she whispered. Is this his doing? The thought of something happening to her daughter sent a sharp spike of agitation through her chest. Her power stirred unconsciously, the air around her heating slightly despite the freezing world. Arian clenched his jaw. She might already be injured. She definitely pushed herself to bring this much power out, looking from the marks left behind, he said. And if she really pushed herself that much, there would surely be backlash. Severe backlash. Before Arabella could respond, Nova reappeared in a flash. This time, she was not alone. In her grasp was a man. A large, heavily built figure clad entirely in black metallic armor. His skin, what little was visible, had the same unnatural sheen, like polished obsidian. His body hung limply, dazed, unresponsive. Nova held him by the head, her fingers gripping his skull, as if it weighed nothing. Her palm glowed faintly purple. Mental energy. Using some mental abilities of hers, obviously. I have read his memories, Nova said calmly. Her voice was even, controlled, but there was a sharpness beneath it, a dangerous clarity. He is the same one who helped Rangard attempt to rape your daughter. The words landed like a blade. Well, Nova continued, unfazed, there is one interesting thing. He was killed by Razeal. She tightened her grip slightly. The man twitched, a low, broken sound escaping his throat. But somehow, Nova went on, he revived yesterday right after Nancy entered this portal. Arabella's pupils constricted. He fought her in that moment, but she was unable to escape him due to this man's ability, Nova said. Well, the good thing is she is safe. She escaped when he was unable to defeat her. Maybe she hid herself somewhere in the forest. He continued pursuing her afterward, even though there was no logical reason to do so. Nova's eyes narrowed, focusing inward as she recalled what she had seen. There is an alteration in his mind, she said slowly. A forced directive. Someone planted the thought, the compulsion to chase and rape Nancy. It appeared immediately after his resurrection. She lifted her gaze, meeting Arabella's eyes directly. This is not a coincidence. Someone is targeting your daughter. Silence. Nova continued, methodical, relentless. And whoever it is, they can bring the dead back to life. She paused, letting that sink in. That might also explain why you cannot sense her presence, Nova added. And why she is unable to contact anyone. Her conclusion was simple. Terrifying. Someone is interfering directly. The air exploded. A surge of killing intent erupted from Arian without warning, raw and violent. His aura flared instinctively, power bursting from his body, like a storm breaking its restraints. The temperature around him spiked instantly. Snow within several meters evaporated into steam, hissing violently as it vanished. His eyes locked onto the man in Nova's grasp. Arian's voice shook, thick with rage. He tried to. His hand flew to the hilt of his sword, fingers trembling as power coursed through his veins. Every instinct screamed at him to move, to cut, to erase the thing daring to exist after even thinking of his sister. But he did not move. He forced himself still, jaw clenched so tightly his teeth ached. Information mattered more than vengeance. Nancy mattered more than bloodlust. Still, the killing intent poured off him in waves, uncontrollable, violent, the mark of a dragon barely holding back its fury. Nova did not even glance his way. Neither did Arabella. To them, Arian's outburst was background noise, irrelevant compared to what they were facing. Arabella's expression shifted, something dark flickering behind her eyes. It must be him, she said suddenly. Her voice was low and contemplating. Nova's gaze snapped to her. Who? The white-haired, white-eyed boy, Arabella said. Her draconic aura began to leak unconsciously, thick and oppressive, warping the air around her. Power pressed outward, the sovereign presence of a true apex being revealing itself. I met him some days ago, Arabella continued. He called himself a preserver, one of the three supreme gods. Nova's expression hardened. He said it was Nancy's destiny, Arabella said flatly, to be raped, and to die. The words were spoken without embellishment, but the fury beneath them shook the ground. Nova's eyes darkened. A god, she repeated, her voice edged with contempt. And he said that. She turned fully toward Arabella now, her stare sharp, openly judgmental. And you still let him live. Arabella's jaw tightened. What do you think? She snapped. I tried to kill him. Her hands clenched at her sides. But I was not able to. Honestly, I could not even move. That gave Nova pause. He overpowered me completely, Arabella said, effortlessly. For the first time since arriving, Nova's composure cracked just slightly. Arabella was not weak. Nova did not like her, did not respect her behavior, despised her shitty personality and bad manners. But still, her strength. That was unquestionable. Someone capable of overpowering Arabella was not something that should exist so casually. This is alarming, Nova said quietly. Her mind was already racing, connecting threads, mapping possibilities. Someone like that appearing out of nowhere, this changes everything. She looked back at Arabella. What did he want from you? Nova asked. Someone like that would not spare you without reason. And why have you not called a Duke Council meeting? Or informed the Empress? Her tone sharpened. This is a continental-level threat. From his actions alone, he is an enemy. Arabella exhaled slowly. He said he wanted me to guide my daughter, she replied. To accept her destiny. To stop running from it. Well, he did not look harmful to me since someone as powerful as him was not openly showing any hostility towards her. Well, he let Nancy slap him on the face, so I misunderstood, thinking he might not be. Well, her eyes hardened. He called himself the keeper of cosmic balance. A guide. Nova scoffed softly, disgust evident. And you believed him? No, Arabella said immediately. But I understood him. She looked away, gaze distant. As for telling the council, I did not. Nova studied her closely. Why? Arabella's silence stretched. I had my reasons, she said at last. The tension between them was thick enough to cut. Chapter 310. Whatever. Nova did not press her, as it was none of her concern why she did or did not. Still, she asked what she was curious about. Guide her to her destiny. And what does that mean? Nova asked. Her voice was flat, so empty of emotion that it was far more frightening than rage. Her gaze dropped to the man dangling from her grip. Togi's black, metallic skin reflected the pale light of the frozen land as his body hung limp. His limbs twitched faintly, helpless, restrained not by chains, but by the sheer force of Nova's mental will. So, to have her raped directly, Nova continued, tone unchanged. That was the guidance. She tightened her fingers around Togi's head. Arabella stared at him as well, her expression dark and grim. The sight of his inhuman body, skin like forged metal, veins glowing faintly beneath, only confirmed what she already knew. I am afraid so, Arabella said quietly. Her voice lacked its usual sharpness. Seeing him alive now, who was confirmed dead by my men, I am certain. He is behind it. Her crimson eyes lifted, burning with a cold fury as realization settled deeper. And now, she added, I understand why you came looking for Nancy too. Nova's head tilted slightly. Has she murmured, prompting Arabella to continue. He said something before, Arabella explained. That Razeal saved her from a destiny that had already been prepared. And from the way he spoke, it did not sound like this was the first time something like this had happened. Nova went still. Arabella turned fully toward her, the pieces finally locking together in her mind. He has business with your brother, Arabella said. Directly. For a heartbeat, everything seemed to pause. A supreme god. Destiny. Rape, forced upon a girl as if it were some cosmic script. Razeal. Nova's thoughts collided violently, one after another, her mind racing faster than her body ever could. A god who forces fate. A god who resurrects the dead to carry it out. A god who interferes directly with lives without morality, without restraint. Her face was still cold and expressionless, but her heart pounded. And then, memory. He is in a scarier situation than I am, if not worse. Nancy's words echoed in her head, pulled from Selena's memories like a blade dragged across her thoughts. Nova's eyes widened. Her body trembled, not with fear, but with the sheer weight of possibility. Is he after my brother? The thought struck with terrifying clarity. And once it did, everything else followed. What if this god had not just targeted Nancy? What if he had orchestrated Razeal's fall as well? The accusation, the punishment, the exile, the cascade of suffering that tore her brother away from everything he had. Nova's lips curved slowly. A smile appeared. It was sharp, cold, terrifying. Maybe this was not coincidence at all, she murmured. Light flashed briefly in her eyes, not mana, but realization. I came to see Nancy, Nova said softly, almost to herself, and it was the right choice. She lifted her gaze, the smile deepening. There is something deeply wrong here. Her grip loosened. Without warning, Nova flung Togi's body aside. He crashed into the snow at Arian's feet with a heavy, metallic thud, his restrained form rolling once before coming to a halt. Arian stiffened, eyes snapping down to the man. Restrain him, Nova ordered calmly. Bind him properly, and make sure to keep him alive. Her eyes flicked toward Togi for a brief moment. There will be many uses for him later. Arian swallowed hard, nodding. And you, Nova continued, already turning away, go back and inform Marcella. Her voice was sharp now, commanding. I need reinforcements here, immediately. Arian straightened instinctively as she spoke. Tell her to announce a mission to locate Nancy within this portal. Full priority. No delays. She turned slightly, eyes narrowing. And have eyes on the portal entrance at all times. Anyone who enters or leaves tracked. No exceptions. Her gaze hardened. This is utmost priority. Arian nodded again, more firmly this time. Nova then turned toward Arabella. Whatever is blocking your senses, she said. It is likely him. Her voice lowered. If you cannot locate your daughter, if her presence feels erased, then that god is probably still here. She paused. And if he is, We need to find Nancy fast, Nova said. Before anything happens to her. There was no room for debate in her tone. And if possible, she added, we need to find that preserver, or whatever too. Her eyes gleamed faintly. Arabella's patience snapped. I want my daughter back, she said coldly. And I want that so-called god too. The ground beneath her feet trembled faintly as her aura surged, vast and oppressive. I will not sit still knowing he tried to touch my child again. Light flared in her hand. A platinum emblem appeared, ornate, heavy with authority. The crest of a duke house gleamed upon it. Without hesitation, Arabella hurled it toward Arian. He caught it reflexively, eyes widening, as he felt the weight of its meaning. Go back, Arabella commanded. Inform all the duke houses, and even the imperial family. Her voice rang through the frozen land, sharp and absolute. I am formally requesting aid. Her eyes burned. There is an invader within the empire, and I want the dukes to come personally. The air seemed to still. Then, one by one, she spoke the names, each one carrying the weight of an entire power block. Marissa Virulin, Seraphina Fearlith, Maximus Luminous, and if possible, Arabella added, her voice dropping into something grave and absolute, request the presence of the Imperial Empress herself. Arian stiffened. His gaze lowered to the Platinum Duke identity token resting in his palm. The emblem felt heavier than metal, heavier than authority. Only a Duke House head could issue such a token, and only one person in the entire empire had the right to bestow that authority in the first place. The Imperial Empress. This was no longer a family matter. This was an imperial crisis now. Arabella did not pause. Recall every free Dragonweaver force, she continued coldly. Every unit not stationed at the borders, without exception. Her crimson eyes burned brighter as she spoke, each word laced with lethal resolve. And summon all elders currently sealed in closed training. Wake them. Every last one. It is time. I think people should be aware not to meddle with any dragon. The air around her trembled. Mark this as a mission of the highest category. She clenched her fist. I will not be satisfied until that cunt is dead. The word carried killing intent so dense it warped the air itself. Arabella's crimson eyes flared, a dangerous, unrestrained madness glinting within them, raw, maternal fury stripped of restraint. He dared to look at her daughter. That alone was unforgivable. Yes, mother, Arian replied immediately. There was no hesitation in his voice. No argument. No doubt. He bowed deeply, respect and urgency woven together in his posture. Then he stepped forward, hoisting the unconscious Togi over his shoulder with one arm. With the other, he slid the Duke identity token into his storage ring, sealing it away like a loaded weapon. I will inform everyone at once, he said firmly. Please, find Nancy as quickly as possible. His jaw tightened. I will return with reinforcements. With that, Arian vanished, his form blurring as he shot skyward, carrying both orders and prisoners with him. Nova, who had remained silent throughout the exchange, finally reacted. She watched Arabella with open surprise. All dukes, all their forces, possibly even the Imperial Empress herself. Her lips slowly curved upward. A dangerous smile bloomed across her face. A duke is a duke after all, Nova thought. I did not expect her to go this far. She had only planned to rescue Nancy. Even now, Nova knew full well that sheer numbers would mean nothing against someone capable of overpowering Arabella. Still, this level of mobilization changed everything. Nova crossed her arms and let out a low chuckle. You know what, she said, grinning wildly. I am starting to like your style. Arabella did not even look at her. No one touches my daughter, she replied coldly, and walks away alive. Her voice carried a chill that cut deeper than ice. She turned sharply toward Nova. Lead me to the direction Nancy escaped, Arabella ordered. We need to move. Now. Her eyes narrowed. That bastard could still be nearby. She paused, then added, so stay close. I will protect you. Nova nodded without hesitation. The next instant, both women vanished, space warping violently as they shot through the frozen forest in a single blink, tearing toward their target. Far away, deep within the forest, snow-laden branches creaked under frozen wind as a lone figure sat perched casually atop a massive tree limb. White hair, wide eyes boy sat. Below him, slumped against the base of the tree, was Nancy. Her condition was terrible now. Blood stained the snow beneath her. Deep gashes marked her arms and side, some barely clotted. Her breathing was shallow, uneven. Faint purple veins pulsed along her neck, clear signs of poison coursing through her body. She had pushed herself far beyond her limits. She looked like she had crawled through hell. Riven gazed down at her quietly, expression calm, almost bored. Then, suddenly, he sighed. I am so beat. The words slipped out of him casually as he crouched, resting his elbows on his knees and burying his face briefly in his hands. He had heard everything. Arabella, Nova, their conversation, their intentions. Distance meant nothing to him. He exhaled slowly and leaned back, staring up at the snow-covered sky through tangled branches. Well, this is annoying. Despite his tone, his mind was already calculating. He was strong, yes, but this body was not his true form. Just a shell, a mortal vessel he had chosen to inhabit. His divine power was severely limited, tightly restrained to prevent the shell from collapsing under its own strain. The last time, when he had restrained Arabella, he had nearly burned this body out from the inside. He had made it look effortless. It was not. If he tried that again, this shell might not survive. And now, his plan, ruined. All because of that bastard. Just how did he even situation this bad? He still could not see from which place things started to crumble up. Riven's jaw tightened briefly before he forced himself to relax again. He glanced down at Nancy, who barely stirred. Leaving was not an option now. Not that he had planned to. He might not be a big problem, but he is a preserver. He could still create problems. Very, very big ones. His lips twitched faintly. How bad can it really get? He muttered to himself. Snow continued to fall, and the hunt had begun. Chapter 311. After 10 relentless days at sea, and 5 of them spent crossing the treacherous wild sea that separated the second sea from the first, Razeal and his team finally arrived. The Royal Sea. Razeal stood at the edge of a broad, coral-paved platform, his gaze fixed on the sprawling city before him. Towers of pearl-white stone and shimmering blue crystal rose from the ocean floor, connected by wide bridges and flowing current ways. Bioluminescent lights glowed softly along streets and buildings, while schools of small, colorful fish drifted lazily through open spaces like living decorations. The place looked alive. Atlantians of every kind moved through the city, merchants calling out from ornate shops, nobles gliding past in elegant attire. Laughter echoed faintly through the water, mixed with the energy of excitement filling every single person. Everything looked rich, orderly, and almost unreal in its prosperity. Razeal let out a quiet breath. So this is the Royal Sea, he said, his voice low, more thoughtful than impressed. To him, it did not feel like just another sea he had been through. It felt like a different world altogether. Yeah, Neptunia replied beside him. This is the Royal Sea. Her voice was noticeably flat. Razeal turned his head slightly, finally paying closer attention to her. Neptunia walked with her shoulders slumped, her usual sharp posture gone. Her eyes, normally filled with energy, looked dull, almost tired. She did not even bother glancing around at the city. She usually spoke with excitement and awe. What happened to you? Razeal asked. You were in such a hurry to get here. You could not stop talking about it before. And now you look like someone just stole your soul. Neptunia paused for half a second, then shook her head. It is nothing, she said shortly and continued walking, clearly not interested in explaining. Razeal frowned slightly, but did not press immediately. Instead, his gaze shifted to Maria, who was walking on the other side of him with her arms crossed. Her expression was the same sharp scowl she always wore, but there was a hint of annoyance beneath it. She has been like this for the whole week, Maria said. I tried asking, multiple times. She did not tell me anything either. Razeal raised an eyebrow. Did something happen between you two? Maria clicked her tongue and looked away. No. And even if it did, she would not tell me. Razeal did not say anything. If Neptunia did not want to talk, forcing her would be stupid. Fine, he muttered. If you do not want to talk, I will not dig. With that, he turned his attention back to the city, and more importantly, to himself. The wild sea had been profitable. Dangerous, yes. Exhausting, definitely. It literally took 10 days. But it was also rewarding in a way that made the risk almost feel worth it. As they walked deeper into the Royal Sea's outer district, Razeal called up his mana stat. Mana, MP, 35.73 billion. Out of 100 billion. Yeah, he is rich now. On the way here, he encountered many high-ranking monsters. He killed them all and absorbed their monster cores, gaining an extreme amount of mana and blood points in the process. Now, he can finally use his dark mana. That means his shadow abilities are fully accessible, along with dark spells and forbidden knowledge he learned from the Book of Eventual Evil. The problem is, he now has too many abilities. So many, in fact, that he does not know which ones he should focus on. There are 5 main paths in front of him. 1. Killing intent skill tree. 2. Shadow abilities. 3. Flow-related abilities. 4. Dark spells from the Book of Eventual Evil. 5. Vampire progenitor abilities. Each path is powerful in its own way, and all of them are tempting. The killing intent skill tree, for example, makes him stronger the more he kills. It also grants several additional effects. 1. Killing body. Physical stats scale with confirmed kills. 2. Killing perception. Intent sense, which detects all hostile presences and identifies the direction of threats. Fear resistance, which grants complete immunity to fear and suppression effects. 3. Killing intent. Enhances bloodlust and allows the projection of killing illusions. 4. Killing aura. An aura of pure bloodlust. It amplifies strength, speed, and endurance, wrapping the body in reinforced aura armor, while empowering weapons with lethal force. 5. Killing transformation. The ability to become whatever one kills. Gender, race, form, age, structure, none of it matters. The transformation is absolute. So far, these were the abilities he had come into possession of. And yet, none of them truly felt overwhelming. They were not weak, far from it, but they did not grant the kind of immediate, crushing power he had expected. He did not know what effects might unlock in the future, but as things stood now, they felt merely adequate. Mediocre, from his perspective. The killing-based growth path, for example, was undeniably powerful in theory. Becoming stronger with every kill was a terrifying concept. But the reality was harsher. The stronger he became, the stronger his prey would need to be. Each step forward demanded exponentially greater effort. Progress would slow, grind, and eventually crawl. Leveling up was already difficult, and relying on this path alone would take an unreasonable amount of time. It was fast at first, yes, but unsustainable in the long run. Not an ideal option. Then there were the shadow abilities. These were different. Clean, efficient, deadly. Shadow manipulation was versatile, perfect for combat, assassination, movement, and control. And now that his mana reserves had crossed into SS rank, the cost was no longer prohibitive. He could finally fight using shadows without worrying about burning himself dry after a few techniques. It suited him. Silent, precise whenever he needed. This path had immediate value. Then came flow-related abilities. Raw power, pure destruction, abilities that did not negotiate or hesitate, only erased. Flow techniques were not subtle. They were overwhelming, often unstable, and difficult to control. One mistake could tear his own body apart along with the enemy. They were powerful, but risky. And Razeal did not like power that depended on luck or perfect conditions. He preferred certainty. No matter how much better or how much perfection he could achieve to use it, it would always stay risky. Next was the Book of Eventual Evil. The book was not weak. If anything, it was terrifying. It contained even spells capable of harming gods, which Razeal was very interested in. Rituals, necromancy, curses, concepts that were just very overpowered, but required deep evil thoughts. The problem was not quality. It was excess. Every time he opened it, thousands of spells unfolded before him. Each one demanded focus, understanding, practice. He could not specialize. He could not settle on one direction. His mind scattered every time, pulled in too many directions at once. And in combat, hesitation was bad. He knew himself well enough to admit that if he relied too heavily on the book, he would lose clarity. Too many options meant slower decisions. Complexity for the sake of power was still a weakness. He would use the book, but it would not be his foundation. That left one final path. The one he had been circling back to again and again. Vampire progenitor abilities. Razeal's expression did not change, but something inside him shifted. Quiet satisfaction, cold approval. Pseudo-immortality. A body that refused to die. Strength that surpassed mortal limits. Hearing that pierced silence. Senses that caught things before they happened. Endless stamina. Blood manipulation. All of it was powerful. But none of it was what truly interested him. It was this. The ability to create vampires. To turn anyone at all, into a vampire under his lineage. To overwrite their race, their limits, their mortality. And more importantly, to bind them absolutely. No rebellion. No betrayal. No hesitation. As a progenitor, his will was law. Even if they wanted to disobey him, they could not. Razeal slowed his steps slightly, eyes unfocused as he imagined it. An army. Not mindless fodder like in necromancy, but strong, intellectual people. Individuals who were already powerful, made even stronger. Undead bodies that did not tire, did not fear death, did not break under pressure, and definitely were not stupid. Well, at least not all of them. Strength multiplied. And unlike alliances or contracts, loyalty was guaranteed. For the first time in a long while, something close to a smile formed within him. This was not just power. This was infrastructure. No matter how strong a single person became, they were still one person. He had learned that lesson long ago. Influence, reach, control, those required others. And now, he could have them. On his terms. Without risk. Without trust. He liked that. A lot, actually. Still, he had not acted on it yet. Razeal exhaled softly. He needed to be careful. Turning someone into a vampire was not something to do casually. Whoever he chose would shape everything that followed. Their strength, their usefulness, it all mattered. He had not decided who would be first. Yet. For now, he would observe. Look for someone worthy enough. Well, at least for the first time. After all, who knows what kind of effects it might have. After all, in fictions, this is a very important thing. For now, looking over everything he possessed, his skills, his power, his options, Razeal did not feel lacking in the slightest. If anything, he felt complete. There was nothing he urgently needed, no desperate hunger for more strength clawing at his mind. What he had was enough. More than enough, really. Enough to play the games he had already planned. The thought settled quietly in his mind as he walked, hands relaxed at his sides, steps unheard. He followed behind Neptunia, who led the group through the crowded streets of the Royal Sea. His gaze remained forward, but his thoughts drifted elsewhere, stacking over one another in calm, controlled layers. Around him, the world moved. Neptunia walked ahead, her posture straight, but strangely subdued, shoulders slightly tense, as if carrying a weight she refused to speak about. She did not turn back or comment on the city, did not even react to the vibrancy surrounding them. She simply walked. Behind her was Razeal, lost in his thoughts, and then Maria walking at his side, close enough that their shoulders nearly brushed with every step. Her arms were crossed, her expression sharp, eyes flicking around with habitual alertness. She looked irritated, not by the crowd, not by the city, but by the simple fact that she was here. Behind them walked Levi and Aurora, hand in hand, whispering, smiling. Levi barely resembled the man he had been when Razeal rescued him. The pale, half-dead look was gone, replaced by healthy color and a quiet glow that had not existed before. His body looked stronger, steadier, nourished not just by food, but by something deeper. There was an unmistakable light on his face, the kind that only appeared when someone had finally found what they had been missing. Aurora leaned close to him, her pink eyes bright with curiosity and affection, completely absorbed in him and him alone. The world around them might as well not have existed. Their whispers never stopped. Not during the journey through the wild sea. Not during the final crossing. And certainly not now. Husband, Aurora said softly, her voice carrying a playful warmth as she tilted her head, eyes sparkling. Was it your ability that made that yellow-skinned Atlantian attack his own people? The boon you told me about? Levi nodded, rubbing the back of his head a little sheepishly. Yeah, that was me. I finally awakened it. Her eyes widened even more, filled with surprise. So you did. But, he added quickly, glancing at her, it is really nothing compared to yours. I mean, yours is just, I do not even know how to describe it. Aurora lifted her chin proudly, like a swan preening. He. Of course. But yours is cool too. Then her expression shifted, brows knitting slightly as she remembered something. But wait. Did you not say it was sealed? That you did not know how to unlock it? Then how did you? Levi scratched his nose, looking embarrassed. Remember when I said I was weak because I did not have a girlfriend? Aurora blinked. Well, now I do. He patted his chest, right over his heart. So yeah. She puffed her cheeks immediately. It is not girlfriend, she corrected, poking him lightly. It is wife. Levi nodded back hurriedly. Right, wife. They continued bickering like that, voices low, playful, intimate, two people completely wrapped up in their own world. They walked close, fingers intertwined, moving with the easy rhythm of people who did not need to think about each other to stay in step. Maria's eye twitched. So annoying, she muttered under her breath, just loud enough for herself. Her mouth tightened as she glanced back at them, clearly restraining an urge to do something violent. Absolutely sickening. She looked away sharply, shaking her head as if trying to physically rid herself of their presence. Childish. Both of them. Disgustingly childish. And yet, she said nothing more. Her gaze shifted forward again, landing on Razeal. The irritation that had been simmering finally found its outlet. So, she said, breaking the silence abruptly, are you ever going to tell us what is so important about the ocean's black? Or are we just wandering around blindly because you felt like it? Razeal did not answer. Maria frowned, glancing sideways at him. What? Is there some treasure there? Her lips curled slightly. Or maybe a dangerous weapon you plan to use to destroy the world, or something. Still nothing. She clicked her tongue. You are really annoying when you do this, you know that? Razeal finally turned his head, his gaze settling on her, calm, unreadable, utterly uninterested. How many times are you going to ask me the same thing? He said flatly. Do you not get tired? And why cannot you just tell me? Maria snapped, her irritation finally spilling over. It is not like the world is going to end if you open your mouth. Her voice cut sharply through the air, drawing a few curious glances from nearby Atlantians. Razeal did not even look at her. He simply shook his head once, slow and dismissive, as if the question was not worth the effort of a reply. His expression remained blank, his gaze fixed forward, completely uninterested in continuing the exchange. Maria clenched her jaw, clearly wanting to say more, but before she could push it further, something else caught all of their attention. The crowd ahead of them suddenly grew dense. Razeal slowed his steps, eyes narrowing slightly as he observed the scene unfolding in front of them. Atlantians were packed together shoulder to shoulder, for more than what the already busy streets should normally hold. Not that he knew, but he was definitely curious, as their movements had slowed, many standing still, others craning their necks to look over heads, murmurs rippling through the air like restless tides. What is going on there? Razeal asked, his tone filled with curiosity as he scanned the crowd. Before anyone else could answer, Neptunia spoke. They are staring at the strongest and only mythical ranked relic in the entire sea, she said quietly. Her voice was flat, almost lifeless, as if even explaining something so monumental required effort she did not have. She did not look back at them, did not try to sell the importance of her words. She just stated the fact and kept walking forward. Razeal raised an eyebrow at that. Mythical ranked relic, he repeated, genuine surprise flickering through his eyes. That caught Maria's attention as well. Razeal and Maria instinctively moved forward, slipping through the crowd, while the rest of the group followed close behind. As far as Razeal knew, even Sea Lords possessed nothing beyond legendary rank, and that was already very strong. Mythical was the absolute highest borderline of relics. Like, it should be the highest power, right? And it is displayed in public? Common sense alone told him something was off. Hundreds of Atlantians surrounded the focal point, their expressions ranging from reverence to longing, to quiet frustration. Some stood with clasped hands, others whispered among themselves, while a few stared in complete silence, as if afraid to blink. After pushing through the last line of bodies, they finally reached the front. Razeal's eyes landed on it. A massive slab of dark stone rose from the ground like a natural altar, its surface scarred by time and salt. Embedded within it, standing perfectly upright, was a trident. Gold, not merely gilded, but forged with an unmistakable brilliance, its surface reflecting light even in the underwater hues of the royal sea. The craftsmanship was flawless, every curve deliberate, every edge sharp. Ancient runes were etched along the shaft, faintly glowing, though not aggressively so, more like a quiet acknowledgement of power rather than a display. It looked grand, imposing, yet strangely still. Yeah, Neptunia said, finally stopping beside them, her eyes resting on the trident without emotion. That is the trident of the sea. Razeal stared at it, his senses instinctively probing deeper. Nothing. No overwhelming pressure, no crushing aura, no instinctive sense of danger or temptation. It looked expensive, regal, and powerful, but it did not feel like something mythical should. If someone can hold it, Neptunia continued, her voice calm, but heavy, they become the king of all seas. It grants the authority and power to rule the ocean, the strongest existence beneath the waves. Maria's gaze remained fixed on the trident, her expression unreadable. Razeal rubbed his chin thoughtfully. This is fake, right? He asked bluntly. The words landed like a stone tossed into still water. Neptunia turned her head sharply toward him, a rare flicker of offense flashing across her otherwise dulled expression. It is not, she said firmly. This is the real trident of the sea. Razeal looked back at the trident, then around at the crowd. Then why is it just sitting here, he asked, genuinely puzzled. Should not something like this be locked away, guarded, or in the king's hands? This looks more like public decoration than a divine relic or whatever. A few Atlantians nearby stiffened. Whispers rose again, sharper this time. Several pairs of eyes turned toward Razeal, expressions tinged with disapproval. Some shook their heads subtly, others openly frowned, clearly offended by his casual dismissal. Neptunia did not raise her voice, but there was a weight to her words when she spoke again. It may look like decoration to you, she said slowly, but it is placed here for a reason. She took a breath, her gaze softening slightly as it lingered on the trident. The current king of the sea placed it here himself. 70 years ago. Maria glanced at her. 70. He is quite old, huh? Neptunia nodded. For the last 70 years, it has remained exactly where it is now. Razeal's interest deepened. The trident of the sea, Neptunia continued, can only be lifted by someone worthy of it. That is the law bound to it. No matter how strong someone is, if they are unworthy, it will not move. She gestured subtly toward the stone. So it was placed here to find a worthy successor. The murmurs around them grew quieter as Atlantians listened, many clearly familiar with the story, but still respectful of its retelling. And it also serves another purpose, Neptunia said. The king placed it here to consolidate his rule. She turned her head slightly, meeting Razeal's gaze for a moment. By showing the world he is not afraid, she said. Afraid of being challenged. Afraid of losing power. Her eyes drifted back to the trident. He openly invited anyone who doubts his right to rule to come here and judge for themselves. If someone believes they are more worthy, they are free to try. That is why he is respected, Neptunia replied. A king who does not cling to his throne, who gives everyone an equal chance at the same power he holds. The Atlantians standing around them nodded in agreement, pride evident on their faces. To them, the trident was more than a weapon or a relic, it was a direct symbol of the dignity and honor their king embodied. The absolute ruler of all seas. Several of them cast faintly sarcastic, almost pitying glances at Razeal, as if his earlier doubts only revealed his ignorance. Maria, standing beside Razeal, looked genuinely surprised as Neptunia finished explaining. Her eyes drifted back to the trident, studying it with new interest. That is actually a clever move, she thought. A ruler who invites challenge instead of fearing it. Whether the trident was truly mythical ranked or not, she could not say for sure, but the idea behind it was clearly effective. The respect in the eyes of every Atlantian gathered there was unmistakable. Neptunia suddenly turned her head and looked at Razeal, a faint spark of curiosity finally breaking through her otherwise dulled expression. Wanna go check it out? She asked quietly. Chapter 312. Wanna go check it out? Neptunia asked quietly. Her voice was low but carried a trace of curiosity she had not felt in a while. Her eyes lingered on Razeal as she spoke, searching his face. To be honest, even she did not fully understand why she cared about his answer, but she did. After everything she had seen since meeting him, she had to admit it. Razeal was not normal. Not even by the absurd standards of the ocean. If anyone here could do something unexpected, it would be him. The moment her words left her mouth, the Atlantians standing nearby shifted their attention. One by one, their gazes turned toward Razeal. They looked him up and down openly, without shame, measuring, judging, dismissing. A few sneers appeared almost instantly. To them, the idea itself was laughable. This guy. A man who did not even recognize the trident of the sea at first glance. A man who dared to question why it was displayed publicly. There was no way. Not even a sliver of possibility. The trident definitely does not choose fools. Razeal heard Neptunia's question clearly. He did not answer right away. His eyes shifted back toward the massive stone platform, toward the golden trident embedded within it. The weapon stood tall and imposing, its surface catching the light in a way that made it seem almost divine. He stared at it for a few seconds. Then he shook his head. No need, he said calmly. Not interested. The words were simple, flat and final. For a heartbeat, the entire area seemed to freeze. Then something snapped. A wave of silent offense spread through the Atlantians like a spark through dry grass. Brows furrowed, teeth clenched. Several people scoffed openly now, unable to hide their irritation. Not interested. That was not humility. That was disrespect. If it were not for the guards stationed around the plaza and watching carefully, there would have been a confrontation right then and there. More than a few hands twitched, fingers curling as if itching to grab weapons. Who did this mother beeper think he was? Neptunia, meanwhile, looked genuinely stunned. Her eyes widened as she turned fully toward him. What do you mean? No. She had expected many things. Curiosity, confidence, even arrogance, but refusal. That had not crossed her mind at all. Why not? She asked, unable to hide her confusion now. People from distant seas traveled for months, even years, just for the chance to stand here. Most of them knew they would fail. Some even knew it was impossible. And yet they still tried. Because what if? Because that tiny chance was enough. I just do not want it, Razeal replied with a small shrug, as if the topic barely mattered. He did not even look at her this time, his gaze drifting lazily across the plaza instead. That casual dismissal hit harder than any insult. The veins on several Atlantians' foreheads visibly bulged. Their sacred relic, something tied to their history, their king, their pride, was being treated like a random ornament by some nobody. Disrespectful, unforgivable. Neptunia stared at him, her lips parting slightly. But, why not? She pressed, disbelief creeping into her voice. You can become king of the sea just by lifting it. Do you understand what that means? Razeal did not say anything. He simply kept looking around, as if the entire conversation was an inconvenience. That was the final straw for many of them. The Atlantians' expressions darkened further. To them, it felt as if he was not just rejecting the trident, but judging it. Judging them, as if the relic was not worthy of him. Maria, who had been watching all of this quietly, finally sighed. "How dare a piece of metal judge me?" she muttered dryly, mimicking Razeal's usual flat, arrogant tone. Her eyes were completely deadpan. Neptunia's lips twitched. She turned slowly to look at Razeal again, studying his expressionless face. No excitement, no curiosity, no greed, just genuine disinterest. Yeah, that might actually be what that dumbass is thinking. After spending nearly half a month with this group, she had learned at least that much. Razeal was not pretending. He truly is just a big mean dick. With a quiet sigh, Neptunia shook her head, deciding not to push him further. Trying to understand what went on in his head was exhausting and often pointless. She turned instead toward Maria. "Then, do you want to try?" Neptunia asked. Maria blinked. "Me." She hesitated, glancing briefly at the trident. Truthfully, curiosity flickered in her eyes. She had one of the highest water affinities known on land. The trident of the sea was not just a symbol, it was a weapon deeply tied to oceanic authority and elemental dominance. If there was any connection. "Sure," Maria said after a moment. "Why not?" Then she added, more cautiously, "But are you sure this will not cause problems?" She tilted her head slightly. "You know who I am, right?" Neptunia waved her concern off. "Do not worry about that. Come with me." She reached out and grabbed Maria's hand, pulling her forward before she could overthink it. "Just do not get your hopes up. Even the greatest warriors of the sea could not move it." The crowd parted without resistance. No one tried to stop them. Most of the Atlantians simply watched in silence, already convinced of the outcome. She will fail too, just like everyone else. Maria took a slow breath as they approached the trident, the weight of countless gazes pressing down on her back. Whether it would respond to her or not, at the very least, she was curious to find out. "Here, go on. Try it," Neptunia said, releasing Maria's hand and gesturing toward the trident. The golden weapon stood embedded in the massive stone like it had grown there rather than been placed. A portion of its shaft disappeared deep into the rock, locked so tightly that it looked less like something meant to be lifted, and more like something meant to remain forever. Maria followed Neptunia's gesture, and gave a small shrug, her expression calm, almost casual. "All right," she said simply. She stepped forward, boots clicking softly as she climbed the stone steps carved into the base of the platform. Each step brought her closer to the trident, closer to the weight of countless expectations pressing silently against her back. Behind her, Neptunia moved back to Razeal's side. She did not take her eyes off Maria. "What do you think?" she asked quietly. "Do you think she will be able to?" Razeal did not answer immediately. His gaze remained fixed on Maria as she climbed, her posture relaxed but focused, her presence steady. "Let us see," he said at last. Then his eyes shifted slightly. "And what are those things?" he asked, nodding toward the movement near the plaza's edge. Neptunia followed his line of sight. Around the stone platform, several figures had appeared, silent, unmoving sentinels standing at measured distances. They were humanoid in shape, tall and imposing, but their bodies were entirely translucent, formed of flowing water given structure and form. Weapons of different metals rested in their hands, some even wearing metal armors, shimmering faintly as light refracted through them. They were not hostile, but they were watching. "Those," Neptunia said, unfazed. "Sea guards." She folded her arms loosely as she explained, her tone almost casual, as if discussing a common sight, rather than living constructs of water. "This is one of the trident's abilities. Whoever holds it can command water, not just shape it, but give it form. Artificial life, in a way. These guards were created by the king of the sea himself." Her gaze sharpened slightly. "They patrol the royal sea. Law enforcement, peacekeepers, executioners, whatever is needed. They do not have their own thinking, but they are totally loyal to the orders of the king." Razeal's eyes narrowed faintly, interest flickering. "They cannot be corrupted," Neptunia continued, "because they do not have desires. No greed, no fear, no loyalty beyond their creator." She paused, then added flatly, "They are strong. Stronger than most warriors here. And they are unkillable. I mean, made of water, after all." Razeal hummed quietly in acknowledgement. I see." The explanation felt familiar to him. He remembered the Gray's family, Maria's family. They possessed a similar kind of ability too, as it was also how they protected their territory. As for which was stronger, he honestly did not know. Still, just now he had misunderstood the situation, briefly thinking the Gray's family might be here after seeing something so similar. But no, this was not them. This was the Trident's power. It was not a bad ability. In fact, it was useful. Razeal would not lie to himself. He would not mind taking the Trident, but he knew better. The moment he really thought about it, the disadvantages far outweighed any benefit. Even if he could pick it up, the king would not like it. No one ever did when their property was taken by someone else, no matter how worthy that person might be. And that alone would make Razeal an enemy of the king. And that king's strength, it was comparable to his mother's. Maybe even stronger, he guessed so. Razeal was not certain, but either way, it was not something to take lightly. And even if he defeated the king, then what? The entire sea would turn against him. He was human. Atlantians would never accept a human as their king. Never. And that was not even the end of it. There might be something else which could be far more troubling. The Mother Sea. A sentient being, or at least something dangerously close to one, he does not know, but from Neptunia's words it seems like she is strong. If that entity were to take offense, if it were to fall into a bad mood too, then choosing this trident would only create more enemies for him. Not that Razeal cared much about making enemies. But still, it was not like he needed this trident. It was just a trident. He already possessed abilities far greater than what it could offer. And if he truly wanted something similar, he was confident he could find it within his system space. There was no doubt treasures like this existed there. So why create unnecessary trouble here? All he needed was direction from that dude, just enough to reach his destination. That was it. No reason to provoke the king. No reason to stir the sea. No reason to chase after something he did not even want. So why bother? His attention finally shifted back to Maria. She had reached the top of the stone now, standing directly before the trident. The golden shaft loomed over her, reflecting the ambient light of the royal sea, ancient runes etched faintly along its surface. For the first time since stepping forward, Maria paused. She inhaled slowly. Then she extended her hand. Her fingers wrapped around the trident's shaft. The reaction was immediate. A subtle ripple passed through the water around the plaza. The sea guards' forms shimmered, their attention sharpening, weapons tilting almost imperceptibly as if responding to an unseen signal. Maria tightened her grip. She exhaled. Every Atlantian present watched the scene with unwavering focus. Even though most of them already knew the outcome, even though history itself had proven, again and again, that no one but the king could lift the trident, they still watched as if this time might be different. Hope was stubborn like that. Irrational. Persistent. No matter how many times it had been crushed under reality, it always resurfaced the moment someone stepped forward. They had seen millions try, millions fail, and yet, every single attempt still drew the same silence, the same collective breath held in the chest, the same quiet prayer that maybe, just maybe, this one would be different. Maria wrapped her fingers more firmly around the trident and pulled. Nothing happened. Not even a tremor. The trident did not shiver, did not resist, did not react in any visible way. It simply remained, perfectly still, as though Maria's strength did not exist at all. For a fraction of a second, surprise crossed her face. It was subtle, barely more than a tightening around her eyes, but it was there. Neptunia exhaled softly. She is not worthy, she murmured, more to herself than to anyone else, shaking her head slowly. There was no mockery in her voice, just a quiet, familiar disappointment, the kind born from having seen this scene far too many times. Around them, the Atlantians reacted almost in unison. Some sighed, some shook their heads, others looked away entirely, as if unwilling to watch another hope break apart in real time. No one laughed. No one mocked. They knew this feeling too well. Every one of them had stood where Maria stood now, hands wrapped around the trident, heart pounding, convincing themselves that maybe they were special. That maybe the trident had been waiting for them. And every one of them had walked away empty-handed. Maria frowned. Her jaw tightened, irritation creeping in. Not at the trident, not at the crowd, but at herself. That is it, she thought. No reaction at all. Her pride refused to accept it so easily. Maybe she had not used enough force. Since evolving into a devil, her strength had grown explosively, far beyond what it once was. She could feel it in her muscles, in the way the world seemed lighter beneath her hands. Slowly, deliberately, she brought her other hand up and gripped the trident again. This time, she crouched slightly, planting her feet, engaging every ounce of strength she had. Power surged through her body. S+-rank strength poured into her arms, muscles tightening, veins standing out as she pulled with everything she had. The stone did not crack. The trident did not budge. It did not even acknowledge her effort. It stood there exactly as it always had, unchanging, unmoved, utterly indifferent. Like an immovable mountain. After several long seconds, Maria released her grip. Silence swallowed the plaza. She stepped down from the stone without looking at anyone, her face flushed, not from exertion, but from sheer embarrassment. She could feel the weight of countless gazes on her back, even though no one said a word. 5 minutes later, the group had already moved on. It is fine, you know, Neptunia said gently as they walked, glancing back at Maria. It is really not a big deal. Almost no one can do it. You do not need to feel so. I am not down, Maria snapped, cutting her off immediately. Her arms were crossed tightly over her chest, shoulders stiff. She did not look at Neptunia, her gaze fixed stubbornly ahead. That stupid trident just is not worthy of being held by me, she added with a huff. And who even wants that? Imagine having to fight with a trident anyway. Imagine it. I would look ridiculous, anyway. She scoffed. Completely stupid weapon. Neptunia's lips twitched, amusement barely restrained. Yes, yes, of course. Razeal, who had been silent throughout the entire exchange, finally spoke. I thought you said you were leaving after reaching the royal sea, he said calmly, eyes on Neptunia. So, are you staying with us now? Neptunia did not answer immediately. She continued walking, leading them through the bustling streets, the sounds of the royal sea surrounding them, laughter, merchants calling out, waves echoing faintly through the city's architecture. No, she said at last. I was planning to go to the royal challenge too. Razeal's steps slowed slightly. You were, he narrowed his eyes. And you are sure you even know how to get there without me? You are the only one who knows the way. She glanced back at him briefly. Exactly. Then she looked forward again. Razeal studied her for a moment before speaking again. But we are already 7 days late. The challenge started a week ago, right? Were you planning to participate as well? At that, Neptunia paused. Just for a heartbeat. Then she resumed walking. It is fine, she said quietly. I tried my best to reach here as fast as I could. But things do not always go the way we want, do they? Her voice was low, almost flat, but there was something underneath it. Something unresolved. Razeal watched her back, eyes sharp, thoughtful. She was not disappointed about the challenge. Not really. She was disappointed about missing it. And that, more than anything else, told him this journey meant more to her than she was willing to admit. I see, Maria said slowly. So that is why you have been in such a bad mood since then. She glanced sideways at Neptunia, studying her expression more carefully now, the slumped shoulders, the distant gaze, the way her steps lacked their usual sharp confidence. Maria was not subtle when it came to questions, and she had no intention of starting now. Was it that important for you to get here before the royal challenge began? She asked directly. Neptunia did not slow down nor turn back to look at her either. Nothing, she replied flatly. The word carried finality with it. A door closed before Maria could push any further. Maria exhaled through her nose, irritated, but not surprised. She shot Razeal a brief look, and from the way his eyes lingered on Neptunia's back, she knew he had reached the same conclusion she had. Whatever it was, it mattered to her. A lot. And she did not want to talk about it. Neither of them pressed her. Behind them, Aurora and Levi remained blissfully unaware of the tension threading through the front of the group. Their quiet laughter drifted forward, soft and constant whispers, half-finished sentences, stolen glances. They walked close enough that their shoulders brushed, hands intertwined as though the world beyond each other barely existed. The whole group walked on for a few more moments, the royal sea unfolding around them in all its overwhelming life and color, when Maria suddenly slowed and turned her head toward Razeal, her expression sharpening as if she suddenly remembered something important. Wait, she said. The Sea Lord of the First Sea, you said your mother killed them, right? And we really did not see them when entering the royal sea. That means, he or she was definitely killed by your mother. Her voice lowered, almost afraid of being heard. I think she might be in the royal sea too. Maybe, she came here to take you back. Right. Razeal did not react immediately. Maria swallowed and continued, worry spilling out faster now. Do not you think you should be more careful, rather than just walking like this? And we are going there to the Royal Challenge grounds. What if she is already there? Are you sure we should go? She looked straight at him now. It feels dangerous. Razeal exhaled through his nose and finally replied in his usual calm tone. What are the chances that she would be there? She came to find me, not to watch some royal competition. She would be searching the sea, not sitting in a public arena. How would she even know I would come here in the first place, he thought. The chances were too low, almost non-existent. And backing down was not an option anyway. He needed to participate. Then just take second position. Speak directly to the king and ask about the location of Ocean's Black. If his mother truly was looking for him, she would assume he was hiding, lying low. Going to the most obvious, crowded place made no sense from her perspective. Maria opened her mouth to argue again. No, but what if? But before she could finish, Neptunia turned back, having clearly overheard the conversation. You are worrying too much, she said, her tone firm. Even if your mother came to take you, she would not be able to touch you inside the Royal Challenge grounds. Razeal raised an eyebrow slightly, but Neptunia continued. The Sea King himself presides over the challenge. No one would dare cause trouble there, not openly, at least. If you are really concerned, just fight, win second place, and speak to the king directly. Tell him you are being forced by your family. She shrugged lightly. He is a man of honor. He will not ignore something like that, not to say it is just a small matter. Maria shook her head immediately. No, she said. If it came to that, it might be the king to be in trouble. If he is smart, he would not intervene. Neptunia frowned and looked back at her. You say that because you do not know him. Maria met her gaze evenly. And you say that because you do not know his mother. You should meet his family, and you will know how crazy. She stopped midway. There was a brief, tense silence between them. Razeal sighed and ran a hand through his hair. Enough, he said. We are going in directly. She has no reason to be here in the first place. He glanced down at his reflection in a nearby glass surface, a faint, distorted image. And even if she is, I doubt she would recognize me like this. My face has changed. Maria hesitated. But she would recognize me. Razeal stopped and turned around fully, fixing her with a flat stare. Then do not go. The words landed harder than Maria expected. What? She snapped, catching up to him as he resumed walking. You are not taking this seriously. Chapter 313. Finally, after winding through the broad avenues of the Royal Sea for what felt like an eternity, Neptunia slowed her pace. Razeal noticed it immediately. The flow of people thickened. Voices rose into a constant roar that rolled through the water like distant thunder. Even before he saw it, he could feel it. An overwhelming presence pressed against his senses, vast and heavy, as if the sea itself was leaning forward to watch. The path opened as they walked ahead. Before them stood a colossal structure that dwarfed everything around it. A giant colosseum, carved from deep blue stone, shimmered faintly under the light filtering through the sea. The walls rose impossibly high. They were layered with ancient, smooth, curved architecture that blended artistry with brute scale. Even from miles away, the arena dominated the skyline of the Royal Sea. It was an unmistakable monument to power, tradition, and spectacle. Razeal stopped without realizing it. This is where the Royal Challenge is being held, Neptunia said quietly. Her voice carried a weight that had not been there before. She stood at the edge of the massive entrance plaza. She stared at the Colosseum with an unreadable expression. The gates, titanic slabs of stone reinforced with glowing patterns, were wide open. Atlantians streamed in and out freely. Their numbers were endless. A handful of water guards stood near the entrances. Their humanoid forms rippled softly as currents moved through them. They did not block anyone. They did not question anyone. They simply watched, silent sentinels ready to act if chaos dared show its face. No one was foolish enough to test that. The Sea King himself was inside. Razeal did not need Neptunia's explanation. The atmosphere alone made it obvious this was no ordinary gathering. The water felt charged, vibrating with anticipation, pride, excitement, and tension. He lifted his gaze, taking in the sheer scale of the structure. Millions, he thought calmly. Maybe more. Judging by the size of the Colosseum, even tens of millions of spectators would not be enough to fill it completely. The realization was surprising even to Razeal. This way, Neptunia said, shaking him from his thoughts. She moved toward the main entrance. The others followed. They passed beneath the towering gate. The stone arch stretched so high above them that Levi and Aurora both wondered if it could swallow mountains whole. They had never seen structures as big as this. Their backgrounds were not very grand. The interior corridors were just as massive, wide enough for entire armies to march through side by side. Then came the stairs. Endless stairs. They climbed in silence at first. The noise of the crowd grew louder with every step. Cheers echoed from above, waves of sound crashing down like tides. Aurora and Levi lost track of time as they ascended. 10 minutes, 20, maybe more. Even with their strength, the climb emphasized just how enormous this place was. Finally, light spilled in from above. They emerged onto the first tier of the Colosseum. Razeal stopped dead. The view was overwhelming. Rows upon rows of seats curved endlessly around the arena. They were filled with Atlantians of every shape and size. Some cheered loudly. Others leaned toward their companions in animated discussion. Many stared forward with sharp, focused eyes. At the center of it all lay the arena itself. It was a vast circular battleground carved deep into the stone. Two figures were currently locked in combat below. Their movements were fast and explosive. Flashes of power rippled outward with every clash. Even from this distance, the energy of the fight was palpable. Above the arena, enormous translucent projections floated in the water. They displayed close-up views of the battle from multiple angles. These massive screens hovered in different sections of the Colosseum, ensuring that even those seated farthest away could see every strike, every spell, and every drop of blood. Razeal's eyes flicked from screen to screen, taking it all in. Levi whistled softly. He lifted a hand to shade his eyes as he looked around. "It is crowded," he said. Awe crept into his voice. "Everywhere I look, it is just people." "Of course it is," Neptunia replied. A trace of pride slipped into her tone despite herself. "This is the Grand Royal Challenge. You can get an idea of how big a deal it is that anyone who participates, win or lose, earns the title of Royal Challenger." She glanced back at them briefly. She tried to let them realize how big a deal it was, since they did not truly know. That title alone is respected in every sea of Atlantis, even outside the Royal Sea. Razeal leaned forward slightly. He rested his forearms against the cool stone railing as he looked down into the arena. Looks interesting," he murmured. From this height, most spectators could only make out flashes of movement and bursts of power. They relied on the floating projections to follow the fight. Razeal did not need them. His vampiric eyes cut cleanly through the distance, the crowd, and even the distortion of water itself. To him, the arena below might as well have been only a few steps away. Two figures were locked in combat. One was a bulky, bald Atlantian with a massive frame. His muscles were packed dense and heavy. He wielded a giant hammer. Its head was larger than a man's torso. He swung it with terrifying momentum. Each strike sent shockwaves rippling through the stone and water alike. His movements were skilled and disciplined. This was no mindless brute. Every swing carried intent, timing, and years of battle-hardened experience. The other fighter was different. He had royal blue hair cut short, fluttering slightly with each movement. He had a lean, athletic build. He stood with a calm posture. A spear was strapped to his back, but he had not bothered to draw it. The difference between them was painfully obvious. The blue-haired man was not fighting. He was playing. He stepped aside from the hammer swings with casual ease. His movements were precise and economical. No wasted motion. No panic. Sometimes he did not even fully dodge. He just shifted enough for the weapon to miss by inches. His hands were often behind his back. His expression was neutral, almost bored. The crowd roared at every exchange, but Razeal's eyes narrowed slightly. Totally different levels, he thought. The bulky man fought with everything he had. He used strength, skill, and desperation. The blue-haired man barely exerted himself, as if he were gauging how much effort would be polite to use. Razeal tilted his head slightly. "Is that blue-haired guy the examiner?" he asked calmly. His eyes remained fixed on the fight. Beside him, Neptunia was startled. "You noticed," she said. Genuine surprise slipped into her voice before she could hide it. She had not explained the rules yet. She had not even pointed the man out. Razeal had identified him instantly. Her gaze followed his. She dropped her eyes to the arena below, as if she could see everything clearly too, even from that distance. "He is far stronger than the other guy," Razeal replied simply. "There is no reason to fight like that unless he is testing him, or judging him." Neptunia studied his face for a moment. Then she gave a faint nod. You have a good eye, she admitted. Her attention returned to the arena. Below, the bulky man roared and charged again. He held his hammer raised high. His muscles bulged as he poured everything into one final swing. The blue-haired man sidestepped. He placed 2 fingers lightly against the man's wrist and twisted. There was a sharp crack. The hammer slipped from the Atlantian's grip and crashed into the stone floor. The man stumbled forward, completely off balance. The blue-haired fighter tapped him lightly on the chest. Just a tap. Yet the force sent the bulky Atlantian skidding backward across the arena. He left a deep groove in the stone. The bald man stood up and launched himself back at the guy for more. The crowd erupted. Neptunia spoke again. Her voice was quieter now, almost reverent. That blue-haired man is the examiner for the first stage, she said. Believe me, he is a prince of Atlantis. Razeal's brow lifted slightly. He is a prince. Now that is unusual. That genuinely caught his interest. His gaze sharpened. He re-evaluated the man below, not just as a fighter, but as someone born into power and authority. The way he carried himself made more sense now. There was confidence there, but not arrogance. There was control, not dominance for its own sake. The man just looked bothered, or perhaps bored. Yeah, Neptunia continued. Prince Arthur. He is one of the greatest warriors of his generation, Neptunia said. They say that among those of his age, no one in Atlantis can match him in pure combat skill. Without relics, divine blessings, or borrowed power, of course. Just his strength and skill. Razeal watched Prince Arthur fighting again. He is not even using his weapon, Razeal noted. Neptunia did not say anything. She just shrugged. Razeal hummed thoughtfully. His eyes never left the arena. How many stages are there in this competition? What exactly do you have to do to win? Neptunia inhaled slowly, as if organizing her thoughts. There are 3 stages, she said. All of them are judged through combat. Razeal finally glanced at her. A faint frown formed. All through combat, he repeated. That is barbaric. I expected something more elaborate. Neptunia gave him a sideways look. This is Atlantis, she replied flatly. Strength is not just respected here. It is trusted. She gestured toward the arena. The first stage is proving your skills, instincts, adaptability, and are tested in direct combat. Prince Arthur will judge whether you win or lose through how you fight. Razeal nodded slowly, absorbing her words. If he deems you worthy, Neptunia continued, you pass to the second stage. And that is? Razeal asked. Then you will be fighting the second examiner. The Guardian of the Sea, she said. Her voice went a little lower. He is a strong opponent. He has protected the royal sea for over 4,000 years, Neptunia said. Should you survive and earn his approval, then you will move on to the third and final phase. And the third phase is a battle among all the participants who manage to reach it. Every survivor fights the others. From there, the king himself will observe and judge. In the end, only 3 positions will be declared. The 3 who performed the best. Just passing, he looked at her again. Confusion gave way to doubt. The whole thing suddenly felt far too easy. Passing. If passing means defeating the examiners, Neptunia replied, as if noticing the judgment in his tone. That is impossible. Defeating the prince alone is already difficult. He may look lazy, but he is far from easy to beat. Her eyes darkened. And even if someone somehow defeated him, the second stage examiner, she shook her head slowly. That is beyond impossible. Neptunia's expression remained blank. Her tone was flat, almost merciless. He is the guardian of the sea. He has stood watch for the last 4,000 years. There is no way anyone can defeat him. So yeah. Chapter 314. He is the guardian of the sea. He has stood watch for the last 4,000 years. There is no way anyone can defeat him. So yeah, passing and all, Neptunia said. Razeal watched the battle below for a few more seconds, listening before finally speaking again. I see, he said slowly. So they are not really going serious here. Neptunia glanced at him from the side, but he continued before she could respond. If that is the case, then this whole thing feels simple. Almost like they want someone to win. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked back at the arena, very desperately. He turned toward her then, studying her expression. I wonder what do they want from the winners? Neptunia stiffened at the question. No, she said immediately, her tone firm. It is not like that. And do not start thinking nonsense. There is nothing harmful waiting for the winners. I can see you are already thinking some bad. Razeal raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced. How am I not supposed to think that? He replied flatly. They do not even announce the first prize. No explanation, no conditions, no details. You yourself told me that. He scoffed quietly. That is suspicious by default. Neptunia frowned, but he continued, his voice gaining a sharper edge. I have seen how rulers operate. Kings, nobles, councils, call them whatever you want. They are all the same. His gaze hardened. They wrap problems in pretty words and hand them off as rewards. Dangerous territories, cursed responsibilities, nightmares disguised as honors. And once you accept, you cannot refuse. He turned fully toward her now. I have heard of kingdoms dumping their worst burdens on champions, just to wash their hands clean. Sounds exactly like that kind of setup. He shrugged. So yeah, if you ask me, this reeks of an evil plan. High-ranking people are never generous for free. They are always selfish. So do not be too naive in here. I am just giving you an advice since you were with me for so long. And it is free. Neptunia's expression darkened as her lips suddenly twitched at these words. A vein visibly bulged at her temple. There is nothing like that, she snapped. And the king is not that kind of person. Her voice sharpened, carrying irritation she clearly struggled to suppress. Maybe the prize is priceless, so it does not need to be announced. Or maybe he wants it to remain a surprise. Ever thought of that? She crossed her arms tightly. And why do you even care? You are aiming for second place, remember. Whatever the prize is, good or bad, it will not concern you. She shot him an annoyed glance. So stop overthinking. And trying to think the first prize is a setup or a problem. It is not. Razeal watched her quietly for a moment. You know something, he said calmly. No, I do not, Neptunia barked back instantly. Her tone was sharp, the kind that came from someone holding something back rather than ignorance. Razeal exhaled softly and looked away. Yeah, all right, whatever. He did not push further. Experience had taught him something important about women, especially after spending days with Maria and her. When they did not want to talk, they would not. Pressing only made things worse. And more often than not, their bad moods came without explanation and stayed that way. So he chose the smarter option. Ignore it. Who cares? He does not. Yeah, all right. Tell me the rules, he said instead, his voice neutral. Of this competition, of course. Neptunia glanced at him again, then answered more controlled this time. You can only fight using physical strength. Nothing else. Razeal turned toward her. No relics. No divine weapons. No artifacts. Nothing like that is allowed. She paused, then leaned closer to him, lowering her voice. And since you are human, whatever strange abilities you people have, magic, skills, bloodline powers or whatever, I really do not know, just do not use them. Her lips were close to his ear now. It will cause problems. Razeal blinked, slightly surprised. Only physical strength, he repeated. She nodded. Ha, he murmured. That explains why it feels not so flashy. But again, it does not really concern me. Then, almost as an afterthought, he added, seems like the whole purpose of this competition is to find someone with overwhelming physical power. Neptunia studied him for a second. You are quick to catch on, she admitted. I will give you that. But again, it was just too obvious. She added. Is that really all? He asked again. Only physical strength. You sure about that? To him, the rules felt almost too open and simple. And that was just too suspicious, as after all his knowledge of reading novels, competitions backed by royalty were never straightforward. There was always something hidden beneath the surface. Neptunia looked at him as if clearly realizing that indeed she should tell him the obvious too, or he makes mistakes. She let out a slow breath, crossing her arms before answering. No, no. Of course not, she said, shaking her head. There are many rules. I just summarized the most important part. She began counting them off calmly, her tone firm and practiced. First, interference from outsiders is strictly forbidden. Anyone who tries to help you from outside the arena, directly or indirectly, will be executed on the spot. Second, borrowed power is prohibited. Drugs, elixirs, forbidden enhancements, anything that artificially increases strength beyond your natural limits is considered cheating. Of course, physical skills or arts are allowed. You also cannot bribe examiners or participants, Neptunia went on. No buying passes. No manipulating matches. No underhanded deals. Not that one can, but still it is a rule. And you are absolutely forbidden from harming competitors outside the arena. No ambushes before matches. No crippling someone so they cannot participate. No poison, curses, or accidents before their turn. Her gaze sharpened as she looked at him, as if sure he would do something like that. There are many smaller regulations too, but it all comes down to this. Just go and fight honestly. Step into the arena, face your opponent directly, and win with your own strength. That is all you need to know. Razeal nodded slowly. None of it sounded restrictive to him. In fact, it sounded comfortable. Oh, and one more thing, Neptunia added, almost casually. Killing is permitted. Examiners can kill you if they want to, Neptunia continued bluntly. If you signal surrender beforehand, they are required to stop. But if an examiner really decides you do not deserve that mercy, well, she shrugged. Do not expect them to hold back. Still, do not worry too much. It is not easy to anger either of the examiners. Razeal absorbed the information quietly. To him, the rules were not harsh. If anything, they were refreshingly direct. No politics inside the arena. No tricks. No illusions. Just combat. That suited him perfectly. As for killing him, sure. His gaze drifted downward again, and for a moment his thoughts shifted inward. Strength. SS rank. He exhaled softly through his nose, shaking his head. Seems like bullying kids now. So, he said calmly, what is the age limit again? Neptunia answered immediately. Anyone under 30. That was all she needed to say. Razeal did not react outwardly, but internally, the conclusion formed instantly. No one under 30 should be capable of matching me in raw physical strength anyway. The thought was not arrogance. It was simply calculation. Then how do I participate? He asked. Neptunia opened her mouth to answer, then stopped. She blinked. Once. Twice. Razeal looked at her speechlessly. You do not know, he asked flatly, as if he had taken her as an omnipotent being. After all, she seems to know everything about Atlantis. No, I do. I mean, just wait. I will ask. There are officials here, obviously. She turned her head slowly here and there, scanning the area before spotting one of the water guards stationed nearby. Without another word, she walked over and spoke to it in a low voice. After a short exchange, the humanoid water guard nodded and gestured toward a passageway leading deeper into the Colosseum. Neptunia motioned for Razeal to stay put, raising her hand slightly before following the guard. Razeal did not argue. He simply waited. His attention shifted back to his team. Aurora and Levi stood a short distance away, both wide-eyed, clearly more interested in the spectacle than the competition itself. Levi pointed at the arena excitedly while whispering something to Aurora, who covered her mouth as she laughed softly, her eyes sparkling. Maria, on the other hand, stood rigid. Her arms were crossed tightly, and her gaze was not focused on the arena. Instead, her eyes kept moving, scanning faces, entrances, exits. Watching. Razeal noticed it. But again, he did not comment on anything. Instead, he turned back toward the arena just as the bald man from earlier was finally defeated. His massive body hit the ground with a dull thud, and the crowd erupted into cheers as another challenger stepped forward. Razeal watched silently, his expression unreadable. Time passed slowly. Then, suddenly, Maria grabbed his arm. Her grip was tight. "Hey," she said urgently, her voice low but sharp. "We should run." Razeal startled as he turned his head toward her. Ha! Razeal saw her weird expressions, as she seemed to be looking somewhere, so he just simply followed Maria's gaze, as asking would take too much time. At first, he saw nothing unusual, just the endless tiers of the Colosseum rising higher and higher, packed with spectators, noise, color, and motion. But then his eyes adjusted, sharpening, as his focus pushed farther than what ordinary vision could reach. At the very top of the Colosseum, high above even the uppermost stands, he noticed it. An open chamber. Unlike the rest of the structure, which was crowded and chaotic, that chamber stood alone, isolated, elevated, and very deliberate. Obvious that it was not made for spectators or challengers. It was made for authority. Must be the king's chamber, Razeal realized instantly. His gaze slipped into it effortlessly, as though distance itself meant nothing to him. The first figure he noticed was a man. Huge, easily 7 feet tall, with a body built like a living fortress. His shoulders were broad enough to make the massive throne beneath him look almost proportional. Long royal blue hair flowed freely down his back, thick and heavy, matching the equally dense beard framing his face. Even his mustache was groomed into a bold, rounded shape that somehow made him look both regal and terrifying. He sat there calmly, watching the arena below. And yet, despite the stillness of his posture, Razeal could feel it. An overwhelming presence. Not violent. Not oppressive. Just absolute. The man did not even need to assert dominance. The world around him already felt to acknowledge it. Razeal felt a flicker of surprise. So that is the king of the sea. There was a natural authority radiating from him, an aura that did not demand obedience, but made rebellion feel pointless. Even from this distance, Razeal could sense how deeply rooted that power was. It was not borrowed or forced. It was earned. For a brief moment, Razeal almost admired him a little. After all, before he only thought that dude might only be ruling because of some stupid trident. But seems like that was not the only thing now. He definitely looked majestic. Then his gaze shifted. Just beside the king's throne, placed another equal in size and presence, was another throne. Just a little distance from him though. It was occupied too. A woman sat there with one leg crossed over the other, her posture relaxed to the point of looking careless. Long, heavy hair the color of deep royal purple cascaded down her back, gleaming faintly under the light like polished amethyst. And she was not even watching the arena. She was looking in his direction. Her elbow rested lazily on her knee as her chin propped against her palm. Deep purple eyes locked onto his. Very deeply, as not even blinking, as if she had been looking at him since he came here. And then she smiled. Not wide. Not sharp. Just knowing. A smile that seems to say, "See, I found you." No. Just how? Razeal was taken back as his mood changed to bad very quickly. Razeal's mind raced, calculations forming and shattering almost instantly. He had changed his appearance. His aura was restrained. Even his presence diluted among millions. Even divine perception should have struggled to pinpoint him here, if not knowing he was going to come there. And yet, she was looking directly at him. Not searching. Not guessing. Certainly as if she was waiting in there. He frowned, but then his eyes dropped just a fraction lower. And suddenly, that was when he saw him. Kneeling beside her throne, both knees pressed to the floor, head bowed so low his face was hidden completely. Yograj. His shoulders were stiff, his posture rigid, radiating guilt and shame even without seeing his expression. He looked smaller than Razeal remembered. Not physically, but spiritually. Reduced. Razeal exhaled slowly through his nose. That dumbass, Razeal cursed under his breath, venom laced into every syllable. Chapter 315. That dumbass. The curse slipped from Razeal's lips in a low murmur, venom wrapped tightly around every syllable. His gaze remained fixed on the kneeling figure beside the throne, Yograj, head bowed, shoulders tense, the picture of submission. I want to kill that bastard right now. The thought was sharp, violent, instinctive. His fingers twitched at his side, nails digging faintly into his palm as he fought the urge to move. There was no doubt in his mind, no room for alternatives or excuses. If Marissa had found him here, if she was sitting there now with that calm, knowing expression, then Yograj was the only reason. There was no other way. She would not have come here otherwise. Annoyance coiled tight in his chest, layered beneath something heavier, frustration, wariness, the dull ache of inevitability. He had prepared himself for many things, but not this. His mind raced, calculating distances, exits, angles, plans stacking atop plans as he searched for a way out of the situation. But then again, he just sighed. He forced himself to breathe, to slow down. Fighting her now would be suicide. She was still far stronger than him, stronger in ways he could not yet bridge, no matter how much he had changed. One day, maybe. But today definitely was not that day. Well, he was totally confused about running away from her. Very easily, actually. But he could not simply run. That was the problem. If he fled now, everything he had come here for would collapse. He needed to speak with the king. That conversation mattered more than fighting her for now, and he was sure she would not be able to kill him even if she wanted to. So he just stayed still, eyes flicking back to Marissa only long enough to read her posture. She had not moved. She was not advancing or anything. She was simply watching him, calm, observant, as if she had all the time in the world. So she is waiting. The realization settled in his mind like a weight. Maybe she already knew what he planned to do here. Maybe she was letting him finish whatever scheme he came here to pull off. His gaze slid back to Yograj, kneeling obediently beside the throne. The man did not dare lift his head. Razeal's lips pressed into a thin line. Traitor. Marissa noticed the shift immediately. She had been watching him closely, cataloging every flicker of expression, every subtle tension in his body. The momentary crack in his composure, the way surprise had rippled through him when he saw her, had not gone unnoticed. Her smile widened, slow and deliberate, amused. She lifted one perfectly shaped brow, then the other, a small teasing motion that would have been almost playful under different circumstances. There was something undeniably pleased in her eyes. She did not know why, but she found his reaction endearing. Seeing him caught off guard like this, stripped of that infuriating calm he so often wore, it stirred something warm and unexpected in her chest. Razeal caught the gesture. The effect was immediate. Whatever softness had briefly appeared in his face vanished in an instant, replaced by cold indifference. He turned his head away from her, deliberately breaking eye contact, as if she were nothing more than background noise. Ignored. Marissa's smile faltered just for a fraction of a second. Something dark and aching stirred behind her eyes. Sorrow, sharp and sudden, pierced through the satisfaction she had felt moments earlier. But she was Marissa Virulin. She had mastered the art of control long ago. The sadness vanished, buried beneath a composed, elegant smile, beautiful and untouchable. I must thank you, she said calmly, her voice naturally cold, authority woven effortlessly into every word. If you had not told me he would be here, I would never have had the chance to see those flustered expressions. She said this through some mental techniques which only rang in Yograj's head. And Yograj flinched. His body trembled as her words washed over him. He nodded quickly, deeply. Just my honor, madam, he said hastily, voice tight. I do not deserve praise. He replied the same way with the mental link created between the two by her. He did not dare look up, not at her, not at Razeal. Shame burned hot in his chest, mingled with fear and resentment. As if I wanted to tell you anything, he said in his head. The memory of her arrival made his jaw clench. One moment he had been free, the next she had appeared out of nowhere, overwhelming him with terrifying ease. She beat him up for no reason, then restrained him, and then without hesitation directly read through his memories as if they were pages in an open book. He had not even been able to resist. What choice did I have? Bitter thoughts churned in his mind as he cursed his own misfortune. He had fallen into her hands again. And now he was kneeling here again, stripped of dignity. I should have run the moment I realized who that bastard was to her, he thought to himself. Marissa did not spare him another glance. Her attention was fully on Razeal now. He stood there rigid, deliberately looking everywhere except at her. The way he held himself, the unfamiliar confidence, the altered posture made her study him more closely. How did my son change this much? The differences were undeniable. His height, his build, the sharpness of his features, even his hair and eye color, everything had changed. Even the aura around him was nothing like before. Dense, controlled, and dangerous in a quiet way. If he were a stranger, she might not have recognized him at all. But he was not. He was her son, and she could never mistake that. She had recognized him in one glance. Still, the transformation unsettled her. She lifted a hand to her forehead, pressing her fingers lightly against her temple as she sighed inwardly. Worry gnawed at her, questions stacking one atop another. What did he do now? She thought worriedly. These past days had been difficult for her. Even after reading Yograj's memories and learning that Razeal would be here, the uncertainty had weighed heavily on her. Knowing did not ease the fear, not really. But now, she was happy. In fact, she was in a far better mood than anyone would have expected. The moment her eyes had settled on Razeal standing there alive, steady, undeniably whole, something tight inside her chest had finally loosened. He looked healthy, stronger. There was no sign of injury, no trace of desperation clinging to him. His presence alone was enough to ease days of restless worry that she had never allowed herself to acknowledge openly. More importantly, what she had seen inside Yograj's memories had brought her quiet relief. Razeal had not fled the Empire to disappear into Atlantis, as she had feared. He was not trying to abandon the world he was born into, was not running away to hide himself among the sea folk forever. Instead, he had come here for a purpose, for something specific he intended to obtain, which meant he would leave, and would return to land. That single realization had softened something deep inside her. If he had truly chosen exile, if he had wanted to live far away from everything, from her, she had already prepared herself to accept it, no matter how much it hurt. She would have let him go, even if the thought hollowed her out from the inside. But this was different. This meant he was not running, and that mattered more than she cared to admit. Her gaze lingered on him from afar, studying him without restraint. The way he stood, the quiet confidence in his posture, The fact that he was not alone. People surrounded him. That alone was enough to stir complicated emotions in her chest. The last time she had seen him in that duel, he looked unbearably lonely, so isolated that even he had not seemed to realize it himself. Now, there were others walking beside him. People who spoke to him, followed him, and maybe even his friends. It meant he was at least trying. Trying to live. Trying to build something for himself. Trying to exist as more than a forgotten shadow. That realization brought her a strange, quiet happiness. Marissa rested her chin lightly against her palm, elbow propped against the arm of the throne, her eyes never leaving him. From this distance, she could only see the sharp line of his profile, the familiar curve of his jaw, now hardened, matured, handsome, undeniably so. Time had changed him, and yet, some things had not changed at all. Her thoughts drifted naturally to the reason he had come here in the first place, which obviously she got to know from Yograj too. Ocean's Black. She had heard about this place, though few spoke of it. When she arrived in Atlantis, she had asked the king about it. A desolate place. Worthless and kind of dangerous. An oceanic dumping ground. Nothing more, in simple words he had put. Over countless years, the remains of dead monsters, bodies, fragments, shattered cores had been carried there by the natural flow of the sea. Atlantis had no reason to intervene. No one wanted such refuse lingering near their waters. So it gathered, year after year, layer upon layer. Thousands of years of accumulation. The result was a nightmarish landscape. Floating masses of blackened matter, like drifting islands or jagged mountains suspended atop the sea. A place so dark it appeared like a black spot in the ocean itself. Ocean's Black. Even now, as Marissa observed her son, she could not help but wonder why he would want to go there. Like, what does he want from useless monster cores? Monster cores were studied, discarded, deemed failures long ago. No meaningful power could be extracted from them, no matter how many experiments had been conducted. She had not known what he was doing with them, but she remembered clearly that he had gathered them in large quantities, helped by that small green-haired shopkeeper. Her gaze shifted unconsciously to Levi. She did not need to think much longer. An idea had already formed. Of course, she did not need long to connect the pieces. The answer settled into her thoughts with quiet clarity. It seemed he could absorb monster cores and grow stronger from them just as people grew stronger by absorbing elemental cores. The calm in her gaze deepened as she returned her focus to him. That would explain everything, the sudden growth in strength, the unfamiliar energy she had sensed when he fought Silva. That power had not felt like mana. Not quite. It had been something else entirely, something she could not categorize, no matter how hard she tried. Now it made sense. It was not that he had lacked talent. He had simply been walking a path no one else could see. From the moment he was born, it had been as if the world rejected him. He could not absorb mana. He could not awaken his bloodline. Physical training yielded nothing. Even the most basic progress eluded him. She had honestly tried everything. World elixirs, forbidden techniques, ancient spells, divine blessings. She had spared no cost, ignored no taboo. If there was even a whisper of a method that might help him, she pursued it relentlessly. And every single attempt had failed. Again and again. It had been like throwing power into a void. She had just thought maybe he was talentless. Or maybe just cursed. But now she wondered if all that time, she had simply been looking in the wrong direction. Absorbing monster cores? The thought would have sounded absurd to anyone else. Even to her, once. Monster cores were officially useless. Documented failures. No known being could draw strength from them. And yet, Razeal had. A soft exhale left her lips, something close to a self-deprecating, breathless laugh. So that is it. Of all the strange, questionable, and outright dangerous methods she had attempted, this was the one thing she had never truly considered. Not because she lacked imagination, but because the world itself had declared it impossible. She had not been wrong, just incomplete. Her gaze softened as it rested on him once more, tinged now with a quiet sorrow. If you wanted monster cores so badly, why did you not just ask? The thought cut deeper than she expected. She would have given him everything. Without hesitation. She would have ordered rivers of blood spilled if that is what it took, hunted monsters across continents, stripped the world bare of its cores if it meant giving what he wanted. All he had needed to do was say the word. But he did not, even though he knew I would have, she thought in her head. Her fingers curled faintly against her palm as she sighed inwardly. A quiet, sorrowful sigh escaped her thoughts. She truly did not know what else to do. She knew without doubt that he would come if she called for help. That certainty only made it harder. And so, all she could do was sigh again, softly, helplessly, carrying everything she could not bring herself to ask for. Chapter 316. You know that kid, Lady Marissa? The king of Atlantis spoke casually, a faint trace of amusement in his deep voice. He had been watching her for quite some time, long enough to notice the way her gaze had remained fixed on one particular spot. If you want, he continued, letting out a light chuckle, I can have him brought up here. Maybe a little talk? He followed her line of sight, and quickly found the reason for her distraction. A young man standing among the crowd below. Handsome, yes, but more than that, there was something unusual about him. Something difficult to define, yet impossible to ignore. The king glanced back at Marissa. As always, her face was unreadable. Cold, still, emotionless. A mask carved from ice. He could not tell what she was thinking. So, being the straightforward man he was, he simply asked. Marissa heard his words. It pulled her out of the tangled thoughts racing through her mind. Slowly, she turned her head to look at him. The king met her gaze with an easy smile, relaxed and confident, a demeanor that matched his massive build and regal presence. She let out a short, quiet chuckle and shook her head. "No," she said calmly. "Let us not do that." Then, after a brief pause, her eyes drifted back toward the boy. "But yes, I do know that kid." Her voice was still cold, still distant. The king did not mind. He knew her well enough to understand that this was simply who she was. "Is he someone important?" he asked, his gaze returning to the boy with open curiosity. Marissa did not answer right away. "Very," she finally said, her voice dropping slightly. "Very important." A small smile, barely noticeable, fleeting as a passing ripple, appeared on her lips as she continued to watch Razeal in silence. The king noticed it, and that alone stunned him. This monster, smiling? He did not comment on it, nor draw attention to it. He merely smiled to himself, observing the scene quietly. "Well then," he said after a moment, laughter rolling through his voice with a majestic weight. "If he is that important to you, I suppose I will have to treat him like a guest as well." "I would have to thank you, then." Her smile vanished as quickly as it had appeared, her face returning to its usual calm. "That is a very kind gesture. But let him be. I do not want to interfere with anything, not for now at least." Her words made his surprise deepen. Someone with strength like hers, giving thanks. That is a very rare thing for powerhouses to do. It looked genuine too. For something so small. "There is no need for that," the king replied, waving it off. "It is nothing." Still, his eyes flickered briefly toward Razeal, silently making a note to himself. Whoever that boy was, she clearly cared more than she let on, and that alone made him curious. Truthfully, the king had been surprised when Marissa appeared in Atlantis. The last time he had seen her was over 30 years ago. She had left a powerful impression on him back then. Very powerful. She was different now. He could feel it as he glanced at her seated calmly beside him. Back then, she was a monster in the truest sense of the word. He remembered it clearly. Her claiming she had come to Atlantis just to look around, which was an obvious lie. In reality, she had challenged every strong being she could find. From the 7th sea all the way to the 1st, she defeated every renowned warrior in her path, sea lords included. She had even barged into his castle unannounced, declaring she wanted a fight. Her aura at the time had been wild, violent, completely unrestrained. And she had fought him too. He lost. Of course, he had not used his trident. But even so, fighting a human underwater for 2 straight months, and still being defeated, that was impressive. Terrifyingly so. He chuckled quietly at the memory. Back then, she was chaos incarnate, brutal, relentless, anything but gentle. And now, she sat quietly beside him, composed and distant, watching a single boy in silence. That alone was shocking. Honestly, he felt weird about this change in her. Just 11 or 12 days ago, she had returned to the castle again, much to his surprise. He had assumed she was here for another fight. Instead, she simply said she wanted to watch the royal challenge. He had not questioned it. He trusted her character, odd as it was. And besides, this was his ocean. Nothing happened here without his permission. So he let her stay. Still, as he glanced once more at Razeal, the king could not help but wonder, just who exactly was that boy? And what kind of person could make someone with her level of power give him so much attention? Both Marissa and the king were deep in their own thoughts. On the other side, Razeal was lost in his as well. He could clearly feel 2 powerful gazes pressing into his back, and he was trying very hard to ignore them. He let out a quiet sigh, nothing more than frustration at his own bad luck. He had already convinced Maria to stay, even though she had wanted to leave immediately. Honestly, that had been harder than anything else so far. Now there was nothing left to do but stand there, silently watching the ongoing match below the arena. He ignored the irritating stares behind him. One he knew belonged to his mother, the other he guessed was the king's. Either way, he did not turn around. He could not see them, nor did he want to. Neptunia still had not returned. So he waited. Razeal stood there in silence when, after many days, Billy's voice finally rang inside his head again. "Host, are you really just going to keep ignoring me? Come on, it is not even that big of a deal." Billy had been trying to talk to him for a while now, but Razeal had been ignoring it as if it did not exist at all. Razeal said nothing. His eyes remained fixed on the arena below. "Host, seriously, you do not need to be like this. If you think I betrayed you, you are being petty. You cannot be angry at someone who has helped you all this time, someone who gave you life-changing opportunities for nothing, just because I stayed silent about a few things. I still helped you, and believe it or not, I never restricted you. You have always been free to do whatever you want. If I had ever forced you, I would understand your anger, but I did not." Razeal's expression did not change. "I will not get angry at someone who gives me something for nothing just because they did not help me somewhere," he replied calmly in his head. "But you are forgetting something, Villy. You are not anybody. You are a parasite that has been living on me for years. If I die, you die too. So yeah, no explanations needed." Villy fell silent for a long time. Finally, "All right, I will apologize. Forgive me. It was a mistake. Let us make things right again. It feels strange not being on good terms with you." "No need," Razeal replied flatly in his thoughts. He did not care. Another pause. "All right, maybe a silent apology is not enough. How about I apologize with a gift? What if I give you a new system function?" Razeal did not react at all. Villy let out something close to a sigh and issued it anyway, already knowing Razeal's personality. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for unlocking a new system function. A new system feature has been successfully unlocked. Evil Constellation, live stream interface. Authorization complete. System function is now active. Description: through this function, villains within the system space are granted the ability to establish direct, real-time interaction with the host in the real world. These villains are able to observe the host continuously, seeing what the host sees, and even what the host cannot see, and may actively assist the host in all matters of life, combat, and growth. They may guide, teach, advise, manipulate, or refine the host through direct observation and experience. This system function was created for a singular purpose: to shape the host into a superior villain. Unlocked capabilities. Live chat channel villains the host has already interacted with may now communicate instantly through a shared interaction channel. They may comment, advise, argue, mock, or warn the host in real time. They can observe the battlefield, surroundings, enemies, and the host's decisions without delay. Gift transmission. Villains may transmit system-recognized gifts directly to the host during live interaction. These gifts may include skills, abilities, techniques, technologies, rare resources, forbidden knowledge, unidentified items, or other special assets. Real-time presence messages, reactions, and responses occur without delay, ensuring uninterrupted engagement. Villains may also communicate with each other, forming discussions, disputes, or alliances during observation. Other functions hidden. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Chapter 317. Ding. Congratulations, host, for unlocking a new system function. Evil Constellation, live stream interface. Authorization complete. System function is now active. Description: through this function, villains within the system space are granted the ability to establish direct, real-time interaction with the host in the real world. These villains are able to observe the host continuously, seeing what the host sees, and even what the host cannot see, and may actively assist the host in all matters of life, combat, and growth. They may guide, teach, advise, manipulate, or refine the host through direct observation and experience. This system function was created for a singular purpose: to shape the host into a superior villain. Unlocked capabilities. Live chat channel. Villains the host has already interacted with may now communicate instantly through a shared interaction channel. They may comment, advise, argue, mock, or warn the host in real time. They can observe the battlefield, surroundings, enemies, and the host's decisions without delay. Gift transmission. Villains may transmit system-recognized gifts directly to the host during live interaction. These gifts may include skills, abilities, techniques, technologies, rare resources, forbidden knowledge, unidentified items, or other special assets. Real-time presence. Messages, reactions, and responses occur without delay, ensuring uninterrupted engagement. Villains may also communicate with each other, forming discussions, disputes, or alliances during observation. Other functions. Hidden. Question mark, question mark, question mark. The notification appeared in front of Razeal's eyes, floating silently in his vision. He did not react at first. He just stared at it, reading the line once, then again. His brows slowly lifted, just a little, the smallest sign of surprise breaking through his otherwise flat expression. So the stingy bastard finally decided to give him something worthwhile. Razeal's eyes moved down the panel as he read the rest, his mind already beginning to turn. Slowly, the irritation he had been carrying dulled, replaced by something closer to interest. A live stream. An evil Constellation interface. Direct interaction. Ha, the idea clicked almost immediately. Become a streamer? The thought was not new. Not even remotely. In his past life, streaming was not some big deal. It was just work, after all. Streaming, entertaining, manipulating attention, pulling money from the rich who liked to watch from the safety of their seats. Different platform, but the same principle. Only now, the audience was far richer, far stronger, and far more dangerous. Villains. People or things that did not blink at blood, chaos, or cruelty. He would stream, and in return, he could receive gifts, skills, abilities, resources, things that normally required endless negotiation inside the system space. Things that took time, effort, and convincing. And convincing villains was always a pain in the ass. They were stingy, suspicious, prideful, and mean for no reason. This bypassed all of that. He would not need to go to them anymore. They would come to him. Ha! A faint, humorless smile tugged at his lips as he rubbed his chin, eyes narrowing slightly in thought. Thirsty no longer had to go to the pond. The ponds would come to him. The image amused him more than he expected. Yeah, this could work. Actually, this could work very well. And just as that thought settled, Billy's voice echoed in his head, still high-pitched. Overly sweet. Bubbly. The kind of tone that made his skin crawl. A sugar-high magical girl voice. It seems like you really liked the present, right? So, does that mean, maybe, just maybe, you can forgive me now? No, you are not. Razeal rejected flatly in his mind, not even bothering to give the system the dignity of emotion. But hello. I gave you such amazing system functions, you know. You could at least admire it properly, host. Now come on. Let us just forget about that silly matter and move on together. Villy continued, clearly embarrassed. If a system could be embarrassed, but forcing the tone through anyway, like it physically hurt to keep talking like this, and yet refusing to stop. Razeal's eye twitched. System functions are for me, and it is my right to have them. You do not gift me what already belongs to me, and I am not even aware how many functions you are hiding from me. His gaze stayed on the floating panel as he continued. Do you not think you should tell me about all of them? Nope, I cannot give those to you, host. The system replied in a forced, cheerful tone. Those system functions are hidden, waiting for you to discover them yourself. Try poking around someday. You might just find them unexpectedly. Razeal frowned slightly. I have no idea about them. So how exactly am I supposed to discover something I do not even know exists? Anyways, give me back my other 2 system functions too. The ones you locked. That is enough of your nonsense now. And then there was a pause. A long one. About that. Villy hesitated. I deleted those. In anger. You really made me furious, you know. You what? Razeal's eyebrow twitched violently. Deleted? Gone? His mind flashed back to those 2 functions. Ones he did not use constantly, sure, but ones that had been undeniably useful. Tools he had earned. Tools that had saved him effort more than once. And this useless piece of trash just erased them. A sharp curse burned through his thoughts. That bastard. Razeal pinched the bridge of his nose, eyes closing briefly as he exhaled slowly, forcing himself not to react. Killing the system was not an option. He could not touch it, could not threaten it. If he died, it died. If it died, he was crippled. A mutual hostage situation. He shook his head slowly, bitterness settling in his chest. Unbelievable. Host, listen to me. Villy's voice came again, wavering now. You can stay mad, it is okay. But this voice, this terrible, annoying voice, it is so bad it hurts. I am begging you, pretty please. Shut up if you do not want to hear this voice. Razeal snapped in his head, irritation sharp and immediate. Because I am definitely not turning it off. Beep you, Villy. You ungrateful bastard. The words were venomous, blunt, and final. He did not wait for a response. He did not care if the system heard him properly or not. He simply cut off the mental conversation entirely, his attention shifting away with practiced indifference, as if Villy did not even exist anymore. No. The system's voice rang out anyway, high-pitched and dramatic, almost genuinely sounding like it was crying now, stretched out and miserable. Razeal ignored it completely. Not even a twitch of his expression changed. Without wasting another second, he lifted his hand and began tapping through the floating system panel in front of him, fingers moving with growing impatience. He clicked through menus, dragged windows aside, dismissed notifications, opened and closed tabs, searching, testing, and prodding. He was not about to ask Villy for help. And honestly, even if he asked, he knew Villy would not help to activate this function. He would rather spend 10 minutes fumbling around than give it the satisfaction. At most, he might later demand Villy turn off the stupid voice and tone-changing function, but that was it. For now, Villy could suffer in silence. After a few more taps, the interface flickered, then changed. A different screen finally appeared in front of him. Evil Constellation, live stream interface. Razeal's eyes narrowed slightly as he focused. So this was it. A new window layered itself neatly over the others, darker in color, sharper in design. It felt heavier, like something important, something that carried consequences. Another notification surfaced beneath it. Confirmation required. Activating the live stream will expose the host's actions to all observing evil constellations. Do you wish to proceed? Yes or no? Razeal did not hesitate. Yes. He tapped the option instantly. Live stream interface initializing. Ding. Live stream interface has been successfully activated. The system panel shifted again. Razeal froze. For a brief moment, just a heartbeat, he forgot where he was. On the screen in front of him was himself. A live image. His face. His posture. His movements, rendered in real time, reacting a split second behind him. The angle was perfect, like an invisible camera floating just ahead of his vision. The sensation hit him unexpectedly hard. Déjà vu. A strange, sinking familiarity settled in his chest. It felt exactly like his past life, standing in front of a phone, recording himself, streaming, being watched, performing, whether he admitted it or not. Only now, instead of a small screen in his hand, it was projected directly into his mind. Razeal's lips pressed into a thin line as he stared at the feed, his reflection staring back at him with the same expression. On the side of the live feed, there was another panel. Would the host like to send invitations to evil constellations for the live stream? Yes or no? Below it, smaller text faded into view. Notice: only evil constellations who have directly met the villain host and possess a relationship rank of 1 or higher are eligible to join this live stream. Relationship rankings are evaluated based on frequency of interaction, depth of shared actions, mutual involvement in villainous activities, emotional and strategic significance. Current scale: rank 1 to rank 10. The higher the rank, the closer the bond. Razeal raised one eyebrow. Relationship rank? That was new. He had not seen this thing. Or maybe he had, and Villy simply had not bothered to tell him about it. The thought made his irritation spike again, but he pushed it down. So not everyone could watch. Only those he had met. Only those he had interacted with. For a moment, the imagination he had formed to have trillions of viewers flooding in from the start, thinking all reality villains would join, gifts raining down, rewards stacking endlessly, broke. Guess he had to start from low after all. And honestly, that was fine. Every empire started small. He exhaled slowly, eyes scanning the interface once more before making his choice. Yes. He tapped the option. Ding. Invitations have been successfully sent. Awaiting responses from eligible evil constellations. Chapter 318. Ding. Invitations have been successfully sent. awaiting responses from eligible evil constellations. Inside the system space, Zara sat lazily on her dark throne, one leg crossed over the other, fingers tapping slowly against the armrest. The place around her was almost entirely swallowed by darkness. No sky, no ground, no walls, just an endless, desolate void, cold, eerie, and silent, as if the concept of sound itself had died here long ago. A place where even time seemed unsure whether it should move forward or stay frozen. Then, a sudden blue light pierced the darkness. A translucent panel unfolded itself in front of her, glowing softly yet insistently, its color completely out of place in this dead world. Zara's tapping stopped. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she leaned forward, her dark pupils reflecting the floating screen. Congratulations, you have been invited to a live stream of a young villain. Join this live stream to watch his journey, guide him, and teach him the way of the best villain. Do you wish to enter the live stream? Join or decline? Oh, this must be that boy's doing. Zara leaned back against her throne, one arm resting casually, the other lifting slightly, as if to touch the panel, but she stopped just short of it. Watching, thinking. She did not fully understand what a live stream was supposed to be. Still, curiosity was a dangerous thing, and Zara had never been good at resisting it. Well, she said lightly, eyes gleaming, let us see what kind of nonsense you are up to, little villain. She reached out and tapped join. The moment her finger touched the panel shifted. And at that exact same moment, for beyond her space, the same screen appeared. In a land covered entirely in flowers, endless fields stretching to the horizon, petals dancing gently in the wind, a man stood quietly among them. Dressed simply, sleeves rolled up, hands stained faintly with soil, he looked more like a gentle gardener than a villain. His face carried a calm, almost kind expression, as if he belonged nowhere near bloodshed or cruelty. The blue panel appeared before him. He blinked, confused, but his eyes held interest. Elsewhere, in a serene land filled with tall bamboo trees, their leaves swaying softly, as if whispering secrets to one another, an old man sat atop a massive rock. He was hunched slightly, posture relaxed, one leg dangling off the edge. In his hands was a very questionable picture book, which he read with far too much focus, lips curled into a perverted grin that absolutely did not match the tranquil surroundings. The blue panel appeared. He paused and lowered the book. Ha. And just like that, in many other system spaces, panels appeared. As all the villains Razeal had met with, each of them stared at the same invitation. Each of them felt the same faint pull. Curiosity. Back to Razeal. Razeal stood silently, eyes fixed on the system panel hovering before him. The live stream interface remained active, the waiting notification pulsing softly. Nothing else happened. Not yet. He exhaled slowly. It has not even been 20 seconds, he muttered in his head, irritation creeping in far faster than it should have. His fingers tapped once against his arm, then again. What, is it really that bad, he thought, rubbing his chin. Do not tell me no one even has a rank 1 relationship with me. The idea genuinely annoyed him. After all, he had interacted with villains. Many of them, actually. He had negotiated with them, threatened them, been tortured by them. Does torture not count as bonding? He thought curiously. He frowned. All I ever did was business deals or get abused. That cannot be that low, right? A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. What if this whole thing flops? What if no one shows up? The thought irritated him more than it should have. Then, ding. Razeal stiffened. His gaze snapped back to the panel. Congratulations, host. Zara, the strongest mother, rank SSS Plus has joined the live stream. His eyes raised slightly. Zara, he muttered, surprised. Before he could process it, ding. Xenocide, the world's killer, rank SSS- has joined the live stream. Lily, greatest thief, rank SSS- has joined the live stream. Ancestor Shwe, not a swordsman, rank SSS has joined the live stream. Drake, degenerated bastard, rank SSS- has joined the live stream. Zabilchin, the greatest collector, rank SSS- has joined the live stream. Lucifer Morningstar, Lord of Hell, rank SSS++ has joined the live stream. Congratulations, host Vilitharian, Nocturvel Seraphies Dra Kareth Vornilthur Akrivan Male Taurus, Vampire Progenitor, rank SSS++ has joined the live stream. Congratulations, host Tongue, the Overruler, rank X has joined the live stream. The notifications appeared almost at the same time, stacking over one another on the live stream panel. Razeal stared at the screen. Whoa, more than I thought would appear, he muttered silently, eyes scanning the list again. He had honestly assumed that maybe 1 or 2 would appear. His lips twitched. Are these really all rank 1 or above relationships? That thought actually stunned him. He was not the type to underestimate himself, but he also was not delusional. He knew most of these interactions had been brief. Some were deals, some were just meetings, some were torture, and yet, rank 1 or higher. So it is really not my problem that people do not like me in the real world, he thought calmly. It is their problem. He had barely met these monsters once or twice, and still, they have a relationship with him. Villains, it seemed, appreciated him more. Before he could dwell on it further, the live chat began to move. Live chat. Zara, so it really was you, little villain. I can actually watch you now, while you are not being in my space. Oh, and what happened to your appearance? You have completely changed. Razeal's attention snapped fully back to the interface. Yeah, Razeal replied calmly, his mental voice steady as he sent the message. I figured you guys might be lonely in there. so I thought why not show you the world I am in now. As for the changes, things happened. He did not elaborate much, though while talking, he felt something strange. Talking to her like this felt different. Back then, her presence alone had weighed on him like a mountain. Every word had required caution, every movement, restraint. But now, there was a distance. A screen. A separation that made it easier to breathe, easier to speak. Vilitharian Nocturvel Seraphies Dra Kareth Vornilthur Akrivan Mailtaurus. What an unusual world. I cannot sense dark mana. Not even a trace. How do beings even survive in such an environment? Razeal raised an eyebrow slightly at how fast this guy was to catch things. Ancestor Shue indeed. No dark chi. No corrupted flow. No abyssal resonance. This environment is clean. Unnaturally so. I am feeling kind of weird by this. Xenocide, the world is beautiful. But why are you beneath the sea? I also sense a considerable accumulation of killing aura around you. I do not know how to feel about that. Now maybe even regretting a little to grant you this Tao. Wait. It has not corrupted you yet. Not even twisting your mind or desires. How did you do that? Lucifer Morningstar. Fascinating. We are capable of direct interaction. And yet, I cannot perceive the mechanism or magic behind it. Question for everyone present. Do you also exist within a sealed domain? A place where only you, and those tied to you, may reside. No outsiders. No unrelated existences. After your deaths. Zara. Ancestor Shue indeed. Xenocide, it seems we all do. So we are not alone after all. I remember he told me there were beings on my level, perhaps even stronger, connected to him. I did not believe it at the time. But now seeing all of you gathered around the same individual, it appears there is a connection between us. My rank is listed as SSS-, and yet I see others marked SSS+, even higher. I do not fully understand what this system uses to judge this, but I assume it is tied to overall strength, danger, or impact. Still, in my lifetime, I never encountered anyone truly equal to me. Not once. That makes this unsettling. Zara, there are different worlds and dimensions. Must be because of that. Xenocide dimensions. What exactly are dimensions? Ancestor Shwed, you do not know of dimensions. A dimension is a layer of existence, a framework that defines space, time, laws, and power. In my origin world, there were many. Lower realms, upper realms, immortal realms, void realms. Each realm operated under entirely different laws. One could be a supreme existence in a lower realm, and become utterly insignificant upon entering a higher one. Power, cultivation, even the meaning of existence itself changes between realms. Liliha, I thought there was just one world. In hell, Lucifer sat upon his throne of hellfire, crimson eyes fixed on the translucent panel hovering before him. Messages rose and fell like tides, each revealing fragments of knowledge, gaps in understanding, and wildly different perceptions of reality. He rubbed his chin slowly, amused. Lucifer, no, I do not believe this is merely a matter of dimensions. I ruled over many dimensions myself. And the realms Ancestor Shwe described, I have never encountered them. So I propose a different conclusion. We are not from different dimensions, but maybe from different realities, all entirely. The chat froze. No immediate responses. Even the most arrogant minds paused. Hifrzabilchin, greatest collector interesting theory. Drake, degenerated bastard, I do not know what realities or dimensions are supposed to mean. And frankly, I do not care. If it does not change anything, why bother? Lucifer, perhaps it does change everything. Consider this. If this boy can connect beings from entirely separate realities, allow us to communicate, and even show us a world none of us belong to, then it is not impossible that he possesses a method to bring us there as well. Lucifer leaned back into his throne, flames curling lazily around his form. A slow, dangerous smile spread across his face. So I was right after all. Father never sealed hell for eternity. No prison lasts forever, not even one made by God. Xenocide, I do not really care. The place I built for myself brings me peace. Leaving it would only turn me back into the madman I once was. Ancestor Shwehumph, but I want women. Warmth, touch, the feeling of flesh and breath. I can perceive countless women through the screen alone. That alone makes me wish to step out. Drake, degenerated bastard he. Fellow duelist, it seems our thoughts align quite well. Ancestor Shwe, then you are clearly a man of culture. Vampire progenitor, there is a function in the corner of this interface. Gift. What does it mean? I tapped it, and it responded. Zara, is it not obvious? This greedy little villain wants tribute in exchange for letting us observe him and guide him toward villainy. Those floating words made it quite clear. Lily ha. This good boy came to me asking for skills as well. Greedy indeed. The chat continued to scroll, voices overlapping, theories stacking, none of them addressing the one who stood at the center of it all. Razeal's patience thinned. All right guys, will you all just stop for a moment? Razeal finally spoke up. He had been standing there quietly the whole time, waiting for them to finish their endless back and forth discussions. At first, he honestly believed they would notice him on their own, that they would eventually turn and ask what he had to say. But they did not. They just kept talking among themselves, completely absorbed, completely dismissive, treating him like some clueless kid, while they carried on like dignified adults. One of Razeal's eyebrows twitched. Truthfully, the irritation had already settled in his chest. A sharp, unpleasant feeling. Still, he forced it down and maintained his composure. Losing his temper here would not help anyone, least of all himself. He did not really want to offend his viewers in the start, after all. Look, he said again, his voice calm but firm, cutting through the chatter at last. Here is the thing. This is an idea, a function I just came up with. I was thinking, you are all probably bored out of your minds, just sitting in one place. And even if you are not, listening to the same things over and over cannot be all that entertaining. I will not lie, my life is not exactly thrilling to watch. Razeal lied with no shame whatsoever. But what if it is entertaining to you? I mean, who knows? The chat went silent. For a brief moment, it seemed like they were actually considering his words. Then, Ancestor Shue's scoff. That is a lie. This greedy little bastard forced me to teach him my ultimate skill, and all I got in return were a few dozen books. Razeal's eye twitched again. Yes, Razeal replied calmly, not even bothering to deny it. I never said this was not for my own benefit. Honestly, I am just hoping you will all be generous enough to help me out while watching. He cleared his throat slightly, awkwardly mimicking the style of streamers from his past life. You can give me gifts. It is not like you are losing anything, right? Think of it as curing your boredom. Watching something new while spending resources you are all drowning in anyway. Stuff none of you even have a use for. This time, no one interrupted. They listened. Then a voice chimed in. Degenerated bastard, it is not a bad idea. I am extremely bored, and I would not mind paying to see interesting things. A small, satisfied smile appeared on Razeal's face. Good, he said, nodding approvingly. You are a smart one. He had not even needed to over-explain. As expected, these people were not fools. Degenerated bastard, all right. I understand the concept. I will pay one S-rank skill of my own, in exchange. Show me some beautiful women without clothes. It has been years. Ancestor Shue, at first, I thought this would be something utterly stupid. But now that you have said it out loud, it actually sounds extremely useful. You truly are an intellectual man, Mr. Degenerated Bastard. I would very much like to be your friend. And yes, I am also willing to offer payment. One S-rank skill. No, make that an SS-rank skill. A dual cultivation sutra. On one condition, I want to see you cook rice together with a heavenly beauty and show it properly. From every angle, Razeal stared at the messages in silence. Chapter 319. Ancestor Shue, and yes, I am also willing to offer payment. One S-rank skill. No, make that an SS-rank skill. A dual cultivation sutra. On one condition, I want to see you cook rice together with a heavenly beauty and show it properly. From every angle, Razeal stared at the floating messages, silently. For a long moment, his mind simply stopped. Not because of the reward. An SS-rank dual cultivation sutra was interesting. The kind of thing any protagonist would slaughter bloodlines over. But the condition. He slowly lifted a hand and pinched the bridge of his nose, letting out a quiet, tired sigh. So this is how streamers feel. When some rich person casually threw money on the table and asked for something utterly unnecessary, Razeal thought of how people used to pay streamers to show their grandmother's nudes for no reason whatsoever. It was almost the same now. Yeah, no. Razeal was not in the mood for this rage bait. At least for now. Genuinely, he did not know how to start. Not that he would admit it. Degenerated bastard, seems like the kid is still a virgin, Ancestor Shue. The task might be too hard for him. Ancestor Shue, such a disappointment. Razeal's eyebrow twitched. All right, stop it. He shook his head, irritation seeping through his otherwise calm expression. Before he could say more, another message slid into the chat. Lily, I can sense two very strong beings staring at you, kid. Are they your enemies? Razeal's attention snapped away from the previous nonsense instantly. He ignored the older messages completely and focused on this one. His eyes narrowed slightly. You can sense that too. He did not say it out loud, but the surprise was obvious. The livestream camera was not pointing anywhere else. It was focused only on him. Yet somehow, they could still feel the gazes. Degenerated bastard, yeah, obviously. We can feel it too. The way you are showing your world is not limited to just sight. How do you think we sensed how totally unstable your world is? How it lacks dark powers and dark energies? From this floating screen alone, I can sense everything around you. The view is limited, but that is more than enough. Razeal went quiet. His expression did not change, but his mind moved fast. So it was not just a camera. It was a perception anchor also. They were not just watching him. They were observing the environment around him, sensing presences, power levels, and distortions he might miss. That was useful. Very useful. A slow thought formed. If beings like these were watching, they could warn him before danger reached him. Notice threats if he for some reason was unable to sense them. Analyze enemies in real time. This feature was more broken than he had thought. Lily turned the screen to those two beings. They feel strong. One of them even feels stronger than me. Let me see. Let me see. Razeal ignored this message completely. He would not be doing everything that the villains asked of him. He needed to let them know how streaming worked. He would not show them what they wanted until they paid him something instead. Yeah, stingy streamer behavior. Not that he was going to listen to everything they were going to say. Instead, he closed the stream panel halfway, muting the chat for the moment. His attention shifted back to reality. Why was she taking so long? It had already been over 10 minutes. Neptunia had left to ask about participation, and she still had not returned. Razeal's irritation, previously dulled by the absurdity of the stream, slowly crept back. He hated waiting, especially when plans were already tight. He was already in a bad mood after seeing his mother, and now this again. He was just about to turn and look for her himself when footsteps approached from the side. Neptunia finally walked toward him. Razeal felt the tension in his shoulders ease just a fraction. Did you find out where to participate? He asked immediately. Neptunia stopped beside him. She hesitated. Just for a moment. That was enough. No. She looked away slightly. Participation time has already passed. Participants had to register before the challenge started. She paused, then added more quietly, so no, we cannot join now. And no, there is no other way. I asked almost everyone who is in charge to participate in here. Razeal stared at her. He did not shout, did not curse, did not even sigh loudly as he usually would. He just stood there, processing. She continued, clearly uncomfortable, and even a little irritated herself. I know I suggested it, and I told you to hurry, but we were already late. The journey took too long. The challenge started almost a week ago. So yeah, cannot do anything about that. Razeal looked at her. For a brief moment, he wondered if he should feel angry. Then he dismissed it. What was the point? It was not like yelling would rewind time. So what now? He asked calmly. I do not know. She said it honestly. Razeal just sighed lightly, as if he himself had to think of something. But just as he was thinking, Lucifer, this yellow-haired girl, she is hiding her real appearance. The message appeared suddenly in the stream chat. Razeal paused as his attention snapped back to the interface instantly. Ha, he blinked, genuinely caught off guard. Zara, what? You cannot see it. You look surprised. It is so obvious. So you have a person around who is hiding their real identity, and you are not even aware of that. Razeal's brows knitted together slowly. No, that is not it, he thought, his gaze drifting back to Neptunia without him even realizing it. He had always known something about her felt off. Not wrong, just concealed. I already suspected she was special. That she was hiding her identity, he admitted internally. But hiding her appearance too? That, I really did not know. That was different. This was very serious to him now. How was I not able to see it? He wondered, genuinely unsettled now. He had vampire perception, blood sense, killing intent awareness, flow sensitivity, and yet, nothing. Lily not only that, she also has an extremely high-level bloodline. Honestly, so high that I am surprised it even exists. How are you not able to sense something so particular? Like yeah, her strength and abilities are sealed, but still, her presence is totally radiating with a high-level bloodline as if to say, come look at me. I am special. Seeing Lily's almost sarcastic words, Razeal's eyes narrowed as he looked directly at Neptunia now. He really looked, trying to see and sense something. She stood there quietly, hands at her sides, posture relaxed. No aura leaking, no pressure, no threat, just normal, too normal. How special does a bloodline have to be, he thought, for an SSS-Rank villain to say they have never seen something like it. He thought to himself, being as serious as he should have been aware of it. It could be dangerous. Who knew what that bastard Riven put her beside him for, and just how unaware he was of this. Razeal subtly activated every perception method he had. Blood vision, dark mana sense, killing sense, flow sensing, trying to find everything, even a fraction of something. But still, nothing. Absolutely nothing. It was like staring at an illusion that refused to crack. His frown deepened. It is one thing to hide your identity, he thought grimly. It is another thing when I cannot even perceive the disguise. That was terrifying. Is she stronger than me? Razeal asked directly in the stream. It was straightforward. No pride, no denial. If he could not sense her, there were only two possibilities. Either she had absurd protection put by someone stronger, or she was simply far above him. And honestly, both were bad. He hated not knowing. He hated uncertainty even more. At SS rank, he had bled, schemed, tortured, and clawed his way upward. He had crossed hells, literal and figurative, to get here. Even changed his race. Literally. The idea that someone looking only a few years older than him could stand on an entirely different level was hard to accept. No, it did not make sense. Zara, obviously. Clear as day. She is on a completely different level than you. She could kill you in a second, right where you are standing now. The confirmation dropped like a guillotine. Razeal went completely silent. Not shocked, not screaming, not denial, just still. His eyes traced Neptunia from head to toe again, slower this time. Like he was looking at an unknown species for the first time. So that is it. It is her own strength, not protection by someone above, he thought, obviously believing in his villain's chat. At the very least, stronger than SS-. He thought to himself as looking at her. That alone was absurd. Unbelievable. His grip tightened unconsciously. He was feeling embarrassed. It could have been an enemy beside him, and he had no beeping idea whatsoever. Vampire progenitor, I would not say he could be killed. He is a vampire now. But yes, he would be defeated. Young progenitor, you need to work on your strength. Do not be discouraged. You are still young. With an immortal lifespan, it is only a matter of time before you surpass mortal beings like her. Razeal exhaled slowly. Defeated. Not killed. That distinction mattered. Still, being defeated without resistance was not something he liked either. Zara, a vampire? What is that? Ancestor Shwe, this girl's bloodline is extremely unusual. It feels as though she was born directly from the Tao of the element itself. From a concept. I have never seen anything like it. But I am certain of one thing. She is not merely an elemental user. She is closer to an elemental existence. Or maybe she is an elemental existence in itself. Ha, born from the Tao of the elemental? Elemental concept? Razeal muttered under his breath, eyes narrowing slightly as the words settled in his head. Is it something like the Tao of killing? He was not clueless about this. He had picked up some fragments of knowledge from Xenocide, and that perverted old man. Tao of killing, Tao of flow. Concepts that were not just techniques, but laws themselves. He glanced at the chat, waiting. Zeno sighed yes. Similar, but also different. You are currently training to touch and use a Tao of killing. That is the normal path. But being born from a concept itself is another matter entirely. I do not really know what it actually could be, but if I had to put it simply, imagine someone being born from the Tao of killing itself. Not learning it, not comprehending it, but existing as it. That is what this sounds like. I cannot fully grasp the advantages either, because I have never seen such a case, but it implies something frightening. Control, not borrowing a fragment of a Tao like we do, being it or commanding it naturally. Razeal went quiet again. Born from a concept, not using or cultivating it, but owning it. So she is special too, he thought, eyes drifting back to Neptunia. Like special like Celestia? I do not know why, but only that woman appeared in his head. Neptunia stood there the same as before, hands relaxed, posture casual, expression slightly tired. No aura, no pressure, no sign of power. And yet now, every little thing about her felt wrong. So what concept is she born from? Razeal asked in the stream, his voice steady, even though his thoughts were not. Ancestor Shrev, why should I know? We answer so easily? Give me more books that you gave me, who knows, maybe I will tell you. Razeal did not even blink. No need, he replied calmly. Let me guess. His gaze flicked briefly to the endless blue surrounding them. Water element? Lily, how did you suddenly become so smart so suddenly? I am literally standing in the middle of a deep-sea world, he replied. It does not take a genius. Ancestor Shre, then why ask us at all? There is a difference between guessing and confirmation, Razeal answered flatly. Zara, why are you ignoring my messages? I asked what a vampire is. Answer me, boy. Her irritation was obvious now. Razeal saw the message, and ignored it anyway. Not because he could not answer, but because his mind was already racing ahead, pieces clicking into place. He stared at Neptunia again, this time not even trying to hide it. What is wrong with you? Neptunia asked suddenly, breaking his thoughts. Her brows furrowed slightly as she noticed his gaze. You have been staring for a while. Are you okay? She hesitated, then added honestly, or are you just that disappointed you could not join? Razeal did not answer immediately. He just looked at her. Then, are you, he asked calmly, by any chance, the princess of Atlantis? Silence. Neptunia froze. Her mouth opened slightly, then closed. Neptunia, who had been quietly thinking he might ask something related to that, was completely dumbstruck by the suddenness of the question. Her thoughts froze mid-sentence, her mind blanking out as surprise washed over her, leaving her staring in stunned silence. Chapter 320. Are you by any chance the princess of Atlantis? Razeal asked calmly. The words landed softly. Silence. Not the awkward kind, but the confused kind. The kind that stretches just a little too long. Neptunia froze. It was subtle. Anyone not paying attention would have missed it. Her steps halted for a fraction of a second, shoulders stiffening, as though her body had reacted before her mind could catch up. Her lips parted, the sound slipping out instinctively, then she stopped herself. Her mouth closed again. She blinked. A few seconds passed. Then she waved her hands quickly, almost too quickly, a laugh forced out of her throat. No, I mean what, she said, shaking her head. That is stupid. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Me, a princess. How could I possibly be a princess? I mean, yeah, I am beautiful, but definitely not how beautiful princess is. She is just goddess. Her tone was light, casual, and totally dismissive. Too perfect. She even chuckled, a short, breathy laugh, like the idea itself was ridiculous enough to be amusing. But her eyes flickered, just once, before she looked away. Razeal did not reply immediately. He just watched her. Honestly, her acting was good. Better than good. If he had not already been suspicious, if he had not felt that weird pressure around her since the first time they met, not to say now even confirmation from all these supervillains, he might have believed it. But he would not now. No, he was almost certain. The reason was simple, her bloodline, so high grade that to be praised by supervillains. And most importantly, it was a water-based bloodline. As far as Razeal knew, there was only one possibility like that in the entire world. Princess of Atlantis. He did not know much about her, honestly. The novel barely mentioned her. The protagonist never even went to Atlantis, so details were scarce. But one thing was clearly written. There were only 3 people in the entire world with an imperial-grade bloodline. The first was Celestia, the second was the princess of Atlantis, and the third was the protagonist himself. At the beginning, even the protagonist only had a royal-grade bloodline. It was only after brutal training and countless opportunities that it evolved into imperial-grade. Which meant one thing. If this girl already possessed such a high-grade bloodline, that some villains just not even able to believe, then yes, she had to be the princess. And honestly, it was not hard to guess. After all, how else could he explain this? She was stronger than him. That alone was ridiculous. Razeal was already SS rank, a saint. And above that only monsters can be there. Like people which are known or very famous in whole world. Like, above that were saint kings. Then great saints. And beyond that, supreme beings. Those were monsters. The kind of power usually held by dukes of the empire. Absolute powerhouses. Utterly known to almost every corner of this world. If she was stronger than him, means at least saint king or great saint. And if she was, that was terrifying. Someone this young possessing such strength was not normal. It was scary. As for Emperor, a cosmic lord, no, that is just impossible. Completely out of the question. Razeal did not even need to think about it. But even being just one rank below that, it was still absurd. Razeal shook his head, pushing the thoughts away. There was no point overthinking it. It would not take long. Just a month ago, he was not even a saint. And now look at him. Give him a little more time, and surpassing her would not be a big deal at all. At least, that is what he told himself as he came out of his thoughts. Neptunia crossed her arms, tilting her head slightly. Seriously, think about it. If I were royalty, why would I be wandering around with you people? Why would I need help just to get into the royal ocean? Where are my guards? Where is my escort? Do not princesses usually travel with, I do not know, an army? Even sea lords attack me, remember? She spread her hands as if presenting obvious evidence. Inside her head though, how did he figure it out? Her heartbeat did not accelerate, well not that she was scared, but her thoughts were definitely racing. Even father cannot see through my disguise. So just how? Her disguise was not anything that could be discovered. Honestly, it is just impossible for everyone to notice after all she made it using her own powers. Inside her mind, genuine curiosity stirred, sharp and restless. How did he figure it out, she wondered. Even my father cannot tell, when I use my disguise abilities. Her gaze lingered on him, studying his expression, as if the answer might be hidden there. You think she is a princess? The voice cut in suddenly. Maria, who had been standing quietly to the side, glanced toward Neptunia as if she had been listening to both of them all along. She is a princess, Razeal corrected calmly, his tone leaving no room for argument. Really? Maria's eyes narrowed as she openly examined Neptunia from head to toe, her gaze sharp and skeptical. Honestly, she did not look even remotely like a princess. There was nothing regal about her posture, nothing refined enough to convince her outright. Still, if Razeal was saying it, she supposed she could believe it, a little. Not fully but definitely having some doubts now. Doubts became heavy, as she continued to stare at Neptunia, curiosity mingling in her eyes. You believe him? Neptunia turned her head slowly, her gaze shifting toward Maria. The words left her mouth lightly, but her eyes carried something else entirely. A look that said really. Maria did not answer right away. She stood where she was, arms loosely folded, posture relaxed but deliberate. Her eyes narrowed just a fraction as they settled on Neptunia. Not hostility. Not curiosity either. It was the kind of look one gives when measuring something unfamiliar. Neptunia felt it instantly. She shifted her eyes away for a heartbeat, then looked back again, frowning slightly. Why is this woman staring at me like that? There was no warmth in Maria's gaze. No judgment either. Just a quiet intensity that made Neptunia's skin prickle a little. Razeal, standing just a step away from both of them, noticed it immediately. Two women, facing each other in silence, eyes locked. Neither blinking, neither backing down. It was subtle, but the air between them felt tight, as if invisible sparks were snapping and colliding with every second that passed. He tilted his head slightly. Is it just me, or is something weird in here? Maria was the first to speak. Are you sure you are not a princess? Her voice was calm, almost casual, but her eyes never left Neptunia's face. Her arms remained crossed, her chin slightly lifted, as though she were looking down at Neptunia, despite there being little difference in their height. Neptunia smirked. Yes, I am not. She crossed her arms as well, mirroring Maria's posture without even realizing it. Her lips pressed into a thin line, her back straightening as she met Maria's gaze head-on. She was not about to back down. Indeed, Maria continued, her tone sharpening just enough to pierce young hearts. Someone with such unremarkable looks, and such unremarkable power definitely cannot be a princess. There it was. A faint, dismissive curve tugged at Maria's lips. Not a smile, more like mild amusement. What an embarrassment, she added softly, to be mistaken for royalty. Neptunia's lips twitched. At that exact moment, something changed. It was subtle, so subtle that anyone without very sharp and sensitive perception would have missed. From Maria's right eye a slow, dim radiance began to bloom. A golden hue, faint to the point of invisibility, flickered beneath her crimson iris. It did not flare. It did not pulse wildly. It simply existed, quiet and heavy, like a restrained flame. For the briefest instant, her eye flashed. Not with light. With something demonic. Neptunia did not consciously notice the glow, but she definitely felt something weird. A pressure brushed against her senses, faint yet unsettling, though she did not really notice it much. But suddenly, her lips parted before she could stop herself. No, I am a princess. The words came out sharper than she intended. And what do you mean, unremarkable? Neptunia continued, heat rising in her chest. This is not even my true appearance. I altered it so I would not stand out. Her voice grew more confident with every word, pride bleeding through restraint. As for power, what do you know about it? I am. She stopped. Mid-sentence. Her eyes widened as realization crashed into her. Neptunia slapped a hand over her mouth, fingers pressing hard against her lips. Damn it. Her heart skipped. How did I say that much? She swallowed, eyes darting away for a split second. Sigh, I slipped my tongue. Maria watched the entire exchange closely. The hesitation, the panic, the sudden attempt to retract what had already been said. A slow, knowing look passed through her eyes. So, Maria said at last, turning her head slightly toward Razeal, she is a princess. And she is hiding her appearance too. Yeah, Razeal replied, narrowing his eyes slightly. I can see that. But his attention was not on Neptunia anymore. It was on Maria now. What was that just now? His focus sharpened, senses tuning in as his dark affinity stirred. Anything tied to darkness, demonic energy, or close responded to him instinctively. And just now, he definitely felt something. His eyes drifted to Maria's face, specifically her right eye. She used dark mana. Not much, barely a trace, but enough, and he had seen it. The brief, almost imperceptible change. The golden shimmer buried beneath crimson, demonic eyes, or something very close to it. That energy, it was not ordinary. As he prepared to question the stream panel, a message appeared before he could even form the thought. Lucifer, so that demonic heart of a greater demon. You transplanted it into this human, and she did not receive any backlash at all. Must be because she possesses a high-level bloodline capable of resisting it. But no, only bloodline cannot resist that alone. More than that, she must have an exceptionally strong will, as not tainted by demonic thoughts or demonic nature. A talented human, I would say, to retain her humanity despite becoming half human and half devil. And she even awakened the sin eye. Indeed, a very rare case. Razeal stared at the floating messages, his brows knitting together. Talented, her. He could not make sense of it. Still, if Lucifer, the #1 villain of them all, was saying something like this, it had to mean something. And yet, it did not add up. Maria was never that important in the original novel. She was just a side character, appearing here and there, and even then only because of her family background. There was nothing particularly special about her, so he could not understand the praise at all. Maybe Lucifer was just being kind. Or maybe he was just bullshitting. Either way, Razeal did not dwell on it for long. His focus soon shifted to something else, something that made him raise an eyebrow. What is a sin eye? And is that what she just did? Razeal asked silently, directing the question straight into the live stream. I could not fully perceive it, or understand it completely. But it is something related to her eye, right? Lucifer, you do not know what she did. Well, that is understandable. It is not something common. A sin eye is a type of demonic eye. Well, even among demonic eyes, it is extremely rare. Razeal, what does it do exactly? His voice remained calm, but irritation brewed beneath the surface. Lucifer was dragging the explanation longer than necessary. Lucifer, a sin eye. In her case, she became a devil through a heart that once belonged to a demon born from sin of lust and pride. Because of that, the sin eye she awakened embodies those two sins. Lucifer, one of its functions as well, when facing someone who already possesses lust, or pride especially, at a high level she can provoke those emotions with minimal stimulus. She does not force actions or the will, but yes, she can magnify what already exists. Pride becomes recklessness. Lust becomes impulse. And once amplified, those sins turn against the person themselves. Razeal read the message carefully. A faint understanding surfaced on his face. So that is what happened. She had amplified Neptunia pride, pushed it just enough for her to act without thinking. He thought. Judging from Neptunia expression, she did not even realize it happened. Razeal exhaled quietly. That is dangerous. Razeal rubbed his chin slowly. Really interesting power, he said. Ancestor Shwe, interesting, yes, but very limited. Those with strong mental foundations can resist it easily. And once the ability is known, its effectiveness drops sharply. In the end, it is nothing more than subtle manipulation. Lucifer, you know nothing. It is a grave sin to stand before a devil who can influence sin while carrying sins. No one is without sin. And the stronger the individual, the deeper and more potent their sins become. I have witnessed billions die when a single human awakened a sin eye of lust alone. And she possesses pride as well. The things that can be done with such power are beyond your comprehension. Your thoughts are small, weak. You would not understand with such shallow thinking, weak man. Ancestor Shwe, haha. You are boasting quite a lot, young man. What do you know about the human heart? I have lived far longer than you can imagine. Pride and lust may blind the weak, but before true power, they become meaningless. This so-called sin eye is a trivial ability. Stop glorifying it. Lucifer, young man. Lucifer, I am older than the very worlds you have walked upon, and you believe you understand the human heart better than I do. Ancestor Shwe, kid, are you sure her ridiculous eye has not gone to your head? Ancestor Shwe, older than my world. You may look impressive behind a floating screen, whatever SSS++ is or whatever, but strength is not proven that way. Nor do I believe so. Ancestor Shwe, face me one day. I have destroyed planets. Then we will see whose age truly matters. Lucifer, oh. Razeal glanced at the rapidly scrolling stream chat, the tension between the two ancient beings thick enough to suffocate. What are these idiots even talking about? Razeal stared blankly at the stream. None of it made sense. Their words felt hollow, grandiose, pointless. Less like an exchange of ideas, and more like two ancient egos desperately searching for an excuse to clash. So this is how old villains argue. He exhaled internally. No wonder they are dead. The chat panels exploded, messages surging up and down in rapid waves. Prideful remarks, provocations, thinly veiled insults. Lucifer was clearly being baited. And the old man, sharp-tongued, smug, did not even seem interested in reason or explanation. He was not even debating. He was just roasting. Pure and simple rage bait. Razeal looked away. Waste of attention. He ignored the stream entirely for a few seconds and shifted his focus forward. Neptunia and Maria stood facing each other now, the air between them taut and heavy. Neptunia crossed her arms and looked aside, cheeks puffed in mild irritation. All right, I admit it, she said reluctantly. I am a princess. Maria blinked. Then she leaned slightly toward Razeal, her voice dropping, calm, clinical. Is she an enemy now? She stayed with us while lying about her identity. She withheld information and participated under false pretenses. Maria continued evenly. Should we kill her? Silence. Wait, what? Neptunia eyes twitched, her mouth parting in genuine shock. That escalated fast. Kill. Just like that. They had fought together, traveled together, shared days, battles, meals, trust. No hesitation at all. Not even a second thought. Her heart broke. No feelings. No attachment. She stared at Maria, disbelief mixing with something far more painful. How can people be this cold? She is so stone-hearted. Chapter 321. You are a traitor. Maria's voice cut through the air without hesitation, sharp and unfiltered, carrying no anger, no raised tone, just cold certainty. Neptunia just blinked, then tilted her head slightly, lips pursing as if she had just been accused of something absurd rather than dangerous. Instead of panic, instead of denial, she pouted, an almost exaggerated expression that felt deliberately placed there. You guys really want to kill me? She asked, her tone light, almost playful, as if she were discussing something trivial. Then she sighed and straightened, her eyes glinting faintly as she looked at both of them. I wasn't the only one hiding my real identity, you know. You didn't tell me who you really were either. You can't suddenly get angry just because you failed to see through my disguise, when I managed to see through yours on my own. That is quite petty, if you ask me. As she spoke, a low smile curved her lips, not mocking, not cruel, but confident. And with that smile, something seemed to have changed. Neptunia, standing before them, no longer carried the faint hesitations, the careful pauses, the soft tone she had worn throughout their journey. The meek guide, the obedient companion, or the girl who always stood half a step behind, she was gone. Rather, now she seemed different, as she looked like someone composed, self-assured, and unshakable. Her posture straightened, her presence solidifying, her eyes holding an unspoken authority that no disguise could fully suppress. She looked regal, calm, strong, like someone accustomed to being obeyed rather than protected, showing her true self now. Maria noticed it instantly as her eyes narrowed. Who said we are calling you a traitor just because you hid your appearance or your identity? Maria replied, her voice steady but colder now, each word measured. I am calling you a traitor because if you are a princess, and as strong as you just implied, then explain this to me. She took a step forward, the air between them tightening. When the Sea Lord's forces were closing in, when an entire army of sea creatures was advancing on us, why was I the only one holding them back? Why didn't you help? I was injured, you didn't step in. Her voice did not crack. That made it worse. And even when I was about to die, she continued, staring straight into Neptunia's eyes. And you still didn't help. Don't tell me a princess of Atlantis, someone with your status and background, didn't have any way to heal me. No elixirs. No methods. No powers. Why didn't you? The silence that followed was heavy. Hiding her identity was one thing. Maria could not have cared about that. But this was different. This was about trust, about survival, about standing shoulder to shoulder when it mattered. And Maria had been alone. Neptunia listened without interrupting, her expression unreadable. When Maria finally stopped, Neptunia exhaled slowly, as she crossed her arms with deliberate calm. First of all, she said coolly, as I already told you, my powers were sealed. Completely. So no, I couldn't step in even if I wanted to. She raised a finger, counting calmly. Second, our deal was never about helping each other in combat. Your job was to protect me. My job was to lead you here. That was it. I fulfilled my part. Perfectly. Her gaze sharpened slightly as she leaned forward just enough to press her point. And lastly, were you really in danger? She asked, eyes narrowing just a fraction. You are a noble from the land. I don't know how powerful your family is and how it actually works, but I refuse to believe you had no medicine, no backup plan, no method to save yourself. No secret methods or anything. Want me to keep going? Her lips curved upward, smug now, knowing. If I really wanted to, Neptunia added softly, her eyes glinting with something dangerous, I could reveal quite a lot right here. But are you sure you would be able to handle that? She asked, looking at her with that understanding gaze. Maria stiffened. Her eyes darted for the briefest moment, an instinctive reaction, but enough. No need, Maria said quickly, cutting her off. Her voice was controlled, but the tension beneath it was unmistakable. She met Neptunia's gaze again, hard and unyielding. Neptunia smiled. Good choice, she said, the word dripping with quiet victory. Maria forced a smile of her own, thin and artificial, as if nothing had happened. But a vein pulsed at the side of her neck, betraying her. She was furious, and she knew Neptunia knew it. Razeal watched the exchange silently. He did not intervene or interrupt them, neither taking sides. Instead, he just observed carefully, critically, letting the tension settle as he assessed both women with an analytical calm. Neptunia, despite everything, was being reasonable. Cold, yes. Calculated, definitely. But nothing malicious. She had not violated their agreement. She had said she would guide them here. She had done exactly that. As for her real motives, Razeal did not care. What mattered was intent, and when he activated his killing sense earlier, there had been nothing. No hostility. No murderous intent. Not even a trace directed at him. That alone told him more than words ever could. Causing trouble with Neptunia now would only create unnecessary complications. Powerful ones. He would just let the matter rest. Neptunia, noticing his silence, glanced at him briefly before turning back to Maria, her gaze steady and unafraid. Well, she said lightly, I don't really mind if you two want to have a problem with me. Her eyes gleamed. But are you sure you can handle the consequences? The air seemed to tighten around them as her words settled, not as a threat shouted aloud, but as a promise spoken calmly, confidently, by someone who knew exactly what she was capable of. Maria did not reply. She simply let out a quiet, humorless smirk and turned her head away, her gaze drifting toward the vast arena below, as if none of this concerned her anymore. From the outside, it looked like indifference, cold, practiced, almost dismissive, but beneath that thin layer of composure, irritation simmered. She did not care enough to argue, and she did not care enough to justify herself either. Whatever Razeal decided was her decision too. After all, she was under him for now. If he chose to fight, she would have to, and if not, she could not fight. Knowing no one was going to decide on her words, nor was she dumb enough to believe she had the right to make the choices. Still, that did not mean it did not bother her. Neptunia's tone, her smug confidence, the way she spoke as if everything had already been measured and settled, it all grated on Maria's nerves. The casual superiority, the faint mockery hidden behind a smile, the implication that Maria's struggles were inconveniences rather than moments where she had genuinely been pushed to the brink. Maria kept her arms crossed, her posture straight, her expression flat, but her eyes were duller than before, shadows gathering beneath them. She looked calm, but it was the calm of someone deliberately refusing to explode. Neptunia noticed. She noticed immediately. The slight curve of Maria's lips, the way she turned away without another word, it amused her more than it should have. A faint smile tugged at Neptunia's mouth, growing sharper, more satisfied. She did not know why, but irritating this woman felt very pleasant. Perhaps it was the challenge. Perhaps it was the resistance. Or perhaps it was simply that she hated Maria's guts. Whatever the reason, Neptunia enjoyed it very much. With Maria no longer engaging, Neptunia's attention shifted back toward Razeal. Her eyes lingered on him, curious now, expectant. She wanted to see how he would react, what stance he would take, whether he would side with indifference, hostility, or just back down as not being an arrogant fool. Razeal, meanwhile, looked utterly unconcerned. He shrugged casually, as if the tension hanging between the two women barely registered in his mind. I don't really care, he said simply. Whatever happened, in simple words, you are not my enemy. For now. His gaze flicked to Neptunia briefly, sharp but calm. So I won't fight you. Though, he added with a lazy tilt of his head, if you want to. I won't say no either. He yawned right after, covering his mouth as if the entire situation bored him. To anyone watching, it was almost insulting. He was not posturing, not threatening, not even trying to appear dominant. He simply did not take it seriously, because, in his mind, it was not serious. He could not die. And even if things escalated, if Neptunia revealed herself fully, even if her father intervened, if the armies of Atlantis decided to move, it still would not matter. He would survive, and he knew that, so it did not frighten him. So he just let her decide it, because just creating problems where there was nothing to gain, he still was not interested in that. Neptunia straightened, her chin lifted, posture shifting subtly. The playful curve of her lips faded into something sharper, more dignified. She clasped her hands behind her back, standing a little taller now, a faint echo of royal bearing seeping through her movements. You are challenging me, she asked, eyes narrowing slightly as she studied him. Razeal took a single step closer, not aggressively, not dramatically, just close enough to invade her space. You want me to, he replied calmly, looking down at her without a trace of hesitation. For a moment, the air between them grew heavy. Their eyes locked. There was no laughter now, no teasing, just two figures standing far too close, measuring each other in silence. Neptunia's gaze was sharp, calculating, layered with something prideful but restrained. Razeal's was steady, dark, unreadable, no fear, no excitement, no reverence. Maria watched from the side, her eyes narrowing slightly. She did not move or speak, but irritation flared hot and sudden in her chest. The way Neptunia stood so close to him, it annoyed her far more than she cared to admit. Her fingers curled faintly, then relaxed again as Neptunia broke the moment. All right, she said suddenly, waving both hands lightly as her expression softened. A playful glint returned to her eyes, coy and almost harmless. I was joking. Chill, man. The tension snapped, just like that. Razeal stepped back, shrugging once more as if nothing worth remembering had happened. He did not respond. Neptunia studied him for a second longer, then sighed softly. So, she asked, tilting her head, since you cannot participate anymore, what are you going to do now? Go back. Razeal glanced at her sideways. You are a princess, he said. You must know the direction to that place, right? Neptunia's brows knit together briefly before she shook her head. No, I really don't. Her tone turned more serious now. If I did, I would have told you the moment we reached the Royal Ocean. That place is extremely secret. No one except my father knows its exact location. She leaned closer, lowering her voice, as if sharing something forbidden. And honestly, I am not even confident he would tell me if I asked. He is a cruel man. Even to me. Believe it or not, I don't like him. He is heartless, just like you. Razeal studied her face carefully, trying to read her. He could not tell if she was exaggerating, acting, or being completely sincere. Still, he just ignored it. So there is no other solution, he asked. She leaned back, spreading her hands with a helpless shrug. No, this was the only way. And now, her lips pressed together. We are late. Razeal exhaled slowly, then shook his head. All right. There was no anger in his voice. No frustration. Just acceptance. Then his eyes lifted again, sharp with renewed interest. Tell me about your brother then, he said. Is he strong? Any specialties? Neptunia blinked, clearly caught off guard. Ha, my brother. She stared at him, confusion evident. Why do you want to know about him? Razeal rolled his eyes slightly. Just answer. Well, he is strong, Neptunia began, her tone measured, almost reluctant. Just not seriously strong, as his real interests and motivation lie elsewhere. She tilted her head slightly, eyes drifting away as if picturing him. Still, strength matters when you carry an image, and he knows that. He is close to being officially declared Crown Prince of Atlantis now since most of the noble families support him. Even my father does. Her lips pressed together for a brief second before she continued, irritation flickering behind her calm expression. I don't want to accept it, but he is talented. That much I cannot deny. You wouldn't need much of an introduction if you met him. He is a good fighter. Skilled. But, her eyes narrowed faintly, he is easily provoked. Cocky. Arrogant. Almost like you. She paused, studying Razeal more closely now, rubbing her chin as if comparing the two. If there is any difference, she murmured, then shook her head. Ah, right. He is married to 3 princesses, and has over 300 concubines. She said it flatly, without drama, as if reciting a statistic rather than describing a person. He is filthy, Neptunia added coolly. And yeah, very good at making girls fall in love with him. Maria's head snapped toward her. Over 300 concubines, Maria repeated, disbelief sharpening her voice. Her brows drew together, eyes narrowing as she stared at Neptunia. Your brother is a degenerate. And how does one person ever handle that much? I know, Neptunia replied immediately, nodding once, completely unfazed. There was no defensiveness in her tone, if anything, it sounded like agreement. She did not even look offended. Razeal, meanwhile, said nothing. But his eyes flickered, just for a moment. Good with girls. The thought crossed his mind, slow and deliberate, interest flickering in his eyes, before he buried it just as quickly. He did not let it show on his face. Outwardly, he remained calm, indifferent, simply nodding once as if absorbing information. Can I beat him? He asked, cutting straight to the only part that mattered to him. Neptunia did not hesitate for even a fraction of a second. Of course you can, she said firmly. Even I can beat him. I mean, you cannot beat me, but yeah you can. She waved a hand dismissively, her expression turning openly disdainful now. He is nothing more than a scoundrel, a lust-driven bastard. Most of his strength comes from father's genetics anyway. He even failed to raise the trident of the sea, if that tells you anything. She raised her thumb confidently. You can definitely beat him. I guarantee it. Razeal nodded slowly, as if confirming something he had already expected. Thought so, he said quietly. Then his gaze sharpened again. What about that 4,000-year-old guy? He asked. Can I beat him? Neptunia's expression shifted. The confidence faded, replaced by hesitation. Her brows knitted together, and she exhaled slowly. Him? I don't think so, she admitted. Razeal tilted his head slightly. Can you beat him? She frowned, clearly not sure about it. I don't know. I have never tried. Her voice lowered. He is an old monster. My father once said that even he cannot defeat him without using the trident. He went as far as saying no one in the world can defeat him in pure physical strength. She shook her head. So, I really don't know. Then her eyes narrowed as a realization dawned on her. But why are you asking? Neptunia asked slowly. She studied him more carefully now, suspicion creeping into her gaze. Don't tell me you are thinking of jumping into the arena and directly asking my father for permission to participate. The implication hung heavy between them. Razeal did not deny it. Yeah, he replied simply, nodding once. Neptunia stiffened. I wouldn't suggest that, she said immediately, her tone turning serious. My father is extremely strict when it comes to rules and regulations. You might think this competition is just for fun or entertainment, because it is really not. Her eyes hardened. This is a serious tradition. You should have realized that from the reward alone. I wasn't exaggerating when I said he would comply with any request from the winner of the second position. That is tradition. Even if someone asked to become king, he would grant it. She paused, then added quietly, of course, no one would dare. Because anyone can reclaim the throne afterward by defeating or killing the king. Which obviously the king would. She looked straight at Razeal now. But yeah, he would still honor it. That is how serious this is. Her voice softened just a little, but the warning remained sharp. That is why I went to ask permission from the authorities. And I am a princess. Even I do not have the authority to interfere here. If you act out of turn, you will offend the king. And if you do, the consequences will be severe. Razeal listened without interrupting. Then he frowned slightly, genuinely puzzled. And why do you think, he asked calmly, that I will be the only one facing the consequences? Chapter 322. And why do you think, he asked calmly, that I will be the only one facing the consequences? Because you would be offending him, Neptunia asked, genuinely confused now. Her brows knit together as she tried to follow where his words were going. I mean, that is obvious, is it not? Razeal shook his head slowly. The motion was small, dismissive, almost lazy, but the look in his eyes changed. The indifference that usually cloaked him peeled back just enough to reveal something sharper beneath. If that is the logic, he said calmly, then if he says anything to me, would that not mean he is offending me too? His lips curved upward, not into a smile, but into something closer to a sneer. Should it not be him who keeps his mouth shut if he does not want consequences? Neptunia stared at him, momentarily stunned by the sheer audacity of the statement. But, he is the king, she said slowly, as if explaining something painfully obvious to a child. The strongest being in the world. She said it with absolute certainty. To her, this was not belief, it was fact. She had grown up beneath that shadow, had never seen anyone stand above it. Razeal did not even blink. I do not care if he is your father, he replied, his voice low and even, or the king, or whatever title you want to stack on his head. He took a step closer, closing the distance between them without hesitation. He should be the one afraid of offending me too. Neptunia looked at him with her lips twitching. He does not look like he is joking. Razeal lifted a finger and placed it lightly against her shoulder as he leaned in, close enough that she could feel his presence without him exerting any pressure at all. So pray, he murmured, his tone soft, but edged with something dangerous, that he does not offend me. Because if he does, he will be the one dealing with the consequences. For a second, the world around them seemed to freeze. Neptunia just stared at him, her mind struggling to process what she had just heard. It was not arrogance alone. She had seen plenty of that. Even he was very arrogant sometimes, when it came to it. But this was something else. A logic so warped, yet delivered with such calm conviction, that it left no room for immediate rebuttal. She slowly turned her head toward Maria, eyes wide, silently asking the only question she could think of. Is this real? Maria looked back at her, expression dull, tired, almost resigned. She gave the smallest shake of her head, a silent warning as if saying, do not say anything, let it go. His screws are loose. Neptunia just went speechless. High above them, inside the secluded VIP spectator chamber, the atmosphere was entirely different. The king of Atlantis leaned back slightly on his throne, his massive frame relaxed, one hand stroking his long royal blue beard. A low chuckle escaped him, deep and amused, echoing faintly through the chamber. He is a fun kid, the king said with a grin. Just as I thought. Anyone who catches your interest, Lady Marissa, was never going to be boring. His eyes glimmered with something close to delight as he watched the scene unfold below. To say I should be careful not to offend him. I do not think I have ever heard confidence expressed quite like that. Marissa, seated beside him, covered part of her face with one hand, fingers pressing lightly against her temple. For a brief moment, she looked utterly exasperated, caught between a chuckle and a headache. Honestly, she muttered, rubbing her forehead. Then, after a few seconds, she let out a quiet chuckle of her own. It seems he wants to participate in a competition, she said at last. Her gaze never left Razeal. May I ask a favor and allow him to join? The king's eyebrows rose slightly. Oh, he said, amused. From what I can tell, the kid wants second place. He smoothed his beard thoughtfully, eyes narrowing as pieces clicked into place. From their conversation, it seems they want a location too, some place which only I can give. And now that I think about it, you asked me about Ocean Black earlier. I thought it odd. But now it seems to be making sense. He glanced sideways at Marissa, his tone warm rather than accusatory. I presume he is the reason you came here. This cannot be coincidence. Marissa smiled faintly and shook her head. He is my son, she said simply. The words landed heavier than any declaration of power. The king's expression shifted, surprise flickering openly across his face, as he looked from Marissa back down to Razeal. Ah, he studied Razeal more carefully now, eyes tracing the sharp angles of his face, the posture, the way he carried himself. The hair and eyes were different, yes, but there were similarities. Subtle ones in facial features. The kind you only noticed once you knew to look. Oh, this is surprising now, the king said slowly, then laughed. But no wonder you would go so far as to ask me for a favor over something like this. He leaned back again, still smiling. That explains quite a lot now. I give my word. I am serious. Marissa's voice was calm, steady, and carried a weight that bent the air around it. She spoke without raising her tone, yet the authority behind it was unmistakable as her gaze rested gently, almost painfully, on the distant figure of Razeal below. There is no need to ask for a favor, the king said, slightly turning toward her. This is not a big thing for you to do. And since he seems to be friends with my daughter, his lips paused for a fraction of a second before he went on. It is fine if he participates. Whether he wins or loses will depend entirely on him though, because I will not interfere on that. The king was simply studying her, this woman whose name alone could shake worlds, who could demand favors without even lowering her head, yet had just asked for something so small, so personal. He was truly surprised. At their level, words were heavier than gifts and luxuries. To give one's word was to bind fate itself. And yet she had asked and said it as if it were nothing, and the request was not even worth it. Just a small thing. I would be thankful then, Marissa said quietly, quite surprised at the king's kindness and generosity. He even rejected to put her in debt to him. The king laughed softly, a warm, genuine sound that echoed faintly through the chamber. Do not worry about it, he said, waving one large hand dismissively. It is obvious you want to do something for him. And honestly, I do not think anyone of our level would ask for such a small thing unless it mattered deeply. He leaned back slightly, eyes narrowing with quiet understanding. Though I can see there seems to be a complicated relationship between you two as you are even going this far. Marissa blinked. For the briefest moment, her composure cracked. Is she this obvious now? She genuinely wondered, surprised, as usually no one can see what is going on in her head. And now so simply being seen through. She thought for some seconds before just shaking her head, not wanting to think about it, just letting it go as a soft smile appeared on her lips, small, restrained, but sincere. I just want to do so much for him, she admitted, her voice lowering. But he does not want to accept anything from me. I do not know what else I can do. The king watched her for a second longer, seeing the complexity, but he chose to not directly say anything on this matter, before collecting the right words and speaking, his tone gentler now. It is hard to take care of kids, is it not? He said with a faint chuckle. Do not stress yourself too much. Give them time. They can be complicated, especially with themselves and us, even about our decisions about them. One day, they will understand for sure. He paused, studying her more closely. You know, he added, I do not know why, but it feels like you have lost the spirit you had back then. You have matured, yes, but perhaps in a bad way, I would say. Marissa lowered her eyes. I do not really know, she murmured, shaking her head slightly. The uncertainty in her voice was real, unguarded. Below, everything changed in an instant. All right. Let us see how it goes. Razeal's voice was casual. Before Neptunia could even react, he placed one foot on the low stone wall separating the spectator stands from the arena. The movement was so sudden, so natural, that it took a second for anyone to process what he was doing. Then he jumped. Straight down. No, you dumbass. Neptunia's breath hitched as she watched him disappear over the edge. This idiot, why does he never listen to anyone? He is definitely going to anger my father now. Around her, spectators gasped. People rose to their feet in shock, as a lone figure plummeted from the stands into the sacred arena, right into the heart of the royal challenge. The audacity of it left even seasoned Atlantians speechless. Razeal fell like a meteor. Before he struck the arena floor dead center, the impact sent a violent ripple through the water-soaked stone, cracks spider-webbing outward as a shallow crater formed beneath his feet. The pressure wave blasted outward, forcing the two combatants who had been fighting to stumble back, their balance shattered by the sheer force of his landing. Silence followed. An unnatural, suffocating silence. Thousands, no, millions of eyes locked onto the lone figure standing at the center of the arena now. Someone had just interrupted a royal match, in front of the king, during a sacred tradition. Impudent did not even begin to cover it. Oh chicky boy. The voice was lazy, amused. The handsome examiner of the first stage stood with his hands tucked casually into his pockets, head tilted slightly, as he looked at Razeal with open curiosity, rather than anger. This is against the rules, the prince said lightly. So tell me, did you fall, or did you jump? A faint grin tugged at his lips. Depending on your answer, I might forgive you. Think carefully. The other participant, a large man gripping a massive sword, who had just been thrown a little away due to the impact, said nothing. He simply stepped aside, expression tight. Someone interrupted his match, but still he did not act since this was not his concern. The examiner would handle it. Razeal straightened from his crouch, dust and fine cracks settling around his boots as even sticking since it was wet. He lifted his head and met the prince's gaze without hesitation, his expression unreadable. I want to participate in this competition, he said plainly. Oh, the prince's brows rose slightly. Chapter 323. Oh, Arthur's brows lifted slightly, lips curling into a lazy, almost mocking smile as he looked Razeal up and down again. This time with clear displeasure mixed into the amusement. Just declaring you want to participate, he said, clicking his tongue. Not even waiting for your turn to come. And what is with that tone, dude? His posture straightened a little, not much, but enough to remind everyone watching that he was not just an examiner. He was also royalty. You are standing in front of a prince, Arthur continued, his voice carrying effortlessly across the arena. Show some basic decorum at least. The faint echoes of his words rolled through the Colosseum. Some spectators nodded instinctively, others leaned forward, hungry for what would come next. What is your name? Arthur asked. Razeal. The answer came without much respect again. Arthur's smile thinned. Razeal. He reached behind him and produced a thin, translucent list. Water condensed into a shimmering sheet, symbols and names flowing across its surface like living ink. He flipped through it lazily at first, then a little more carefully, his eyes scanning line after line. The silence stretched. Spectators watched closely. The other participant with the great sword remained still, his arms relaxed but alert, his attention fully on the exchange now. Arthur stopped flipping. He glanced up. You do not have a name in the participant list. The tone shifted. Arthur let the list dissolve back into water behind his hand, droplets evaporating before they hit the ground. His gaze sharpened as he looked at Razeal again, no longer casual. So should I take you as an intruder? He asked. Interfering in a royal competition. Entering the arena during an active match. His voice dropped, colder now. That is a serious crime. He took a step closer, the water around his boots rippling subtly. I might have let it slide if you were on the list and simply got impatient for your turn. Arthur continued. But barging in like this, jumping straight into the arena, he folded his hands behind his back, his chin lifting slightly. This is not some lowly barbaric brawl where anyone can enter whenever they feel like it. The pressure in the arena thickened. Now, Arthur said, his eyes narrowing, you will face the consequences. Razeal sighed. Not loudly or dramatically, just tired. Calm down, brother, calm down, he said, rolling his shoulders slightly, as if the situation bored him more than anything else. Why are you getting so worked up? I wanted to participate. I just got a little late reaching here. A few sharp gasps rippled through the stands. Bro. Arthur's nostrils flared. Bro. He repeated slowly. The lazy smile vanished completely now, replaced by something sharp and ugly. Is that how you speak to royalty? His jaw tightened. "Let me fix that ugly face of yours," Arthur said, cracking his knuckles as he took another step forward. It is really annoying to look at. There it was. Jealousy flashed through his eyes, quick, instinctive, barely restrained. Even Arthur could not deny it. Standing this close, the contrast irritated him. Razeal's sharp, beautiful, and out-of-this-world handsome looks. Arthur genuinely hated it. Razeal watched him approach, his eyes half-lidded. He let out another breath. "So this is how it is going to be," he thought calmly. "Guess I will just have to beat the shit out of him." Inside the live stream, reactions flared instantly. "Ancestor Shwe, what is wrong with this little shit? He reeks of young master arrogance energy from those trash clans. Degenerated bastard, I want to break his face first, then rob his mother and..." Razeal ignored them. He had not attacked yet. Not because he could not, but because he was waiting. Waiting for the king to say something or not. Obviously, he was the one to decide. Arthur raised his hand, clenching it into a punch, ready to strike. And then, "Son." The voice came down from above like a tidal weight. Deep, calm, and absolute. The entire arena froze. "Let him participate," the king said. "It is fine." Arthur's arm stopped mid-motion. His eyes widened slightly as he turned his head upward toward the private chamber at the top of the Colosseum. The massive figure of the king sat there, his gaze steady, his authority unquestionable. He must have truly wanted to participate to make such a scene. The king continued evenly. "Let him enter." "But father," Arthur started, genuine confusion in his voice. "The rules. You said never to." "I said let him participate." The king's eyes sharpened, the water in the air itself seeming to still. "Do you want me to repeat myself?" Arthur stiffened. "No." He scratched the back of his head awkwardly, irritation and disbelief mixing on his face. Still, orders were orders. He could not go against his father. Ever. "All right," Arthur muttered, shrugging with forced nonchalance. "Guess we are making exceptions now." He shot Razeal a sideways look. Father must be getting desperate, he thought sourly, since he has not found anyone worthy after all this time. While Razeal lifted his gaze toward the high chamber, his eyes meeting the king's for a brief, measured moment. The exchange lasted only seconds, but it was enough for him to register something subtle, an assessment, not hostility, not approval either, but definitely, interest seemed to be there. He broke eye contact first, his lips twitching faintly. So he really allowed it, Razeal thought. That was easier than expected. He had genuinely assumed it would turn into a mess, guards swarming, instant execution threats, maybe even the king personally stepping in to crush his arrogance like in those novels. For a moment, he had already been calculating what to do then, or how much force he could use without provoking a full-scale retaliation. But anyways, nothing of that happened. The permission came cleanly and easy, and here I thought this would be troublesome. He mused, completely ignoring the possibility that the woman seated beside the king might have had something to do with it. He had no intention of entertaining that thought. It was easier and far more comfortable to assume this was simply the king's whim or instincts. Above, among the spectators, Neptunia stood frozen, her mouth hanging open in genuine disbelief. Her eyes were wide, unblinking, as if she had just seen the sea itself reverse its flow. "Father, let him participate," she muttered, sounding as if she were questioning reality itself. Her voice carried a mix of shock and disbelief. How could that arrogant old man be so? She stopped herself, clicking her tongue sharply. "No, this makes no sense. You look shocked," Maria said calmly from beside her, her arms loosely crossed. "I actually am," Neptunia admitted without hesitation, still staring down at the arena. "I do not know what kind of magic he pulled on my father, but this is ridiculous. He just jumps into the arena, breaks half the rules, talks like an idiot, and father lets him participate." She turned slightly, lowering her voice despite the roaring crowd around them. "Must be because father is in a good mood. If not, he could have died on the spot now," she said bluntly. "I was already prepared to intervene. At least, maybe save his life." Maria's eyes narrowed slightly as she followed Neptunia's line of sight upward. "Maybe his mother had a hand in it," Maria said after a pause. "Look, she is sitting right beside your father." She lifted her chin subtly, pointing toward the private chamber. Neptunia blinked, then quickly followed her gaze. Only now did she truly see her. Another throne, placed not lower, not behind, but directly beside the king's, occupied by a woman with deep purple hair cascading like liquid shadow down her back. Her eyes were the same shade, sharp and unreadable, her posture relaxed yet commanding. She was not leaning toward the king, nor did she sit beneath him. She sat with him, equal. Neptunia frowned, rubbing her chin slowly. "I noticed her earlier, but I did not think much of it. I was confused, sure, but wait." She snapped her head toward Maria. "You are telling me that is his mother?" Maria nodded once. Neptunia inhaled sharply. "No wonder you two were making such a big deal out of it," she muttered. "I have never seen anyone sit at the same level as my father, ever, and from the way he is treating her." Her eyes flicked back to the chamber. "He is treating her like an equal," Neptunia said quietly. "That alone is insane." She paused, then tilted her head, her brows knitting. "She looks strong. Just looking at her makes my instincts scream. But, she is his mother." She gestured vaguely between Razeal and the woman. "They do not match at all. No similar hair. No eyes. Nothing. Is she a stepmother or something?" "She is his biological mother," Maria replied flatly. Neptunia turned fully toward her now. "Then how?" "He used to match her," Maria interrupted. "He has just changed too much." Her tone was dull, almost tired. as if recounting something she herself still did not fully understand. Since I met him, he has changed his hair color twice, his eye color once, even his body and structure like 3 times. It is different every time. You have seen it too. Neptunia hesitated, then slowly nodded. Yeah, she admitted. Now that you mention it. His eyes were black before, completely black. And after that fight with the army we ran into, her gaze sharpened. He did look different, stronger, more otherworldly, handsome and refined. She shook her head. He is weird. How can someone change their body like that? Like changing clothes. I do not know, Maria said, spreading her arms slightly. I really do not get him. Down in the arena, Arthur exhaled sharply through his nose, rolling his shoulders as if trying to shake off his irritation. I guess you can participate now, he said, his tone tight. Since my father allowed it. He looked directly at Razeal, his eyes sharp with challenge. For whatever reason I cannot understand, Arthur continued, but I am just the examiner here. A crooked smile formed on his lips. So what can I do, except teach you some manners while taking your test? Razeal's lips curved into a faint smirk. Sure. Arthur's eye twitched. He turned his head toward the other participant, the man holding the great sword, who had been standing silently at the edge of the arena ever since Razeal's dramatic entrance. The man had not complained, had not protested, had not even reacted beyond stepping aside when the impact had thrown him back. Hey, Arthur called out. Can you wait a few minutes? The swordsman's gaze shifted slightly, calm but alert. I will need to put some sense into this kid first, Arthur added casually. Then we can continue your combat test. Take a breather till then. Sound good. The man with the great sword lingered for a brief moment, his gaze shifting from the prince to Razeal. There was no mistaking the offense burning quietly behind his eyes. He had come here to prove himself, to fight with everything he had in front of the king of Atlantis, and instead, his match had been interrupted, his presence reduced to an inconvenience swept aside with a few casual words. His fingers tightened around the hilt of his sword, his knuckles whitening for a split second. Still, he did not react negatively. All right, he finally muttered, his voice controlled, restrained to the point of stiffness. He turned away without another word, and began walking toward the edge of the arena. Offending the prince was not an option. Even swallowing this humiliation was preferable to drawing royal ire. Besides, part of him recognized the advantage. A pause meant time. Time to breathe, to let stamina recover, to analyze what he had just witnessed. His steps slowed slightly as his thoughts sharpened. That silver-haired bastard. He thought coldly, not bothering to mask the resentment simmering beneath his calm exterior. If he makes it to the final round, I will deal with him myself. If he does not, then well, he was never worth my time to begin with. And with that, he left the center of the arena, the faint echo of his boots swallowed by the murmuring crowd. Arthur rolled his shoulders once, the tension in his body settling into something closer to excitement. He cracked his neck lazily, his eyes fixed on Razeal with an expression that balanced arrogance and amusement. All right, kid, he said, his voice carrying easily across the arena. Let us start. A crooked grin spread across his face as he ran a hand through his dark blue hair, the movement practiced, almost theatrical. Do not worry, Arthur continued, his tone light, as if he were offering a favor, rather than issuing a threat. I will go easy on you. I will only hurt your face. His grin widened. I will not touch anything else. The confidence in his posture was unmistakable. This was his arena, his stage. He had fought here countless times, led many warriors, triumphed here. A latecomer who crashed in from the stands did not change that. Razeal said nothing. He stood calmly, his shoulders relaxed, his eyes steady. No taunts, no bravado, just silence. The lack of reaction irritated Arthur more than any insult could have. High above, in the private chamber reserved for royalty and honored guests, the king leaned back slightly in his throne, one large hand stroking his thick blue beard as his eyes followed the 2 figures below. So, he said thoughtfully, breaking the silence between himself and the woman seated beside him, who do you think will win? There was genuine curiosity in his voice now, not mockery. His gaze lingered on Razeal for a moment before shifting back to Arthur. I am quite confident in my son. The king continued, a faint smile tugging at his lips. He is sloppy at times, yes. Arrogant too. But he has my genes after all. He chuckled softly. He has already reached the very peak of Saint rank at just 26 years old. And he received his combat training directly from me too. The pride in his words was subtle but undeniable. I do wonder, he added, glancing sideways at Marissa, whose training of their child turned out better. His eyes flicked briefly to the sword resting at Razeal's waist. You had remarkable attainments in physical combat and swordsmanship back in the day. Judging by that blade, it seems your son may have followed your path as well. The king chuckled again, clearly enjoying the comparison. Marissa did not smile. I did not train him, she replied. Her voice was calm and level, just deadly emotionless. Her face remained composed, devoid of expression. Yet there was something heavy behind her eyes. Something unspoken that pressed against the surface. The king, caught up in his own curiosity, failed to notice it. I do not understand, he said, still smiling faintly. What do you mean? Marissa's gaze remained fixed on the arena below as she spoke. He was born without mana and aura, she said evenly. He also failed to awaken any bloodline abilities, characteristic, and any other advantages. The king's hand paused mid-motion in his beard. She continued, her tone unchanged. He could also not learn any physical arts, could not grasp swordsmanship. It was as if everything rejected him, as if the world itself refused to acknowledge his existence. Her words fell one after another, each heavier than the last. And when he was 11, she added, without a flicker of hesitation, I exiled him from the family. So I never taught him anything. Silence. The king's smile faltered slightly. His brows drew together, surprise flashing across his features, before he masked it with an awkward cough. He shifted slightly in his seat, clearly unprepared for the bluntness of her confession. I see, he said after a moment, his voice lower now. That is quite complicated. He glanced down at Razeal again, this time with a different expression, less curiosity, more contemplation. A human without mana or aura. The king said slowly. No bloodline, no aptitude for physical combat or the sword. He shook his head faintly. I have never heard of such a case. That must have been devastating. He carefully avoided commenting on the exile part itself. Marissa finally turned her gaze toward him. Do not mind it, King Julius, she said, her voice softening just slightly. It is fine. She looked back down at the arena, where Razeal now stood facing Arthur, completely unshaken, because he found his own path. There was no pride in her tone, just a quiet uncertainty, one forged through distance. Finding his path on his own, King Julius repeated slowly, the words rolling on his tongue as his gaze stayed fixed on the arena below. He nodded once, a gesture of genuine acknowledgement. That is indeed commendable. To survive, to train, and to grow stronger without guidance, most would break long before reaching anything meaningful. He paused, then let out a soft, confident chuckle. Still, he continued, his tone relaxed, almost indulgent, there is no need to worry. Arthur will not go too far. He may look carefree, even disrespectful at times, but when it comes to duties I assign him, he takes them seriously. He is an examiner today. He knows his role. King Julius leaned back slightly in his throne, his hands resting comfortably on the armrests. He will not go too hard on the boy. It was not mockery. It was not arrogance either. It was simply certainty, the kind that came from decades of power and experience, as well as his way of showing kindness. In his mind, the outcome was already clear. No matter how admirable it is to walk alone, he thought, there are limits. Training without mana, aura, bloodline, or proper instruction could only take someone so far. Perhaps the boy had defeated a few small fry. Perhaps he had survived against odds that would crush others. But some things are different. True strength and power were different. Arthur was his son, personally trained, forged through relentless combat, had consumed countless resources, a genius above geniuses. At 26, Arthur stood at the very peak of Saint rank, a level countless cultivators failed to reach even in a lifetime. Another few years, and the Saint King realm would be within his grasp. Compared to that, the boy in the arena, 16, perhaps 17 at most, might as well have been standing at the foot of a mountain, staring up. It is impossible, King Julius concluded inwardly. Impossible for him to even come close, even if he was to be a genius, not to say, with that accursed-like past. He had just finished that thought when, boom, the sound tore through the Colosseum like a thunderclap. The entire structure seemed to shudder. Water rippled violently across the arena floor, waves racing outward as if struck by an unseen force. The roar of the crowd died instantly, replaced by stunned silence. King Julius's eyes snapped open. For the first time since the competition began, genuine surprise flashed across his face. He leaned forward, his massive presence surging unconsciously as his gaze locked onto the arena. Beside him, Marissa froze too. Her posture stiffened, her breath cut halfway as her eyes widened, not in fear, not in concern, but in raw, unfiltered shock. She stared downward, unblinking, as if afraid that even the smallest movement would break what she was seeing. Below them, at the very center of the arena, Arthur was on one knee. His right knee had sunk deep into the arena floor, cracks spiderwebbing outward from the point of impact. Both of his arms were crossed above his head, his muscles straining as he blocked a descending leg. A leg that belonged to Razeal. Arthur's teeth were clenched, his veins standing out along his neck and arms as he resisted the crushing pressure bearing down on him. His boots scraped against the stone, unable to gain proper footing under the sheer force. You are one strong bastard, Arthur said through gritted teeth, forcing a crooked smile onto his face, despite the numbness creeping into his arms. I will give you that. His voice wavered, not in fear, but in genuine bewilderment. That single strike had driven him to one knee, not with mana, not with aura, not with an artifact, just raw, overwhelming physical strength. Razeal stood above him, one leg planted firmly on the ground, the other pressing down against Arthur's crossed arms. His posture was relaxed, almost casual, as if this were nothing more than a test of balance. Razeal muttered quietly, almost to himself. His eyes flicked briefly over Arthur's trembling arms, then away. Your sister was right. Arthur's brow twitched. You are not that strong. The words were calm, flat, almost dismissive. Arthur's eyes widened for half a heartbeat before fury surged through him. Sister, he snarled, his muscles screaming as he poured strength into his body. And you bastard. How dare you call me weak? With a sharp exhale, Arthur shifted his weight, channeling his whole body power through his legs. His arms surged upward in a single explosive motion, forcing Razeal's leg back. The pressure vanished. Razeal flipped backward effortlessly, spinning once in midair, before landing lightly on the arena floor several steps away. No cracks, no recoil, not even a defensive stance. He simply straightened and looked at Arthur. Arthur rose slowly from his knee, shaking out his arms as sensation returned. His expression had changed completely now. Gone was the playful arrogance, Gone was the casual disdain. What remained was sharp focus and irritation. High above, King Julius finally spoke, his voice noticeably altered, to force Arthur to one knee with a single strike. He said slowly, surprise clear even as he tried to rein it in. That is no small feat. His eyes narrowed, scrutinizing Razeal more carefully now. He is very strong. The king admitted at last. Stronger than I thought. It seems I misjudged him. That was putting it lightly. King Julius had sensed nothing. No mana fluctuation. No aura resonance. No artifact activation, or even any relic. Nothing that explained what he had just witnessed. And that disturbed him. Marissa did not respond immediately. Her eyes remained locked onto Razeal, unblinking, as if she were trying to burn the image into her soul. The surprise that had frozen her moments ago slowly transformed into something else. Pure, unrestrained pride and happiness. Her lips curved upward, just slightly at first, then more clearly. A rare, genuine smile that carried both relief and fierce satisfaction. It seems, she said softly, finally breaking her silence, that it will be my son who has to go easy on yours. The words carried weight. King Julius turned to look at her, genuine surprise flickering across his face at the sight of her smile. He stared for a moment, then laughed, a deep, resonant sound that echoed faintly even within the chamber. Haha, it seems he surprised you as well, he said, amusement creeping into his tone. Marissa did not deny it. Chapter 324. Arthur rose fully onto his feet, rolling his shoulders once as he settled into a proper guard. The playful arrogance from before was gone, replaced by something sharp and focused. His gaze locked onto Razeal, moving slowly from head to toe, as if trying to peel him apart layer by layer to understand what exactly he was dealing with. Someone this strong, appearing out of nowhere, at this age, did not fit any pattern Arthur knew. Still, despite having been forced to one knee only moments ago, his expression did not crack, nor was there any embarrassment, nor any frustration spilling over his face. If anything, his eyes burned brighter. All right, Arthur said at last, his voice steady and controlled. You are not bad. He straightened a little more, his chin lifting. But do not get it twisted and start calling me weak. It is just that my guard was down earlier. That is the only reason you managed to do that. If I had been serious from the start. Arthur paused, a faint, confident smirk tugging at his lips. There is no way you would have landed that strike. As he spoke, his right hand reached back, his fingers closing around the shaft of the spear strapped behind him. With a smooth motion, he pulled it free. The weapon shimmered faintly in the water, long, silver, and perfectly balanced. Arthur gripped it with both hands and shifted his stance, his feet spreading and his knees bending, just enough to ground himself. The spear tip leveled forward, aimed squarely at Razeal's chest. Your name, Arthur continued, his eyes never leaving him. Razeal, right? He nodded to himself. Your physical talent is impressive. At your age, reaching this level, honestly, I would have already passed you if this were just a strength evaluation. His tone sharpened. But this is a combat test, not a strength contest. Arthur's gaze hardened further, something personal slipping into it now. And from what you said earlier, it sounds like my sister sent you here to win. His grip tightened around the spear. So as her brother, it is my right to examine you properly and more thoroughly. The water around him trembled. Then he vanished. One moment Arthur was standing there, his spear leveled. The next, his figure blurred, water splitting violently in his wake as he shot forward. The spear came down in a vertical arc, aimed straight at Razeal's head, the force behind it so dense it distorted the water itself. Still 100 years too early, Razeal said calmly. He moved. Not a leap, not a dash, just a simple step to the side. The spear crashed down where he had been standing, missing him by less than a breath. Arthur reappeared behind him, already twisting his body mid-motion. Haha, Arthur laughed, genuine excitement flashing across his face as his attack failed. Good. I would not like it if it were that easy either. His grin widened as he pivoted on one foot, his spine bending backward at an unnatural angle. With one hand now, he swung the spear around in a brutal horizontal arc, the sheer force of it causing the metal shaft to flex slightly. Water exploded outward from the swing, ripples tearing through the arena, as the spear lunged straight for Razeal's center. Razeal watched it come. Then he took one step back. The spear's edge passed in front of his stomach, so close it stirred his clothes, the pressure brushing against his cloth, yet it never touched him. Razeal stood there, calm and unbothered, as if nothing noteworthy had just happened. Arthur did not stop. He surged forward again, attacks chaining one after another. Thrusts, slashes, sweeps, his spear became a blur of silver light. He attacked from above, from below, from the sides, each strike flowing seamlessly into the next. When a thrust missed, the shaft twisted mid-motion into a sweeping arc. When a swing failed, the spear flicked forward into a precise point strike. At one moment, Arthur hurled the spear outright. It screamed through the water toward Razeal's chest. Razeal shifted half a step. The spear missed. Arthur was already moving, his body flashing behind Razeal in an instant, his hand snapping out to catch the returning weapon mid-air before spinning and attacking again from a new angle. The assault was relentless. From the perspective of the spectators, it was chaos. Most of them could not even follow what was happening. To their eyes, Arthur was everywhere at once, his spear carving through the water in countless streaks of silver. Attacks came from every possible direction, overlapping, stacking, and leaving no visible gaps. And yet, not a single strike landed. Razeal barely moved. A tilt of the head, a shift of the shoulder, a step forward, then back. Each motion was minimal, precise, and almost lazy. He did not even retreat wildly, or dodge with exaggerated movements. He simply was not there when the spear passed. It was as if Arthur was attacking a phantom that dissolved the moment his weapon reached it. Inside, Razeal remained completely calm. To him, this was not overwhelming at all. With his high-level perception, the world around him felt slow, far too slow. He did not need to see every strike. He felt them. The flow of water, the pressure changes, and the intent carried through Arthur's movements. His keen hearing caught the subtle distortions in the water before each attack. His flow sensing mapped the trajectory before the spear even completed its swing. And his body responded instantly. Years of survival, countless near-death situations in system training, and relentless combat experience made this feel almost trivial. His reactions were automatic, ingrained deeper than thought. Compared to what he had faced before, this was manageable. Finally, after several more seconds of that relentless exchange, Arthur slid to a halt at a considerable distance from Razeal. The water around his feet settled slowly, faint ripples spreading outward as his breathing steadied. He straightened, his spear still held firmly in his hands, and stared at Razeal, with a deep frown carved into his face. For the first time since the fight began, genuine confusion crept into his eyes. "Just how are you doing this?" Arthur asked, his voice lower now, stripped of most of its earlier arrogance. There was no mockery in the question, only disbelief. He tightened his grip on the spear unconsciously. In his mind, the exchange replayed again and again. Thousands of strikes, every angle, every variation. Thrusts meant to hit, sweeps meant to break his face, feints layered atop real attacks. He had pushed his speed to the limit, far beyond what most Saint-level fighters could even perceive. And yet, not once had he landed a clean hit. That was not just rare anymore. Now it was starting to feel wrong at this point. Arthur's eyes narrowed as he studied Razeal more carefully now, no longer seeing him as a kid or an annoyance, but as an anomaly. He was certain of it. Razeal was not faster than him. Not even close. In fact, in terms of raw movement speed, Arthur could see he had the advantage. He could feel it in those brief moments when Razeal dodged by inches rather than meters, when his body shifted just barely enough to evade. Which made it even more disturbing. It felt as if the man in front of him already knew where the spear would go before Arthur himself committed to the motion. Like he was watching the future unfold in advance and stepping aside calmly, without panic and without urgency. No wasted movement. No hesitation. Arthur exhaled sharply through his nose. Razeal, meanwhile, looked almost bored. "I do not know," he replied, spreading his hands slightly, his palms open in a lazy, almost dismissive gesture. "Maybe it is just a skill issue?" Arthur's lips twitched. Just once. A tiny, involuntary reaction, but it was enough. A vein pulsed faintly near his temple as irritation flared back to life. "Ha, sure," Arthur said with a scoff, forcing a crooked grin back onto his face. "But dodging alone is not going to solve anything for you." He took a step forward, then another, beginning to circle Razeal again, slow at first, then faster. His figure blurred as he moved right, then left, then behind, his footwork precise and fluid, the spear never wavering from its threatening alignment. "You still need to hit me," Arthur continued, his voice echoing faintly through the arena. "And with that speed of yours, you are never going to touch me." The taunt was deliberate. Arthur accelerated, moving in wide arcs around Razeal, his speed increasing until most spectators could barely track him at all. To them, it looked as if Arthur was everywhere at once, a streak of blue and silver orbiting a calm, unmoving center. Razeal's head turned slowly, his gaze following Arthur's movement with unsettling accuracy. His eyes alone kept pace, tracking every shift and every change in direction, even as his body remained still. He was already aware Arthur was faster than him. Obviously, once he saw these attributes, he was sure about it. Name: Arthur Neptune. Strength SS-, Saint Peak Stage. Agility SS-, Saint Peak Stage. Endurance SS+, Royal Atlantian Physique. Will S, Prince of Atlantis. Mental S-. And then he looked at his own. Name: Razeal. Strength SS, Saint King, Early Stage. Agility S+. Endurance SSS, Half Immortal, Natural Death is Impossible. Will SS-, Will of the Purest and Noblest Being. Mental SS+, Enhanced naturally due to vampire progenitor lineage and pure origin. Note: each rank is divided into 4 primary stages: early, mid, late, and peak. Advancement between stages results in a substantial increase in strength, with later stages being exponentially more powerful than earlier ones. In many cases, a higher stage may surpass a lower stage by several multiples. As overall rank increases, the disparity in power between each stage grows correspondingly wider. At a glance, the conclusion was obvious. In raw power, Razeal was superior. His strength had already stepped into the Saint King rank, even if only at the early stage. His endurance was on an entirely different level altogether, something that bordered on absurd. Arthur, for all his talent, simply could not match that. But agility, that was where the gap truly lay. Arthur's speed was overwhelming. Peak Saint-level agility meant he could reposition, accelerate, and strike far faster than Razeal's body was naturally capable of following. Razeal had not even reached the Saint threshold in agility yet. The difference was not minor, it was massive. If this were a simple contest of speed, Arthur would dominate. Razeal knew that. But still, it was not that big of a thing to worry about, honestly. He already had many alternative paths for himself. He could pour dark mana into his shadow and accelerate his movement by using shadow abilities. He could distort positioning by using shadow travels, or even use fluorilated skills, moving in ways Arthur would not even comprehend. But this was a physical-only test. The king was watching closely. Razeal did not know how much King Julius could perceive, but he was not going to gamble on it. Using abilities beyond pure physicality here was not worth the risk. Getting disqualified now would only complicate things further. If not, he had many ways to win this easily. It was just that he wanted to win only physically. So instead, Razeal just stood there, one hand idly rubbing his chin, as if he were thinking through an inconvenience. Arthur continued circling him, faster now, deliberately pushing the pressure, trying to provoke a reaction. His spear hummed faintly through the water with each shift, his presence pressing in from all sides. "Come on now," Arthur called out mockingly. "Why are you just standing there? What? Are you scared now that you will lose face if you cannot catch me?" His lips curled into a taunting grin as he accelerated again, deliberately passing behind Razeal, then reappearing to his side. "Or is this some grand strategy of yours? Trying to tire me out, or something? Attack me already. How am I supposed to examine your combat skills if you will not even try to hit me?" The words were loud, meant for the entire Colosseum to hear. A prince scolding an insolent challenger. To the spectators, it looked like Arthur was completely in control, dictating the pace, mocking his opponent, and forcing him into passivity. Razeal, however, barely reacted. He only shook his head. This loudmouth. If Razeal were allowed to use his shadow ability freely, this fight would have ended moments ago. Arthur would not be running circles, shouting nonsense. He would be pinned to the ground, wrapped in shadows like living chains, every movement crushed before it even began. Tentacles of darkness could have surged up from beneath the arena floor, immobilizing him in an instant. But this was not that kind of fight. And Razeal did not need that kind of power to defeat this idiot anyway. He watched Arthur's movement with calm, predatory focus, not tracking speed, but rhythm, timing, the subtle shift in intent that always preceded a real attack. Arthur was fast, very fast. Just need one chance, and it will be game over for this dumbass, Razeal thought. As if answering that thought, Arthur suddenly changed. The circling stopped. For a fraction of a second so brief that most spectators missed it, Arthur's movement pattern broke. His speed dipped, not in velocity, but in intent. No feint, no testing jab, a real attack. Arthur appeared directly behind Razeal, his presence erupting like a sudden pressure spike. His spear was already in motion, held low in his right hand as he drove it forward in a sharp, precise thrust aimed deliberately away from vital points, clean, controlled, and meant to wound rather than kill, obviously. Razeal's eyes flashed. A smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. "Got you," Razeal muttered under his breath. He twisted to the right at the last possible instant. The spear screamed past his left shoulder, missing by less than an inch, the displaced water grazing his skin with sharp pressure. To anyone watching, it looked like another narrow dodge. But this time, Razeal did not let it pass. His body shifted again, faster now, more decisive. His right hand snapped out, his fingers closing around the shaft of the spear mid-thrust. The weapon stopped, not slowed. Just an instant stop. Arthur's eyes widened. For a split second, disbelief froze him in place. The force behind that thrust had been monstrous enough to tear through stone, enough that even glancing contact could have shredded flesh and bone. Catching it barehanded should have been suicide. Yet there it was. Razeal's hand clenched around the spear as if it were nothing more than a wooden rod. No blood, no tearing skin, not even a tremor. What the? Arthur felt it immediately. The absolute, immovable resistance transmitted through the spear. It was like striking a mountain head-on. How strong is this bastard's body? The thought barely had time to form before instinct screamed at him to let go. Arthur's grip loosened reflexively, his body already preparing to disengage, but it was too late. Razeal's lips curled upward. With a sharp yank, he pulled the spear toward himself. The sudden force shattered Arthur's balance. His body lurched forward violently, dragged by the weapon still in his hands. His eyes met Razeal's. Beep. Arthur barely had time to curse before Razeal's fist filled his vision. The punch landed. Boom. The sound was deafening. It was not just a strike. It was an explosion of raw physical force. Water compressed and detonated outward from the point of impact, sending shockwaves rippling across the arena floor. Arthur's body was launched backward like a cannonball, his form blurring as he was hurled through the water at terrifying speed. He flew straight toward the Colosseum wall, 200 or 300 meters away. Spectators gasped, some rising to their feet in shock as Arthur's body tore through the arena space, unstoppable and uncontrolled. Had nothing intervened, he would have slammed directly into the structure itself. But before that could happen, he hit something invisible. Or rather, the water shuddered violently as Arthur collided with a massive, unseen barrier. The king's protective field flared faintly under the impact, rippling like a struck drum. Another thunderous boom echoed as Arthur's body rebounded, crashing down hard onto the arena floor below. Stone cracked, water surged, and then, silence. "That definitely had to hurt your boy," Marissa remarked from above, her voice calm and unhurried as her gaze remained fixed on the arena below. King Julius coughed awkwardly, the sound a little too deliberate to be natural. His eyes lingered on the distant figure of Arthur sprawled against the arena floor before he forced a smile back onto his face, smoothing his long beard as if nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. "Do not worry, Lady Marissa," he said, his tone steady but strained. "Arthur was born with a royal Atlantian physique. This much will not do much to him. He has taken far heavier blows than that during training with me." He paused, then added, almost reluctantly though, never to the face like that. Marissa just smiled as she looked, one leg still crossed over the other, her fingers resting lightly against the arm of her throne. That must be because your son promised, she said calmly, her eyes never leaving the arena, to only hurt his face in the beginning. Though inside her mind, she could not help but wonder, how? From where she sat, she could see it clearly now. Razeal was not merely strong, he was decisively strong. His physical presence alone radiated the pressure of someone who had already crossed into the Saint realm, and not at its weakest edge. Even holding back, his strength felt dangerously close to brushing against the threshold of Saint King. Saint rank. The realization unsettled her more than she cared to admit. The last time she had watched him fight against Silva, his raw strength had been nowhere near this level. Aside from that final sword slash, which she had instinctively recognized as something unnatural, borrowed, or forced through some unknown method, his overall power had been far lower. Far too low. 2 entire ranks apart, actually. To cross such a distance in barely a month. It should not be possible. So good. Neptunia's voice rang out sharply from the spectators' stand, cutting cleanly through the stunned silence that had swallowed the Colosseum. She had both hands raised in the air, her eyes sparkling with undisguised delight, a grin stretched so wide across her face it looked almost painful. Unlike the rest of the crowd who sat frozen, unsure whether to gasp, protest, or avert their eyes, she looked genuinely thrilled. She was, quite literally, the only one cheering. Around her, heads turned. Atlantians stared at her in disbelief, some with outright offense etched across their faces. Whispers spread in low, agitated murmurs. Who is that woman? Is she mad? That is the prince. How could anyone cheer while the Prince of Atlantis lay crumpled on the arena floor? Neptunia noticed none of it, or simply did not care. He, go on, she yelled, cupping her hands around her mouth to make her voice louder. Beat that bastard more. The looks she received grew sharper, more hostile. But Neptunia only laughed harder, her shoulders shaking with barely restrained glee. For once, she was watching someone else do what she had always wanted to do herself, and she was enjoying every second of it. You really seem excited, Maria commented dryly from beside her, her eyes flicking between Neptunia and the arena below. Obviously I am, Neptunia replied without hesitation, nodding enthusiastically. I would literally pay for every punch on that bastard's face. Oh, Maria said flatly, not sure whether to be impressed or disturbed. Good for you, I guess. Neptunia nodded again, her grin still firmly in place. For a few seconds, they both watched in silence, the aftermath of the punch still hanging heavily over the arena. Then Maria spoke again, her tone quieter but sharper, suspicion creeping back into her eyes. So, what is the first prize for winning this competition? Neptunia's expression faltered just slightly. Her smile did not disappear, but it tightened. Arg again? Why do you always do this? She snapped, turning toward Maria with an irritated side glance. Can you not see I am busy enjoying this? Do you really have to ruin the moment? It is suspicious, Maria replied evenly, not backing down. You keep dodging the question when Razeal asked. Now do not change the topic. Tell me what it is. He might not take it seriously, but I do. What is the prize? Neptunia clicked her tongue, annoyance flashing openly across her face now. He is not going for first prize, she said dismissively. And you are not even participating. So leave it. Why do you even want to know? It is important, of course, Maria said firmly, her voice low, but edged with unease. Her eyes never left the arena as she spoke. I am sensing something bad. And with his strength and skills, what if he actually gets first position? I am worried. Because if that happens, I will be dragged into this as well, whether I like it or not. So I need to know. Tell me now. He is not even here if you did not want to tell him. Neptunia clicked her tongue and rolled her shoulders, clearly annoyed. What now? Your female senses tingling, or something? She scoffed. Anyways, you do not need to know. And do not worry so much. He will not be winning first position anyways. She shrugged casually, though her eyes briefly flickered with something more serious. Even if he somehow could, my father would never allow it. That much is obvious. Maria was confused now. Why? Neptunia exhaled, as if explaining something painfully simple. Because of what the first prize is. And because he is human. There is no way they would give it to him. Even if it is a competition, they would find another excuse, fail him in the second examination, disqualify him, whatever. He will not pass. She waved her hand dismissively. Second position? Sure, possible. But first? Never. Maria's brows knit together. They know we are human? Her voice dropped instinctively, as she glanced around, tension crawling up her spine. They can tell that? Obviously, Neptunia replied, almost bored. I can tell. The entire royal family can. We have special senses. It comes with being sea royalty. She stretched her arms slightly, as if this were common knowledge. Relax. The king will not do anything. He is a man of honor. Maria let out a short, humorless breath. Not letting someone win even if they deserve it does not sound very honorable to me. She turned back to Neptunia, her eyes sharp. So what is the first prize? Neptunia's jaw tightened. Again, he cannot win it. And stop questioning me, will you? She rolled her eyes hard now. I cannot tell you. It is a secret, only announced directly to the winner. Tell me, Maria pressed, not backing down an inch. Accidents happen. And if something goes wrong, I should at least warn that idiot to hold back. Or stop. Her gaze hardened. Dangerous now. I do not like this. Neptunia's irritation vanished in an instant, replaced by a slow, knowing smirk. If you push this any further, she said lightly, I will tell Razeal that you could heal yourself back then, but did not. That you held back and were just acting, because you wanted him to heal you instead. She tilted her head. Or maybe because you wanted to see if he would. Maria's eyes widened for half a second, just a fraction too long. Then she masked it completely, her face going blank and cold. Tell him, she said stiffly. It is not true. Neptunia's grin widened immediately. He, so I guessed right. She covered her mouth theatrically, her eyes glittering with mischief. Ah, you should have seen your face. You hit it fast, but not fast enough. She leaned in, her voice teasing. Tisk tisk. You are such a tsundere. So, when are you planning to tell him about all this? I mean your feeling, of course, he. Her hand slipped casually onto Maria's shoulder. Do not touch me. Maria slapped her hand away sharply, her voice cutting like ice. And stop spouting nonsense. It is not like that. Tell him if you want, I do not care. Oh, really? Neptunia tilted her head, mock innocent, her eyes gleaming. I am serious, you know. I will. Maria stared at her for a long second, then suddenly grabbed Neptunia by the collar, pulling her close. All right, I will not ask again, she said quietly and dangerously. So you keep your mouth shut. You cannot take that back now. Neptunia blinked exaggeratedly, then burst into a grin even wider than before. With really? She teased. You are serious? Shut your beeping mouth, Maria snapped, nearly shouting, and shoved her away. Back in the arena, the atmosphere had shifted completely. Arthur groaned as he pushed himself up from the ground, one hand braced against the cracked arena floor. His head throbbed, his ears ringing faintly as if the world itself were still shaking. Ouch, he muttered. He brought his hand to his face and froze. He could not feel his nose. A sharp, sickening realization struck him as he pressed again, harder this time. Nothing. No proper shape. Just dull pain and numbness. His breath hitched. Slowly, he pulled his hand away. It was drenched in red. Blood streamed freely now, dripping from his face, sliding down his chin, and dispersing into the water pooled across the arena floor in thin, swirling lines. The metallic scent spread instantly. Arthur stared at his blood-stained fingers, shock finally cracking through his confidence. His chest rose and fell heavily as he looked back up toward Razeal. The smile he had worn earlier was gone, replaced by something far darker. Chapter 325. So, did I pass? Razeal asked, as if he were inquiring about the weather rather than the result of a violent exchange that had just shaken the entire Colosseum. He stood relaxed in the center of the arena, his posture loose, his shoulders lowered, not even bothering to raise his guard. His eyes were fixed on Arthur, not with mockery or aggression, but with a quiet, assessing curiosity. Arthur, on the other hand, stood several meters away, still frozen. Blood dripped steadily from his face. It slid down the bridge of his broken nose, smeared across his lips, stained his chin, and fell into the shallow water coating the arena floor, blooming outward in faint crimson ripples. His palm was still raised in front of him, his fingers trembling slightly as he stared at the blood covering it, as if his mind refused to accept what his eyes were seeing. He was bleeding. That fact alone felt unreal. Arthur had taken blows before. He had been thrown, crushed, slammed into walls, battered by sea beasts, and trained by his own father until his bones screamed. Pain was familiar. Injury was familiar. But this was different. This was not damage accumulated over time. This was the result of a single, clean strike. From a human at that. Razeal watched him carefully, noting the way Arthur steadied his breathing, the subtle tightening of muscles beneath torn skin, and the way his stance slowly reformed despite the shock. Internally, even Razeal was surprised. That punch had carried more force than he had intended. Had it landed on stone, or even a boulder of diamond, the structure would have caved in without resistance. Yet Arthur was standing, not unconscious, not crippled, still standing. That physique really is something else, Razeal thought, his eyes narrowing a fraction. Royal Atlantian body, so that is not an exaggeration. He recalled some reminders from Neptunia in secret. Arthur finally clenched his fist, blood dripping between his fingers, and spat violently onto the arena floor. The red mixed with water. He wiped his mouth and nose with the back of his hand in a rough, careless motion, smearing the blood across his face rather than cleaning it. Pass, he repeated hoarsely, a broken chuckle bubbling up from his chest. His eyes lifted, sharp, furious, and burning. Until I am satisfied, Arthur said, his voice low and edged with raw ego, or until one of us is completely defeated, you do not pass. He straightened fully now, his shoulders rolling back despite the pain, a bloodied grin twisting his expression into something arrogant. And trust me, I will not be satisfied until I beat you. The air around him shifted, not with mana, not with aura, but with pressure, pure intent, honed pride, and wounded authority twisted together into something sharp. So your only way forward, Arthur continued, his teeth stained red as he smiled, is to defeat me. His eyes darkened. And do not misunderstand, he added, his voice dropping further. I was holding back before. The water beneath his feet trembled. I am serious now. Before the words had even fully left his mouth, Arthur vanished. The water did not just part. It vibrated, collapsing inward as if space itself had been yanked aside by his speed. A shockwave rippled outward, distorting the arena floor beneath him. Razeal's gaze sharpened instantly. Arthur reappeared directly in front of him, his fist already mid-swing, his body twisted perfectly to drive maximum force into the punch. It was not sloppy. It was not reckless. It was clean, precise, and brutal. Razeal raised his hand to intercept, but the moment before contact, Arthur disappeared again. A faint, Razeal's eyes raised slightly. Arthur was already behind him. Razeal twisted sharply, reaching out to grab, but Arthur had already spun away. His movement flowed seamlessly as he snatched his spear from the ground in the same breath, creating distance with a single fluid motion. Really? Arthur sneered from afar, gripping the spear tightly, blood still dripping from his face, yet a cool smile remained. You think I would make the same mistake twice? The spear lowered, its tip aligned perfectly with Razeal's center of mass. I can fight from range too, Arthur said coldly. So dodge. Let us see how long you can keep that up. He lifted the spear overhead, the muscles in his arms and back tightening, veins standing out as he brought it down with terrifying force. The water in front of the spear compressed violently, folding inward before erupting forward as a crescent-shaped water slash. It was dense, razor-sharp, and propelled entirely by physical force, rather than magic or anything else. It screamed through the water toward Razeal, cutting a visible path through the arena. Razeal did not move. Come on, he muttered, unimpressed. I am not that weak. He simply raised his hand and slapped the water slash aside with a bare hand. The compressed blade of water shattered instantly, collapsing back into harmless ripples as if it had never existed. Arthur's lips twitched. What the hell is your body made of? He muttered, disbelief flickering through his fury. Razeal did not answer. Instead, he leaned forward, one foot pressing into the arena floor. The ground cracked. Then he vanished. The floor exploded where he had been standing, fractures spiderwebbing outward as Razeal launched himself forward with sheer physical power, water surging violently behind him. Arthur reacted instantly, accelerating away, his spear trailing behind him as he shot across the arena. You cannot catch me, Arthur shouted over his shoulder, his teeth clenched. Do not even think about it, thick-skinned bastard. The arena became a blur. Arthur moved fast, fluid, and perfectly adapted to the underwater environment. His movements were natural, effortless, each shift of direction precise and controlled. Razeal followed. But the difference was obvious. Razeal was slower. Not just slightly, noticeably. His strength allowed him to close distance in bursts, but sustained pursuit was another matter entirely. The water resisted him, dragging at his movements, while Arthur flowed through it as if it were not there at all. Arthur had been born here, raised here. Water was almost in his veins, while Razeal was fighting against it. They streaked across the arena, one chasing, one fleeing, shockwaves rippling with every sharp turn, the spectators barely able to track their movements. Arthur weaved, cut, and reversed direction, clearly enjoying the advantage now. Razeal narrowed his eyes, analyzing. Agility gap is still too wide, he noted calmly. Even if I predict his path, my body will not keep up. He could feel it clearly, the limits of his current speed, the resistance of water against muscle, the difference between raw power and refined movement. While this catching and running game was going on, the stream continued as well, showing everything that was happening. Ancestor Shui thought, how is his body so tough? It does not seem to be the result of any technique or method, nor of any special training. This strength feels completely natural. Vampire progenitor wrote, because it is natural. A vampire's body is fundamentally different from a human's. Its constitution, its structure, its very existence. Skin, bones, flesh, all of it surpasses the hardness of high-rank weapons even without deliberate training. We are not fragile creatures that need constant reinforcement. Merely existing grants us resilience. Not just anything can harm us. The message lingered for a moment, heavy with pride, as if written with blood itself. Ancestor Shui wrote, so it is a racial characteristic. Beings of night and blood, creatures sustained by blood itself, Interesting. If you had not told me, I would never have imagined such a race could exist. In the realms I lived in, we had beast races, spirit races, and divine remnants, but nothing quite like this. Compared to those, your kind seems excessive, almost too powerful to be believable. So tell me, what weakness do you have? Primordial Vampire wrote, weakness? The word itself seemed to amuse him. Primordial Vampire wrote, no, we do not have weaknesses. We are the strongest race in existence. I was the originator of the entire lineage. The confidence in that statement was absolute, unquestioning, and immovable. It was not arrogance born from ignorance. It was certainty forged through epochs of survival. The chat stirred immediately. Degenerated Bastard wrote, yeah no, that is bullshit. Nothing exists without a weakness. And why does everyone here sound so full of themselves? Relax. We are all dead anyway. Primordial Vampire wrote, with a title like yours, I can confidently say pride was never one of your virtues. Perhaps that is why you fail to understand it. Ancestor Shui wrote, his interests lying elsewhere does not mean he lacks dignity or image, and judging a being solely by a name is crude. Lily wrote, oh, I can judge just fine. From his name alone, I picture an old man halfway into his coffin, scrunched body, long white beard dragging the ground, and hollow eyes that have not seen desire in centuries. And considering how passionately you defend him, I would say you are a lecherous old man too. There was a noticeable pause. Ancestor Shui wrote, that is not true. Lily wrote, sure. Lucifer wrote, enough. All of you shut up and focus on what is happening in front of you. I do not understand how you can ignore this embarrassment. Zara wrote, embarrassment. You mean watching this kid embarrass us? Yes. I feel ashamed too. How can someone take this long to finish such a trivial fight? Playing around like this, it is disgraceful. Her words were sharp, almost biting, disappointment bleeding through every syllable, even though it was just a written text comment. Degenerated Bastard wrote, What is there to be ashamed of? This has nothing to do with me. Not like he is my son or disciple. The greatest collector wrote, I am ashamed because I gave him a universe-grade item, a shadow heart, and he is not even using it. I am irritated, truly. I want to torture this child myself. Lucifer wrote, I gave him a tome of infinite knowledge. Did he just open it once and then ignore it, or something? What is he doing? He is disgracing the name of sacred demonic artifacts. Xenocide wrote, now that you mention it, I am disappointed as well. He has accumulated an enormous amount of killing aura, yet he has not refined it, has not shaped it, has not used it. I gave him a path, one tied to a supreme concept of reality itself. And this is where he stands? I understand his age, but with that level of accumulated killing, to not even focus on killing arts. It is shameful. The stream did not calm down. If anything, the tension inside that invisible space thickened, layered with wounded pride, offended authority, and the unmistakable temper of beings who were never used to being ignored. Ancestor Shwe wrote, yes, now that you all mention it, I am feeling offended as well. Truly offended. I guided him toward a supreme path, a path countless beings would kneel and bleed for. And what does he do with it? Uses it only for perception? How dare he? This is not ignorance. This is disregard, disrespect, and an unforgivable sin. His message carried a sharp edge, as if each word had been carved deliberately, grinding against ancient pride. The others did not object. They were villains, selfish, ruthless, and cruel by nature, but even they understood one thing very clearly, opportunity was sacred. Power was not given freely, and anyone who received it without honoring it deserved scorn. They were not angry because they cared about Razeal. They were angry because their offerings had been taken lightly. Ancestor Shwe wrote, I even demonstrated techniques for him, personally, even explained the logic behind them, and yet he does not use them. Not even once. I mean, only using them for such small things as perception? It is not for that. How can I not be dissatisfied? Degenerated bastard wrote, wait, you guys gave him skills and training. There was genuine confusion in that message. Ancestor Shwe wrote, you did not? Degenerated bastard wrote, no. I just gave him some of my own painted masterpieces, since he seemed to appreciate them a lot and only asked for that. He even got my autograph on one. Like, 10 books or so, but they were not for learning skills or anything. There was a pause, a very long pause. Ancestor Shwe wrote, books. Degenerated bastard wrote, yeah. Ancestor Shwe wrote, are they, perhaps, paintings of beautiful women? With extremely detailed poses? Very cultural angles? Degenerated bastard wrote, how did you know? Ancestor Shwe wrote, damn. Lily wrote, you two are hopeless. Lily wrote, also, what are you all even complaining about? He is just a kid. 16 or 17 at most. Leave him alone. I do not know about the rest of you, but I am satisfied. That earned her attention, as the popping messages paused for some seconds. Lily wrote, yes, he is not using all the skills I gave him, but look closely. Can you not see what he is using? His perception, the way he reads movement, sound, and intent. That perception skill, I gave him that, barely 2 months ago. And now look at him. He is using it at nearly the same level as I do. Maybe a little lower, but still absurd for someone his age. Lily wrote, when he came to me, he was utterly weak. Not metaphorically, truly weak, barely surviving. What he has achieved since then defies logic. Even if I were in his position, I doubt I could have progressed that fast. So yes, I am satisfied. Very much so. Ancestor Shwe wrote, blah blah blah. You can be satisfied all you want. I am not. He is still a dumb bastard for not using what I gave him. Degenerated bastard wrote, you people are weird. Lily wrote, honestly, the only thing he is lacking is a proper movement technique. That is all. A pause. Then, Lily wrote, fine. I will give him one. He actually uses my skills, unlike yours. He. Seems like he likes me more. What a good boy. The stream panel chimed repeatedly as notifications stacked one after another. And then, ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a gift from Lily, the greatest thief, via stream gift function. Do you wish to open it? Yes or no? Chapter 326. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a gift from Lily, the greatest thief, via stream gift function. Do you wish to open it? Yes or no? The sound cut sharply through Razeal's focus. He had been ignoring the stream entirely, his attention fixed on the arena, on Arthur's movements, on timing, on momentum, and on breathing. The sudden notification made his brow crease. For the first time since the fight began, his attention flicked inward. A translucent panel hovered at the edge of his vision, pulsing faintly. A gift. He had not even asked for one. He had not even thought about the stream in the last several minutes. What the hell is going on in the chat? He flicked his awareness toward the live stream panel mid-motion, feet still skimming across the arena floor as Arthur tore through the water behind him like a hunting beast. Colorful notifications flooded his vision the moment he opened it. Layered messages, overlapping comments, irritation practically dripping from the text itself. Complaints, accusations, disappointment, offended pride. Ancient egos bruised far worse than Arthur's face ever had been. His eyes moved fast, skimming everything in seconds. Ancestor Shwe raging. Xenocide disappointed. The Collector furious. Lucifer coldly judgmental. Zara openly ashamed. Like what is she ashamed of even? Well, it all did not seem hopeless for him since at least one name stood out differently. Lily. She was the only one not scolding him. The only one not offended. the only one who had actually done something instead of complaining by sending him a gift. Still, Razeal's lips twitched despite himself. So I am public enemy number 1 now, huh? He did not stop moving in the arena. Arthur's pressure was still there, relentless, but his mind was already elsewhere. With a resigned sigh, he sent a brief message back into the stream, not even bothering to dress it up. Razeal anyways, thanks for your patronage, oh big-hearted lovely person. The words were dry, flat, almost lazy, obviously trying his hardest to be kind since he needs more gifts like this. Love the live stream function already. It does give something except nagging and all. The response came immediately. Lily, oh, there is no need for that, haha. I am big-hearted, you know. Do not worry about it. I have robbed hundreds of thousands of skills. This is nothing. How about you call me mommy again? I might give you one more. Hee hee. Razeal's step faltered for the briefest fraction of a second. Not enough for Arthur to capitalize on it, but enough that Razeal felt it. TCH. Before he could even react, the chat exploded. Zara, mommy. And what do you mean by again? Lily, what? You do not know. Well, he called me mommy before when he came asking for skills. That is why I gave them to him. Silence followed. A very heavy silence. Zara, Lily, what? You do not believe me. Wait, there is this function where you can share memory fragments through the panel, right? Give me a second. Razeal's eyes widened. No, wait. Too late. A new notification bloomed across the stream interface, shaped differently from the usual text. This one pulsed faintly, framed like a video tile. Lily has shared a memory clip. Click square play to view. One by one, beings scattered across sealed realms, hell dimensions, and all system spaces raised their brows and tapped the floating panel. The clip played. A younger Razeal appeared, thin, worn, purple-colored hairs, black sharp eyes, cautious. His voice, hesitant, awkward. Mommy, can you teach me this skill? Lily's laughter echoed in the memory as she reached out, patting his head, fingers ruffling his hair with exaggerated fondness. Good boy. The clip ended. Back in the present. Zara, I see. Lily, what? You sound jealous. Ancestor Shwe, disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. To be a man and do this. Degenerated bastard, so embarrassing. But hey, you have got a nice figure. I can call you mommy too if you reward me with a head pat. Moomi. Lily, Iovo. Do not even breathe in my direction. Razeal, still mid-chase in the arena, slapped a hand over his face. I knew it, he muttered, irritation bleeding through his normally calm tone. I knew I should have never done that shit. His ears burned. His cheeks heated just enough to be noticeable. An extremely rare thing for him. This is why I hate people, he thought grimly. And systems. And live streams. Whatever image he had in their minds now was permanently ruined. He did not even want to imagine the conclusions ancient villains were drawing from that memory. Shaking his head, Razeal forcefully minimized the chat panel. Enough. Arthur was still pressing him, spear cutting through the water again and again, waves ripping outward with each miss. Razeal slid aside with precise, economical movement, no wasted effort, no panic, his body reacting before conscious thought even caught up. Only then did his attention return to the system prompt that had been quietly waiting in the corner of his vision. The gift. Fine, he thought. Let us see what she gave me. System, he ordered internally, voice steady again. Open the gift. Ding. A clean, resonant sound echoed inside his head as information unfolded. Gift received. Name Phantom Steps. Rank Saint Rank, Peak. Type Movement, Evasion, Position Control. Activation Instantaneous, Chained Execution. Description: Phantom Steps allows the practitioner to fracture their presence across successive microintervals of space. To observers, the user appears to split into multiple after-images, each representing a path the body could have taken. Only one path is real, the rest are residual echoes of intent and momentum. Ding. The Phantom Steps Technique Manual has been placed into the system inventory. Host may retrieve and study it at any time. Another notification bloomed across Razeal's vision. He blinked once. A book, he muttered internally, irritation flickering across his usually indifferent expression. Not an instant skill. Seriously, most system-granted techniques he had received so far embedded themselves directly into his body or mind, knowledge downloading itself cleanly, efficiently, without effort. This, however, was old-fashioned. A manual. Pages, words, and practice. Still, his annoyance faded almost immediately. From the description alone, it was obvious this technique was not ordinary. A movement art that fractured presence itself. Phantoms born not of illusion or monoprojection, but of intent, momentum, and precision. Means all possible by physical strength alone. Yeah, his lips curved faintly. This one is good. But how to learn now? And honestly, what choice did he have? Was he supposed to politely ask Arthur to pause the fight so he could study? The thought almost made him laugh. Whatever, Razeal decided. I will just learn it now. With a thought, he summoned the manual. The book materialized smoothly into his hand, its cover untouched by the surrounding water. No swelling, no warping, not even a ripple of damage. As obviously, to be expected of a saint-rank technique, its material alone was beyond mundane physics. Razeal opened it mid-step. The first thing he noticed was not the words. It was the diagrams. Detailed sketches filled the pages, human figures frozen mid-motion, feet angled at precise degrees, muscles highlighted in faint lines, arrows marking pressure distribution, center of gravity shifts, micro-adjustments in posture. This was not just about speed. It was about control. He schemed rapidly, eyes absorbing everything at once. The text explained it plainly. Phantom steps was not about running faster. It was about minimizing contact, reducing the body's interaction with space itself. The less time one's foot remained grounded, the less the world could anchor their presence. Press lightly. Condense strength. Release in a single, absolute burst. Breathing mattered. Timing mattered. The angle of the ankle, the tension in the calf, the alignment of the spine. Every detail compounded into a single step. A true step. One dash could carry the body 10 meters or more in an instant. And in that instant, intent lingered. After images forming naturally, not as illusions, but as delayed impressions of motion. Phantoms. They were not solid. They were not real bodies. But for 2 seconds, or longer, depending on mastery. Basic, intermediate, advanced, and ultimate. The higher the proficiency, the greater the distance. The speed, the more phantoms created, the longer they lingered. Simple in concept, brutal in execution. Razeal continued reading while moving. Behind him, Arthur noticed. And his fury ignited. How dare you? Arthur's voice thundered through the water, vibrating with humiliation and rage. To be ignored was one thing. To be studied over, as if he were not even worth full attention, was unforgivable. You arrogant bastard, Arthur roared, spear flashing as he lunged again, this time without restraint. Water exploded outward as Arthur attacked relentlessly, thrusts and sweeps blurring into a storm of silver arcs. His movements were sharper now, faster, fueled by wounded pride. Each strike carried lethal intent. Razeal did not look up from the book. He just kept moving. The spear passed where he had been, missing by centimeters, dodging all effortlessly. Arthur snarled, "Focus on me." Another thrust. Razeal turned a page. The spear schemed past his shoulder, close enough to stir the water against his skin. He shifted again. So that is it, he thought calmly. Less contact. Less commitment. Do not push, release. Is not that guy showing off a little too much now? Neptunia leaned forward from the spectator stand, elbow resting on the railing, as she pointed down at the arena. Her lips twitched uncontrollably, trying and failing to suppress the laugh bubbling up in her chest. That is just brutal. I mean, seriously. She let out a short breath that turned into a quiet snort. I do not even know why, but I cannot stop laughing. Look at Arthur's face. He looks like he is about to cry any second now. A tear escaped the corner of her eye, and she wiped it away with her index finger, still grinning like she was watching the best joke of her life. Maria did not respond right away. Her gaze never left the arena. Unlike Neptunia, she was not amused. She was confused. Deeply so. Her brows knit together as she watched Razeal move, or rather, barely move, while chaos unfolded around him. What is he reading anyway? Maria finally asked, her voice low and focused. This is not some random spar. He is in the middle of an important fight, which he traveled whole ocean for, and now he is reading a book. Her eyes narrowed slightly. That detail bothered her more than Arthur getting humiliated. Just what is he trying to do, she thought. Your son has quite remarkable reflexes, King Julius said. So much so that I cannot help but wonder where he gained such extensive experience. Others might not have been able to see it, but Julius could clearly distinguish the difference between training and real combat experience. From his perspective, it was evident that Razeal possessed exceptionally high perception. Yet what truly stood out were his natural movements and precise control over his body, as if he were accustomed to fighting hundreds of highly skilled master killers simultaneously. It was as though he was making Arthur's attacks look like the clumsy movements of a child. Even though Julius was fully aware of how skilled Arthur was, evading 1 or 2 strikes could be attributed to talent or luck. But this was far beyond that. This was overwhelming skill. He could not help but wonder how a 16 or 17-year-old boy had accumulated such experience. So much so that he cast a sideways glance at Marissa, silently questioning whether she had thrown him into a monster-filled jungle or forced him into wars from early childhood. Marissa though was simply looking down at Razeal, her eyes never leaving him, following every movement he made. It is beautiful, she said, the only word that came to her mind. She had never seen movements so graceful, so mesmerizing. Both of them were left nearly speechless, deeply impressed by his skill. And this was no small feat to impress someone at the level of Marissa, or King Julius, true world-level powerhouses, was extraordinary. It was not something that happened lightly. They were clearly mesmerized, the impression he left running deep. Even they found themselves wondering whether they could replicate such movements. King Julius, in particular, was certain he could not with his current body at least. Strong as he was, yes, but what he witnessed was something else entirely. It perceived more like piece of art. Ancestor Shui, you have given him a saint-level skill. Wow. From the looks of it, it is fairly decent a movement technique, HM. It could be useful. But can he really learn something like this so quickly? As far as I remember, even geniuses need years to comprehend a saint-rank technique. Do you think he can grasp it now, while fighting? Lily, I gifted it to him because he made me happy. Obviously, I do not expect him to learn and use it immediately. What are you even thinking? Do you believe techniques can be mastered instantaneously? It took me 3 days just to learn it myself. Degenerated bastard, completely. Damn, that is crazy. Lily, you are the crazy one. Completely. What do you take it for, a beginner or apprentice rank skill? I only mastered it to basic proficiency in 3 days. It took me 11 days to reach intermediate, another 26 days for advanced, and 3 full months to reach ultimate. Hee hee. Ancestor Shui, then you are quite talented. You do have right to be proud of that. Lily hee of course. Zara talented. 3 months for such a small thing. I reached ultimate the moment I laid eyes on it. Anyone who needs more than a single glance to learn this should not dare call themselves talented. It is embarrassing. Lily what are you talking about? You mean you learned it? Stop showing off. And what now? Do you have a grudge against me? Do not tell me it is because of that mommy thing. Even if it is, you do not need to lie at least. Who the hell learns something in a single glance? Ancestor Shwe, too many bullshitters here. Degenerated bastard agreed. Zara lie. What are you talking about? Do not talk about me. Even that little villain out there must have already learned it. Lily, oh, you think this mommy's boy learned it already? I will gift him my panties if he even reached basic proficiency, let alone anything beyond that. And if not, you give me your panties. How about this? Dare to bet with me. Zara, disgusting, motherless behavior. The stream chat group was extremely lively when suddenly, outside, the book in Razeal's hand disappeared. Not dramatically, not with light or sound. One moment it was there, pages fluttering gently in the water-dense air of the arena, and the next, it was gone, pulled cleanly back into the system inventory. Razeal's foot brushed the arena floor, just barely. His body leaned, tilted to one side, as if the world itself had shifted its angle beneath him. His breathing changed, subtle and precise, inhalation drawn deeper through his nose, exhalation controlled, measured. Shish. The sound was soft, almost nothing, and then he disappeared. Not sped up, not blurred. He simply ceased to be where he was. An afterimage remained behind, clear enough that Arthur's instincts still perceived him as real as his spear lashed out, slicing cleanly through the phantom. And met nothing. What? Arthur twisted his head violently, eyes widening as he scanned the arena. His gaze snapped forward, and locked onto Razeal standing nearly 100 meters away, relaxed, upright, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips as if nothing unusual had just occurred. The water between them rippled late, delayed by the sheer abruptness of the displacement. What the beep? Arthur demanded, genuine shock breaking through his anger. How did you just do that? His grip tightened on the spear. Your speed? No, that was not speed. It jumped. He swallowed. That was way faster than before. And that afterimage, was that real? His thoughts raced. Was he hiding this the whole time? No, I could track him earlier. This is different. The stream chat froze, then erupted. Lily typed, disbelief cracking her confidence. 100 meters. Basic mastery only gives a 10-meter dash. Her fingers hovered, then slammed down harder. Intermediate proficiency already. What the hell? Ancestor Shwe followed with a single, stunned symbol. Degenerated bastard, question mark, question mark, question mark. The greatest collector ... Lucifer At least he is talented. Primordial vampire talented. He is lazy if you ask me. Otherwise I have never seen a human absorb an entire ocean of my blood essence and directly become a progenitor. Zara, at least now we can tell the difference between us and the others here. Taking days to learn small skills. Frog thinking. Must be because they are utterly weak. Frogs trapped in their little wells. The message hung there for less than a heartbeat. Then, a new notification appeared. The stream panel shifted. The usual glow warped into something heavier, deep purple flooding the interface, edges trimmed in gold. The message frame itself felt special, as if the system had bent its rules to make them look special from them all. At the bottom corner, engraved in small golden text, X, tongue, rank X frog in a well. That is a rude thing to say, when you yourselves are nothing but frogs. Primordial vampire, X rank. Special effects. Lucifer question mark, question mark, question mark. Zara question mark, ... Chapter 327. Arthur's mouth hung open, slack and unguarded, as he stared at the scene unfolding in front of him. For a brief, humiliating moment, he even rubbed his eyes with the back of his hand, as if wiping away an illusion. Then he shook his head sharply, turning it left, then right, scanning the arena in disbelief. It did not help at all. There were 5 Razeals. They stood at different points around him, some closer, some farther, their silhouettes overlapping through the water, like reflections fractured by ripples. One leaned slightly forward, another stood relaxed, another appeared mid-step. The worst part was that Arthur could not tell which one was real. His instincts said that they were all real. The water betrayed nothing. Every disturbance, every subtle current, every displaced ripple felt identical. His trained senses, honed since childhood in the depths of Atlantis, failed him completely. He could tell, logically, that these were afterimages, residual impressions left behind by overwhelming speed, but his eyes and senses refused to accept it. Each figure felt present, solid, and definitely threatening. It felt like if he went close, he would get destroyed. His heart thudded against his ribs. This is weird, Arthur thought. This is not just speed. Razeal's presence felt fragmented, stretched across space itself, as if reality had briefly lost its grip on him. Arthur had fought countless opponents faster than himself, stronger than himself, but never someone who made his perception unreliable. Never someone who made the world feel wrong. This is bullshit, Arthur shouted suddenly, raising his voice to mask the unease crawling up his spine. Men do not run like bitches. His words echoed through the water-filled coliseum. This is a combat match, he shouted, pointing his spear vaguely between the shifting figures. Not some damn race. If you are a man, come fight me, face to face. What is this, Running around like a coward. Razeal, standing several meters away, or perhaps right in front of him, Arthur could no longer be sure, rolled his eyes. Shameless bastard, Razeal thought, irritation flickering across his otherwise calm mind. Was he not the one running from me minutes ago? The hypocrisy was almost impressive. Arthur had spent most of the match abusing his superior speed, darting in and out, taunting, circling, refusing direct confrontation. Now that the roles had reversed, now that he was the slower one, he suddenly wanted honorable combat. So much for being a prince, Razeal mused inwardly, shaking his head slightly. Truthfully, this fight should have ended already. If Razeal had wanted, Arthur would have been unconscious on the arena floor minutes ago. But Razeal had not been in a hurry. This was the first time he had tested a Saint-rank movement technique in live combat, and the feedback was satisfying. No, more than that actually. It was intoxicating. In the short span since receiving Phantom Steps, his mastery had skyrocketed at a pace that even he found faintly absurd. What began as curiosity had turned into instinct almost immediately. His body adapted faster than his thoughts, muscles responding to concepts instead of commands. He achieved advanced proficiency already. At this level, he could generate up to 8 phantoms in a single chained step, with one speed covering around 300 meters. It was not just raw distance, it was control too. Directional changes mid-step, angled bursts, inverted launches. The most frightening part was how little contact he now needed. At first, Phantom Steps required a solid push from the ground. Now, a brush, a tap. The faintest point of resistance was enough. Razeal suspected, no, he was nearly certain that he could trigger the technique from something as insubstantial as a leaf balanced on air, or a drifting fragment of debris. The after-images also lingered longer now, up to 5 seconds, long enough to confuse even high-level combatants. All of this, he learned in just under 3 minutes. Unimaginable, for most. Razeal exhaled slowly, letting the sensation settle. The technique no longer felt foreign. It felt natural now, like it had always belonged to him. All right, he said aloud, his voice calm but decisive. Enough wasting time. His shoe brushed the arena floor, barely enough to stir the water. Then the world shifted. Arthur did not see Razeal move. He simply appeared. One moment the space in front of Arthur was empty, crowded only by wavering afterimages, and the next, Razeal was there, standing directly in front of him, so close that Arthur could see the faint crimson glint in his eyes. No warning, no build-up, just presence. Arthur's breath hitched violently. Beep, he cursed, instinctively trying to step back, but it was too late. The distance he normally relied on, his greatest advantage, was gone, completely erased. Too fast, his mind screamed. This is just too fast. Razeal's fist rose into his vision. Arthur's broken nose throbbed in memory, pain flaring phantom-like across his face. His heart began to pound harder, fear mixing with adrenaline. Honestly, he did not want to feel that again. But again, he could not dodge an attack from such zero distance. I have to stop this, he thought desperately. Then, logic kicked in. This was not worth it. Arthur was not here to die. Why did he need to get serious? This was just an examination, not a war. The second examiner would handle the next stage anyway, and that man was far stronger than himself, so why not leave it to him? Why ruin his face further? Why risk permanent injury or shame in front of the entire kingdom? The decision was instant. Arthur raised his hand sharply. I give up, he shouted, forcing a friendly smile onto his blood-smeared face. You passed. You passed, all right. The words came fast, rehearsed almost. No need to continue. I have seen enough. His smile widened, trying to soften the moment. You are strong. Strong enough. Inside, his thoughts raced. Let the next examiner deal with him. No need for me to bleed more. But why was Razeal not stopping? Arthur's eyes widened in sudden alarm as the raised fist did not slow. It fastened up. Wait. That was Arthur's last coherent thought. The punch landed squarely against his cheek. The impact was catastrophic. Arthur's face visibly deformed around Razeal's fist, skin and bone compressing in a way no face ever should. The shockwave exploded outward, water detonating around them as if a cannon had gone off inside the arena. Arthur's body launched backward like a missile. Not thrown, fired. He tore through the water, leaving a violent trail of ruptured currents behind him, smashing into the invisible barrier separating the arena from the spectators. The impact sent a dull, muffled hum through the arena, the sound traveling like a pressure wave through the surrounding currents. His frame rebounded awkwardly, limbs flailing for a split second before gravity reclaimed him, and he dropped back onto the arena floor with a heavy splash, water surging outward in trembling rings. Silence. A deep, suffocating silence settled over the Colosseum. Thousands of spectators stared, frozen in place, their earlier gasps and murmurs swallowed whole by disbelief. They had just watched the same scene repeat itself, again. The Prince of Atlantis, examiner of the royal competition, reduced to a projectile, twice. No cheers. No outrage. Just stunned quiet, broken only by the slow settling of water. Arthur groaned, then pushed himself up, coughing harshly as water dripped from his hair and armor. His jaw clenched tight as he straightened, turning toward Razeal with fury blazing in his eyes. One side of his face had already begun to swell grotesquely, skin discolored into angry shades of red and blue, his cheek puffed out so badly that it looked almost comical. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, mixing with the water around his feet. You, Arthur shouted, pointing an accusing finger straight at Razeal. You asshole. Did I not say you passed? Why the hell did you still punch me? His words echoed sharply, carrying through the arena, carrying with them wounded pride more than physical pain. Razeal blinked once, then tilted his head slightly. He spread his hands apart in a lazy, almost innocent gesture, shoulders lifting in a casual shrug. I did not hear you, he said plainly. Arthur stared at him for a long second, disbelief warring with rage. His lips trembled as if he were about to explode. I am going to. Arthur took a sharp step forward, instinct screaming at him to retaliate, to reclaim even a shred of dignity. Then he stopped. His eyes flicked sideways, toward the stands, toward the millions upon millions of spectators watching him, watching everything. Nobles, warriors, soldiers, common Atlantians, all eyes on him. Reality crashed down. Arthur cleared his throat loudly, the sound forced and awkward, and his posture shifted abruptly. His clenched fists loosened. The fury on his face melted into something far more practiced. Haha, it is fine. It is fine, he said quickly, waving one hand dismissively, as if brushing the whole incident aside. His forced laughter rang hollow, strained. Mistakes happened, and I was going easy on you anyway. Razeal raised an eyebrow. Yeah, Arthur continued, patting his own chest as though reassuring himself. It is not like this was a serious life or death battle, right? Just a competition. He laughed again, louder this time, though it only made his swollen face look worse. You passed. He stepped closer to Razeal, closing the distance without hesitation, and before Razeal could react, Arthur slung an arm around his shoulders in an exaggerated show of camaraderie. The sudden familiarity was jarring. Razeal stiffened slightly, eyes flicking sideways in surprise, but he did not shove him off. Arthur leaned in, grinning broadly despite the blood and bruises, his face now resembling an overinflated puffer fish. Haha, you are strong, he said, voice dripping with forced enthusiasm. Of course you are. Just like I expected from someone my sister sent. He laughed again, loud and shameless, as if the last several minutes had not happened at all. Razeal stared straight ahead, silent, his expression unreadable. Internally though, he could not help but marvel at the sheer audacity. This guy has no shame, he thought. Absolutely none. Still, he had not allowed Arthur this close just out of courtesy. Leave that for now, Razeal said finally, cutting through Arthur's laughter. I actually want to ask you something. Arthur paused mid-laugh, blinking. He pulled back just enough to look at Razeal's face, confusion flickering across his bruised features. Ask something, Arthur asked, genuinely puzzled. If it is about the second examiner, like if you want me to tell you a way to win, or tell you his weaknesses, just forget it, man. I really cannot help you there. Without waiting for confirmation, Arthur leaned in closer, lowering his voice conspiratorially, as if sharing a secret between old friends. Actually, that old monster does not have weaknesses, he whispered. Not that you would be able to exploit it even if he had one. So do not even think about it. Also, there is no other way to win. But since we are friends now, he added with a grin, I will give you some advice. Razeal listened without interrupting. When it starts hurting too much, just give up, Arthur said quietly. Do not try to force it thinking it will let you pass. He will not. Well, I am just being honest with you. His smile faded slightly, replaced by something more serious. I mean, you are human, right? Arthur continued. You should understand how this works. This competition, it is for Atlantians. We cannot let an outsider win. He shrugged lightly, as if this were the most natural thing in the world. Father will not say it outright. He has got pride, after all, but he will definitely tell Knox, the second examiner, to take care of it. And Knox will make sure you do not pass. Arthur patted Razeal's shoulder reassuringly. And he cannot control his strength. So if you do not want to get badly hurt, just bow out when it gets rough. Do not worry, Father is not a bad man. He will appreciate you definitely, and even reward you anyway. You already made a name for yourself after all. He finished with a friendly nod, utterly convinced he had just done Razeal a favor. Razeal absorbed the words in silence. So that was it. Just pure racism. Plain and simple, dressed up as tradition and honor. They do not want me to win just because I am not them, Razeal thought. But he also understood something else just as clearly. They cared deeply about appearances. If he won, fairly, publicly, undeniably, there would be nothing they could do. Not without tearing apart their own image, at least. And he wondered if they would. Good, I guess, Razeal thought. That makes things easier. He pushed those thoughts aside for later, and shook his head slightly, turning his gaze back to Arthur. That is not what I wanted to ask, he said. Arthur blinked again, visibly confused now. Not that, he frowned. Then what? Before Arthur could overthink it, Razeal spoke, his tone steady, his eyes locked onto Arthur's. I heard you have 3 wives, Razeal said, pausing just long enough for the words to sink in, and over 300 concubines. He tilted his head slightly. Is that true? Arthur blinked. Yes, he said slowly, clearly unsure why this question had suddenly come up. I mean, yeah, 3 wives. Concubines too. But what about it? Razeal looked at him for a moment, expression unreadable, then exhaled lightly as if organizing his thoughts. When finally he spoke again, and weirdly enough, he was strangely sincere. It is just, I am curious, Razeal said. How you did that? His eyes narrowed slightly. He gestured vaguely with one hand, as if grasping at an abstract idea. I mean, there is someone I want, he continued. I want someone to love me the most. Not temporarily. Not because of convenience. I mean, permanently. His tone dipped, quieter now. So I just want to know how you did it. How you make people love you. Also how to keep it from fading or decreasing. It is kind of important to me. Arthur stared at him. For half a second, he looked genuinely stunned. Then, his face broke into the widest, proudest grin he had worn all day. So that is it, Arthur laughed, slapping his palm against his own chest. You are curious about my greatest skill, huh? He leaned closer, arms still draped comfortably around Razeal's shoulders, his voice dropping conspiratorially. Ha, I should have known. Finally, someone with taste. There was real delight in his eyes now, not arrogance, not mockery, something closer to validation. For once, no one was calling him or looking at him like he was a degenerate, a lecher, or a disgrace. Someone was actually asking him for advice. You want to learn from the best, huh? Arthur said proudly. Good, very good. Since we are friends now, I will tell you something precious. Something most men never understand. Razeal tilted his head slightly, attentive despite himself. He was not really expecting much. Arthur was a prince, after all. Status must have done half the work for him. But even so, people cannot gather in such numbers without talent. What is it? Razeal asked. Arthur leaned in, almost whispering, as if revealing a sacred doctrine. The secret, he said slowly, savoring the moment, is this. He paused. If you want a woman to love you forever, do not have just one. Razeal's eyelid twitched. Arthur continued, utterly serious. Have more. At least 3. Silence. Razeal just stared at him. Arthur nodded solemnly, as if he had just delivered ancient wisdom passed down through generations. That way, her love never fades. Razeal blinked once. Then he rolled his eyes, looking away in clear disappointment. Of course, he thought flatly. I expected too much. He had half a mind to disengage entirely. This was exactly the kind of nonsense he had anticipated. Prince logic. Status logic. The kind of thinking that only worked because no one dared contradict it. Arthur noticed the shift immediately. He frowned. What? You do not get it. Razeal glanced back at him, expression skeptical. I do not see how that helps. Arthur sighed dramatically. Listen properly. He lifted one finger, lecturing now. If you have one woman, Arthur explained, she will fight with you. But if you have more than one, his grin sharpened, they will fight for you. Razeal's gaze stilled. Arthur went on, warming to the topic. They compete. They compare. They push themselves to stand out. To be chosen. To be the most loved. He tapped Razeal's chest lightly. They do not want to lose to each other. And in trying to win you over, they give you more than they ever would if they felt secure. There was no malice in his voice. No manipulation, as Arthur saw it. This was simply how the world worked to him. Razeal felt something click. Not fully, but enough. His eyes sharpened, a faint light flickering within them as the idea took shape in his mind, not exactly as Arthur intended, but twisted through Razeal's own lens. Competition, pressure, desire redirected outward instead of inward. If the one who loves me the most is destined to kill me, he thought, then diluting that devotion. His gaze brightened slightly. This was not the answer, but it was an answer. Slowly, a smile crept onto Razeal's face, not mocking, not sarcastic. Thoughtful. I see, he said quietly. Arthur straightened, clearly pleased. See, I knew you would get it. In the live stream, chaos erupted. Degenerated bastard, such vast wisdom. I feel enlightened. Ancestor Shwe, if only I had known this truth when I lived. What a wasted existence. Kid, get on your knees and worship him. This is true mastery. Razeal looked at it and sighed. These idiots. But he did not deny it outright. If nothing else, the reaction told him this philosophy was not unique to Arthur. It resonated, disturbingly, with others who had lived long and indulged deeply. Razeal sighed, then turned fully toward Arthur. He raised his arm and casually slung it around Arthur's shoulders in return, mirroring the earlier gesture. You are my friend now, Razeal said simply. Arthur beamed. If you ever have a problem, Razeal continued, voice steady, come to me. Arthur laughed. Now that is the spirit. But, Razeal added, eyes narrowing slightly as his smile deepened, you are not done yet. You need to tell me more. How to start. How to keep control. How to make sure it does not backfire. Arthur chuckled, clearly enjoying himself. Ah, that is advanced theory. But do not worry, we have got time. Razeal nodded, satisfied. This path, he thought, might just keep the end from ever arriving. For the first time since learning his fate, he felt like he had found a crack, small, imperfect, but real in the inevitability hanging over his life. So he could not help but smile. Chapter 328. Seeing the faint satisfaction settle into Razeal's expression as Arthur finished speaking, the prince could not help but smile as well. He threw his head back slightly and laughed, the sound light and unguarded. Ha ha ha. Arthur laughed, clearly pleased. It is rare to meet someone who actually understands what I am saying instead of calling it nonsense. Outwardly, he looked relaxed, even jovial. But deep inside, his eyes sharpened, his thoughts moving far faster than his words. This boy. Arthur studied Razeal from the corner of his vision. He is absurdly strong for his age. Human or not, this is not normal. Not even close. Arthur had fought geniuses. He had trained under monsters. He had seen prodigies who shattered expectations, but Razeal was different. There was no polished arrogance in him. No cultivated confidence born from being praised since birth. His strength felt earned, tempered, like something carved out through pain rather than gifted by fate. It is better to stay on good terms with someone like this, Arthur decided. Enemies like him do not stay small for long. Aloud, his tone softened, almost conspiratorial. It is fine. I will teach you more later. We will talk properly. I even know some very good places. He grinned meaningfully. Places where you can get the best stuff. Then his expression shifted, not dramatically, but enough. The smile thinned, the humor dimmed, replaced by something closer to concern. But before all that, Arthur continued, lowering his voice. You really need to understand your situation right now. Razeal glanced at him but said nothing, allowing him to continue. I do not think you are taking the second examination seriously, Arthur said. And I am not saying this to mock you. I am saying this because I was serious earlier. Dead serious. He exhaled slowly, eyes flicking briefly toward the royal platform high above, before returning to Razeal. Your next examiner is Nox. The name itself seemed to carry weight. Arthur's voice dropped another notch. He is not just strong, Arthur said. He is not even what you would call a person anymore. That thing, it is one of the strongest existences in the entire ocean. Maybe the world. Razeal raised an eyebrow slightly. Arthur noticed and shook his head. No, do not look at me like that. I am not exaggerating. He hesitated, then continued, choosing his words carefully. My father told me this himself. Nox's true body is massive. Not large or just massive. Island-sized. Real, beeping islands. The kind you cannot see the edges of from the horizon. They say when he feeds, he devours billions of sea creatures in a single bite. Mountains of flesh, oceans of life. And he has been doing that as routine consumption for over 4,000 years. My father once said that if not for Nox, the population of sea creatures in the deep oceans would be far greater than it is now. Razeal listened calmly, but inside, he did not believe a bit of it. Island-sized. Billions in one bite. It sounded like pure garbage. Arthur continued, oblivious to Razeal's skepticism. Apparently, Nox used some unknown method, or something to compress his body, to shrink it into a humanoid form. And that is what you will face. He looked directly at Razeal now, eyes serious. You cannot comprehend his physical strength. Think about it. What kind of power does a being need to chew through mountains of protein like it is nothing? Arthur shook his head slowly. Better not risk it. Truly, no one except my father can stop him if he goes all out. There it was. The warning. The line Arthur wanted Razeal to hear. If you make him your enemy by any chance, which will be a high-chanced thing to happen since you will be fighting with him now, Arthur said quietly, it will not just be bad. It will be catastrophic. And I do not need to explain what happens then. You already know whose side the royal family will choose. No one is going to protect you at the risk of offending him. He straightened slightly, forcing a smile back onto his face. So listen to me, brother. Do not push this. You are not getting that prize. That is a hard no. Just, do not. Behind those words lay calculation. Arthur was not only worried for Razeal. He was worried about image, about perception, about the eyes of all Atlantis watching this moment. Razeal had already defeated him, something no other participant had done. If they now blocked him too obviously, it would look biased. Worse, it would look dishonorable. And the royal family could not afford that. But they also could not allow a human to take the highest prize. So Arthur was trying to do the cleanest thing possible, scare Razeal away. Let him withdraw willingly. Let the story end without scandal. Razeal, however, did not see any of that. He heard the words. He processed them. And then, slowly, he smiled. Island-sized, Razeal repeated lightly. Eats mountains. Shrinks himself. He shrugged. Sounds like garbage. Arthur stiffened. I am not lying. I am not saying you are, Razeal replied. Just saying, it does not matter. It is just a fight, brother. In a competition too. How bad can it be? Let us see. Go get me this second examiner. Arthur stared at him, incredulous. Are you insane? I said do not. Razeal tilted his head slightly, eyes steady. And why should I listen to you? Arthur opened his mouth, then closed it. He started a calm approach, trying to teach him the right path. Because this is not something you brute force your way through. This is not about talent anymore. This is about survival. You have a long life in front of you. Why risk it? What if you die? Razeal's smile did not change. We will see. Arthur ran a hand through his hair, irritation leaking through his forced friendliness. Why will this idiot not listen? Are you not my friend now? Arthur said, trying again. For friendship's sake, do not do this. Razeal finally looked at him fully. I said, Razeal replied evenly, the friendliness in his tone unchanged, but sharpened at the edges. Get me the second examiner. Arthur's jaw clenched. Started already, Razeal continued. Or are you trying to force me not to participate? Arthur stared into Razeal's eyes, and for the first time, felt a faint chill, oddly enough. What are they even talking about? Neptunia stared down below with a weird expression, watching as Razeal and Arthur stood very closely, their arms slung over each other's shoulders, heads tilted and like old comrades sharing secrets. I do not know, Maria replied quietly, her arms folded tightly across her chest. Her fingers dug into her sleeves without her noticing, nails pressing harder the longer she watched. But I do not like it. I have a really bad feeling about this. Neptunia glanced at her, surprised. You too. She clicked her tongue, brows furrowing. Same here. I do not even know why. But suddenly I want to beat both of them up. She paused, then muttered, especially my brother. Obviously, neither of them could hear what was being said down there since the distance was too great. I am here, boy. Suddenly, a heavy voice crashed through the space. A thunderous boom ripped through the Colosseum, and the water itself seemed to recoil. The arena floor shook violently, the force of the impact sending ripples racing outward in all directions. Arena stone cracked. Sediment burst upward in thick clouds. Even the protective barriers humming around the arena vibrated under the pressure. It seemed as if someone, had dropped from high above straight down to the arena. Razeal instinctively shifted his footing as the shockwave rolled over him, water surging against his legs. His eyes snapped toward the center of the arena, narrowing as the dust and debris slowly parted. Come, the voice continued, deep and weighty, carrying a lazy impatience. Let us start your examination. You seem very impatient. As the floating rubble settled, the figure became visible. Razeal stared. The man, if he could even be called that, stood between 10 and 11 feet tall, planted squarely in the center of the arena, as if he belonged there by sheer right. His body was massive, wide in every direction, shoulders thick enough to block out what little light filtered down from above. He was not sculpted or exaggeratedly muscular. Instead, his build was dense, heavy, like compressed stone given flesh. Power was packed so tightly it did not need to announce itself. His arms were thick, veins faintly visible beneath skin that looked tough, almost leathery. His torso was broad, his neck nearly non-existent, supporting a head that seemed absurdly large in proportion. His face was round but solid, jaw thick, cheekbones heavy. Big brown eyes sat calmly in their sockets, unblinking, unbothered. Short, thin brown hair clung to his scalp, unremarkable in every way. At first glance, he almost looked simple. Except for his body size, he looked like an ordinary person so much that if you made him stand in a crowd, you would never be able to tell he was a powerhouse. Razeal, though, did not move. Not because of the size, but because his focus was somewhere else. Name Nox. Race Sea Creature, Megalodon. Rank SSS, Supreme Peak. Attributes. Strength SSS, Emperor. Endurance SSS, Emperor. Agility A-. Mana 0. Will S-. Mental S+. Razeal's mouth was agape staring at this dude's status window. What the beep? For the first time since stepping into the arena, genuine shock slammed into him. 2 attributes at full Emperor level. Not close to potential, but actual Emperor level. Literally. His mind reeled as he stared at the stat window, reading it again just to be sure he was not hallucinating. Strength SSS. Endurance SSS. His lips twitched. Are you serious? This was not just strong. This was not even monstrous. This was something that had no business being here, let alone acting as an examiner in a competition meant for participants who barely scraped the saint ranks. The difficulty of the level just jumped 1,000 levels high. What was even a super boss level monster doing here anyway? Taking an exam of kids. It is crazy. Like, what is he supposed to do now? Chapter 329. I think you would now want to run from here, host. This is bad. Ah, Villy's voice rang inside Razeal's head, full of warning. Razeal did not reply immediately. He simply stared at the figure in front. This dude standing before him did not feel like an opponent he could take for now. It felt like a natural disaster more than a being. Nox's presence pressed down on the arena, like gravity itself had thickened. Every small movement he made displaced water in slow, deliberate waves, as if the environment needed time to adjust to him. There was no aura leaking out, no mana flare. Well, not that he had any, since looking at his stats. No killing intent. And that, more than anything else, made Razeal's skin crawl. Razeal had been in the presence of beings stronger than him, but that was in system space where he could not die, and this was real. Also, this dude's presence was unique. It was as if he were standing in front of a very, very tall mountain. Honestly, Razeal did not even know what to say to Villy. For once, the system was not exaggerating. There was no clever angle, no obvious loophole, no if I just do this one thing right solution forming in his mind. The difference between them was not just a gap, it was a canyon. 4, maybe 5 major ranks apart. At levels where even 1 rank was the difference between crushing and being crushed. Even Great Saint to Supreme was not a climb, it was an entirely different sky. He was not even a Saint King yet. Nox rolled his massive shoulders again, the movement cracking the arena floor beneath his feet. Come on, kid, he rumbled, his voice deep enough to vibrate through Razeal's ears. Let us finish this fast. I am bored already. His brown eyes looked down at Razeal with open disappointment, not hostility. He looked like a craftsman annoyed at the quality of materials he had been handed. No participant has reached me for 3 days, Nox continued, clicking his tongue. Soft generation. Back in my time, kids came from faraway lands just to die by my hands, calling it the honor of their lives. Arthur leaned closer to Razeal, his voice low. See, I told you, he whispered. This is not our class. Even I would not fight him. Seriously, you should not even feel bad about backing down. He is an ancient being. Experience like that cannot be matched, and there is no shame accepting that. Arthur's eyes flicked to Nox, then back to Razeal. Just stop here. I will talk to my father. You will still get a reward. One of the best, actually. Razeal exhaled slowly. Then he stepped forward. Arthur blinked. What? Razeal pushed him back with one hand, not hard, but firm enough that Arthur stumbled a step away. Leave, Razeal said calmly, or you will get hurt. Arthur stared at him, stunned. Are you stupid? And also maybe remind your father, Razeal added, eyes never leaving Nox, to reinforce that shield, or if this turns ugly, the whole Colosseum might vanish, or something. Arthur's face drained of color. Razeal did not sound like he was joking. Nox's lips twitched, almost amused. You are confident, the giant said. That is rare. You are going to die, Arthur said sharply, grabbing Razeal's arm. Do not do this. I can tell you are strong, but this is like smashing your face against a boulder just to see if it breaks. Let us leave. I am immortal, Razeal replied flatly. Do not worry. What is the worst that could happen? Arthur froze. He stared at Razeal as if he were insane. Immortal. Was this guy still joking at a time like this? Razeal looked back at Arthur. Let go. Yeah, sure, Arthur scoffed. Let us say you are immortal. What then? What are you going to do when that monster swallows you whole in one bite? Even immortality will not save you from that. Are you letting go? Razeal asked coldly. Or do you want me to smash your face in? Arthur raised both hands and stepped back. Fine, go. I do not care. I was only being considerate because my sister sent you. Otherwise, who cares? He turned and walked away. Host, what are you doing? Villy asked, genuine concern in his voice. Why do you care? Razeal replied silently. Traitor, this is not about caring. This is suicidal. There is no win condition here. And if you are thinking of exploiting his weaker agility, will, or mentality, because those stats are lower than yours, do not. None of it matters. His endurance alone negates everything you have. Your strongest attacks will not even scratch him. And do not even think about mental interference, Villy pressed on. His mind is protected by something. I can sense it. Nothing normal can penetrate that. Even if you had such abilities, which you obviously do not, they would not have worked. And not to say this is pure physical combat. You are not on his level. So step back. Do not risk it. Razeal completely ignored Villy's words echoing inside his head. He smiled instead. Not a reckless grin, not the sharp curve of arrogance, just a quiet, almost relieved smile, like someone who had finally stepped into a place he had been walking toward for a long time without realizing it. Honestly, he wanted this. A moment where he could see how strong he had gotten. Before, he never could since he never had strength. Now that he had a chance to stop calculating escape and all, everything would end just by throwing a punch. He had never truly gone all out. There was always something in the way, circumstances, limits, consequences. Today, for once, he did not want anything to matter. Let us see how it goes, he thought. Worst case, I die at most. He could not die, but even if he did, what did it even matter? It was not that he wanted to die. It was just that he did not want to hold back with the fear of death. He wanted to enjoy his life now. He would see. And if death really were coming, and he did not want to die, for whatever reason like unfinished revenge or something, he could always run. He had enough ways to disappear anyway. Slowly, Razeal placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. The motion itself was unhurried, almost casual. But the moment his fingers wrapped around the handle, something changed. He drew the blade from its sheath. The sword emerged soundlessly, a piece of pure black star-forged metal that seemed to drink in the light around it. There was no glow, no flare of aura, no dramatic pulse of power. And yet, the instant the blade cleared the sheath, the air itself felt heavier, as if the arena had inhaled and forgotten how to exhale. Razeal took a single step forward, sword held loosely at his side. Arthur, who had been just about to walk out of the arena, froze mid-step. A chill ran through his spine. He felt it coming from behind him. Slowly, almost mechanically, he turned his head to look back at Razeal. His gaze dropped to his own hand. They were trembling. Why, he thought, his eyes narrowing. Are my hands shaking? Confusion flickered through his mind. Is it because he drew his sword? No, that alone is not enough. Something had changed. Something fundamental. His presence. No. His momentum. No, it was more than that. He went serious. That was not quite right either. This is not killing intent. Nor is it raw power either. Then what is this? His body trembled, not from pain, not even from fear exactly, but from pressure. A strange, suffocating pressure that seemed to press directly on his very existence. Instinct screamed. Leave. Get away. Every fiber of his being urged him to put as much distance between himself and Razeal as possible. Arthur did not hesitate. He listened. In the next instant, he vanished from where he stood, only survival guiding his movement. He did not even realize when he had gone on full guard. His body had done it for him. He did not understand what he had felt, but he knew one thing with absolute certainty. Staying there would have been a mistake. At least that is what his body told him. He was not the only one. Across the entire Colosseum, the same unseen force pressed down on every living being. Spectators stiffened in their seats. Conversations died mid-word. Breathing became uneven. Weaker viewers even felt their hearts slam against their ribs, muscles locking up as cold sweat broke across their backs. Some clutched their chests, others instinctively reached for weapons they had not even realized they were carrying. A few rose to their feet without knowing why, eyes darting, bodies poised as if an unseen predator had just entered their territory. Fear, but not the kind born from thought. The kind born from instinct. The same was true for Neptunia and Maria. They looked at each other as small tremors ran through their bodies, both of them visibly shivering, every hair on their skin standing on end. They also understood the confusion now. While high above, in the royal chamber also, King Julius was leaning forward. The easy warmth that usually lived in his expression was gone, replaced by a deep, furrowed frown. His eyes were locked on Razeal, sharp and unblinking. Your son, he said slowly, his voice no longer casual or amused. What is he exactly? His hand tightened around the arm of his throne. For the first time in a very long while, his fingers were trembling even when he was trying to control them, trying not to. Marissa did not answer. Not because she did not want to, but because she could not. Her gaze was fixed on Razeal, her expression unreadable, but her body told a different story. Her back was straight, muscles taut, her instincts fully awake. She could feel it too. That pressure. Not mana, not aura, not bloodline dominance. Ordinary people might not have understood what this feeling was, but they were powerhouses. They could clearly recognize it, and that was precisely why Julius wore such a shocked, unsettled expression, and why Maris's confusion ran so deep. She simply could not understand how something like this was even happening. While down in the arena, Nox also lowered his gaze to his own hand. It was shaking, not violently, or even enough that an ordinary being would notice. But Nox definitely could notice. He had lived for too long to not notice the smallest betrayal of his own body. His thick fingers slowly curled, then loosened again. The fine hairs along his massive forearm stood on end, every single one of them raised as if brushed by an unseen current. His chest rose and fell, heavier than before, his breath deeper, measured, but no longer effortless. His heart was pounding, not from exertion, from instinct. It was as if he were standing before a terrifying apex predator. "Who are you?" he asked, his heavy voice full of confusion. This feeling, Nox continued, his brow tightening as his eyes narrowed, studying Razeal not as a contestant, not even as an opponent, but as an existence. This is existential pressure. His lips parted slightly as the realization settled deeper. Pressure at the level of life itself. Nox, currently the oldest being present, for older than even the king himself, understood immediately what this feeling was, obviously. This trembling and pressure only meant one thing, that a being of pure, superior lineage currently stood before him. A higher life form, so much higher than himself that his body trembled and reacted this way, as if to remind him in whose presence he was standing, warning him to be careful, or stay away. Clear instincts. But that should be impossible. After all, he himself was an ancient and highly evolved being, one of the highest predators in the life cycle of the world's oceans, or even in the whole world itself. And yet, to feel like this, his instincts were flaring, screaming in warning. That should not have been possible. He had felt this way only once in his entire existence of 4,000 years ago. Nox stared seriously at the child standing before him. The boy's raw strength was clearly inferior to his own. But strength was not the issue. Existential pressure was something far beyond physical power. It was a phenomenon found only among the highest tier beings, like such as dragons. And not just ordinary dragons, but only those of true lineage, like some rare noble dragons or direct royal dragons. Even then, such pressure should not have been strong enough to instill fear in an ancient being such as himself. Yet it was. The weight of this presence bore down on him. Nox looked down at the child, his unease deepening, before finally opening his mouth. "Of what god are you?" Nox asked, his voice low as he stared at Razeal, who had now drawn his sword. Nox had felt this kind of presence only once before, and that was when he had encountered a god 4,000 years ago. A god. Razeal paused mid-step, blinking in surprise, clearly taken aback by the question. The truth was, he had not even noticed what was happening around him, or what others were feeling because of him. But now that his attention shifted, he saw it. Nox's body was trembling. He was staring at Razeal. What is happening? Razeal wondered silently, confusion filling his mind. Vampire progenitor, ha 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 ha. Look at these inferior life forms so utterly confused. They cannot even comprehend that they are standing in the presence of a progenitor, a pure vampire progenitor. To mistake one such being for a god, how truly oblivious. Still, ah ha 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 ha. How entertaining this is. To watch them struggle to understand. It seems this world holds no knowledge of vampires at all, not even enough to recognize one, when it stares directly at him. Gaze upon him. I am going to enjoy this immensely. Ah ha 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 ha. This is far too amusing. Show them what a vampire truly is. Show them. Let every being in existence bear witness to the pride and terror of our exalted race. Degenerated bastard, what the hell happened to this guy now? Ancestor Shwe, ignore him for now. What is happening in the chat is far more entertaining. Look at those two fighting like rabid dogs. This is more entertaining if you ask me. Lucifer, did everyone hear what that woman just said? That she is the strongest one in here. That I am nothing more than a frog trapped at the bottom of a well. And when someone asked what she gifted that kid, she said stars, actual stars. I truly have never heard such blatant nonsense in my entire existence. I once believed there was no being more arrogant than myself. But look at her spouting lies so shamelessly, daring to look down on me. On Lucifer, king of hell. The one who waged war upon the heavens. The one who stood shoulder to shoulder with Father himself. And she expects anyone to believe her ridiculous claims. Ha, what an absurd woman. Tongue, what insignificant existence. How could your primitive thinking, narrow mindlessness, and ignorance ever understand the great me? To dare call me a liar. If not for the fact that my words are not working on this screen, you would not be alive to speak in this tone to me. Lucifer, no. It should be you who is thankful for this stupid screen, or for your luck that you are not here. If not, I would have shown you exactly who I am, who the king of hell is. Lily Lucifer, damn, this tongue woman just called you a pig's asshole. I would never take that kind of disrespect. First she calls you a weak frog, now this. Nah, this should not be forgiven. Lucifer Arg, I am gonna kill her, how dare she. The rage poured out of him in broken text, the words barely coherent, as if even typing could not keep up with his fury. Tongue, come on, you insignificant little insect. I would grind you beneath my feet, make paste out of you, then revive you only to feed you that same paste. Tell me then, what will you remember? Lucifer, you. Lily, aw man, this is so fun. Zara, why are you creating a fight between them? Tongue did not even say half the words you are always claiming she did. You are just pouring oil on the fire. Lily, I mean, yeah. But look at him. It is hilarious. This Lucifer dude losing his mind, and he is believing every word even though he can literally see the chat as I am. And now it is like he cannot see us anymore at all. He is too busy proving he is the strongest and that she is lying. And did you not notice? He went crazy the moment her messages showed special effects and his did not. He is jealous. He just will not admit it. And look, we are talking right now, but believe me, he would not even see this message where we literally just talked about me lying about everything. Zara, whatever. I am ignoring everyone. Lucifer, make paste of me. Are you even that strong? You lying woman. You are all show. I would kill you with one finger. Tongue, I am strong. And to kill you, I would not even need one finger. Lucifer, then prove it. I do not believe you. Come kill me if you can. Tongue, I would if I could. Be thankful I cannot for now. Lucifer, haha. Weak. Just admit it. See. You cannot do it. All talk. What a liar. Tongue's patience visibly thinned. Tongue, oh I, kid. Can you see me? Hello. Tongue, kid. Come here. Lucifer, ha ha ha, getting ignored by a kid. So much for someone stronger than me. Tongue, I am definitely not letting you go. Insignificant creature. There must be a way. Yes, there must be. Just you wait. Let me see. The chat continued tearing itself apart, and through all of it, Razeal saw none of it. His attention was still locked on Nox, on the weight of those words, on the question that had no business being asked right now. A god. He was still standing there, sword in hand, trying to understand what Nox had seen in him to say that, while rubbing his chin with his other hand, when suddenly a new notification loomed into existence in front of his vision. Brighter than the rest, actually, even very shiny. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a gift from Tongue, EX-Rank villain, the Overruler, via stream gift function. Super chat, I want to beat this small shit Lucifer. Do you have any way to, so I can? Do you wish to open it? Yes or no? Chapter 330. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a gift from Tongue, EX-Rank villain, the Overruler, via stream gift function. Super chat, I want to beat this small shit Lucifer. Do you have any way to, so I can? Do you wish to open it? Yes or no? Razeal blinked. His expression froze for a moment as his brain processed what he was seeing. A gift from an EX-Rank villain. His eyes lingered on the rank longer than the message itself, a faint twitch appearing at the corner of his lips. Damn, he muttered under his breath. A gift from an EX-Ranked villain must be something dope. His mind immediately flashed back to the last time she had gifted him something like stars. Like actually beeping stars. The kind of thing that should not even exist in an inventory, let alone be handed over casually. This time should not be any less, he thought instinctively. But he did not let the excitement rush him. He forced himself to stay calm, eyes lowering slowly to reread the message beneath the gift notification. His gaze narrowed slightly. A super chat, he murmured. She wants to beat Lucifer. That was when it clicked. Something was clearly going on in the stream. Without hesitation, Razeal opened the stream chat panel. Messages flooded his vision instantly, stacked one after another in rapid succession. His eyes moved quickly, scanning through the heated exchange between Tongue and Lucifer. Threats, insults, ego clashes, Lily stirring things up and all. The whole thing had turned into a full-blown verbal war. As he read, understanding settled in. At the same time, things he had noticed earlier finally connected. The strange words from Nox, existential pressure or whatever, and then the vampire progenitor's messages. Razeal's eyes shifted briefly back toward the massive examiner standing nearby, then back to the chat. So that is why, he realized, putting things together and coming to an easy conclusion. So this is because I am a primordial vampire, a higher level existence than them. So that is why he thought I was a god, huh? It made sense now. The pressure was not strength, aura, or killing intent. It was existence itself pressing down. Nox had simply misinterpreted it, using the only concept his mind could grasp. Razeal shook his head lightly, pushing those thoughts aside. There were more immediate things to deal with for now. Tongue was not just gifting him out of kindness. She wanted something in return, more like a deal. She wanted to fight Lucifer. And this gift, whatever it was clearly meant to get his attention, since he had not been watching the chat. But could he even do that? He did not know himself. Still, sitting and guessing would not help. So he did the only easiest thing he knows. System, Razeal asked directly in his mind, not wasting time. Is there any way to do this? He did not overthink it. If it existed, the system would tell him. If it did not, then that was that. The response came immediately. Yeah, there is. Razeal's eyes sharpened. Oh, such a function exists, host. Though it was meant to be discovered naturally by you, it is still a valid discovery. Since you are still asking yourself. Another notification followed. Congratulations to host for discovering a system-side minor function. Text expanded in front of him. Function name, Villain Clash Authorization. Description, through this function, the host may designate selected villains, and transfer them into a shared isolated space, or choose one of their respective spaces. Within that space, the chosen entities are authorized to engage in direct combat, for the purpose of strength assessment, hierarchical evaluation, or any other reason. Rules, no restrictions apply. Outcome notice, upon death or formal admission of defeat, the involved villains will be automatically restored, and return to their original respective spaces. If neither party is terminated, both entities will be forcibly extracted, and returned upon dual conclusion. Razeal's eyes moved rapidly across the floating notification, reading every single line, without missing even a word. The glow from the system interface reflected faintly in his pupils as his mind processed the implications almost instantly. Unlike before, there was no confusion this time, only clarity. A slow smile crept onto his face. Ah, he exhaled quietly. This is simple now. Then, without wasting even a second, he opened the live stream interface and sent a message directly into the chat. All right, thanks for your gift, Tongue. As for your request, it is acceptable. Enjoy. Also, if anyone else has this kind of request, you are always welcome. Just remember to send an appropriate gift too. I will accept anything. All right, give me a few seconds. I will put you both into one space for combat. The message landed like a stone dropped into still water. For a brief moment, the chat froze. Then, Lily typed, "Wait, seriously? There is actually something like that." Tongue replied, "Ha ha ha, good, very good. Now I will teach this little shit what kind of lying lady I really am." Lucifer replied. Razeal did not react to any of it. He had already moved on. It did not take him long to figure out the interface. The system menus responded smoothly, as if they had always been waiting for this exact input. His fingers moved with purpose, selecting names without hesitation. Tongue, Lucifer, dual authorization. Then came the choice of space. Razeal did not overthink that either. Random space. It did not matter whether Tongue entered Lucifer's domain, or Lucifer was dragged into hers. He did not waste time in creating some customized space for them. Either way, they would get exactly what they wanted. And as for the result, he honestly did not care. No one was dying permanently, so no losses for him. And more importantly, he already knew who would win. With a final confirmation, the system executed the command. Almost immediately, a new window appeared inside the stream chat, smaller than the main feed, edged with a sharp, distinct border. Text glowed at the top. Ongoing villain duel stream. It had already started. Lily typed, "Oh, what is this?" Ancestor Shwe wrote, "Let me watch. Must be both of their fights." Degenerated Bastard commented, "I am curious who will win too." Messages poured in as villains clicked the link, curiosity pulling them in like gravity. Razeal glanced at the side stream for only a fraction of a second, then ignored it completely. His interest lay elsewhere. He turned his attention back inward, focusing on the unopened gift that still hovered patiently in front of him. "System," he said calmly, the earlier tension completely gone from his voice. "Open the gift." The response was instant. "Congratulations, host. You have received an X-ranked skill." The next line appeared. "Critical lucky punch, X-." Razeal froze. For a split second, his brain simply stopped. An X-ranked skill. His mouth slowly fell open before he even realized it. "What the?" he breathed. Shock hit him hard, not the loud, explosive kind, but the quiet, disbelieving kind that made your thoughts lag behind reality. He had expected something valuable. Of course he had. It was an X-ranked villain's gift. But this went far beyond his expectations. An actual X-ranked skill, just handed to him. If someone told him this a few minutes ago, he would have laughed in their face. And yet, there it was. Floating. Real. Undeniable. Calling his reaction excitement would not even come close. It was more like being thrown onto a roller coaster without warning. Disbelief, thrill, and disbelief again, all tangled together. "Congratulations, host, for gaining your first X-ranked skill." Villy's voice rang out, carrying a tone that almost sounded proud. For once, Razeal did not snap back. "Yeah," he muttered, still staring at the notification. "Thanks. Thanks." He did not even realize he had thanked Villy until the words were already out. Whatever beef he had toward Villy earlier was almost forgotten for some seconds. His attention was fully consumed on this glowing X-ranked skill. "All right," he said, finally finding his voice again. "Open it. Let me see." He leaned forward slightly, eyes sharp with anticipation. "Yes, host. Critical luck punch. Rank X-. Type passive and active hybrid. Category probability, luck, physical. Requirement exceptionally high luck. Skill description, critical luck punch is an X-rank probability-based combat skill that converts distorted probability and extreme luck into overwhelming physical force, completely bypassing conventional physical laws. Rather than relying on raw strength, each punch subtly manipulates reality's statistical framework. Every strike carries a chance to trigger a critical luck event, a phenomenon in which damage calculations are no longer bound by the user's physical parameters, instead erupting into force far beyond the user's natural limits. Core mechanic, probability anomalies. The skill operates by accumulating probability anomalies, rare statistical deviations generated through continuous combat. As punches are thrown without interruption, these anomalies stack, pushing reality closer to a breaking point. With enough accumulation, probability collapses into a single decisive outcome, one punch that defies all logic and expectation. Reset condition: if the user ceases attacking for 20 seconds or more, all accumulated probability anomalies dissipate, resetting the skill's progression back to zero. Probability scaling, not guaranteed. As the number of uninterrupted punches increases, the likelihood and severity of a critical luck event escalates. 10 punches, very high chance to deal 2 times damage. 100 punches, moderate chance to deal 10 times damage. 1000 punches, extremely rare chance to deal 100 times damage. Beyond measurable limits, a true anomaly may occur, an event classified as a statistical impossibility, producing results that cannot be quantified by standard multipliers. Luck dependency. This skill is entirely dependent on the host's innate luck. A highly fortunate user may trigger absurd outcomes, such as 10,000 times damage even with relatively low punch counts. Conversely, an unlucky host may fail to achieve even a 2 times damage amplification after millions of strikes. Razeal hurriedly began reading the description and information of the X-ranked skill. At first, excitement surged through him, his heart pounding with anticipation. But as he reached the very last line, his expression completely collapsed like someone who had just eaten filth. What the beep is this shit? Yeah, sure, it was an overpowered skill. No doubt about that. But he was probably the unluckiest person in the entire world. He had no relationship, no connection at all with luck. Not even from some faraway path. What did that mean? It meant this skill was completely useless to him. Razeal genuinely wanted to complain to Tongue. Why did this skill feel like something she created purely for amusement? It was so crude. Still, he could not do anything right now. All the villains were busy watching the duel between Lucifer and the Tongues. And yet, no matter how much he disliked it, this was a life-changing skill. Honestly, if villains discovered what he had obtained, forget shock. They would cry tears of sadness too, since it was not them who got this. If nothing else, it could double a person's strength. Not just once, but potentially thousands of times. Yes, the probability was abysmal, and the effect lasted only a fraction of a second. But even so, powerhouses at their level would spill rivers of blood to obtain this skill. Some would even sacrifice their own family members to whatever supreme entity they believed in just to get their hands on it. But Razeal was not happy. He did not believe he would ever be able to draw out even a single favorable probability from it. Not even once. He genuinely wanted to smash something. This was like placing the most beautiful dish in the world right in front of him, while ensuring he could never take a single bite. It was just sad. Lost in deep sorrow and spiraling thoughts, Razeal remained frozen until Nox's voice finally snapped him out of his trance. What are you doing? I asked you a question. The massive figure frowned slightly, his brows drawing together as his gaze locked onto the much smaller figure standing before him. What god are you? Nox asked again, more slowly this time. And what are you doing here? There was no mockery in his tone, no arrogance, only confusion and something closer to unease. From Nox's perspective, the scene was deeply unsettling. The boy before him had been standing there, silent, completely ignoring his presence. His expression had shifted repeatedly: shock, happiness, irritation, bitterness, contemplation, like someone lost in a storm of thoughts far removed from the battlefield. And yet Nox had not interrupted him. He had assumed the boy was grappling with the weight of his words, perhaps even the realization of what stood before him. But now, as seconds passed, that assumption felt wrong. The boy was just wasting his time, it seemed. Razeal finally snapped back to reality at the sound of Nox's voice. He blinked. Only then did he truly remember where he was. Ah, Razeal muttered quietly, lifting a hand to his face. He dragged his fingers down slowly, letting out a long, exhausted sigh. The disappointment still lingered heavily in his chest, clinging to him like a damp weight that refused to fade. For a brief moment, he simply stood there, eyes half-lidded, as if gathering himself. Then he shook his head. Nah, he said, lowering his hand and exhaling again. I am not some god. You misunderstood. The words were plain, almost careless. Nox stiffened. You are not, he repeated, frowning more deeply now. He chose to believe the denial. After all, a god would never deny their nature so casually. Pride alone would not allow it. But then again, if not a god, then what? Nox crossed his arms, thick forearms folding over one another as he tilted his head slightly, studying Razeal with a predator's focus. His massive frame loomed, casting a shadow that swallowed the space between them. Then what are you? He asked. Razeal did not answer him. All right, Razeal said, his tone flattening. Whatever I am should not concern you. We are here for combat, not talking. His fingers tightened around the hilt of his sword. The grip was firm, white-knuckled. There was tension there now, raw and unresolved, fed by frustration that had nowhere else to go. And I am in a pretty bad mood right now. The air shifted. Before Nox could respond, Razeal vanished. There was no warning, no build-up. One instant he stood on the arena floor, the next, he was gone. Nox's eyes flicked upward. Razeal had already appeared high above him, suspended in midair. Water churned violently around his sudden displacement, ripples spiraling outward as his black blade gleamed overhead. His sword was raised high, both hands gripping the hilt, and he did not hold back. Razeal brought the blade down with everything he had. Every ounce of physical strength surged into the strike, no restraint, no hesitation. The full might of a Saint King poured into the downward arc, his body twisting to add momentum, his muscles screaming, as he committed completely to the blow, though he did not aim for Nox's head. Instead, his strike descended toward Nox's shoulder, the massive, armored bulk of it aiming to test, to break, to force a reaction. Nox did not move. Not a step or shift or even a flinch. For a split second, Razeal's lips curved into a sharp smirk. So confident in your body, Razeal thought as the blade came down. Let us see how long that lasts. The sword connected. Boom. A violent explosion detonated at the point of impact. The water inside the arena erupted outward in a massive shockwave, rippling violently from the center as if struck by a meteor. Pressure slammed into the invisible water barrier surrounding the arena, sending chaotic currents spiraling back inward instead of dispersing. The enclosed space magnified everything. Water twisted. Cracks spread across the arena floor. Debris and sediment blasted upward in a violent surge, the entire battlefield shaking under the force of the collision. But inside the chaos, nothing happened. Razeal's eyes widened. A bead of sweat slid down his temple. Still suspended in midair, he stared in disbelief at the sight in front of him. His sword. It had not gone in. Not even a fraction. The black blade was pressed flat against Nox's shoulder, completely stopped as if it had struck an immovable wall. No blood. No dent. Not even a scratch. Nox's body had not even moved. Not even an inch. He still stood there, arms crossed, head slightly tilted, eyes distant as though he were still lost in thought, as though Razeal did not even exist. As though that strike had been nothing more than a light tap. Razeal's heart dropped. Impossible. The word escaped him in a whisper. His grip tightened instinctively, knuckles aching as his body tried to comprehend what his eyes were telling him. The force behind that strike should have shattered mountains. It should have easily torn flesh, cracked bone, even if that person had Emperor rank resistance, like he believed it so. And yet, nothing. Nox had not even registered the attack. Chapter 331. Critical hit. This was impossible. Razeal's mind rejected what his eyes were showing him. He had really poured everything into that strike. Every shred of physical strength his body could muster. Every ounce of pressure his muscles could generate. He knew Nox was strong. He had seen the stats, felt the pressure, understood the gap. But still this. Not even a scratch. His jaw tightened as disbelief twisted into something heavier, uglier. He pushed down harder, forcing the black, star-forged blade against Nox's shoulder with all his weight, as if sheer will alone could bend reality. The sword did not budge. Not even an inch. It was like pressing steel against an unyielding mountain. No matter how much force he applied, the resistance remained absolute. How? Razeal muttered under his breath, teeth grinding together. The force he had just unleashed was monstrous. If this were not a weapon forged from star, it would have shattered on impact, crumbled into useless fragments from the backlash alone. And yet, even with such a blade in his hands, Nox stood there unmoved, unmarked, arms still crossed, posture relaxed, as if Razeal's strike had been nothing more than a child's tantrum. That realization hurt more than the failed attack. Just how hard was this bastard's body? Razeal's eyes flickered, shock and disbelief crashing into one another. His grip tightened until his fingers ached. The thought gnawed at him relentlessly. This was not normal. Even beings far stronger than him should have reacted, even if only slightly. A tremor, a shift, or anything. Just something, at least. But Nox had not even acknowledged the strike. Do not be surprised, host. The system's tone was steady, unbothered, as if this outcome had been obvious from the start. The difference between a saint and a sovereign is beyond your current comprehension. This is not a simple numerical gap. Furthermore, Nox's physical resistance has already reached Emperor-grade thresholds. Due to deficiencies in other aspects, he remains classified as a sovereign. Otherwise, with that level of resistance and raw strength, he would already stand among Emperor-rank powerhouses. In pure physical combat, even most sovereigns would lose to him. Normal attacks, regardless of refinement, are insufficient. Razeal exhaled sharply through clenched teeth. Yeah, I get it, he muttered, frustration seeping into his voice. But I still do not accept that I cannot even scratch him. Defiance flared. He pulled the sword back in a sharp motion, muscles coiling, before lunging forward again. This time, there was no hesitation, no restraint, only raw, relentless aggression. His body moved on instinct, sword flashing, as he unleashed a full barrage of strikes. Left, right, diagonal, overhead. He targeted joints, softer areas, angles that should have offered at least some vulnerability. Each strike landed with devastating force. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions thundered through the arena, shockwaves rippling violently through the water. Every impact sent massive surges outward, the enclosed space amplifying the destruction. If not for the invisible protective shields layered around the arena, the Colosseum itself would have been reduced to rubble, walls collapsing, stands shattering, spectators swallowed by the aftermath. The water churned into chaos, currents spiraling wildly, as debris and pressure waves collided again and again. And still, nothing. Nox did not move. Not when the blade slammed into his side. Not when it struck his back. Not when Razeal aimed lower, higher, anywhere that should have given way. The sword met resistance every single time. Absolute, unyielding resistance. From the stands, the spectators stared in silent horror. Jaws hung open. Eyes were wide, unblinking. No one spoke. No one could. Inside the arena, it looked less like a fight and more like a storm crashing endlessly against an immovable cliff. He is a monster, Neptunia whispered, her voice barely audible over the distant echoes. She stood frozen, eyes locked on the violent scene below as the water rippled and surged with each impact. How can someone be that physically strong? She murmured, disbelief etched into every word. How are his bones not cracking, even with that kind of force? Arthur swallowed hard, watching from the edge of the arena, his throat suddenly dry. Good thing I got out of there in time, he muttered, rubbing the back of his neck. For the first time, genuine relief flickered in his eyes. He was thankful he did not push it himself. If one of those strikes had hit me full on, his voice trailed off. He did not need to finish the thought. Even with his royal Atlantian physique, he knew the truth. He would not have walked away. High above, in the VIP stands, King Julius leaned forward slightly, his usual composed expression fractured by shock. He is incredibly strong for his age, the king said slowly, his voice measured, but heavy. The most talented lad I have seen in a very long time. This was not flattery. It was an admission. I doubt even Arthur could stand against him, Julius continued, eyes fixed on the arena, even if he went all out and used his relic. What he was witnessing redefined talent itself. Physical power of this magnitude at such a young age should have been impossible. And yet, there it was, undeniable. And to think, he added quietly, that he is a human. Atlanteans were born with stronger physical constitutions than humans. It was a fundamental truth of the world. And yet this boy stood there, shattering expectations with every strike, overturning long-held assumptions as if they were meaningless. An exception, a terrifying one at that. But then Julius's brow furrowed. That pressure earlier, he muttered. That was not divinity. His senses were sharp, refined by age and power. He had felt gods before. This was different. Blood, he realized slowly. An aura of blood. The thought lingered, unsettling. What is he really, he wondered, eyes never leaving Razeal. But again, he just shook his head, pushing the question aside for now. Whatever the truth was, it could wait. He focused on the duel below, remembering what was important here. Alas, he was human. King Julius let out a quiet breath, the kind that carried weight rather than relief. If Razeal had been Atlantian, there would have been no hesitation. He would have declared him the victor without a second thought, proud, even joyful, to see such talent rise from his people. But reality was rarely so kind. The circumstances twisted what should have been a moment of celebration into something far more complicated. This will be a problem, Julius murmured, eyes still fixed on the arena. His voice was low, controlled, but beneath it lay unmistakable strain. If he were Atlantian, I would have no objections. I would gladly let him win. But now, he turned his head slightly, already knowing the conclusion he had reached long before he spoke it aloud. Now we cannot allow him to win, not even to advance to the final stage of the competition. He paused, choosing his words carefully, fully aware of their weight. If he were merely strong, it would have been fine, Julius continued. We could justify second position. We could explain it. But this, his gaze sharpened. This level of dominance leaves no room for ambiguity. No participant would willingly duel against him. And even if one did, the outcome is obvious. If I allow him to proceed, he will take first place. There is no doubt about it. And that, his voice hardened, is something I cannot allow. This is not about fairness, Julius said quietly. It is about Atlantis. About what must and must not happen. You understand this, Lady Marissa. He turned to her then, his expression earnest, almost weary. So please do not misunderstand me. This is not a decision I took lightly, nor do I have any bad intentions towards your son, or wronging him. But the implications are just too severe. I cannot let a human stand at the peak of this competition. He hesitated before adding, I will compensate him, generously. I will ensure he is rewarded in a way befitting his worth. But I cannot give him the same treatment as the other participants. So yes, I will not let him pass. Marissa met his gaze without flinching. Her eyes were searching, but there was no anger in them, only understanding. She sighed softly. I understand, she said at last. I do not agree with it, but I understand. Her gaze shifted back to the arena, to Razeal. Just do not hurt him, she added, her voice firm. And whatever compensation you give him, make sure it is worthy. Not symbolic, but worthy. Whatever makes him happy. Julius nodded. You have my word. If this situation were any less complicated, I would never do something so dishonorable. His voice lowered. But circumstances leave me no choice. Marissa said nothing more. She simply watched, her thoughts tangled, her emotions conflicted. Pride, confusion, guilt, all of it coiled together in her chest. Once again, she found herself unable to protect him. And that realization stung far more than she cared to admit. Down in the arena, Razeal stood still at last. Frustration was clawing its way through him. He stared at his sword, then at his hands, flexing his fingers as if the answer might reveal itself through motion alone. Why, he muttered, disbelief thick in his voice. Why is nothing working? Not even a scratch. The thought echoed in his head, relentless. He had struck with everything he had. No hesitation, no restraint, full power. And yet Nox stood before him exactly as before, untouched, unbothered, unmoved. This is nonsense, Razeal cursed under his breath. He looked up again, eyes narrowing as they traced the massive frame in front of him. Just how thick was this bastard's skin? No, skin was not even the right word. It felt like striking an entire mountain compressed into a humanoid shape. And then another thought surfaced, colder than the rest. Nox had not attacked him, not even once. The realization sent a chill down his spine. From the very beginning, Nox had done nothing but stand there. No counters, no defense, no retaliation, just silent acceptance, allowing Razeal to attack however he pleased, as if indulging a harmless child. If he hits me even once, Razeal swallowed. The sentence did not need finishing. He could already imagine it. One strike, one casual movement, and he would be done. The fear was not sharp or panicked, it was heavy, suffocating. The kind that settled deep in the bones. This was scary, truly, genuinely terrifying. And yet, beneath that fear, something else stirred. If Nox was like this, then what about the Empress? That was a really scary thought to him. If this was the strength of a being standing still, and letting him attack freely, then what kind of monster would be one stronger than him? And beyond him, what about Riven? The name alone made his teeth grind together. How absurdly strong was that bastard, if someone like Nox existed beneath him? Razeal clenched his fists, He could not even hurt someone who was not fighting back. Not scratch. Not dent. Not even stagger. And I thought, he laughed bitterly under his breath. I thought reaching Saint rank made me something special. Reality had a cruel way of correcting arrogance. He had believed himself powerful, almost untouchable, and now, standing here, facing an opponent who did not even acknowledge his attacks, he felt smaller than ever. Nothing again. That was the word echoing in his mind. He is nothing, he thought, standing there silently. But just then, the sound of movement finally broke the silence. Nox shifted his weight slightly, and turned his gaze fully toward Razeal for the first time. "What is it, kid?" Nox asked, his deep voice carrying effortlessly through the water. "Did I break your spirit?" Razeal said nothing. He simply stood there, sword hanging loosely at his side, eyes shadowed by frustration and something dangerously close to self-doubt. And for the first time since he got strong, Razeal did not feel like he was even a fraction of an edge close to victory. He felt like he was staring straight into a wall he could not climb, no matter how hard he tried. Nox watched the boy in silence, the faint smile on his massive face carrying neither mockery nor malice, only a weary kind of certainty earned over millennia. Well, sorry, kid," he finally said, his voice deep and even, rolling through the arena like distant tides. "You are more than worthy of the next round. Truly, in my long life, I have seen countless fighters, prodigies, monsters born with talent, and yet you still stand out." His gaze settled fully on Razeal now, heavy and direct. "At your age, what you have achieved is absurd. Unnatural, even. You should be proud of that, and do not be disappointed like that. You have a long way to go. If not, you are very well right to call yourself a prodigy of this era," he praised. But alas, despite that, Nox exhaled slowly. "I cannot let you pass." He uncrossed his arms at last, the simple motion carrying a quiet sense of finality. Then he took one step forward. The arena trembled. Not violently, no explosion or shockwave, but the water itself seemed to tense, as if the world had just acknowledged a shift in intent. As the unsettled water, due to Razeal's actions just now, automatically came to rest. Just like that. "So I suggest this," Nox continued calmly. "Step out of the arena on your own. Give up. I do not want to be the one who does it for you." His eyes narrowed just slightly. "This is your last chance." Razeal's instincts screamed. Before his mind could fully catch up, his body reacted on its own. He raised one hand sharply, palm outward. "Wait." The single word cut through the space between them. Nox halted mid-step, surprised enough to lift a brow. The pressure he had begun to exert eased, though it never truly vanished. "What is it?" Nox asked, curiosity flickering through his tone. "You have something to say." Razeal swallowed. He knew deep down, with terrifying clarity, that if Nox truly attacked, this would end instantly. There would be no recovery, no clever maneuver, no miracle reflex. Whatever Nox did would be decisive. Yet despite that certainty, something stubborn refused to let him walk away. "Let me try again," Razeal said. His voice was steady, though his chest felt tight. "Just once." He hesitated, then corrected himself, lifting a finger. "No, 10 strikes." The words hung in the water. Nox stared at him for a long moment, as if weighing the boy's sanity rather than his strength. 10, he repeated slowly. Razeal nodded. Inside, his thoughts churned. He did not believe this would work, not truly. But the skill, the absurd, ridiculous skill he had just received. If there was ever a chance to test it, this was it. And if it failed, then nothing would change. "All right, I will let you," Nox said, raising a finger. "But you will have to give up this match yourself and openly declare that you are no longer interested in playing. You only joined this competition because you wanted to fight, not for the rewards." "Agreed." Razeal understood immediately what Nox wanted. Still, he nodded. "All right," he said. "I will." Obviously, he could not win, right? But at least he would get to make the choice himself. Now he was genuinely curious whether this would work or not, though he did not have much expectation. "All right then, come at me," Nox said with a smile. It seemed they would not lose much face this way. If they had failed him without even giving him an examination, it would have looked bad. But now, if he gave up on his own, the responsibility would not fall on them. As for what the kid was planning, Nox did not care. What could it possibly be anyway? He did not care at all. "Show me what you want to try." To Nox's mild surprise, Razeal did not charge. Instead, he reached back and slid his sword into its sheath. That alone caused a flicker of interest to pass through the ancient creature's eyes. "Oh," Nox rumbled. "Hands now." Razeal did not answer. The moment his sword clicked into place, his body vanished. Not a blur, not a dash. He was simply gone. Then there, Razeal appeared beside Nox's face, close enough to feel the sheer mass of him, the density of his presence like standing next to a living continent. His right arm drew back instinctively, muscles coiling, not with rage or desperation, but with intent. No expectation, no confidence, just resolve. His fist drove forward, a simple punch, with his full strength behind it. Razeal did not expect much. In truth, he would have been satisfied with the bare minimum, a doubling of force, maybe. Something, anything, that proved the skill was not a cruel joke to him. His knuckles touched Nox's jaw, and the world broke. A blinding flash of crimson text exploded into existence before his eyes, so sudden it nearly stole his breath. Critical hit successful. Billion times damage critical. For a fraction of a second, everything went utterly silent. No water, no heartbeat, no breath, just silence, as if the universe itself had inhaled. Then, for kaboom, The sound was not a noise so much as an event. A concussive thunderclap that felt less like an explosion and more like the detonation of something fundamental, like a star collapsing in on itself. Chapter 332. Thracaboum. The sound was not merely heard. It happened. It was an event that tore through perception itself. A concussive thunderclap so absolute that it felt less like an explosion and more like the moment a star gave up on existing, collapsing inward before violently rejecting reality. The pressure carried no warning, no build-up. One instant the world was intact, the next it was being rewritten by force alone. At the very heart of that detonation, no one had time to react, no matter how powerful or strong one was. Razeal's punch had landed cleanly. His knuckles struck directly into Nox's massive jaw, the exact point of impact blooming with a violent flash of light, sharp and blinding, as if reality itself had cracked open at that single point. For a fraction of a second, Razeal felt it. An absurd, impossible surge of power rushing back through his arm, not like strength, but like probability collapsing into certainty. And in that same microscopic instant, his eyes widened. Because even as that catastrophic force detonated outward, even as the very laws governing matter and energy screamed in protest, Nox's skin, his flesh, his bones remained untouched. No rupture, no tearing, not even any explosion of gore. Nothing. Nox's head just simply turned to the side, the motion slow and heavy, driven by force rather than damage. His jaw did not shatter. His skin did not split. There was no crater, no wound, no mark left behind on his body. His body absorbed the blow as if it were nothing more than an inconvenience, as if the universe itself had failed to convince him that harm was supposed to occur. Impossible. The word barely formed on Razeal's lips, but he never finished it, because the backlash arrived. The explosion he had unleashed did not discriminate. The force rebounded instantly, racing back along the path of his strike faster than thought itself. Razeal felt it tear through his arm, not as pain, but as erasure. He watched it happen. In horrifying clarity, his skin began to peel away, not ripping or tearing, but disintegrating, breaking down into glowing motes of light and vapor, as if his body had suddenly decided it no longer belonged in this reality. His sleeve vanished next, fabric reduced to nothingness, followed by muscle, sinew, and flesh. The process climbed his arm in an instant, consuming everything in its path. There was no blood. There was no scream. His entire body followed. In less than a heartbeat, Razeal ceased to exist as anything recognizable. His torso, his clothes, his legs, his head, all dissolving into particles of fading light. What remained, floating in the center of the devastation, was only a skeleton. Deep luminous crimson skeleton, as if forged from condensed blood and ancient power. Perfect. Untouched. Suspended in midair, intact amidst total annihilation, glowing faintly against the void left behind. Everything else was gone. The expanding light surged outward from the epicenter, not accompanied by sound now, but by absolute silence. Water did not churn or ripple, it just evaporated. Instantly, entire volumes of it vanished as the energy passed through, leaving behind empty space where an ocean should have been. The light raced outward in a perfect sphere, devouring distance, swallowing the arena in a wave of impossible brilliance. For those watching, time itself seemed to slow. High above, Marissa felt it before she fully understood it. Her breath caught violently as the blinding white engulfed the arena's center, and with it came a sensation so deadly, so overwhelming, that even her instincts, honed across countless battles, screamed in raw, primal terror. This was not an attack meant to test. This was an event capable of ending everything it touched. Oh no. She did not even finish the thought. She just vanished. At the same instant, King Julius's expression shattered into pure alarm. The composure of a ruler, the confidence of a king, all stripped away in one brutal realization: the existing safeguards were meaningless against this. The invisible barrier separating the arena from the stands would not hold. So he moved. The world blurred as both figures reappeared at the very edge of the arena, just outside the original water shield, time stretching thin around their movements, as if reality itself struggled to keep pace. But even that would not be enough. The expanding light continued to surge outward, merciless, unstoppable, carrying within it the potential to erase millions of spectators in an instant. Marissa did not hesitate. Ninth tier protection spell. Her voice rang out, sharp and commanding despite the chaos, every ounce of her authority and power forced into the words. Ultimate shield of unbroken reality. Her fingers snapped. The effect was immediate. A massive dome of condensed, invisible purple energy slammed into existence around the entire arena, layer of reinforced space folding above another, already existing shield of invisible water, in rapid succession. The barrier shimmered faintly, its surface warping as it fully prepared to take the oncoming force. At the very same moment, King Julius stood beside her, his expression no less severe, the usual calm authority stripped away, and replaced with naked focus. He raised both hands forward, palms open, shoulders tensing as veins stood out along his forearms. The water around the arena responded instantly to his will, surging and compressing into an invisible barrier as strengthening his already existing water shield. Then the impact arrived. The expanding wave of light slammed into the overlapping circular shields with terrifying force. The entire arena was flooded with brilliance, not a glow, but a suffocating white that erased color, depth, and shadow alike. From the outside, it looked as though a perfect sphere of blinding radiance had swallowed the heart of the Colosseum, a dome of white light so intense it hurt to even look at. The collision did not explode outward, it pressed, endlessly, relentlessly, as though reality itself were being leaned on by something that refused to yield. King Julius's hands began to tremble. A sharp breath escaped him, teeth grinding together as realization struck hard. Damn it. He did not have his trident. Without it, the authority of his water manipulation was incomplete, his control reduced to a fraction of what it should have been. The shield he had formed before, and even now strengthening over it, was powerful by any ordinary standard, but was nowhere near what he could have manifested with his relic in hand. He could feel it already, the strain traveling back through the barrier. He clenched his teeth harder, forcing more will into the shield, trying to stabilize it. But the pressure only increased. The light did not flicker or weaken. It simply continued. 5 seconds passed. Then 6. That was all it took. The water shield vaporized. It did not shatter or crack, it simply ceased to exist, boiled away in an instant as if it had never been there at all. The force punched straight through it, unimpeded, slamming into the next layer above it. Beep. Julius cursed under his breath as his hands dropped involuntarily, the backlash forcing a sharp exhale from his lungs. But even as his shield collapsed, he did not hesitate. He raised his hands again immediately, summoning another layer of compressed water and forcing it into place above Marissa's barrier. It formed just in time, spreading like a translucent veil over the thinner purple dome that now bore the full brunt of the catastrophe. Though Marissa's shield held, the purple dome did not even tremble or distort. Against the apocalyptic pressure inside, it stood unmoving, absolute, as though the explosion were nothing more than a distant storm battering against an unbreakable wall. Compared to it, Julius's water constructs felt fragile, stopgaps rather than true defenses. And seeing that, Julius felt relief. Still he turned his head toward Marissa to thank her, but one look at her face made his heart suddenly stutter. Her expression was hollow, not focused, not strained. Hollow, as if something inside her had been scooped out and replaced with raw dread. Her eyes were fixed on the blinding core of the arena, unblinking, glassy, reflecting the white light without truly seeing it. Tears slid silently down her cheeks, catching the glow as they fell. Her lips parted just enough to suggest breath was coming shallow and uneven. It looked less like a warrior holding back destruction, and more like someone watching their home burn to the ground. What happened? Julius asked sharply, his voice tight despite his attempt to keep it steady. Can you hold it? He did not wait for an answer before continuing, urgency bleeding through his composure. If this fails, everyone here dies. Hold it, just hold it. I will call my trident too. He grit his teeth, already preparing to summon the relic, already calculating how long it would take, how much time they had left. Marissa should have been able to handle this. He knew her strength. He trusted it. But that expression, that look, told him something was very, very wrong with her. Not to say she did not even respond. Her gaze never shifted from the center of the arena. Julius swallowed hard as feeling the trident would not be able to come in time. Feeling that, he fastly turned his head sharply toward the spectator stands. His eyes scanned the vast coliseum in an instant, bypassing the sea of faces, until they locked onto the one he was looking for. Neptunia. She met his gaze, confusion clear in her eyes, her body tense as if bracing for something she did not understand yet. Julius did not explain. There was no time. He snapped the fingers of his left hand. Far above, Neptunia gasped a little. The seals binding her power shattered in an instant, dissolving like mist around her body. She felt it immediately, the sudden rush of unrestricted flow, the return of something vast and familiar surging through her veins. Understanding hit her without words. She raised one hand. The ocean answered. All around the Colosseum, the water stirred, then surged, drawn by her will. Massive currents twisted and converged, spiraling upward in controlled violence before sweeping above Julius's newly formed water shield. Another layer took shape, thicker, denser, reinforced by royal blood and ancient authority. It wrapped over the existing defenses, interlocking with them, forming a final barrier around the arena. Only then did Julius allow himself a breath. Now it would hold. He trusted her abilities. He lowered his hands slightly, shoulders still tense, eyes fixed on the terrifying white light raging within the stacked shields. It showed no sign of fading, no sign of weakening. The pressure remained constant, unyielding, as if whatever had been unleashed inside the arena had no intention of ending anytime soon. I should never be without my trident, Julius thought grimly, his jaw tightening as he stared into the heart of the disaster. This could have turned catastrophic without her. But honestly, it was not even his fault. How would he have thought something like this would happen? And the thing is, the impact had come far too fast. So fast that even beings of their level had not been granted the luxury of preparation. There had been no warning, no gradual build-up. Only an instant where reality still existed as it was supposed to, and the next where it was being erased. Everything had unfolded in a heartbeat. A fraction of time, so small that even reaction itself felt like an afterthought. And yet, somehow, they had stabilized it. Barely. If it had not been for her, King Julius knew with absolute certainty, the entire Colosseum would have vanished. Not cracked, not collapsed. Vanished, reduced to ash, scattered remnants, and erased lives. Millions of spectators, nobles, warriors, and civilians alike would have been wiped out without even understanding why. The thought made his grip tighten unconsciously around nothing, his jaw locking as he stared at the space where the arena had once been intact. Nothing below sovereign rank could have survived that, he thought grimly. Not even for a moment. Even resisting it was a miracle. Direct exposure would not have meant death. It would have meant erasure, a clean deletion from existence itself. Around the Colosseum, the spectators remained utterly confused. From their perspective, nothing made sense. One moment they had been watching a match, strange, intense, but still comprehensible. The next, a blinding white circular dome had swallowed the arena whole. No shockwave reached them, no sound battered their ears, no pressure crushed their lungs. The shields had done their job too well. All they could see was white, a massive, perfect circle of light where the arena should have been, as though someone had painted over reality itself. No movement, no silhouettes, no hint of what was happening inside, just a glowing absence that refused to explain itself. Whispers spread through the stands, anxious, confused, frightened but restrained. They felt no danger. They could not. The shields insulated them not only from harm, but from understanding. Then, slowly, the light began to fade. Not all at once. Not dramatically. It thinned, layer by layer, transparency creeping back into existence like breath returning to suffocating lungs. The white glow weakened, dimmed, and finally dissolved entirely, leaving the arena visible once more. What remained stole the breath from every throat that saw it. The water inside the dome was gone. Not pushed aside. Not displaced. Gone, evaporated so completely that not even steam lingered in the air. The arena floor itself no longer resembled anything that could be called a battleground. The central platform had been obliterated, replaced by a massive circular crater, smooth and melted along its edges as if reality itself had been liquefied and scooped away. It looked less like destruction and more like something had been removed. At the exact center of that devastation stood Razeal, naked. Every shred of clothing had been annihilated in the blast, leaving his body fully exposed to the open arena. But it seemed like he did not notice. He stood there completely still, chest rising and falling unevenly, eyes wide and unfocused, as his body regenerated itself in real time. Moments earlier, there had been nothing but a skeleton suspended in the blast, crimson-hued, unnaturally intact, floating where a person should have been. Now muscle wove itself back into place, tendons reforming, skin knitting together with unnatural speed. It was grotesque and mesmerizing all at once, a silent reminder that something about him no longer obeyed the rules of mortality. And also at his feet lay Nox. The massive examiner was sprawled across the shattered ground, his enormous frame finally still. Blood leaked from his nose, mouth, and ears, dark streams staining the broken land beneath him. His eyes were rolled back, consciousness long gone. But his chest rose, slowly, steadily. He was alive. Razeal stared at him in disbelief. What the beep is this guy made of? He muttered hoarsely, his voice barely audible even to himself. That had not been an attack. That had been a cataclysm. The force he had unleashed had been comparable to a stellar event, something that should have erased flesh, bone, and soul alike. Even his own body had not survived it, if not for his unbreakable bones, like he had literally watched himself die, watched his arm tear apart, watched his form disintegrate into nothing, watched existence strip him down to bone. If not for his vampiric nature, or divine healing skill that he would have been dead. Like, really dead. And that realization sent a shiver down his spine, cold and involuntary. That had been the closest he had ever come to complete annihilation, closer than any battlefield or enemy. He could feel, but feel weird about it. And not to say otherwise bad feeling. Like Nox, that bastard had taken that blow straight to the jaw, and was still breathing. Only unconscious. Razeal swallowed hard. And then anger, raw, confused, disbelieving, flooded his mind. What the beep just happened? He demanded inwardly. System, what the beep was that? How did I hit 1,000,000,000 times critical? Is that even possible? His thoughts raced, tumbling over one another. The numbers did not make sense. The probabilities did not align. The skill description itself suggested absurdly low chances, anomalies bordering on impossibility. That should have been 1 in trillions, right? He continued, stunned. This is a luck-based skill. How the hell did it trigger on the first punch? Do not tell me I suddenly became lucky. For a brief, irrational moment, the thought crossed his mind. Did I awaken something? A chosen fate? Heavenly blessed? Had the universe finally smiled on him? He was honestly more curious about this than feeling scared that he almost died. But the system responded immediately, making him come out of his daydream. No, host. Your assumption is totally incorrect. Razeal's brow furrowed. The 1,000,000,000 times critical did not occur due to high luck. Then, it occurred due to extreme bad luck. Razeal blanked. Ha! For individuals with favorable luck alignment, a critical event manifests as a beneficial deviation, a fortunate outcome. In your case, the probability collapse skewed catastrophically. That strike was not a blessing. It was an event that should have resulted in your death. The amplification exceeded survivable thresholds. Your survival was not the intended outcome. You lived because your existence violates standard mortality parameters. If not for that, you should have been dead now. Silence followed. Bad luck. Razeal let out a breath that was half a laugh and half a curse. Wow, just wow, Villy. The words came out hollow, without heat, as if he had already known the answer before it was spoken aloud. He stood there for a moment longer, unmoving, then dragged a hand down his face, fingers pressing into his eyes as he exhaled slowly. Sigh, what was I even expecting? Of course it was bad luck. Of course it was twisted. Nothing about his existence ever worked in a clean, simple way. If there was a blessing, it came wrapped in catastrophe. If there was power, it came with a price sharp enough to cut bone. He lowered his hand, shoulders sagging just a little, the weight of realization settling into him far heavier than the explosion ever had. Outside the arena, Once the blinding light had fully faded and the pressure had finally lifted, the world seemed to remember how to breathe again. Marissa was the first to move. Her eyes, wide and frantic, locked onto the center of the ruined arena the instant visibility returned. She saw Razeal standing there, all fine and alive. Something inside her finally snapped. The strength fled her legs without warning. She stumbled back a step, then another, before simply collapsing onto the ground where she stood. Her back hit the cold stone, but she barely felt it. Her chest rose and fell in sharp, uneven breaths, her heart pounding so violently it felt as if it might tear itself free. Tears spilled unchecked from her eyes, streaking down her face as she stared, unblinking, at the figure in the crater below. Ha ha. A broken sound escaped her lips, something between a laugh and a sob. He is alive, he is alive. That is fine. Everything is fine. Her voice trembled, cracking apart as relief flooded her all at once, too sudden and too overwhelming to be controlled. I thought. The words died in her throat. She could not even finish them, but she did not need to. She stayed there, seated on the ground, shaking, doing nothing but staring at Razeal as if afraid that blinking might make him disappear. Chapter 333. Marissa stayed there, seated on the ground, shaking. She did nothing but stare at Razeal, afraid that blinking might make him disappear. King Julius stood frozen nearby. Shock did not begin to describe the expression on his face. His gaze remained fixed on the arena, on the massive crater gouged into the once pristine battleground, and on the site at its center. Nox, the ancient examiner, lay unconscious amidst shattered stone. Razeal stood upright. He stood, alive, unharmed. For several heartbeats, Julius could not even think. His mind simply refused to process the image before him. Nox had been defeated. No, not even defeated, rendered unconscious by a single exchange. That impact. What was that impact anyways? He replayed the moment in his head again and again. He had seen the boy attack. The strike itself had seemed normal. Strong, yes, but nothing that should have led to what followed. Yet, the moment the blow landed, something incomprehensible had occurred. Light had erupted, pressure had crushed the air itself, and reality had screamed in protest. Before he had even realized what was happening, his instincts had taken over, forcing him to reinforce the shields with everything he had. He was totally confused about what had actually happened. Just what did I witness? A movement beside him broke his thoughts. He turned sharply, only to see Marissa collapsing. Instinct kicked in, and he moved toward her at once, crouching down, one hand half extended in reflex. Lady Marissa, are you all right? What happened? He asked, genuine concern cutting through his shock. He saw her expression, the way her entire body trembled, the way her eyes remained locked on the arena, unfocused yet desperately intent, the way her breath shuddered as if she had only just escaped drowning. Then he saw in what direction she was looking. Understanding hit him. Of course, her son had been inside that blast. She must have thought, if only for an instant, that he had been erased. Julius stopped his hand mid-reach and slowly pulled it back, giving her space. This was not something he could fix with words or power. He turned his face away respectfully, allowing her that fragile moment of relief without an audience, while his gaze drifted back toward the arena once more. Razeal stood there, naked and unashamed, completely untouched by the devastation around him. Not a single scratch marred his skin, no burn, no tear, no mark to suggest he had just stood at the heart of something that could have wiped out a city. Julius frowned deeply. But again, he murmured under his breath. Just how did he survive it? And how did that big blast happen? Just what? Ha! The question echoed uselessly in his mind. He searched Razeal with his senses again, more carefully this time, as if hoping to uncover some hidden truth. All he found was the same contradiction as before, nothing that explained what he had seen. Around the Colosseum, silence reigned. The spectators stared. Thousands upon thousands of eyes were fixed on the arena, on the impossible crater, on the unconscious examiner, and finally on the lone figure standing at its center. Confusion rippled through the stands, thick and heavy. No one spoke. No one even seemed to remember how. The massive screens above the arena still functioned, still broadcasting every detail with merciless clarity, every angle, every inch. There he was. Spectators blinked. Some of the women in the stands simply froze, eyes wide as their breath caught somewhere between shock and something far less appropriate. A few did not even realize saliva had begun to trail from parted lips as they stared, openly and unabashedly, at the almost unreal sight before them. Others flushed violently, hastily turning their heads away, while stealing glances they pretended not to take. The men, for the most part, averted their eyes entirely, coughing awkwardly, suddenly finding the architecture of the Colosseum, or the patterns in the stone far more interesting than the center of the arena. So one man gulped. No one said a word. For a few long seconds, the enormity of what had just happened simply slipped away. It was not that the spectators had forgotten the explosion, or the blinding light, or the terrifying pressure that had crushed the air out of their lungs only moments ago. It was more unsettling than that. Their minds refused to hold everything at once. Faced with too much shock, too much contradiction, they latched onto the one thing that required no understanding. The sight. The arena was ruined, cracked open into a vast circular crater. The examiner lay unconscious at its center, and yet none of that held their attention for long. Their eyes were drawn upward, again and again, to the massive screens suspended above the Colosseum, to the figure standing there, naked. Such a heavenly body, someone murmured at last. The words were soft, almost reverent, yet loud enough to cut through the hush. Heads turned in unison. Dozens of eyes shifted toward the source of the voice, landing on a young woman seated among the spectators. She froze the instant she realized she had spoken out loud. Her face burned red, and she quickly lowered her head, fingers twisting together in her lap, saying nothing more. No one laughed or scolded her. They simply turned their eyes back to the screens. She had only said what many were already thinking. Up in the stands, Neptunia tilted her head back, eyes fixed shamelessly on the image above. A slow, appreciative whistle slipped past her lips, followed by a grin far too wicked for a princess. "This is my first time seeing something like this," she said lightly, amusement dancing in her eyes. "But I cannot say I dislike what I am seeing." Before she could say another word, a hand shot out from the side and covered her eyes. "Do not look," Maria said sharply. Neptunia blinked behind the sudden darkness, then scoffed. She grabbed Maria's wrist and pushed it down with ease. "Why not? You are looking too." Maria did not deny it. Her eyes were still lifted toward the screen, fixed despite herself, her expression stiff and tightly controlled. "I can," she replied flatly. "You cannot." Neptunia snorted. "That is not how it works. He is not yours." With a grin, she forced Maria's hand down again, deliberately stepping closer so their shoulders brushed. "And everyone is looking. Why blocking only me?" Maria's jaw tightened. She raised her hand again, stubbornly trying to shield Neptunia's view, even as her own gaze refused to turn away. "Stop being shameless," she muttered, her voice low but strained. "I will stop when you stop staring," Neptunia shot back, batting her hand aside once more. Around them, the spectator stands remained eerily quiet. No cheers, no gasps, just thousands upon thousands of eyes fixed on the same impossible image, minds slowly catching up to reality. Then, someone remembered. "Hey, wait." The words were hesitant at first, spoken by a man several rows down, his voice tinged with disbelief rather than excitement. "Look, Nox, the protector of Atlantis." Heads turned again, this time toward the arena floor. "He is lying there." Another voice joined in, louder. "Unconscious." "No, that cannot be right." "Is he dead?" "I do not believe it." The murmurs spread, rolling outward like ripples across water. People leaned forward, squinting, trying to make sense of what they were seeing now that their attention had shifted. "Wait, then that boy, he is still standing. So does that mean?" A pause, heavy and uncertain. "He won." The word hung in the air, fragile yet dangerous. "No one before him managed to do that," someone said, disbelief thick in their tone. "Not even close. He defeated the examiner, the guardian of the sea itself. That is supposed to be impossible." The murmurs grew louder, faster, overlapping as realization took hold. "Then he is stronger than all the other contestants. Stronger than anyone left. How old is he? How can someone that young? If this is real." The words tumbled over each other now, excitement beginning to creep into the confusion. "So he will win the first prize." "No way." "Wait, does that not mean he already has? Who would even dare to challenge him now? He defeated the examiner, the guardian. That alone should end it." The whispers began to synchronize, building momentum as more and more spectators reached the same conclusion. "He won. He won. He actually won." The Colosseum, which moments ago had been paralyzed by silence, began to hum. Not with cheers, not yet, but with something more volatile. Expectation. Anticipation. The collective breath of an entire city drawing in at once. From the highest tiers to the lowest seats, the murmuring spread until it filled the vast space, echoing off stone and steel alike. He won. Almost everyone had come back to their senses, except some handful of women who still had not. Their eyes still lingered where logic no longer mattered, their attention stubbornly fixed on what their instincts seemed to enjoy far more than questions of power, victory, or political fallout. Some pressed their lips together, others bit their nails without realizing it, fingers trembling slightly as their gazes refused to move away from the massive screen above. The aftermath of devastation, the ruined arena, the unconscious guardian, none of it held their focus the way that single, standing figure did. The murmurs spreading through the Colosseum finally reached Neptunia's ears. She had been relaxed until then, leaning back slightly, eyes half-lidded, enjoying the view with a carefree ease that suggested the world could end, and she would still be amused. But when the meaning of those whispers finally registered, her expression changed. "He won," she repeated softly. Her eyes blinked once, then again. "Wait. No, that means." Her mouth parted just a little, the realization hitting her belatedly. Her gaze was still lifted toward the screen, still locked on Razeal's image, but the playful spark in her eyes had vanished, replaced by something sharper, something unsettled. If he won, no one noticed her reaction. Not a single person spared her a glance. The Colosseum's attention had shifted too fully, too completely, toward what this outcome implied. Down in the arena, the murmur of the crowd washed over the stone like a rising tide. Up in the royal stand, King Julius dragged a hand down his face. "Beep," he muttered under his breath. This was bad. No, this was worse than bad. His mind raced, thoughts colliding and tangling as he stared down at the ruined arena. Nox lay unconscious, blood still trailing faintly from his face. The examiner had been defeated. Standing at the center of it all was a human boy. A human. "What the hell am I supposed to do now?" Julius whispered, fingers tightening against his temple. "Give him first prize." He grasped his head with both hands, frustration boiling over. "This is all that useless old monster's fault," he cursed bitterly. "How does one get defeated by a damn kid? How?" The situation had cornered him now, publicly, completely. If he denied Razeal now, it would be obvious. There was no hiding it, no polite excuse, no ceremonial gloss that could disguise the truth. The entire Colosseum had seen it. Nox was down. The boy was standing. The conclusion was unavoidable. Yet, he is human, Julius whispered again, as if saying it aloud might somehow change reality. On the other side of the disaster entirely, Razeal stood exactly where he had been left, still, silent, and utterly unaware of the chaos his current state was causing. He had not noticed the absence of his clothes nor noticed the millions of eyes glued to him. His attention was on the stream chat. The duel between Tongue and Lucifer seemed to have already ended. The messages were flooding in again, overlapping, chaotic, brimming with disbelief and excitement. Tongue, what king of hell? He could not even move. Now tell me, was I lying? You embarrassment of a man. Why did you run away, heh? You should have faced your mother instead. Lucifer. Not a single reply from him. Ancestor Schwab, wow. I never thought someone could be this strong. She turned that Lucifer fellow into a real dog. Made him lick her feet. Degenerated bastard, did you all see her? Sitting in space like it was a living room. And that couch, was that made of stars? The greatest collector, such strength, it surpasses comprehension. Lily, what even is X-Rank? I could feel Lucifer's power through the screen, and I would not have stood a chance. Just how powerful is she to do that? Xenocide, I never believed someone could be stronger than me. But this, I have been humbled. Completely. Zara, why is this kid naked? What happened over there? Can anyone actually see what is going on? Or is it only me? Degenerated bastard, wait. Now that you mention it. Wow. Lily, wait. What the hell? That physique, what the beep, what the beep, what the beep. I want this. I really want to see if it is real. By touching. Ancestor Schweb, good to be young. When I was young, I had better muscles than this boy. It is nothing special. Vampire progenitor, behold this majestic sight. This is the body of the noblest and purest vampire. Its beauty transcends mortal measure. Its majesty is beyond comparison. Not even the gods themselves could rival such perfection. Zara, noblest being. He is standing naked in front of millions of people. More like a prostitute. Vampire progenitor, that is not how it is. Zara, and what even happened here? Why is that powerful being lying on the ground? Did this kid defeat him? But how? Razeal, who had been casually reading the chat, suddenly caught the word naked. He blinked in confusion, then instinctively looked down. Beep. I really am naked. He hurriedly brought his hands down, about to ask the system for some clothes, when another message appeared in the chat. Vampire progenitor, ugh, whatever. It is indeed shameful for a noblest being to stand naked in public. Here, wear some clothes, kid. No, let me handle it. You clearly would not have anything suitable. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received an item Royal Vampiric Suit, S+, from the Vampire Progenitor via the stream gift function. Do you wish to open it? Yes or no? Chapter 334. Razeal stood in the newly gifted set of Royal Vampire attire, flexing his hands. It was not bad, very comfortable to say the least. The fabric radiated absolute royalty, as though no finer garment for a monarch could possibly exist, nor anything more expensive, at least from what Razeal had ever seen. Even the clothes Celestia or Selena wore, despite being among the most costly of all, did not come close to this. In any case, he did not pay much attention to its appearance. Instead, he focused on why the suit ranked S+. The description explained it. A suit created from threads of the rare crimson light violet spider, and the extremely poisonous black cornet spider, whatever those were. The suit granted the wearer full defense against any attack below a rank, complete with automatic regeneration, and an auto-cleaning function that prevented dust or stains through embedded magic. All in all, it was simply good. Razeal decided not to dwell on it further. Anything that covered his body was enough for him. He felt embarrassed. Millions of people had seen him naked, and he had not even been aware of it at the time. Razeal let out a sigh. This is so cringe, he thought. But then again, what could he do? Making embarrassed expressions now would change nothing. Once, a great man had said that if you are caught doing something embarrassing, you should not show embarrassment yourself. You should act as though you feel nothing, and then the other person will be the one who feels embarrassed. Whether it was wisdom or nonsense did not matter. He followed it anyway. With his body finally covered, his attention returned to the arena. He looked down at Nox, who lay unconscious on the floor, not looking like he would wake up anytime soon. So, did I win? He turned his face toward King Julius, who stood there with a brain-burned expression on his face, as if he were thinking about something complicated. Razeal did not care about disturbing the cold man, as he asked directly. King Julius, absorbed in his worries, jolted at Razeal's words. He looked at him speechlessly. Yeah, you did. He did not say anything else, only nodded his head. I still have a chance, right? The king thought to himself. The kid only needed second place. If by some chance the kid held himself back in that competition, it would be totally acceptable. He could not say no now. Literally everyone had seen the kid win. If he denied it now, it would become a controversial remark, and stain his image and credibility. Good. Let us begin the third stage, Razeal said directly to King Julius, as if giving an order. This kid. What is with the way he talks? Julius' lips twitched at the tone. Honestly, he wanted to beat him, but again, what did he care? He was just a kid. His eyes shifted to the side, to where Nox lay on the ground. If that punch had hit me in the face like that, would I have survived? He asked himself. After that thought, he decided whatever problem he might have with the kid, he would leave it. He could not have such a fragile ego as to fight with children over something so small. Well, it was not just that. He did not want any trouble, especially since this was Marissa Kid. Yeah, letting him go because of her, he repeated in his head. Razeal simply nodded, saying nothing. From the corner of his eye, he watched Marissa, who sat on the ground, her body still trembling. Tears escaped her eyes as she stared at her son's face, unable to look anywhere else. Suddenly, their eyes met. In that instant, Marissa remembered the expression and embarrassment she had shown her son. She turned her face away, wiping her tears with both hands. Her expression shifted once more back to her usual cold, strict, emotionless mask, as if she had never been crying at all. Then she turned back and met his gaze again, eye to eye. Razeal broke the eye contact, turning his head slightly to the side. His lips twitched almost imperceptibly as he let out a silent breath through his nose, flowing crocodile tears now. Really, he thought. The sarcasm was sharp and bitter in his mind, as if she actually cared. He shook his head faintly, the motion small but loaded with meaning, his expression hardening as his distrust surfaced. The skepticism in his eyes was unmistakable, even if it lasted only a fraction of a second. To him, whatever emotions she was showing, they were fake. And he did not believe a thing. Marissa caught the sarcasm and distrust flickering through his gaze. It felt like a dull weight pressing against her chest. Her hand lifted instinctively, fingers parting as if she wanted to say something, anything to stop him from turning away. But her movement stalled halfway. He was already looking elsewhere, no longer acknowledging her presence. The realization struck her harder than she expected. Her lips pressed together, and she bit down gently, holding back whatever words had been about to leave her mouth. After a moment of hesitation, she lowered her hand. Silently, Marissa stood up. She did not say a word, did not look at him again. In the next instant, she vanished from where she stood and reappeared back in the VIP stand, seated upon her throne. Her posture straightened, her face settling back into its usual cold, strict, emotionless mask, as though she had never felt anything at all. The contest continued. For the time being, no one spoke against Razeal's victory. No objections were raised. The moment passed in heavy silence, as if everyone was still trying to process what they had witnessed. Razeal, along with the other participants who had passed the other two trials, were summoned back onto the arena. They were instructed to stand aside, while officials moved in to manage the competition. Authority figures exchanged brief gestures and words before the damage to the arena was addressed. The massive crater created by the aftermath of Razeal punch was repaired completely, the arena reshaped and restored to its original form. Stone flowed back into place with unnatural precision, forming a new, pristine arena stage made of pure white, reinforced stone. At the same time, Nox, still unconscious, was taken away personally by King Julius, who carried him off without much ceremony. Only after this did the final stage begin. Around 30 participants remained. All of them were brought onto the arena together, where the rules were explained clearly. One-on-one battles would determine the rankings. Opponents were chosen, fights commenced, and participants were eliminated one after another. Victories and defeats followed in quick succession. Razeal watched the fights calmly. They were not bad, but none of them came close to his level. At best, most of them were comparable to a rank warriors, skilled, but nothing that extraordinary. There was only one woman among them who stood out, clearly S-rank, defeating her opponents effortlessly. When Razeal's turn came, the outcome was immediate. Before he could even fully step into the arena, his opponent would surrender. The same thing happened again and again. No one wanted to fight him. Everyone already knew who would win. The remaining participants were effectively fighting for second and third place, as it seemed no one dared to challenge him. King Julius, meanwhile, struggled internally. He allowed the competition to proceed, but he knew the situation would reflect poorly on him. Still, he chose not to stop it. He would let it play out properly. During this time, Arthur stayed close to Razeal, standing beside him throughout the third stage. He leaned closer. "So what is your secret, brother?" Arthur asked quietly, glancing at him. "How did you do that?" "Did what?" Razeal replied, his tone flat, almost dismissive. He glanced sideways at Arthur with mild confusion before continuing. "Knocking out that monster." His shoulders lifted slightly as if the matter was not worth dwelling on. "Well, it is nothing much. You just have to get tortured, beaten to death again, and meet some really shitty people along the way." He gave a depressing smile. "I mean, I will not exaggerate, but I even walked through hell to get this strong. It is not easy." Every word he spoke was true. But Arthur waved a hand dismissively, shaking his head. Not that," he said quickly, leaning closer, lowering his voice as if sharing a secret. His eyes flicked downward for a fraction of a second, before returning to Razeal's face. "What I meant was, how did you get such a nice body? And how is it that big?" Razeal turned slowly to look at him. He stared, not angry, not amused, just speechless. His expression hovered somewhere between disbelief and quiet judgment, as if he were trying to decide whether Arthur was joking or genuinely hopeless. For a moment, he said nothing, simply studying the man beside him, unsure what kind of reaction this even deserved. "It is natural," Razeal finally answered. His voice was even, unembellished. And it was true. He had not done anything deliberate. No special focus. It had simply happened on its own. Arthur's eyebrows shot up. "Natural," he scoffed softly, shaking his head. "Bro, you do not need to lie. Just tell me the secret." He leaned in again, lowering his voice further, his tone conspiratorial. "Are we not going to be close now? You even passed the second examination. At this point, no one can stop you. Even my father will have to step back." We are coming to get in a very close relationship now. He smiled as he spoke, nodding slightly, as if everything he said was obvious. Razeal frowned. What are you talking about? He asked, genuine confusion creeping into his voice. The words Arthur was saying felt disconnected, like pieces of a conversation Razeal had never been part of. Arthur blinked. Now it was his turn to look confused. He studied Razeal's face more carefully, noticing the absence of understanding. Ha, he muttered. What do you mean? He paused, then asked slowly. You do not know. Know what? My sister sent you here, right? She brought me here, Razeal replied with a nod. Yeah. What about it? Arthur's expression shifted. He blinked again, longer this time, as if reassessing everything. Wait, he said, lifting a finger slightly. Let me ask you something straight. He hesitated, eyes narrowing just a little. You know what the first prize is, right? Razeal shook his head without hesitation. Nope. Only then did he realize he really did not know. Arthur bit his lip, cheeks puffing slightly as he struggled to contain himself. His shoulders began to shake. A second later, laughter burst out of him. Ha ha ha. Wow. Just wow. He bent forward slightly, pressing a hand to his stomach as he laughed. You do not know that. Damn. That is shocking. He wiped at the corner of his eye, still chuckling. And my sister sent you here. Are you serious? Razeal did not laugh. He watched Arthur calmly, his expression serious, almost unimpressed. I do not know, he said plainly. Because it is supposed to be hidden, revealed only after winning. How am I supposed to know? He shrugged lightly. You know because you are a prince. Arthur tried to straighten his face, forcing himself to look serious, but the effort failed miserably. His lips twitched, laughter threatening to spill out again. He bent forward once more, chuckling under his breath before finally calming down. After a few seconds, he straightened, placing a hand on Razeal's shoulder and meeting his eyes. She lied to you, brother. You are so innocent, Arthur said, still smiling faintly. Everyone knows what the first prize is. His tone softened, curiosity replacing amusement. How did you even join the competition without knowing what you would get for winning? Razeal answered without hesitation, his voice steady and straightforward. Because I did not want first prize. I only wanted second. He looked at Arthur with mild indifference. So why would I care? Arthur's lips twitched. He stared at Razeal as if he were looking at some rare, innocent creature he did not know whether to laugh at or be afraid of. What is this guy? Is he not this innocent? Right. No way. And yet there was something about him that felt dangerously unaware, like someone walking straight toward a cliff without realizing how close the edge was. Arthur did not know whether he should cry or laugh. I do not know why you want second position, Arthur muttered, the words slipping out between breaths as laughter escaped his mouth despite his efforts to contain it. He raised a hand to his face, pressing his palm against his forehead as if physically trying to stop himself. His shoulders trembled. But you are dreaming if you think you are getting second position now, boy. A low, almost evil laugh bubbled up in his chest. It was not mockery exactly. It was disbelief mixed with amusement so sharp it hurt. This is too good, Arthur thought. Way too good. I am not fighting, Razeal said calmly. His voice was steady, matter of fact. I will just admit defeat when I step into the arena. Sure. Sure, Arthur replied, still laughing. He turned his face to the side, shoulders shaking as he struggled for air. Just looking at Razeal's face made it worse. That serious expression, that complete lack of understanding, it was unbearable. He laughed harder, biting his lip, then failing entirely. What is the first prize? Razeal asked. His brows drew together slightly, irritation flickering in his eyes. And why are you laughing? He did not care much about Arthur laughing, but being laughed at for something he did not understand rubbed him the wrong way. He looked at Arthur with open annoyance, clearly labeling him a dumbass in his head. Nothing. Arthur waved it off quickly, laughter spilling out again before he could stop it. You will know. Do not worry. Then the laughter broke free completely. Ha 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 ha. He bent forward slightly, laughing loudly now, as if he had just heard the funniest joke of his life. Up in the spectator stands. What happened to your brother? Maria asked, leaning forward slightly, her eyes fixed on the arena below. Confusion crept into her voice. Why is he laughing like he has gone crazy? She watched Arthur clutch his stomach, shoulders shaking, while Razeal stood beside him looking visibly annoyed. As far as she knew, Razeal was not a funny guy. Not at all. So the scene made no sense to her. Nothing, Neptunia replied flatly. Her eyes were narrowed, sharp as blades, staring straight down at the two figures below. Just ignore it. He has got a few screws loose. Her gaze lingered on Arthur a fraction longer than necessary, irritation simmering beneath the surface. Is he finding this funny? She thought, a dangerous glint flashing in her eyes. Laughing that much in front of him. Time passed like that. The fights continued. Cheers rose and fell. Names were called. Defeats declared. And then, the final match. Third position was decided. Only one fight remained now, the last one, the one meant to decide the winner and the second place holder. Both contestants, please come to the arena, an Atlantian woman announced. She stood at the side of the arena, her posture straight, her voice carrying clearly across the entire Colosseum. She was the referee, or official overseeing this match. Let the final duel begin. Her gaze moved first to Razeal, then shifted to a young woman standing on the opposite side of the arena, a trident held firmly in her grasp. Razeal exhaled softly. All right, he thought. I will just admit defeat. He was about to step forward, about to open his mouth. I admit defeat. The woman's voice rang out suddenly, loud and clear. Razeal froze. Question marks practically appeared above his head as he stared at her. What, he thought. Are you not supposed to step into the arena first? But before he could say anything, the referee raised her hand. The final winner of the royal competition is Razeal, she declared. Her voice reverberated through the entire Colosseum, amplified. Impossible to miss, may all glory be upon him. By his victory, he earns the first prize of the competition. She paused for just a fraction of a second. The honor of marrying the Princess of Atlantis, she continued, her voice unwavering. Her Royal Highness, Sophia Atlas. The words echoed. Razeal, who had just been about to object, to refuse, to clarify that he did not accept, paused. Question mark, question mark, question mark. His mouth fell open, totally confused. PFFTT. Arthur saw his expression and completely lost it. He burst out laughing again, louder than before, bending slightly at the waist. Ah, Maria blinked rapidly, her mind struggling to process the words. Question marks might as well have been spinning around her head. Neptunia, though, gently grabbed the railing in front of her with both hands. Her face was completely blank. She did not move nor blink. Her eyes were locked onto Razeal now, not casually, not teasingly, but with a sharp, serious focus. She slowly looked him up and down, examining him as if seeing him for the first time. What? Marissa shot up from her throne. The sudden movement drew attention, but she did not care. Absolute confusion was written across her face. She stared down at the arena, stunned, clearly blindsided by the announcement. Marriage. Her mind reeled. When was this decided? And without her permission, Razeal stood there, frozen, mouth still open, before he could even form a thought. Ding. Congratulations, host, for gaining your first title. Title acquired, son-in-law of All-Sea. Chapter 335. Ding. Congratulations, host, for gaining your first title. Title acquired, son-in-law of All-Sea. Title description. Married to the daughter of the sea and the ruler, the king of all seven seas, Atlantis. Now those who rule and live in the tides recognize you as kin, and will naturally hold a favorable impression toward you. Passive effects. Able to breathe underwater naturally. Hostility from sea creatures reduced. Relationship recognized in oceanic domains. Gaining favorable impressions from all conscious creatures, possessing intellect in all sea. Hidden effect. Gaining the qualifications to be the husband of the daughter of the sea. Effect, question mark. Ding. Congratulations, host. Due to the effects of the acquired title, son-in-law of all seas, you have successfully altered and disrupted the world's fate and destiny trajectory. Current alteration level, 1.07%. Ding. The host's recent actions have earned widespread favor among world creatures, reducing perceived hostility. This has caused a minor deviation from your inevitable forced divine duty, divine villain. Razeal stood frozen. The echo of the announcement still rang faintly in his ears. A princess. A marriage. One. Just like that in the middle of a competition he had not even entered for first place. Before that shock and confusion could sink in, before his mind could process the weight of winning first prize instead of second, and a princess instead of a prize, the system notifications slammed into him one after another. His eyes flicked rapidly across the glowing panels. A title. He had gained a title. Razeal frowned. He had not even known something like that existed. Son-in-law of all sea, he repeated silently. The name was weird. He barely reacted to the wording, and barely reacted to the implications of marrying a princess. Royalty or kinship or the ocean recognizing him as its own felt abstract, important, but not what truly caught his attention. His gaze shifted downward to the next notification, to the words that made him pause. Altered and disrupted the world's fate and destiny trajectory. Razeal's brow furrowed deeper. Really, he muttered under his breath. 1.07%. The number hovered there, deceptively small, yet impossibly heavy. He still did not know much about all of this, but if these words were true, and they should be since they were given by the system, then there was only one possible conclusion. He had just succeeded in altering his fate and destiny. This was said to be inevitable and impossible to change. As he read further through the notifications, he realized something even more shocking. He had caused a minor deviation in his inevitable, forcibly imposed divine duty, divine villain. From what he could understand, this was a cursed role placed upon him by the world itself, by fate and destiny combined. It was a duty that demanded he become the world's villain, one who would destroy everything, spread hatred, chaos, and destruction, so that equilibrium could be restored, so the world could stabilize itself through equalization. But now, as he reread the notifications and began connecting everything together, his thoughts started aligning. One realization linked to another. Then, he caught the most important line, the words that made the impossible possible. Gaining favorable impressions plus, reduced hostility equals altered, and disrupted the world's fate and destiny trajectory. So much so that it had even caused a deviation in the forcibly imposed world duty placed upon him, the duty of becoming the world's villain, which meant only one thing. If he did this more, he could lose this duty. He fell into deep contemplation and suddenly, everything hit him at once. His thoughts opened. His perspective shifted. He remembered the words spoken by Riven. He would be killed by someone who loved him the most. But that was not the only curse placed upon him alone. It was not merely destiny bound to him as a person. It was also a curse, no, a sacred divine duty, as Riven liked to call it, placed upon the one who would love him most too. Whoever loved him the most would bear the divine duty to kill him, since they could not run from it either. The duty was inescapable because it was not bound to choice, but to role and duty. It was not a matter of who decided to kill him. It was a matter of who qualified. If he made someone love him the most, that person would inevitably become the one destined to kill him. Not because they wished to, but because the role would settle upon them. If another came to love him more than the current bearer, the duty would not remain fixed. It would transfer. It was never tied to a single person. It was a function of love itself, a role or a divine obligation. The one who loved him the most would always be the executioner, until someone else surpassed that love and inherited the burden. Just as it was impossible to truly kill the chosen one, even if the chosen one died, someone else would take his place. Because the chosen one was not a being, it was a role, a duty, supported and empowered by fate and the world itself. If one failed or fell, the role would simply pass to another, someone later deemed more worthy. His thoughts spiraled. Why did I not think of this before? If a chosen one died and another inherited the role, then was the same not true for him? He too was a holder of a duty and a role, even if it was not a noble one. If he died without fulfilling that duty, would someone else not inherit it? Would another not rise to become the world's villain? If that were true, then everything finally made sense. That was why he had been able to alter and disrupt his fate. Because he had lost some of the qualifications required to be a villain. A villain was never meant to gain favor. A villain's only purpose was to be hated by all. And he had failed at that. Understanding dawned on him fully. He had misunderstood it. It must have been that because of Riven. He truly believed it was inevitable and impossible to change the fate and destiny. So much that he did not even bother looking for ways to change it. He knew the reason. It was just because he was aware that Riven could not lie. Hearing him say that it was impossible, that fate could not be changed, and that he would do it no matter what. And he also understood why Riven was not lying at the same time. Maybe it was because that bastard was not speaking to him as a being, but as a person. As someone who held the duty, the role of the villain. And he, as the holder of that role, could in no way change the destiny tied to it. It was as if he would have to do it no matter what. There was no way out, because it was his job, because he was cast to do it, so he did not lie. He just manipulated the truth in such a way that Razeal believed it wrong. That cunning bastard played him. Razeal put a hand on his face, a faint smile resting on his lips. He had been fooled by his own intelligence and knowledge. But then again, Razeal's lips curved upward a little more. Now he had realized it. Even if it was late, it was good to be back on track. He was able to alter and disrupt the world's fate and destiny trajectory, because he was losing the very qualifications that defined what his role was supposed to be. A villain, a being who, by the rules of fate itself, should attract automatic and unreasonable hostility the moment someone laid eyes on him. Hatred without cause, fear without logic, rejection without understanding. And yet that was not happening. Instead of instinctive hostility, there was something else now. Favor, acceptance, even goodwill. Creatures who should recoil from his existence now looked at him without malice, without that invisible pressure of rejection pressing against his skin. And all that because of one title. As for the reason why the system registered only a 1.07% alteration, maybe it was because the effect was currently limited to the ocean and its domain, not the entire world, and was mild because the favor was not overwhelming. But it was real, tangible, and more importantly, it was proof. Proof that the so-called inevitability of his fate had cracks. If he could do this, if he could erode the qualifications required for him to remain a villain, then maybe, just maybe, he could one day throw away this useless, accursed duty entirely. A duty he had never asked for. A role forced onto him by a world that demanded balance through his destruction. Razeal's lips curved upward, slowly at first, then more clearly. The smile grew brighter as the realization settled fully into his mind. Who would have thought that something as stupid and simple as marrying someone would be the thing that allowed him to change his fate and destiny? The irony made his lips curve up more. His crimson eyes shimmered, reflecting not madness, but clarity, as if a door he had not even known existed had finally been pushed open. Outside, Arthur, who was supposed to be enjoying the sudden, shocking expressions of this innocent, dumb dude who did not even know what the first surprise was, stood taken aback by the sudden and fast changes in Razeal's expressions. Arthur watched Razeal remain in shock for a few seconds when it was declared that Razeal would now be marrying the first princess for winning first position. But the shock and confusion on Razeal's face were gone in just a minute. It was as if he had suddenly seen something in midair. A contemplative look appeared on his face, then it changed into him laughing a little, and then starting to smirk. The smirk slowly grew more evil, as something dark and wicked began going on inside this man's head. Arthur looked at this man's face, the one he had once thought might be innocent and naive, and suddenly felt like someone who had something wrong inside him. That smirk was evil. It started to make Arthur feel uneasy. Very uneasy. Is it really a good choice to marry him to my sister? Arthur asked himself. He blinked slowly, his gaze fixed on Razeal's side profile. Razeal still wore that smirk, as if he were thinking about something bad. Arthur was obviously misunderstanding it all. If only he knew why Razeal was smirking. Honestly, if he had known the real reason behind that smirk, he would have felt even worse. Like a declaration of marriage to a princess, and instead of reacting like a man who had just secured a royal bride, Razeal was lost in thoughts of fate and destiny. How this happened, how that unfolded. Not even a flicker of concern about the fact that he was now married and would one day have children with the princess. How dare he ignore his sister this much? High above, in the spectator stands, the shock was louder, messy, and far less controlled. Wait, what? Maria's voice cracked as the referee's announcement echoed through the Colosseum. Marriage? What marriage? The first prize was that? Her mind reeled. What the heck? Before anyone could stop her, she spun toward Neptunia and grabbed the front of her collar, yanking her around. Neptunia had been leaning against the railing, her gaze fixed on Razeal below, watching his expression with calm intensity. Why did you not tell me? Maria demanded, fury blazing in her eyes. And who is Sophia? You never said you had a sister. And also we have to stop this. I cannot let this happen. Neptunia did not react with anger, or even show struggle. She simply looked down at Maria with a calm expression. I do not have any sister, she said evenly. Her voice carried an unsettling authority. Slowly, deliberately, she lifted her hand and removed Maria's grip from her collar, forcing her to let go without resistance. Maria realized too late how aggressive she had been. She let go of the dress and brought her hand down. Then, she asked. My real name is Sophia, Neptunia said calmly. So yeah, that is me. Maria's eyes twitched. You hid your name too. Wow. Just wow. She shook her head, not wanting to comment on that for now. Whatever. Reject this marriage. What are you, an object? A prize handed out for winning a competition? That is disrespectful. I mean, so awful. You. She lowered her hand, looking at Neptunia with disappointment. But before Maria could fully lower her hand, Neptunia caught it. Her fingers wrapped tightly around Maria's wrist. Yes, Neptunia said quietly, I am Sophia. Her tone shifted, the casual calm vanishing. In its place was something cold, authoritative. And you do not need to concern yourself with my choices. This is what I decided. She leaned closer, her voice dropping dangerously low. And one more thing. Remove any thoughts you have about my husband. Immediately. Or I will do it for you. Husband? What? Maria stammered, her mouth opening wide. Chapter 336. Are you fine with this? Arthur finally asked. His voice was lower than before, careful and measured. He turned his head slightly to look at Razeal instead of the arena, studying him rather than the situation. I mean, you were not aware of any of this, and now you are suddenly going to be married. He hesitated, searching for the right words. Yeah, of course, no one would normally reject something like this. It is a good thing, objectively. But you are not some ordinary person either. Arthur exhaled softly. You are a very capable person. You have your own path. Are you really ready for this? Marrying someone you do not even know? His brows furrowed. There is still time. You can stand up and reject the prize. Say you do not want it. I will help you if you want. The concern lay beneath his words. A human marrying into Atlantian royalty was no small matter. It was unexpected and dangerous, politically and socially. He worried about the backlash. He worried about how his father would react if Razeal rejected it publicly. He worried about the scene it might cause if things went wrong. Beneath all of that, buried deeper than Arthur liked to admit, was a far more personal unease. This man, this human, was about to marry his sister. She would face backlash too, whether he liked it or not. That fact alone made him uneasy. He tried to offer Razeal a way out, framing it as concern, as reason or choice. Razeal did not respond immediately. For several seconds, he simply stood there, his gaze unfocused. The noise of the Colosseum felt distant and muffled, as if the world itself had taken a step back to give him space to think. Marriage had never been part of his plan, not now or ever. He was not interested. He had never built his life with the expectation of sharing it with someone else, much less binding himself to a royal family. Under normal circumstances, he would have rejected it without hesitation. But this was not a normal circumstance. System, he asked silently, his tone calm but sharp. If I reject this marriage, will I lose the title? The answer came immediately, devoid of emotion. Yes, the title will be revoked. Additionally, all changes and alterations applied to your fate and destiny trajectory through that title will be reversed. Restorative correction will occur. That was enough. Razeal nodded slightly, the decision settling into place without much drama. There was no need for hesitation. Losing that title was not an option now. The percentage alteration he had gained, small as it seemed, was priceless. Who knew how many sacrifices, manipulations, and disasters he would need to engineer to reclaim even that much again? This was not something he could afford to throw away over discomfort or principle. He would accept it. Marriage, in the end, was not a big deal to him. Not emotionally or philosophically. It was just a marriage. It could not be that bad. And more than that, now that he thought about it, it solved another problem he had yet to fully address. If his destiny truly required someone who loved him to kill him, then controlling who that person was mattered. Binding himself to someone through marriage gave him leverage over that future too. He would not need to find someone and force them to fall in love with him. He already found a wife. All he needed to do was make her fall in love with him, more than anything else. One stone, two birds. There was something else too. He realized that people needed to look at him favorably, or at least not with hostility, if he wanted to continue eroding the chains of fate binding him. He needed to change. He did not need to become a hero or a kind man, but he did need people to believe he was good. Were Selena or Riven good people? Obviously not. They were bad, disgusting, and had committed unforgivable acts. And yet, One was respected and loved by most people, bearing the title of Holy Saintess. The other was a god, worshipped, prayed to by countless people, and even revered by other gods. In simple terms, all he needed to do was manipulate people. That was not difficult. He was capable of doing that. He just never bothered with it before. Why would he? But now, it changed everything. Even if his name was stained with the title of rapist, all it would take was doing something grand, something undeniable. It had to be done quickly. He needed at least half of the world's population to believe he was not a villain, not a monster. He needed that belief fast. To erase this filth clinging to his name, there was no time for hesitation. He would have to change his personality too, change the way he behaved and the image he showed to people. The first thing he needed to start with was getting married. Losing this title was simply unacceptable to him. He could not let that happen. Razeal thought in deep contemplation, plans for the future already unfolding behind his calm eyes, even as he altered some of his long-held plans entirely. Razeal did not reply to Arthur's earlier question. Arthur was not impatient. He simply waited, watching Razeal as he thought through his answer. As Arthur observed him, a change crossed Razeal's expression. The cold, almost indifferent look on his face faded, replaced by a warm and gentle smile. It was a smile that belonged to someone kind and sincere. The sight unsettled Arthur. He blinked in surprise, taken aback. He had never expected such a smile from Razeal. It had been a long time since they first met, and every interaction Arthur remembered had been marked by coldness, arrogance, and complete indifference. On the rare occasions Razeal did smile, it was usually cold, superior, or just looked evil. Seeing this expression, soft, genuine, and warm, felt entirely out of place, making Arthur feel uneasy. Before Arthur could react, Razeal moved. He stepped closer and, with an ease that felt strangely natural, draped an arm over Arthur's shoulder. The gesture was casual and familiar, like something shared between old friends who had known each other far longer than they actually had. Arthur stiffened slightly, caught off guard by the sudden closeness. "You asked me if I am fine with marrying your sister," Razeal said. His voice was calm and warm, carrying none of the edge Arthur had expected. "Even though I did not know her, even though I essentially won her." He glanced at Arthur briefly, the smile still there. "Right." Arthur did not answer immediately. He was still processing the tone more than the words. "Well," Razeal continued evenly, "it is not that I am greedy, or impatient, or someone who jumps at opportunities without thinking." His arm remained comfortably around Arthur's shoulder, grounding the moment. "I just think this is where my fate led me." Arthur's brows drew together almost imperceptibly. "I believe in a greater cause," Razeal went on, acting the part of the nicest person around. "To get a sister, one needs to get her brother in his favor first. I did not come here to win first place. I did not even know the prize was something like this." He chuckled softly, as if amused by the absurdity of it all. "Honestly, I came here only aiming for second place. I needed a favor from your father, nothing more." Razeal smiled warmly. He could see what Arthur was trying to do. Arthur was likely attempting to get him out of here since he was human. Razeal needed to play his part as well. If he was going to start acting like a good man from now on, he could not just shamelessly accept marrying a princess. Even if he won, he should at least give some reasonable justification. "But it seems like my fate had other plans," he said at last. "So I will not run away from it. I will accept it. As a reasonable person." He lied with a straight face. The warmth in his voice never wavered. His smile remained steady, open, and reassuring, as if he were the only honest person in the world. Arthur felt suspicious. The words felt like complete nonsense coming out of his mouth. Fate? Destiny? What kind of foolishness was that? Who actually believed in things like that? He certainly did not, and this man did not look like someone who would either. And yet, somehow, it did not feel entirely fake. "That is not what I am asking," Arthur said slowly. The explanation did not sit right with him. It felt off. It was as if Razeal was trying to spin his question. Razeal looked at him, still smiling, unbothered. "I know what you are asking," he said. "You are asking whether someone as strong as me, someone with such superior power, would really accept marrying a person I do not even know when I can marry someone by myself. You are wondering if I have lost my mind. Right." He gave a small, calm smile. "Because it does not make sense. That is why I said this. My answer was right and simple from the beginning. I simply believe this must have happened for the greater good. Maybe this is what destiny decided for me, so I will accept it." Razeal continued inwardly. "It cannot be that hard to at least make a good impression on a dim-witted prince, right? Just make him believe I am a good, nice guy." Arthur's lips twitched. "So you are really fine with marrying my sister, huh?" he asked. "I guess father will have to embarrass himself today," Arthur thought as he scratched the back of his head. "What bad luck. I thought this guy would have a huge ego and reject it outright. Instead, I met a fool who actually believes in fate and destiny." He sighed. Still, looking at Razeal's face, it did not seem like he was lying. "I know what you are trying to do," Razeal said again, his voice calm. "You want me to say no to marrying your sister, just because I am human and your people cannot accept that. Am I right?" Arthur grew awkward. His lips twitched again. "All right, I will be straight with you," Arthur said. "Yeah, you guessed it right. Look, dude, father will not accept this. Even if it means embarrassing himself today, he will not let it happen. So just back down on your own. That way, our embarrassment will be less." He glanced at Razeal from the corner of his eye. "We will compensate you. You need a favor, right? I will get it for you. Just leave it at this. Chapter 337. Razeal listened to the words of Arthur without interrupting. He did not argue, he did not react immediately, and he did not even change his posture at first. Then, slowly, almost lazily, he shook his head. Interesting, Razeal said at last, his voice calm and unhurried. But I will have to reject that. The gaze of Arthur sharpened for a fraction of a second, but before he could respond, Razeal continued, tilting his head slightly, as if reconsidering his own words. I will not reject this from my side, he clarified. If the princess herself rejects it, then fine. I will not force anything. But I will not be the one to step back. His lips curved faintly, not quite a smile. As for your father, if he wants to reject it forcefully, he can try. I will not stop him either. Razeal shrugged lightly, as if the matter were trivial. But I will not do it. Kicking away one's own destiny is a bad habit, you know. I do not plan on starting that. Arthur exhaled through his nose and shook his head, exactly as Razeal had expected. There was no surprise on the face of Arthur, only resignation. Yeah, Arthur muttered. I figured you would say that. His expression tightened slightly. Looks like no one is saving father from that shame today. He will not accept it, Arthur added flatly, more as a statement of fact than a warning. Razeal glanced at him sideways, studying him for a moment before speaking again. Why are you sad? Razeal asked suddenly, his tone curious rather than mocking. You actually have more to gain if I marry your sister than if I do not. As he spoke, a sharp glint flickered briefly in his eyes. It was gone so fast it could almost be missed. You should be helping me make this happen then, not trying to stop it. Arthur paused. That was not the direction he had expected this conversation to take. What do you mean? Arthur asked, his brows knitting together. He turned his head slightly toward Razeal, interest and confusion mixing in his expression. How would this be advantageous to me? Razeal did not answer immediately. His arm remained draped over the shoulder of Arthur, but there was weight in it now, a quiet pressure Arthur became suddenly aware of. I remember your sister telling me something, Razeal said slowly. That you are close to becoming crown prince. His voice remained even, almost conversational. But there is a problem. She is stronger than you, Razeal continued, his tone sharpening just enough to bite. Even though you are the elder brother, you still cannot beat her. His eyes flicked briefly toward the face of Arthur, watching closely. And then there is the trident of the sea. The jaw of Arthur tightened. You failed to raise it, right? Razeal said calmly. The body of Arthur stiffened suddenly. From that alone, I can guess the rest, Razeal went on, his voice dropping slightly. She is qualified. She can lift it, right? The only reason the public does not know yet is because time has not caught up. His lips curved faintly. Once it does, she will be declared crown princess. And after that, no one will be able to stop her from becoming ruler of the sea. Each word landed exactly where it was meant to. Arthur felt his body tremble, subtle but undeniable. The arm of Razeal remained across his shoulder, close enough that Arthur could feel the steady presence beside him, the quiet confidence behind every word. And what are you getting at? Arthur asked, his voice lower now, guarded. His earlier smile had vanished completely, replaced by a narrow, assessing stare. The eyes of Razeal softened, but only on the surface. Seems I was right, he said. Then this really is a good chance for you. He leaned in just slightly, his voice dropping to a whisper meant for Arthur alone. Think about it. Right now, your chances of becoming king are almost non-existent. Arthur did not interrupt. But what if she marries a human? Razeal continued, his words slipping in like poison disguised as reason. Even if she is qualified, even if she can wield the trident. His voice was quiet, persuasive. Do you really think the people of Atlantis would accept her as ruler then? The eyes of Arthur widened at the sudden words. They will not, Razeal said softly. Their favor will turn. Doubt will spread. Opposition will grow. His smile deepened, faint and knowing. And where does that favor go instead? Arthur swallowed. To you, Razeal finished. The rightful Atlantian prince. The safe choice. Silence stretched between them. The gaze of Arthur went distant, unfocused, his mind racing. With every word Razeal had spoken, something inside him had shifted. Doubt, resentment, and ambition, things he had kept buried, surfaced all at once. Then, suddenly, Arthur raised one arm and slid it around the shoulder of Razeal in return. He turned fully toward him, his expression transformed. A smile spread across his face, wide, genuine, and sharp all at once. You are a genius, Arthur said, lifting his other hand to give a firm thumbs up. Brother-in-law. Razeal laughed. Arthur laughed too, the sound bubbling up freely now, manic energy flashing in his eyes. I accept it, Arthur continued, grinning. From now on, you are the only one marrying my sister. No debate about it. He laughed again, shaking his head. This is perfect. Razeal laughed along with him, their voices overlapping, blending easily. To anyone watching, they would have looked like close friends sharing a joke. Inside, Razeal observed Arthur calmly, his smile never faltering. Was not this easy, he thought. He shook his head internally, almost amused. Shameless, he decided, truly shameless. But he said nothing. Do not worry, brother-in-law, Arthur whispered conspiratorially, leaning in closer. I will help you marry her. You are lucky, you know. There is no one more beautiful than my sister in this entire world. You should accept it. His grin widened. As for father not accepting it, just follow my advice. Even he will not be able to stop it. The eyes of Arthur brightened with excitement. Of course, Razeal replied smoothly, nodding. That is why I like smart people. And beneath the warmth in his voice, beneath the friendly laughter and shared shoulders, the game had already been decided. While on the other hand, above the VIP seats, the atmosphere had turned sharp and heavy, as if the air itself had tightened. Marissa rose abruptly from her throne, the elegant stone beneath her feet scraping faintly as she stood. Her posture was rigid, her spine straight, and the cold authority she usually wore like armor now cracked just enough for raw anger and disbelief to bleed through. Her eyes locked onto King Julius with a dangerous intensity, the kind that made even seasoned rulers feel the instinctive urge to tread carefully. "I do not accept it," she said, her voice steady yet carrying a sharp edge. "I absolutely cannot let this happen. What is the meaning of this, King Julius?" Her gaze hardened further. "My son marrying? And I was not even informed. Who gave you the right to decide something like this single-handedly?" Her fingers curled slightly at her side, as restrained fury simmered beneath her calm exterior. "He is just a kid." And from his expressions earlier, I could tell he did not even know this was the first prize. "You will have to step down from this." King Julius let out a long, weary breath, one hand rising to cover part of his face, as if trying to physically hold himself together. The weight of the situation pressed visibly on his shoulders, and for the first time that day, he looked every bit like a ruler cornered by circumstances rather than an absolute authority. "Believe me, Lady Marissa, this was never in my plans," he replied, his tone heavy with frustration and resignation. "I even discussed this with you just minutes ago. I even asked you for permission if it is fine to ensure he would not win. Did I not?" He lowered his hand slowly, meeting her gaze with a troubled look. "But your son, he defied everything. He defeated even the great protector placed before him, which should be impossible. But he did and won the first prize outright, something I never intended to allow." His jaw tightened. "Anyway, I will be preparing to prevent the marriage, knowing he is human. I plan to publicly compensate him instead, and explain my reasons before the people. I was worried you would be offended by that decision since your son would be getting wronged." He paused, then let out a hollow sigh. "But now seeing your reaction, I am relieved you do not want this other." His voice dropped further, quieter but firmer. "I truly cannot let this happen. A human marrying the princess of Atlantis would place her in an impossible position. And as much as it pains me, my responsibility lies with the future of Atlantis, not my pride, not my honor." His eyes flickered briefly with discomfort. "Even if it means bending my word today, I must do what I believe is right." Marissa, who had been ready to push further only moments ago, froze slightly upon hearing his words. The anger in her eyes dulled into something more conflicted, more restrained. She inhaled deeply, the tension in her shoulders easing just a fraction. "So that is how it is," she murmured. Slowly, she sat back down on her throne, one hand lifting to her forehead as she rubbed her temple. "All right, I understand." Her voice was quieter now, drained rather than furious. "I can accept that." She said nothing more, simply shaking her head faintly as stress weighed down on her thoughts. Her son marrying at 16, no less, was something she had never prepared for. The very idea unsettled her deeply. As a mother, she felt she should have had a say, at least a conversation, before something like this was ever announced. The mere possibility that it might have actually happened had shaken her more than she wanted to admit. King Julius straightened slowly, as if bracing himself for the next unpleasant task. Sigh. "All right, I will handle this properly," he muttered to himself. Rising from his throne, he cast one final glance toward the arena below before vanishing from the VIP stand. In the next instant, he reappeared at the very center of the arena, his presence commanding immediate silence. "All right," he announced, his voice reverberating powerfully throughout the Colosseum. "This competition has ended. It is time to reward the winners." Floating screens scattered across the arena flared to life, all focusing on his image now. His expression was stern, his tone clipped, devoid of ceremony. He had abandoned formalities entirely. He did not care about elegance or proper pacing anymore. His mood was foul, his patience thin, and he wanted this done. "Third position, step forward." And just as he said it, a short statured man appeared on the arena floor, his chest puffed out, and a proud grin plastered across his face. Despite sensing the irritation laced through the voice of the king, excitement clearly overwhelmed him. He waved enthusiastically toward the audience, basking in the attention as the massive projection screens magnified his image for all of Atlantis to see. King Julius, however, showed no interest in indulging the moment. "Kelsey and Murphy," he said sharply, cutting through the enthusiasm of the man. "You have won third place in the royal competition." With a swift motion, he produced a blue stone tablet engraved with the emblem of the Atlantian royal family and tossed it toward the man. "As your reward, you are granted the right to select one item from the royal treasury. Present this tablet to the guard stationed atop the Colosseum. He will guide you." Keltian caught the blue stone tablet midair, his fingers closing around the cold surface, almost on reflex. The weight of it was real, heavy, solid, undeniable, but the way it had been thrown, the speed with which everything had moved, left him momentarily stunned. His pride from a moment ago faltered slightly, as he looked down at the tablet in his hand, then back up toward the king. But King Julius was not even looking at him anymore. The hurried tone, the lack of acknowledgement, the absence of even a formal nod, it all hit Keltian at once. A flicker of disappointment passed through his eyes, brief and restrained. He had placed third in the royal competition, a feat that would have earned thunderous praise any other day. Yet now, standing under the gaze of the entire Colosseum, he felt strangely dismissed. Still, he did not dare voice a single word of dissatisfaction. Not in front of the king at least. "All right." Next, the voice of King Julius rang out again, sharp and authoritative, echoing across the arena with renewed force. Second position, come to the arena. Keltian hesitated for just a fraction of a second, glancing once more toward the king. There was no acknowledgement coming, no ceremony, no delay. Realizing that much, he tightened his grip around the stone tablet, straightened his posture, and turned away. Without complaint, without theatrics, he walked out of the arena. His steps were steady, his expression composed, hiding whatever disappointment lingered beneath the surface. As soon as he cleared the arena floor, another figure stepped forward. The woman who had faced Razeal in the final match, who had surrendered almost immediately, walked calmly onto the arena. A faint smile rested on her lips, confident and composed, as though she had already anticipated this moment. The crowd shifted subtly, attention refocusing as her presence drew eyes from every direction. King Julius looked down at her. His expression remained neutral, unreadable. Martha Valton, he announced, his voice carrying clearly. You have won second position in the royal competition. He paused briefly before continuing. As your reward, you may ask one thing of the king. Whatever it is, it will be fulfilled. The smile of Martha widened instantly. Excitement flashed across her face, her eyes brightening as heat crept faintly into her cheeks. The reward was not gold. It was not an artifact. It was a promise, one that only the king himself could grant. And that was the thing she had come here for from the very start. So, King Julius said, looking down at her again, a quiet sigh slipping from his lips. What is it? Even as he asked, there was a faint sense of irritation beneath his calm. Whether it was exhaustion, lingering frustration from earlier events, or the weight of the day itself, even he was not entirely sure. Martha lifted her chin slightly, meeting his gaze without hesitation. From childhood, she began, her voice steady yet tinged with emotion. I have heard that there is no warrior as strong and majestic as you in all this ocean, my king. She paused, still hesitating whether to really do it or not. King Julius watched her closely now, curiosity surfacing despite himself. You may speak, he said. Go on. Martha inhaled softly, then finished her words without retreat. I want a son to be a strong and great warrior like you. Her cheeks flushed a little more as she spoke, but her eyes never wavered. The king frowned slightly and shook his head. That is a request I cannot fulfill, he replied plainly. I cannot grant strength, nor can I shape someone into a warrior like myself. His tone hardened just a bit. Choose something reasonable. Martha did not look disappointed. Instead, she smiled. No, my king, she said gently. You misunderstand my words. The faint warmth in her expression deepened as she raised her gaze again. What I mean is, I want a son from you. Her voice was clear now, unhesitating. That way, I will give birth to a son as strong, and who will be a great warrior as you. The moment her words settled, the entire Colosseum fell silent. Not a whisper, not a breath, not a single sound. Arthur, who had been mid-conversation with Razeal, froze. His mouth fell open, shock written plainly across his face. What? He muttered under his breath, unable to finish the thought. Even the attention of Razeal snapped fully toward the woman. His eyes narrowed slightly, interest sparking as he studied her anew, expression unreadable but intent. King Julius himself paused. For the first time since stepping onto the arena, he did not speak immediately. A deep frown formed on his face as he looked down at Martha Valton, the weight of her request finally sinking in. Chapter 338. What a shameless woman, Arthur murmured under his breath. His jaw nearly dropped as he stared toward the woman standing proudly in the arena. She looked young, barely 19 or 20 at most, and yet she had spoken without even a hint of hesitation. She knew her words would echo across the entire Colosseum, and all the spectators would listen to her. His initial shock turned into alarm. He had been relieved moments ago, convinced he had finally found a way to pull his sister out of this absurd political situation. Now, another woman appeared, boldly inserting herself into the heart of the competition, not to win glory or rewards, but to demand a place beside the king himself. If this went through, she would not just be some contestant anymore. She would stand in the same position as royalty, as family. And if she gave birth, would not her son be in the same position as him and his sister? Arthur clenched his teeth. He could not allow that. Not under any circumstances. Without another thought, he removed his arm from Razeal's shoulder, his expression tightening with urgency. He was already moving. His body cut through the arena space as he rushed forward, stopping just 2 steps away from his father and the woman, who had just thrown the entire Colosseum into chaos. Father, you cannot do this, Arthur said quickly, his voice firm but restrained. He met King Julius's gaze directly, forcing himself to remain respectful despite the anger simmering beneath the surface. This is wrong. Totally wrong. King Julius looked at him in silence. There was no immediate reprimand. No sharp response. Just a long, heavy pause as his eyes lingered on his son. Before the king could speak, Martha Valton stepped forward instead. Prince Arthur, she said calmly, a faint smile tugging at her lips. This is not for you to decide. Her tone was polite, but there was steel beneath it. This is tradition. A king must fulfill the request of the winner of the royal competition. She turned slightly, gesturing toward the arena as a whole. As far as I am aware, only requests beyond the king's ability may be rejected. If a request is within his power, then refusing it would mean abandoning his honor and dignity. Her gaze sharpened. What you are doing right now is attempting to dishonor both the king and the royal competition, the greatest tradition of Atlantis itself. Please step back. Arthur's hands clenched at his sides. Yes, it is true that this is tradition. A clear, calm voice suddenly cut in, carrying effortlessly across the arena. And yes, it is true that the king cannot easily refuse. Martha's eyes lifted. From above the spectator stands, two figures descended slowly. Their movements were smooth and deliberate, as if the water itself were carrying them down. But that does not mean my brother has no right to speak, the same voice continued. What you are asking for turns this from a matter of obligation into a family matter also. The voice belonged to Sophia. Martha's gaze flicked between the two women descending. One of them she did not recognize at all. Her appearance was striking, almost unnaturally so, with one blue eye and one red, her sky blue hair flowing freely behind her. That woman clearly was not the princess. Martha's attention shifted to the other. At first glance, she frowned slightly. The woman beside her did not resemble the image Martha had always associated with the princess of Atlantis. Her hair was yellow, her eyes the same shade. Not the deep ocean blue spoken of in stories. Not the presence of the sea itself. Then, before Martha could form another thought, the woman's body began to shift. It happened smoothly, fluidly, as though her form were dissolving into water. Her figure rippled, contours flowing and reforming, until it looked as if a translucent bubble had burst around her. In the next heartbeat, her appearance changed completely. Short yellow hair cascaded downward, lengthening and deepening in color until it became a rich, oceanic blue, falling elegantly down her back. Her eyes shifted as well, losing their former hue and turning into the deep, endless blue of the sea itself. Her features refined, becoming breathtakingly sharp, regal, and overwhelmingly beautiful in a way that made even the surrounding water seem dull in comparison. She wore a royal blue dress that shimmered softly, as if woven from the tides themselves. She descended gently, her bare feet touching the arena floor without a sound, pale and almost glowing against the stone. Just like that, Maria and Sophia landed beside Arthur. Maria stared. She stared at Neptunia in complete silence. Sophia's appearance had changed entirely from nothing to so much. Her gaze lingered on Neptunia's face for several moments, before an irritated glint surfaced in her eyes. Even she found it unacceptably beautiful. Her eyes drifted lower, briefly settling on Neptunia's chest. Maria's lips twitched at the sight of how bountiful it was. Definitely 80 size, she thought coldly. She was really hiding big things behind that fake appearance. Maria observed everything in silence, her expression unreadable, her thoughts sharp and unmoved. Princess Sophia, Martha whispered. The words left her lips almost unconsciously, as Sophia stepped into the arena, alongside the unfamiliar woman. But Sophia did not even spare her a glance. Her attention went straight to the king. Father, Sophia said, her voice steady but cold. Mother will not accept this, so you should step back. Her gaze did not waver as she spoke. There was no hesitation. No uncertainty, only certainty, sharp and absolute. Then Sophia turned toward Martha, her eyes finally locking onto hers. Or you should listen to me, she continued, her tone flattening. Because if this is allowed, Mother will kill you. I am just trying to help you here. The words were not shouted nor were they dramatic. They were stated like fact. You should think carefully, Sophia added, her voice firm. Ask for something else. Mother. Martha blinked, genuine confusion flashing across her face. No one in all of Atlantis knew who the wife of King Julius truly was. It was common knowledge that he had children, yes, but the woman herself was a mystery. Rumors said she had died after childbirth. Others said she had disappeared. No one had ever spoken of her openly. Now the princess was saying she was alive. Not only alive, but powerful enough that even the king could not oppose her. Kill. Martha's thoughts spiraled for only a brief moment before she shook her head. I cannot do that, princess, she said gently, a faint smile returning to her lips. This is my dream. The only thing I want. Her posture remained straight, her tone respectful, but unwavering. If it is unacceptable, Martha continued, then the king may reject it. I will accept that decision, but I will not change my request. She lifted her chin slightly. I came here knowing that the king would fulfill any wish I made. If not, I would never have entered this competition. Arthur frowned deeply, irritation and disbelief clear on his face. This is not ambition anymore, he muttered. This is greed. He looked directly at Martha, frustration clear on his brows. Do you even understand the gravity of what you are asking for? Arthur continued. Why stop here? Why not ask for the throne itself, if power is all you want? His voice sharpened. Do you really think there are children here? That we cannot see what you are doing. Martha turned to him calmly. Please do not misunderstand me, Prince Arthur, she said. I have no such motive. Then what is it? Sophia asked, her gaze hard, unreadable. Why ask for this? Martha's eyes flicked briefly across the arena. Arthur stood rigid with anger barely contained. Sophia stood tall with the weight of royalty pressing down on her shoulders. King Julius himself remained silent the entire time. Silent. Watching. Letting this dishonorable performance unfold rather than stopping it. Still, Martha's smile did not fade. My dream, she said softly, was to become the greatest warrior of the sea. She paused, her eyes lowering for a moment before lifting again. But I know my limits. I know my talent is not enough. Her hands clenched slightly at her sides. The thing I cannot achieve, my son will. Her voice steadied. My son will fulfill my dream. That is all I want. She met Sophia's gaze directly. And I know the sea does not grant greatness easily. Not every child can become the strongest warrior. Martha turned slowly toward King Julius. That is why I came to beg the greatest warrior of the sea. Her eyes did not lower. King Julius has the right to reject this, and I will accept it. She inhaled deeply. But a warrior who cannot keep his honor, who breaks his word after declaring he will fulfill any wish, how could such a man call himself a warrior? Her voice sharpened. Much less the greatest warrior of the sea. A heavy silence settled over the arena. So if the king rejects me, Martha continued calmly, I will leave and search for another warrior, one who is worthy enough to be begged. Her gaze hardened. Because a warrior who cannot keep his word is not great, nor worthy enough to see him, as his seed will never bring me the greatest warrior, since he never was one in the first place. She looked straight into Julius's eyes. Am I wrong, King Julius? Julius's eyes suddenly lifted, as if struck by her words and finally realizing what he was doing. He drew a deep breath, then shook his head slowly. What a shameful image I have presented, Julius said quietly. He looked down at Martha, his voice firm now, stripped of uncertainty. I must apologize. His gaze shifted to Arthur, then to Sophia. He closed his eyes briefly, as if steadying himself, before opening them again. Sophia. Arthur. His voice suddenly surged outward, reverberating across the entire Colosseum, shaking the spectators where they stood. Step out of the arena. Now. But, father. Arthur bit down on his words halfway, his voice catching in his throat as he tried one last time. The protest slipped out instinctively, not as a challenge, but as a son who still hoped, still believed, that there might be another way. Step down as I said. King Julius did not raise his voice, yet the words carried far more weight than a shout ever could. The air itself seemed to tighten around him as he spoke, his presence swelling, pressing outward like a vast tide held back only by his restraint. This is my honor and my dignity as king, he continued, his gaze steady and unyielding. She is not wrong. The words landed heavily. It was my declaration, Julius said, his tone sharpening, steel threading through every syllable. I gave my word before the entirety of Atlantis. I said the victor could ask for anything, and I would grant it. His eyes narrowed slightly. And yet I have already disrespected her by allowing interference, by letting my own children stand here and attempt to sway her will. The king exhaled slowly. That alone was dishonorable. The king straightened fully now. Step out of the arena. His presence flared. This will be my last warning. The majesty radiating from him was no longer restrained. It was not merely authority. It was the weight of Atlantis itself, the dignity of a ruler who had carried the sea on his shoulders for over a century. The spectators could feel it pressing against their chests, forcing silence and submission. Arthur's jaw tightened. Sophia closed her eyes for a brief moment. In that instant, both of them understood. They were not defending family anymore. They were trampling on their father's honor. Yes. Arthur exhaled slowly, the word heavy with resignation. Yes, father, Sophia echoed, her voice calm, but subdued. Neither argued further. They exchanged a brief glance, one that carried frustration, helplessness, and understanding all at once, before Arthur turned away. Without another word, he stepped off the arena floor, his footsteps measured and controlled, heading toward where Razeal stood. Sophia lingered for a fraction of a second longer. She looked back at her father one last time, something unreadable passing through her eyes, before she turned as well. She reached out, taking Maria's hand firmly. Maria, who had stood silent the entire time, did not pull away. Together, they descended from the arena too, as Sophia led the way. The arena was left with only two figures standing at its center, King Julius and Martha. Every floating screen shifted, every projection focusing on them alone. At the same time, the entire Colosseum seemed to hold its breath. Arthur stopped beside Razeal, his movements slower now, heavier. Razeal had not moved throughout the exchange. He had watched calmly, his expression unreadable, his attention fixed on the arena with quiet intensity. So, Razeal said at last, his voice low, what do you think your father will do now? Honestly, he was quite curious himself now. This drama was just another thing. Arthur did not answer immediately. He stood there in silence for several seconds, eyes still locked onto his father's figure at the center of the arena. I do not know, he admitted finally, his voice subdued. He shook his head once. My father can lower his honor for others, Arthur continued. He has done it before. He is capable of swallowing pride if it protects Atlantis and his family. But when it comes to his own word, Arthur trailed off, then exhaled sharply. He would never disgrace himself. So, he asked quietly, he will accept it, huh? Arthur did not respond. Not because he would not, but because he could not. At that moment, Sophia and Maria reached them. Razeal turned, his attention finally shifting away from the arena. For the first time, he saw Sophia in her true form as she walked toward him now, her ocean blue hair cascading freely, eyes deep and endless like the sea itself. There was even a quiet authority in her presence, just like Celestia had it too. An undeniable weight made it clear she was no ordinary princess either. Razeal did not say anything. He was simply looking at her. Sophia met his gaze without flinching. Hey, she said softly. The word was simple and almost casual. Hello, Razeal replied, uncrossing his arms as he turned fully toward her. Maria stood beside Sophia, silent. But her face had fallen. Her eyes flicked between Razeal and Sophia, back and forth, faster than she realized. Her right eye twitched violently. Her hands clenched at her sides, nails digging into her palms. At the center of the arena, Martha finally spoke again. There is no need to apologize, she said calmly. King Julius looked at her directly now. I am simply glad, Martha continued, that you are not a dishonorable man. Her words were not flattery, they were acknowledgement. After all, he had even sent away the prince and princess who had tried to pressure her, something an honorable man should never have allowed in the first place. Still, Martha chose not to make a scene out of it. She did not accuse him. She did not press further. She simply stated the truth. Then she lifted her gaze. So, Martha said plainly, will you fulfill my request, or not? The entire Colosseum leaned into the silence that followed. King Julius did not answer immediately. The weight of the sea, the weight of his word, the weight of his crown, all pressed down on him at once. Chapter 339. So, Martha said plainly, will you fulfill my request, or not? The entire Colosseum leaned into the silence that followed. King Julius did not answer immediately. The weight of the sea, the weight of his word, and the weight of his crown pressed down on him at once. The spectators focused to a razor's edge. The vast Colosseum, moments ago filled with layered murmurs and restless anticipation, stood unnaturally still, as if the sea itself had paused to listen. Every gaze locked onto the center of the arena. No one dared look away. The request Martha had made was not merely bold, it was outrageous, almost sacrilegious. Asking this of the king of Atlantis bordered on insanity. Yet, the question lingered in every mind like a held breath. Would the king uphold his honor, or would he finally cast it aside? You want a son like me, is that truly your request? King Julius asked. His voice cut through the silence, deep and steady, carrying the weight of centuries. He looked down at Martha directly, his towering figure casting a long shadow over her smaller frame. His eyes remained calm, but something immeasurably vast lurked behind them, like an ocean seen from its deepest trench. His majesty was no longer restrained. It pressed down on the arena, on the spectators, and on reality itself. This was the presence of the king of all seas. He stood not merely as a ruler, but as a force born of the ocean's will. Martha did not avert her gaze. Despite the pressure and the suffocating authority bearing down on her, she stood straight with an unshaken expression. A faint smile curved her lips. It was not mocking, nor arrogant, but resolute. Yes, she said clearly, that is my request. A ripple passed through the stands. Think once more. The king's voice lowered. The words were deliberate and heavy with meaning. Is that truly your request? As he spoke, he extended one arm outward. The water above the Colosseum stirred violently. The sky trembled as the sea responded to its master's call. From high above, wrapped in spiraling currents of water, a golden trident descended. It spun slowly as if carried by the ocean's reverence. The weapon pierced through the air without resistance and landed perfectly in King Julius's grasp. The moment his fingers closed around it, the atmosphere changed. He slammed the butt of the trident into the arena floor. The impact reverberated like a thunderclap beneath the sea. Cracks spread across the white stone beneath his feet, not from force alone, but from the sheer authority imbued in that sacred weapon. The trident's sharp head pointed skyward, gleaming with ancient runes and divine luster, while the king stood immovable. His body radiated a pressure so immense it felt as though the ocean itself had risen and filled the arena. The spectators struggled to breathe. The pressure crashed down on Martha like an invisible tide, heavy enough to crush bone and bend will. Her instincts screamed at her to kneel, to retreat, to submit. Even her breath felt thicker and harder to draw in. Yet, she did not move. Her feet stayed planted. Her spine remained straight. She lifted her chin and met the king's eyes once more. Yes, she repeated, her voice steady despite the weight bearing down on her. That is my request. For a fleeting moment, she wondered if this was the end. Would the king strike her down here and now, dishonoring his pride? Even that thought did not make her step back. So this is it, she mused faintly. Perhaps he was never the greatest warrior after all. Before that thought could settle, and before fear or regret could bloom, something happened. Something no one had imagined. The entire Colosseum went dead silent. Sophia and Arthur, watching from the sidelines, froze. Their eyes narrowed in disbelief as shock flashed across their faces. Arthur's breath caught in his throat, and Sophia's fingers clenched unconsciously at her side. Even Razeal, who had remained unmoved through the whole scene, and the declarations alike, raised an eyebrow in clear surprise. High above, in the VIP chamber, Maris's expression shifted. Genuine astonishment flickered across her face. At the center of the arena, King Julius slowly lowered himself onto one knee. The sight was clearly blasphemous. The king of Atlantis placed his trident, the most sacred treasure of the sea, flat against the arena floor. Its golden surface gleamed as it rested there, the blade oriented toward Martha's feet. Julius held the trident firmly at its end, his grip steady and reverent. Then, he bowed his head. What are you doing? Martha asked. She staggered half a step back, genuine shock finally breaking through her composure. Her eyes widened, confusion and disbelief colliding, as she stared at the kneeling king. Her mind raced, unable to grasp the meaning of this gesture. This was not what she had asked for. This was not what she had expected. Before she could say anything more, King Julius lifted his head. His gaze met hers once again, unwavering, solemn, and absolute. I will fulfill your request, he declared, his voice ringing across the Colosseum, like a vow etched into the world itself. With my honor above all else. The silence deepened, becoming almost suffocating. From this day forward, Julius continued, you shall be my mother, and I shall be your son. Because this sea, the king said, his voice firm and resolute, has birthed only one true warrior above all, to be honored as the greatest warrior of the sea. His grip on the trident tightened. No other has been born, he continued, and none ever will be. The declaration crashed through the Colosseum like a tidal wave. The entire Colosseum seemed to forget how to breathe. Tens of thousands of spectators sat frozen in place, their minds lagging several heartbeats behind what their eyes were witnessing. No cheers rose. No murmurs followed. It was as if the sea itself had swallowed every sound, leaving behind only stunned silence. Faces were pale, eyes were wide, and mouths were slightly parted, but no one spoke. No one even dared to move. The scene unfolding before them felt too heavy and too sacred, as though a single careless breath might shatter it. Martha stood there, unmoving. Her eyes remained locked onto King Julius, who still knelt before her with the sacred trident laid bare at her feet. For one impossibly long moment, her mind failed her entirely. She had come prepared for rejection, for ridicule, perhaps even for death. She had steeled herself for everything, but this was something she had never imagined, not even in her most desperate hopes. Her pupils trembled as understanding finally seeped in, slow and overwhelming. The meaning of his words and the intent behind his act struck her with a force far greater than any blade or spell. This was not the fulfillment she had sought. This was not the selfish, shameful wish she had dared to make. As she looked into King Julius's eyes, she found no mockery there. There was no pity and no resentment, only unwavering resolve. There was only dignity so absolute it eclipsed everything else. The greatest warrior. The thought rose unbidden in her mind, heavy and reverent. It was not because of his strength or his title, but because he could kneel without losing himself. He could lower his head without diminishing his worth. Even on one knee, he towered over every soul present. Her lips trembled. She had come here carrying a request born of desperation, and of ambition twisted by longing. She had asked for something indecent and selfish, something that reduced a man to a means rather than a being. She had been ready to stain his honor if it meant grasping her dream. And yet, the man before her had responded, not with anger or rejection, but with an answer so pure it shattered her entirely. Her body shook. At first it was subtle, a faint tremor running through her shoulders, but it quickly grew stronger as her breath hitched and her chest tightened. Her vision blurred. Heat gathered behind her eyes before she could stop it, and then tears. They welled up suddenly, spilling over without warning and tracing warm paths down her cheeks. She made no attempt to wipe them away. She could not. Her hands felt too heavy, and her limbs too weak, as if all the strength she had used to stand defiantly moments ago had finally abandoned her. This was what it meant to stand before a truly honorable warrior. He was not one who crushed others beneath his power, but one who upheld his word even when it cost him pride, even when it invited misunderstanding, and even when the entire world watched. King Julius did not move or rise. He simply looked at her, his gaze steady, patient, and unyielding in its sincerity. "Do you accept it, Martha Valton?" he asked again. His voice was calm and resonant, carrying clearly through the silent arena. "Or have I misunderstood your request once again?" The words were not sharp. They were not challenging. They were gentle in a way that cut far deeper than accusation ever could. Martha's breath shuddered. She shook her head, slow at first, then more firmly, as tears fell faster now, blurring her vision, until the world dissolved into light and shadow. Her throat tightened, choking her words, but she forced them out anyway because they mattered, because this moment mattered. "No," she whispered hoarsely, her voice breaking. "Not at all." She fell forward onto both knees before him. The stone was cold beneath her skin, and her posture was no longer proud, but utterly bare, stripped of pretense and ambition alike. Her head bowed instinctively, not in shame, but in reverence. "This would be an honor," she said, her voice trembling as tears poured freely now, unchecked. "An honor I never deserved to ask for." Her shoulders shook as emotion finally overwhelmed her. The strength she had displayed earlier and the composure she had clung to dissolved completely, leaving behind only raw sincerity. She did not try to hide it. There was no point anymore. Around them, the Colosseum remained silent. From the side of the arena, Razeal watched the scene unfold, his crimson eyes reflecting the sight before him. For once, his expression was not guarded, not calculating. Genuine surprise flickered across his face, lingering longer than he expected. He exhaled softly, a quiet breath only he could hear, and shook his head once, slowly. "Seems like," he thought wryly, the corner of his lips twitching faintly, "I am going to have a very interesting father-in-law at least." Chapter 340. Ancestor Shwe spat out his contempt. "That is the stupidest thing I have ever seen." Rather than coupling with her as she begged him to, he made her his mother. What idiocy. The vampire progenitor scoffed. He placed his pride above everything else. He at least is a man worthy of respect. He had the strength to kill her and even the strength to say no. He could have fulfilled her request too. He could have done exactly what she asked and kept the word he had given her. But he did not lie to his honor. Instead, he fulfilled her wish in the way it should be fulfilled. Since he sees himself as the greatest warrior, how would you understand the weight of such a majestic perspective? To believe that no warrior greater than him will ever be born, so he gave himself to her for the sake of his honor. He is deserving of being king, after all. The degenerated bastard laughed. "Sounds like bullshit to me. I would have given that woman as many kids as she asked for. That is what she was begging for." Lucifer interjected. "What would someone who has never had pride know about what true pride is, anyway?" Ancestor Shwe retorted. "We have seen your pride. Watching you lick the feet of heaven's high lady with your tongue was an embarrassing sight," dewised Lucifer. Lucifer went silent. Ancestor Shwe pressed on. "What? Do not even have words now?" Lucifer finally growled. "She is on a completely different level, far above anything I have ever seen. I was no match for her, but one day, I will reach her level, and make her do the same. So for now, I cannot say anything. But I do not think you have any right to comment on this nonsense. If you want to prove yourself, why not face me directly? I will show you what the king of hell truly is." Ancestor Shwe dismissed him. "No need. I do not talk to people who lick feet. Dirty feet licker." Lucifer roared. "I will kill you, you bastard." The degenerated bastard chuckled. Duist Shwe really does have superior rage-baiting skills. I must learn this art. Lily commanded. All of you, shut up. Let me watch. My little good boy is about to get married. Do not ruin the moment. The degenerated bastard added. You think he will show us his honeymoon too? What do you all think? I will pay handsomely for that. Truly. Ancestor Schwem mused. Now that you mention it, I am looking forward to it. The stream chat was extremely lively, but Razeal paid little attention to it. His gaze remained fixed on the arena. He watched King Julius accept that woman as his mother, a title no one could have predicted. Arthur stood beside him, arms crossed, jaw tight. He stared straight ahead. He had not said a word since it happened. Razeal finally broke the silence. He nudged Arthur lightly with his shoulder. His tone was casual, yet laced with unmistakable amusement. Looks like you are getting a brand new grandmother, he said. Arthur's jaw clenched harder. He rolled his shoulder as if trying to shake off the comment and the reality behind it. Irritation hardened his features, but he kept his voice low and controlled. He ground his teeth as he spoke. I am not alone, he shot back. Congratulations. You just got yourself a grandma too, brother-in-law. There was no humor in his voice, only reluctant acceptance wrapped in bitterness. He did not like it. He did not agree with it, but he knew better than to challenge it openly. It was his father's decision. Decisions like that, once made, reshaped the sea itself. Nobody listened to him anyway, so his opinion did not matter. Sophia's eyes narrowed the moment the term brother-in-law left Arthur's mouth. A sharp, measured look appeared on her face that made it clear she was paying attention to everything. Her gaze moved from Arthur to Razeal and back again, slow and deliberate, as if weighing them both. Brother-in-law, she repeated. Her tone was cool, edged with warning. So fast. I have not even said anything yet. You two seem to be getting along rather well, and suspiciously quickly at that. Arthur did not miss the hint of irritation in her voice. If anything, it amused him. A crooked smirk tugged at his lips as he stepped closer and casually draped an arm over Razeal's shoulder again. He deliberately exaggerated the sense of closeness between them, as if to provoke her further. He said lightly. Of course, brother-in-law is a very interesting man. We get along just fine. His eyes flicked to Sophia, sharp and assessing now. And as for you saying anything, did you not already say that you would accept your spouse according to tradition? Whoever one would be your husband. His smirk deepened. Or are you planning to say no now? Sophia crossed her arms over her chest. The movement was slow and controlled. Her posture radiated irritation, rather than uncertainty. She looked at Arthur as if he were a particularly annoying problem she had not yet decided how to deal with. Did I say no? She asked flatly. Arthur raised an eyebrow. So that is a yes. For a moment, Sophia said nothing. The silence stretched, not awkward, but deliberate. She did not look at Arthur. Her gaze shifted slightly, unfocused, as if she were weighing something internal rather than reacting to the conversation around her. Then, with a small exhale, she unfolded her arms and lifted both hands outward in a loose shrug. Her shoulders rose and fell with quiet acceptance. I will go with it, she said calmly. Of course. This is what Mother suggested, after all. Her eyes slid sideways toward Razeal, not lingering, not shy, but assessing. Run the tradition, she said, and I would find my soulmate. So, here we are, I suppose. That was when Maria finally stepped in. What tradition? She cut in. Her voice was cold and sharp, slicing through the moment like a blade. She made no attempt to hide her irritation. Would anyone care to explain this properly? Arthur turned at the sound of her voice. He only just noticed that a woman he did not recognize had been standing beside Sophia the entire time. His brows furrowed slightly as he looked her over, clearly confused. And who are you exactly? He asked bluntly. Neither Sophia nor Maria acknowledged him. Sophia inhaled slowly, then raised a finger, not in command, but as a signal that she was about to explain something that clearly mattered. When she spoke again, her tone shifted, becoming steadier and more formal, carrying the weight of something old. It is a tradition that dates back to the very beginning, she said, looking at Maria. To the founding of Atlantis itself. A royal competition was established, where the greatest warriors of the sea would gather and display their strength. In those times, honor, worth, and legitimacy were measured almost entirely through physical power and combat ability. So in that era, finding a worthy consort for a princess was not simple. Not just anyone could marry into the royal line. So the tradition was formed. The princess would choose her spouse through strength, not preference, not politics. The competition was believed to be blessed by the Sea Mother herself. It was said that no matter the odds, the rightful person would always emerge as the victor. In our belief, it is not coincidence. It is destiny. Sophia glanced aside for a moment, then continued. And it does not end there. The tradition does not only test the warriors, it also tests the princes. The princess participates in it in her own way, to see where her destiny leads her. 2 months before the royal challenge begins, the princess is placed at the edge of Atlantis, at the 7th sea. From there, Sophia went on, she must reach the royal challenge before it begins. She has to cross all the seas on her own. There are strict conditions, like she cannot use her powers. She cannot reveal her true identity. She cannot rely on existing relationships or authority. She must travel alone, as she is dependent on her physical capabilities too. If she reaches the royal challenge before it starts, she earns the right to cancel the marriage entirely. It means her destiny does not yet bind her to anyone. That the winner of the competition is not her destined partner. But if she fails to reach it in time, then it means that fate itself intervened. That the path was closed because it was never meant for her to escape it. And whoever wins the competition in that case is the one she is meant to marry. She finished her explanation with a small nod, as if sealing the matter. That is what our tradition teaches, she said. If the princess cannot reach the challenge in time, then destiny has already chosen. Arthur nodded slowly as Sophia finished explaining. Her words aligned perfectly with what he had grown up hearing. There was no surprise on his face, only quiet confirmation, as if every sentence she spoke simply placed long-known truths into clearer shape. To him, this was tradition, history, something as immovable as the tides themselves. Razeal, on the other hand, remained silent. He listened without interrupting, crimson eyes steady, thoughts turning inward. Now it made sense. Why Sophia had hidden her strength, why she had asked for help, and why she seemed a little sad when time ran out. Razeal understood it all, but he did not say anything. He was quite amazed by the strange kinds of traditions that existed in this world. Maria, however, reacted very differently. She shook her head. Strands of her hair shifted sharply as irritation bled into her expression. If I were in your place, she said bluntly, turning fully toward Sophia, I would never agree to something like this. Never. Her voice carried disbelief more than anger, but both were present. It is so embarrassing. I honestly do not understand how you are fine with it. You had a chance, and an actual right to fight it, and yet you went along with it? What is even the point then? I mean, you were not allowed to use your real abilities. You could not reveal who you were. You could not rely on your power, or your identity. It is like whoever created this tradition never intended for the princess to succeed. Her lips curled slightly. And do not tell me you are comfortable being treated like a prize. Think about that for a moment. Being handed out as a reward. That is not something to be proud of. It is humiliating. Maria's gaze hardened. A woman should have the right to choose her life partner herself. Whoever she wants. However she wants. This tradition, you should not accept it. You really should not. Sophia listened without interrupting. Her expression was calm, almost detached. When Maria finished, Sophia tilted her head slightly. Her blue eyes were steady rather than offended. What exactly is there to be embarrassed about? She asked evenly. And as for becoming a prize, that is how this tradition works. Whether you like it or not, it is not something you have the right to judge. She exhaled softly, then continued. Her tone sharpened just enough to make her point unmistakable. I have heard about how things are done among your people on land. Arranged marriages, for example, where parents choose a spouse for their child. Or engagements decided when the children are not even 5 years old. If you ask me, that is far more embarrassing. Maria closed her lips suddenly. You talk about choosing your partner yourself, Sophia went on. But how effective is that, really? You only choose from the people around you, from the limited options placed in front of you. You do not choose someone because they fulfill everything you need. You just choose the best option out of all those options. Not because they are perfect, but because they are convenient. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Do you think most people travel the world to find the right person? No. They settle. Because they are lazy, or afraid, or unwilling to challenge their circumstances. Her voice grew firmer. Pride seeped into every word. That, to me, is far more humiliating. My path is different. I am given the right to challenge destiny itself. And the one destined for me is given the same challenge. Anyone, from any corner of the world, can come here and compete. It is not limited to a small circle, a single city, or a handful of familiar faces. Sophia lifted her chin slightly. And unlike many women who dream of finding a man stronger than themselves, or at least equal to them, I have no such expectations. From childhood, I accepted a simple truth. No man in this world would ever come close to what I am, strength-wise or otherwise. There was never going to be someone worthy by ordinary standards. She paused. Her eyes went distant for a fraction of a second before refocusing. But I am not naive either. My mother taught me that no matter how strong you are, life without a partner is incomplete. Strength alone is meaningless. You never truly live without someone to share that life with. Her gaze hardened, conviction clear. So this is what I chose. If someone is written into my destiny, they will come here and win. If not, then I remain alone and try next time. Simple as that. Silence followed her words. Maria did not respond immediately. Her lips twitched. Frustration was still present, but now tangled with reluctant understanding. She did not like it, but she could not dismiss it either. Coming from a noble background herself, she understood how marriages worked beyond ideals. She knew about political unions, alliances forged through vows, and marriages meant to cleanse reputations or consolidate power. Compared to all of that, Sophia's path was cleaner. Harsh, perhaps, but at least honest. Still, Maria shook her head slowly. Even if your logic makes sense, she said at last, quieter now, it does not mean it cannot go wrong. What if it does not? What if the man who wins turns out to be cruel, selfish, just bad and dirty, or nothing like what you need? Her eyes searched Sophia's face. If you chose for yourself, if you truly knew him, you could avoid that. Sophia just shook her head lightly. A faint, knowing smile rested on her lips as she continued. Her voice was calm yet absolute, as if she were stating facts carved into the very bones of Atlantis itself. It has never gone wrong, she said. Not even once. Her eyes flickered briefly toward Maria, not challengingly, but with the quiet confidence of someone standing on centuries of proof. This tradition is not something I invented. I am not the first to walk this path. She straightened slightly. Her posture was regal without effort. Atlantis has existed for thousands upon thousands of years. In that time, countless princesses have been born, for more than you could ever count. And yes, not all of them chose this tradition. Some did not trust it. Some married according to their own preferences, their own emotions, or just their own judgments. Her smile tilted, almost imperceptibly. And that is where the irony lies. There were problems, Sophia continued. Many. Marriages chosen by preference failed. Trust broke. Power clashed. Regret followed. Her gaze sharpened slightly. But among those who chose the tradition, not a single one, not even one marriage chosen by this ritual has ever failed. That is why Atlantians trust it so deeply. Faith like that does not come from belief, it comes from results. She let the words settle, then added more softly, as if answering doubts Maria had not spoken aloud. And even if something were to go wrong, so what? Her tone was not dismissive, it was brutally practical. Marriage is not the end of the world. If a woman marries the wrong man, she does not lose her life. Maria frowned. That is not. In Atlantis, Sophia interrupted calmly, a woman still has the right to marry more than one man, if she is capable enough. And if her husband proves incapable, weak, useless, or unworthy, then she may leave him also. Her eyes darkened slightly. The sea itself seemed to echo behind them. And if he is truly vile? She shrugged. Then just kill him. The words landed heavily. Maria's lips twitched. Her expression was confused. That all is allowed here. Sophia tilted her head, genuinely curious. On land, it is not? She looked almost amused. In Atlantis, strength is respected. Those who are strong have the right to decide their own lives. She gestured lazily to the side, pointing toward Arthur without even looking at him. Take my brother, for example. Arthur stiffened. That bastard has 3 wives, and over 300 concubines, Sophia said flatly, as if discussing the weather. It is normal. Strength grants privilege. If a partner is incapable, the stronger party decides their fate. Maria stared, visibly disturbed. So you are saying you would allow your husband to take other wives? Chapter 341. Maria stared, her brow furrowing with obvious discomfort. So you are saying you would allow your husband to take other wives? Sophia did not answer immediately. She turned her head slightly, her gaze shifting slowly and deliberately until it settled on Razeal. If he is capable enough, she said. That is the only question. Her eyes lingered on him, assessing and weighing, as if measuring something far deeper than physical strength. But is he? Razeal remained silent throughout the exchange. His expression stayed unreadable, his crimson eyes calm and observant. He neither reacted nor flinched, simply allowing her gaze to rest on him without resistance. Something in his eyes made Sophia smile. She stepped forward, closing the distance between them with unheard confidence. The world around them seemed to dull slightly as she came to a stop directly in front of him. Lifting one finger, she traced it slowly and deliberately down the line of his face, from above his brow to his jaw. The touch was light, intimate, and unmistakably provocative. Do not worry, husband, she murmured. Her voice was low, playful, and dangerous. I am not that easy to win over, and I do not prefer harems. Her lips curved upward as she leaned closer, leaving only inches between them. But that also depends on your performance. Try not to disappoint me. Maria snapped. What husband? She cut in sharply. She stepped forward and forcefully placed herself between them, shoving Sophia back with a scowl. You may have accepted this, but that does not mean he has. You have been around us long enough. Do you really think he is interested in women at all? Her eyes narrowed, protective and angry. He is going to reject this. So back off. Sophia blinked, surprised. She steadied her balance as she looked at Maria with narrowed eyes. The air between them tightened. Then a voice spoke from behind Maria. I have already accepted. The words were calm and firm. Maria suddenly froze. Sophia's eyes raised slightly as she turned, looking past Maria to Razeal. For the first time since the declaration, genuine surprise crossed her face. Then, slowly, her expression softened. Her blue eyes curved into crescent moons, radiant and bright as they locked onto his crimson gaze. That is good, she said quietly, warmth flooding her voice. You what? Maria's voice came out strained and breathless. She snapped her head back so fast it felt like her neck might crack. Her eyes widened as they locked onto Razeal. Shock flooded her face openly, without restraint. Confusion, disbelief, and something far more complicated tangled together in her expression. For a moment, she just stared at him, as if waiting for him to take the words back, to say it was a mistake or a joke. Razeal did not move. He stood there calmly, his posture relaxed, his crimson eyes steady, offering no explanation and no retreat. That silence alone was louder than any confirmation. Before Maria could find her voice again, before the storm of questions boiling in her chest could spill out, a new sound cut through the air. Sophia, come here. King Julius's voice thundered through the stadium once more, powerful enough to shake the air itself. The sound rolled across the Colosseum like a crashing wave, snapping everyone out of the private tension brewing between them. Conversations died mid-breath, eyes lifted. The entire Colosseum refocused in an instant. It is time for the announcement regarding the first prize. The words struck with weight. Sophia exhaled softly, her shoulders lowering just a fraction. Well, she murmured, already turning. Seems like we have a problem. She glanced back at Razeal briefly, her expression composed but sharp and already calculating. But do not worry, I will try talking him out of it. She sounded certain, too certain for someone who did not know how this would go. She began walking toward the arena floor where her father now stood, her steps unhurried and controlled. As she moved, her gaze flicked briefly toward the woman King Julius had just acknowledged as his mother. Martha was already stepping away from the center, wiping her tears with trembling hands. The smile on her face was bright, peaceful, and fulfilled. Sophia watched her for half a second longer than necessary, then looked away. Yes, I am here, father, Sophia said as she came to a stop before him, preparing to speak. King Julius raised a single hand. The gesture was absolute. Sophia froze mid-sentence, biting back whatever she had been about to say. King Julius straightened fully, lifting his chin. His presence expanded until it felt as though the sea itself stood behind him. He turned his gaze outward, past his daughter, past the arena floor to the countless spectators filling the Colosseum. Every floating screen shifted to frame his image. Every sound faded. To the people of Atlantis, he began. His voice carried effortlessly to every corner of the stadium. To my brothers, my sisters, my elders, and to the young ones who will inherit this sea. The weight in his tone tightened the air. I have an announcement to make regarding the winner of the royal competition. A pause followed, long enough to build tension, and short enough to feel deliberate. First, he continued, I must apologize. That single word sent a ripple of surprise through the crowd. Today, he said, I, Julius Atlas Neptune, the 71st king of Atlantis, will, for the first time in our history, break a sacred tradition. Gasps spread instantly. Murmurs erupted. Disbelief rippled outward like shockwaves. I cannot allow my daughter to marry the winner of this competition. Sophia closed her eyes briefly. I do not say this lightly, King Julius continued. His voice was heavy but resolute. Nor do I say this without regret. But as a father, I must think of my daughter's future and well-being. And as a king, I must think of the future of Atlantis itself. He let the words sink in before delivering the final blow. The reason for this decision is simple. His gaze sharpened. The winner of this competition is human. The stadium exploded. Shock tore through the audience like a violent tide. Voices rose instantly, some in disbelief, others in outrage, and others in stunned silence. Thousands of eyes snapped toward Razeal all at once, scrutinizing him as if seeing him for the first time. A human had won the royal competition. Confusion collided with tradition. Pride clashed with disbelief. For many, the idea alone felt unacceptable, an insult to history itself. Sophia opened her eyes and shook her head faintly, exactly as she had expected. Still, disappointment flickered across her face, brief but real. Razeal felt the weight of every gaze pressing down on him, but he did not move or flinch. There was not even a reaction. He simply stood there, calm and silent, absorbing the storm without resistance. So, he said quietly, turning his head toward Arthur. His tone was level and almost bored. You said this would happen. What now? Arthur grinned. Oh, do not worry, he replied easily. Confidence oozed from every word. This might look bad, but trust me. You picked the right person to help you. He ran a hand through his hair, his posture loose and relaxed, as if the king of Atlantis had not just publicly rejected a sacred tradition. You think it was easy for me to collect all the women I have, Arthur continued, lowering his voice slightly. You think none of their families tried to stop them, threatened me, dragged them away. He chuckled softly. Compared to that, this is nothing. Arthur leaned in closer, his lips near Razeal's ear, and whispered, quiet enough that no one else could hear. Listen carefully. I will tell you exactly what to do next. Maria could only blink. Her eyes followed Arthur as he leaned close to Razeal. Her brows knitted together when she realized she could not hear a single word of what was being said. She strained instinctively, tilting her head slightly, her attention sharpening. It was useless. The air around them felt sealed and muted, as if sound itself bent away from that narrow space between the two men. Her lips pressed together. A barrier, she thought. No, not a spell I recognize. Arthur was clearly doing something. His voice was moving, his expression shifting from here to there. Finally, Arthur leaned back. A confident, almost smug smile spread across his face, as if he had just finished setting a trap and was already enjoying the outcome. Razeal, on the other hand, turned toward him with a rare crack in his composure. Are you sure about this? He asked quietly. Genuine surprise flickered across his face. Arthur's grin widened. Just follow my steps, he said casually, brushing imaginary dust from his shoulder. Do not miss a single thing. And I promise you. His eyes gleamed. Even if a god steps down personally, they will not have any say in this. Razeal studied him for a brief moment, measuring the weight of those words. And your sister, he asked. What about her? Arthur waved it off with ease. Do not worry, she will follow. That answer alone was unexpected. She has got more of an adventurous spirit than people realize, Arthur continued, glancing briefly toward Sophia. She has asked more than once to go to the land, to see the world beyond the sea. Father and mother never allowed it. His grin sharpened. This just gives her another reason to. He winked. Razeal exhaled slowly. He was not entirely convinced, but Arthur's confidence was absolute. If there was one thing Razeal had learned, it was that Arthur never gambled without stacking the odds first. All right, Razeal said finally, nodding once. I will do it. Arthur laughed softly, satisfied. Razeal did not waste another second. He turned and began walking toward the arena, straight toward the center, toward the king of Atlantis himself. Maria's gaze followed him instinctively. Her confusion deepened as she watched Razeal's back retreat farther and farther away. What did you say to him? She demanded, turning sharply toward Arthur. Arthur only smiled. You will find out, he replied lightly. On the arena floor, the tension thickened. Razeal stepped forward until his presence alone drew attention. His footsteps echoed faintly against the stone, cutting through the restless murmurs of the crowd. You cannot stop this. His voice rang out suddenly, sharp and clear, mirroring the authority King Julius himself had wielded moments earlier. The entire Colosseum froze. King Julius turned. His gaze locked onto Razeal instantly, heavy and unyielding. Even Sophia turned, her eyes showing surprise as she realized Razeal had stepped directly into the heart of the confrontation. "And why?" King Julius asked, his voice calm but oppressive. "Would I not?" The weight of his aura surged outward, pressing down like a descending tide. It was the presence of a ruler who had commanded seas and storms, an authority meant to crush defiance before it could take form. Razeal did not step back. He smiled slowly and very deliberately. Then, without breaking eye contact with the king, he took another step forward, closing the distance. Before anyone could react, his arm moved. His hand slid around Sophia's waist. It was firm and certain. The sudden contact made her body jolt slightly as he pulled her closer. Her balance shifted as she instinctively leaned into him. Her breath caught, not from force, but from shock and surprise. The entire stadium went dead silent. Sophia's eyes widened. Her mind blanked for a split second as she felt his grip, steady, protective, and unhesitating. Razeal did not look at her. He looked straight at King Julius. And then he spoke. "Because she is pregnant with my child." The words detonated. They did not just echo. They erupted, tearing through the Colosseum like a shockwave, reverberating through every floating screen, every stone pillar, and every stunned mind present. For a heartbeat, there was nothing. No sound. No movement. Then, a collective gasp. "What?" Gasps exploded from the crowd. Sophia froze completely. Her breath locked in her chest as her mind scrambled to process what had just been said. Her face flushed instantly. Shock flooded her features as her eyes snapped toward Razeal in disbelief. Maris's eyes widened. Maria's jaw dropped. Even King Julius stiffened. The air itself felt like it had cracked. Sophia's heart slammed violently against her ribs. Her body was still held securely at Razeal's side as the meaning of his words settled in. Pregnant. With his child. Her mind reeled. Around them, the Colosseum erupted into chaos. Shouts overlapped. Disbelief turned into uproar. Whispers cascaded into roaring speculation. A human. A princess. A child. King Julius stared down at Razeal. His expression was unreadable, but the storm behind his eyes had never been more dangerous. Razeal stood there calmly. His arm remained firm around Sophia's waist, and his crimson eyes stayed steady and unflinching. He was waiting for the success that Arthur had promised. Chapter 342. Almost everyone was frozen in place. The spectators, the nobles, the warriors who had fought moments ago. Even King Julius himself stood utterly stunned. For the first time since he had ascended the throne, the king of Atlantis felt his thoughts fracture into complete disarray. Pregnant. His daughter. His real daughter. Pregnant. Like the real thing, in which one has kids pop out of their stomachs. After doing that thing. By a human. The idea did not just feel wrong. It felt impossible, unreal. A statement that shattered the laws of sense itself. His mind rejected it instinctively, yet the image in front of him refused to fade. Razeal's arm remained firm around Sophia's waist, her body drawn close to his without resistance, her silence heavier than any protest. King Julius's breath stalled halfway through his chest. Words abandoned him completely. Above the arena, Maria's eyes twitched. That single sentence, that she is pregnant with my child, had hit her like a slap across the face. Not because she believed it, but because it made her feel bad. She immediately understood that it was a lie. A calculated, reckless, stupid lie. Her head snapped sideways. "That was your plan?" she asked, turning sharply toward Arthur. Her voice remained low, but it vibrated with irritation. Arthur did not even flinch. He lifted a finger. "Keep your voice down." He was smiling. A proud, shameless grin stretched across his face as he watched the arena below, watching his father's colorful expressions, as his face twisted into something he had never seen before. Arthur enjoyed every second of it. Maria stared at him like she wanted to strangle him. "Weirdos," she muttered, shaking her head in open disappointment. Her gaze slid back toward the arena, toward Razeal's hand still pressed against Sophia's waist. Her eyes narrowed coldly, irritation burning behind them. "This is ridiculous," she thought. "There is no way the king would be stupid enough to believe something like that." "Right." Still, she said nothing. On the arena floor, Sophia was barely breathing. Razeal's arm around her waist anchored her in place, his presence warm and solid. Too close. Far too close for the situation. Her mind lagged behind reality, blinking uselessly as the meaning of his words echoed again and again. Pregnant. With his child. When? How? What? Her gaze flicked sideways toward him, irritation flickering in her eyes, but she reined it in almost instantly. She understood what he was trying to do. As reckless and absurd as it was, it could work. Convincing her father by force would be impossible. Convincing him with emotion would be even harder. This lie, this outrageous, shameful, public declaration might be the fastest way to corner him. Sophia swallowed her reaction for now, and she nodded. The movement was subtle, small, but it might as well have been an earthquake. King Julius saw it. His heart slammed violently in his chest. She nodded. She really nodded. You, the king sputtered. His finger shot up, trembling as he pointed straight at Razeal. His face twisted under the weight of too many emotions colliding at once. Anger, disbelief, confusion, and something dangerously close to fear. "This is a lie," he said sharply, his voice rising despite himself. "It has to be. You still have time to retract this." He needed Razeal to deny it. Yet even as he demanded it, part of him hesitated. Who would lie about something like this? In front of the entire Colosseum, before the king of Atlantis, and his own daughter standing there nodded. Then there was the way they stood. Too close. As if they were very familiar. That human's hand, still on her waist like it belonged there. King Julius's jaw clenched. Razeal felt heat creep up his neck. The weight of the lie crashed down on him all at once. This was shameful. He dragged a hand down his face. Why did I even agree to this? The embarrassment hit him full force now. Raw, immediate, and impossible to ignore. Saying it had been one thing. Standing in it, feeling the eyes of thousands drilling into him, was something else entirely. Yeah, it is, he said suddenly. Arthur's smile froze. I was lying, Razeal continued, rubbing his face, shame coloring his expression. Whatever. The words dropped like a stone. Arthur's jaw tightened instantly. That pussy, he cursed internally. Sophia stiffened. Her lips twitched sharply as color rose to her cheeks. Not embarrassment alone, but irritation. Real irritation. You, she hissed under her breath, her eyes snapping toward him. Why would you say that if you were just going to back down? Making me unpregnant now. She had even nodded. She had played along. And now this. The embarrassment shifted entirely onto her shoulders. King Julius stared between them, his expression tightening. Really? He asked slowly. Suspicion crept back in, crawling over the cracks left by shock. His gaze lingered on Sophia, then returned to Razeal, searching, weighing, trying to decide whether he had just been manipulated or spared. Part of him wanted to believe the denial. Another part, one he could not silence, still was not convinced. Razeal nodded. He did not say anything. He did not try to justify himself or soften the situation. He simply nodded his head once, silently admitting it, though the embarrassment still clung to him like a thin layer of heat beneath his skin. Beside him, Sophia hesitated. For a fraction of a second, she stood frozen, her lips pressed together, eyes flickering with something dangerously close to shame. Then, with no other option left, she nodded as well. A small nod. Embarrassed but reluctant. She had just lied to her father, lied about something that serious, in front of the entire Colosseum. The realization hit her fully only now, and it made her chest feel tight. King Julius exhaled sharply, dragging the back of his hand across his forehead. The relief was immediate and visible, like a storm cloud breaking apart all at once. For a moment, just a moment, he had genuinely believed it. The thought of his daughter being pregnant, especially by a human, had nearly stopped his heart. His gaze hardened almost instantly as he turned back to Sophia. Not anger, not yet, but a very clear, very firm warning settled into his eyes. We will talk about this later. The king then turned his attention to Razeal. Well, Julius said heavily, straightening his posture again, regaining his composure as a ruler. That is good then. His voice hardened. But do not ever pull stunts like this again, kid. I will forgive it this time because you admitted it yourselves, but do not joke with me in serious situations. There was no warmth in his words now, only authority. And no, he continued firmly. I already said it. You cannot marry her. Ask for anything else. I will compensate you to the best of my abilities. Razeal's eyes lifted slowly. What would it take, he asked calmly, his voice quiet but steady, to change your mind? King Julius did not hesitate. Go back in time, he said bluntly, and this time, do not be born human. Be born an Atlantian. That would work. There was no mockery in his tone, just finality. So, Razeal said slowly, looking at him directly, you are discriminating against me because of my race. Yes, Julius replied immediately. I am. So what? He stood tall, unashamed. I will not disappoint all of Atlantis over this. Not for you. Not for anyone. Razeal said nothing. He crossed his arms, his expression unreadable as his thoughts began to move. I could run, he thought briefly. Take her and leave. He would not be able to stop me. But the thought died just as quickly. That would be stupid. Kidnapping the princess would destroy his title, so no. That was not the way. If he wanted this, if he wanted to stand here without bending, then he needed recognition. Not just from the king. From Atlantis itself. His gaze shifted, slowly, until it landed on the trident in the hand of Julius. The trident of the sea, ancient, sacred, and the object that grants absolute authority in the sea. Razeal blinked once. That could work. If the trident recognized him, then Atlantis would have no ground to stand on. If I am recognized by the trident of the sea, he said suddenly, lifting his hand and pointing toward it, then I would be recognized as someone fit to rule, right? Sophia stiffened. Her eyes went wide as she turned toward him, as if asking if he was serious. The king laughed. You think you can lift the trident of the sea, Julius said, shaking his head. Yes, if you could, you would be deserving. But do you really think that is possible? He stepped forward, planting the trident firmly into the arena floor. You are human. Even Atlantians fail to lift it. Not even royal blood guarantees it. He shook his head again, condescending but calm. It is impossible. And then he stopped. Mid-sentence. Because Razeal's hand was already on the trident. No hesitation, no struggle, and no build-up. He wrapped his fingers around the shaft and lifted. The trident rose from the arena floor as if it weighed nothing. Just like that, King Julius stood there as if he were born as a statue rather than a man. Even the entire Colosseum went dead silent. And Razeal stood there, holding the trident of the sea. Ding. Congratulations. Due to your title, son-in-law of all sea, a hidden effect has taken effect. Hidden effect. Gaining the qualifications to be the husband of the daughter of the sea is resonating with the trident. You have gained partial qualifications to raise the sacred treasure, trident of the sea. Ding. Ding. Warning. The hidden effect has not fully taken effect. Host has yet to meet the requirements to unlock full control over the sacred treasure, trident of the sea, SSS+. The text paused, as if the system itself were weighing something. Hidden requirements to unlock. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Razeal blinked slowly as he saw system notifications appearing in front of his eyes. His grip on the trident did not loosen, but his attention shifted inward, scanning the sensation running through his arms, his spine, his core. Hidden requirements. That explained it. That hollow feeling. The absence. He looked down at the golden trident in his hands. It gleamed brilliantly, divine engravings pulsing faintly, ancient authority humming beneath the surface, yet the power was muted, restrained, like a sealed ocean behind an unbroken dam. So that is why I do not feel much. No overwhelming will or power, like this trident should be giving. No crushing dominion over water. It did not feel fully fake, but it did not feel complete either. So this thing is only cooperating halfway, he realized. Acknowledging me, but not submitting. Still, even in this state, the trident felt unnaturally light in his hands. Too light. As if the concept of weight itself bent around his will. Experimentally, he shifted his grip. The trident responded instantly. Its length altered by a fraction as its balance adjusted perfectly. The density changed as easily as thought. He could feel it clearly now. He could make it longer, shorter, thicker, and sharper. He had the feeling that he could even make it tower over the arena, like a colossal pillar if he wanted to. Even sealed for me. It is ridiculous, Razeal thought. There was something else too. Something deeper, locked away. A presence he could sense but not touch. Power vast enough to drown continents, yet utterly unreachable. Water, he guessed. It has to be water, obviously. But no matter how he probed, it remained silent. He could not control the main ability of this trident. Razeal exhaled softly through his nose. Whatever. He did not lift it to use it anyway. He raised his gaze. King Julius still had not moved. The ruler of Atlantis stood frozen, eyes wide, face pale, lips parted as if words had abandoned him entirely. His body, once radiating unquestionable authority, looked momentarily hollow, like a statue cracked by a single blow. Razeal tilted his head slightly. So, he said calmly, breaking the unbearable silence, I can marry the princess now, right? Then, as if the thought amused him, his lips curved faintly. Or, should I ask you for the throne instead? The words landed like a tidal wave. King Julius's throat moved. He swallowed hard. The sound was audible. Sophia stood beside him, utterly stunned, her mouth slightly open, eyes locked on the trident in Razeal's hands. Confusion and speechlessness were clear in her eyes. Really? Arthur collapsed. Not figuratively, but literally. He dropped to his hands and knees, palms slamming into the arena floor, as tears streamed freely from his eyes. Tears of disbelief, humiliation, and despair. How is that possible? He choked, his voice breaking. I am pure blood. I trained my entire life. Snot ran from his nose. Tears blurred his vision. How can a human be more qualified than me? The trident's glow reflected in his trembling eyes like mockery. Maria covered her face with one hand, fingers pressing hard against her brow. This is the only time, she murmured bitterly, that I wished he really was talentless. Her gaze slipped through her fingers, landing on Razeal, on the trident, on Sophia standing frozen beside him. And the Colosseum was no longer breathing. Not metaphorically, actually. The entire audience had fallen into a collective silence, so deep it felt as if the sea itself had stopped moving. Children stared with mouths open. Elders clutched their seats. Warriors felt their knees weaken. Raising the trident of the sea was the dream of everyone. Every Atlantian child grew up hearing stories about it. Every warrior trained hoping, knowing they would fail but hoping anyway. And now, a human, declared human by the king, had done it. Whispers spread like ripples. Could the king be wrong? Was he mistaken? Is he really human? And then the realization hit. Slow, heavy, unavoidable. If he raised the trident, then he has the highest qualification Atlantis recognizes. Higher than blood, higher than lineage, higher than tradition. That meant he can now marry the princess without anything stopping him, right? And wait. Above that. That kid, no, that chosen one. Could he be the king of the sea now? Chapter 343. King Julius went silent. It was not the heavy, theatrical silence he often used when addressing the masses. It was not the calculated pause of a ruler weighing words for effect. This was different. This was the kind of silence that crept in when a man's expectations shattered too quickly for his mind to catch up. Razeal stood there, the trident of the sea resting in his hand as if it belonged there, as if it had always been waiting for him. It did not tremble. It did not resist. It did not reject him at all. The sacred weapon that had crushed the dreams of countless Atlantians, royals, nobles, warriors, and emperors, now rested quietly in the grasp of a human. Worse than that, the human remained calm about it. There was no awe, no reverence, and no trembling excitement. There was only acceptance. King Julius stared at the trident first, then at Razeal's hand, and finally at Razeal's face. The audacity of it all sat heavy in his chest. The boy had not only raised the trident, he had done it casually. Then he followed it with a question so simple, and so direct that it felt like mockery. Can I marry the princess now, or should I ask for the throne instead? For the first time in decades, King Julius felt something dangerously close to being cornered. He inhaled slowly, crossed his arms over his chest, and straightened his posture. When he spoke, his voice was calm, controlled, and edged with something sharp. Well, he said, his eyes fixed on Razeal. You can be king. Since the trident has acknowledged you, you are qualified. But there is a condition. His lips curved faintly, not quite a smile. I am still chosen by it as well. If you want the throne, you will have to fight me. It will be a battle of life and death. The winner takes the crown. The words rang through the arena, heavy and absolute. It was a challenge, or perhaps a trap. King Julius waited, watching closely, already calculating. If the boy wanted the throne, this would settle everything. Either Razeal died, or he proved himself beyond any remaining doubt. Either way, the problem would end. Razeal did not react the way the king expected. Instead of tensing, or letting excitement or ambition flare in his eyes, Razeal simply raised one hand. "No need for that," he said casually, as if declining a drink. "Not interested." The words landed harder than any insult. King Julius blinked. Razeal continued, completely unbothered. "Let us leave that aside. I do not want the throne. I came here for the marriage. And at this point, I think you should stop embarrassing yourself. I mean, you have no reason left to hold me back." There it was, clear and direct. King Julius stared at him in silence again, but this time, it was different. It was not shock. It was evaluation. He looked at Razeal properly now. He did not see a threat or a complication. He saw a man standing before him, asking for his daughter. Was he handsome? Yes. Was he strong? Very, and unnaturally so. He was talented to the point of absurdity. Was his background powerful? Obviously. He was the son of virulence, which was undeniably powerful. The only flaw had been that he was human. But what right did that objection still hold? The Trident had accepted him. Now he was more worthy than any Atlantian. More than that, the boy had stood his ground. He had not lunged at power. He had not seized opportunity greedily. He had not challenged the throne just because it was within reach. He had rejected it outright. King Julius narrowed his eyes slightly. He wants my daughter badly enough to refuse the crown. That alone said more than 100 vows. He thought back to the absurd pregnancy joke from moments ago. It had been shameless, yes, but also quick, bold, and fearless. The boy had not hesitated to stand against him publicly, to embarrass himself if needed, just to force the issue forward. There was care in that recklessness, and intention, and resolve. Sophia stood beside him, and he seemed to care for her as well. That mattered more than anything. "Father," Sophia said softly, breaking the silence. King Julius turned his gaze toward her. "I do not think you have any say left in this matter," she continued. Her voice was steady, but quiet. "It is my destiny. Out of all the impossible odds, it happened anyway. I think I should accept it, and you should too. This is what Mother said as well." She hesitated, then her hand moved gently, guiding Razeal's hand away from her waist. The small gesture betrayed her embarrassment. This was too fast, too public, and too overwhelming, but she did not step away from him. She stayed. King Julius felt the final resistance drain from his chest. He closed his eyes tightly, jaw clenched, breath held for a moment longer than necessary. When he opened them again, the fight was gone. "All right," he said at last. The word was heavy with surrender. "You are right." The arena held its breath. "You can marry," he continued. His voice was firm but tired. "I allow it." For a heartbeat, nothing moved. Then Sophia grinned, bright and genuine, nodding immediately. Relief and happiness crossed her face without restraint. Razeal's lips curled upward as well, not in a triumphant smile or arrogance, but in quiet satisfaction. Seems like it worked, he thought. On the other side of the arena, Arthur collapsed. He dropped flat onto the arena floor, arms splayed, staring straight up at the sky as if the heavens themselves had betrayed him. Tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes, soaking his face without dignity. "Fuck no," he wailed, clutching his chest dramatically. "This is wrong. This is very, very wrong. They are married. They are married. No." His voice cracked as the realization settled fully. Before, this marriage had been acceptable, useful, even a political tool. It had been a temporary inconvenience he could maneuver around. But now the human had raised the trident. That single act sealed everything for him. There was no future left. No alliances to form, no nobles to sway, no factions to manipulate, and no slow climb toward power. His sister was not just the strongest anymore. Her husband was now chosen by the sea itself. The throne was gone forever. Arthur curled slightly on the ground, sobbing openly, fists clenched against his chest. "My future. My beautiful future. It is over." Big, dramatic tears rolled down his face as he stared blankly upward. "Oh, beautiful angels, come take me. I am coming." Maria did not spare the collapsed prince a second glance. Arthur could lie there crying about his shattered future, clutching his chest like the world had ended, but she did not care. Not even a flicker of pity crossed her face. Whatever tragic, harem-filled life he was already planning for himself could rot quietly on the stone floor. Her attention had narrowed sharply, focused entirely on the three figures standing at the center: Razeal, Sophia, and King Julius. They had done it. Against reason, against tradition, and against logic, they had cornered the king of Atlantis himself into allowing the marriage. Maria watched closely, eyes cold and sharp, studying every shift in posture, every pause in breath, and every look exchanged between them. This was not just a decision. It was a fracture. Something fundamental had cracked, and she could feel it deep inside herself. King Julius had not moved yet. He was still looking at Sophia and Razeal, his gaze heavy and lingering, as if trying to memorize the moment before it slipped out of his control entirely. When he finally spoke, his voice carried authority, but beneath it was restraint, the kind used when a man knows he has already lost ground. "Yes, you can marry," he said. There it was. But then his eyes shifted slowly and deliberately to Razeal. "But," he continued, and the single word dragged like an anchor, "she will not be going anywhere with you." The temperature around them subtly changed. "You will live here," King Julius said flatly. "In Atlantis. I cannot allow you to take her to the land. I know that is what you want. This is not negotiable. Razeal's lips twitched. But I have important things to do on land, he replied. Irritation bled through despite his effort to keep his tone steady. I cannot stay here. The words were blunt and honest. For the first time since this mess had begun, frustration cracked openly through his calm. King Julius chuckled. It was not loud or mocking, but just enough to sting. Then you will have to wait, boy, he said lightly. You always have that option. Just do not marry her. No one is forcing you. He spread his hands casually, the picture of indulgent patience. After all, this too is our tradition. Razeal narrowed his eyes. A man cannot take a daughter from her father unless he proves himself wealthier than her family, King Julius continued smoothly. And you still have a very long way to go. The smirk was unmistakable now. Razeal turned his head slowly towards Sophia. She nodded, as if confirming something she had always known. Who even makes these rules? Razeal thought, pinching the bridge of his nose as irritation pulsed behind his eyes. This is so stupid. Still, he exhaled and let it go. Wealth. That was all. Compared to everything else he had faced, this was not even an obstacle. Just another stupid condition. All right, he said finally, lifting his head to meet the king's gaze again. Let us do this. King Julius blinked. Now? He asked, clearly not taking him seriously. His brows rose slightly, amusement flickering across his face. Wait. You mean you think you are wealthier than me? Really? Wow. Just wow. A ripple of restrained laughter passed through the nobles. Kid, King Julius continued, shaking his head as if indulging a child. Take some time. 50 years. 100 maybe. Start gathering artifacts. Build trade routes. Hoard resources. He chuckled again. Do you even know who I am? I am the wealthiest being in all of Atlantis. You cannot even approach my wealth. Razeal did not answer. He just looked at him. He did not look defiant or arrogant. He just looked quietly. That silence unsettled King Julius far more than shouting ever could. Before Razeal could say anything further, Sophia stepped closer to him, lowering her voice as she leaned in. Her shoulder brushed his arm, close enough that he could feel the warmth through the fabric. Hey, she whispered. Her tone was light but firm. This is too much now. You cannot beat my father in wealth, not ever. Her lips curved into a playful smile as she continued, softer and teasing. Let us not embarrass you on the day you marry me. Give me a week. 2 at most. I will convince him. She winked. The whole Colosseum is watching, she added quietly. I do not want my husband losing face. Husband? Again? Razeal froze for half a second, just long enough to notice the strange, weird sensation curling inside him. It felt just weird. He swallowed. Trust your husband, he said. The word caught awkwardly on his tongue. The moment it left his mouth, he regretted it. He turned his head sharply away from her, fixing his gaze on King Julius again. His expression locked back into place as if nothing had happened. Inside, however, he was cursing viciously. This is dumb, he thought. How does she say it so easily? No heat rose to his face, and there was no visible embarrassment. But Sophia noticed anyway. She caught the hesitation, the stutter, and the way his voice shifted for just that one word. Her lips twitched. Then she laughed softly, biting her lower lip as she leaned back just enough to look at him properly. Yes, she said brightly. Husband. I trust you. A suppressed giggle escaped her. She turned away before she laughed outright, her shoulders shaking slightly. Razeal stood there, his expression perfectly neutral and his jaw tight. Inside, however, he sighed, feeling a little weird, and he hated that it had. The moment King Julius caught the look in Razeal's eyes, steady, unyielding, and far too calm for a boy who had just been challenged, his lips slowly curved upward. It was a smirk. It was not the amused kind, nor the indulgent one. This was the expression of a king who had finally found an opening, a crack in the wall, where he could push back without openly breaking his word. So, King Julius said, his voice carrying a hint of restrained laughter. You really want to go that far? He straightened his posture, rolling his shoulders once as though settling into something familiar, something comfortable. I would indeed feel bad, he continued, his tone almost playful, showing my future son-in-law the reality of the world so bluntly. But since you asked for it, this is something I must do. Do not take it the hard way, boy. Oh boy. Before Razeal could even process the shift, King Julius reached forward and snatched the trident from his hands. The motion was abrupt, sharp enough to draw attention, but not violent. It was the effortless movement of someone who had held authority for centuries, someone for whom taking back a sacred weapon was as natural as breathing. Razeal blinked. He looked down at his now empty hand, then back up at the king, but he said nothing. There was no protest, no resistance, and not even surprise showed on his face, though his eyes briefly narrowed as he recalibrated what was happening. What a weirdo, Razeal thought, watching silently. King Julius did not look back at him. Instead, he shifted the trident into his left hand and lifted his right. The air in front of him rippled. It was not violent, there was no explosion of power, and no destructive force, but there was a deep, heavy distortion, as if the space itself were being parted. A faint golden glow bled outward, thick, rich, and saturated with the weight of history and wealth. Then, something appeared. A massive structure materialized between them. It was at least 8 feet tall, solid, ornate, and unmistakable. Razeal's eyes flicked over it instantly. It was a balance scale. But it was not an ordinary one. A horizontal golden bar rested on a perfectly centered axis, its craftsmanship so precise it looked impossible. From each end hung a broad, circular pan, suspended by intricate golden chains etched with ancient symbols. The entire structure was forged of pure gold, or perhaps something refined beyond mortal metallurgy. It glowed softly, as if wealth itself radiated from its surface. The light it emitted was not blinding. It was rich, heavy, and oppressive in its own way. A weight-measuring scale? Razeal thought. King Julius noticed his gaze and allowed himself a small nod. These, he said calmly, are the scales of Veridion. A murmur rippled faintly through the spectators. A legendary ranked relic, the king continued. His voice was steady and proud. This relic does not just measure weight. It measures true worth. He gestured toward the balanced pans. Depending on expense, rarity, history, usefulness, influence, symbolic meaning, importance, and almost everything that gives an object true value, it is judged here. His eyes flicked back to Razeal. When two objects are placed upon these scales, the one with greater true value will descend. The lesser will rise. The scales stood perfectly level. Simple, King Julius said. And absolute. He did not wait for a response. Instead, he raised his right hand again. This time, the space above his palm shimmered briefly before solidifying into form. A crown appeared. It was made of deep, ancient gold. Its surface was engraved with flowing Atlantian patterns that seemed to shift like water when viewed from different angles. Aquatic gemstones gleamed along its rim, each one cut with impossible precision, reflecting hues of blue, green, and violet. Diamonds and rare marine crystals were embedded throughout, radiating both majesty and terrifying worth. It was not just jewelry, it was authority. Without ceremony, King Julius placed the crown onto one of the pans. The moment it touched, the scales shifted violently. The pan bearing the crown sank downward with decisive force, the chains tightening, as if pulled by an unseen hand, while the opposite pan shot upward, empty and light, tilting sharply. The balance did not hesitate. It declared. King Julius folded his arms, clearly satisfied. Go on, he said, his eyes burning with challenge. Let us compare wealth. His gaze locked onto Razeal. You are not going to win against your father-in-law, boy. You still have a very long road ahead of you. A sharp grin spread across his face. Did you really think getting my daughter would be easy? Neptunia inhaled sharply. You are really going all out, father, she muttered. Her lips twitched as she stared at the crown. That was not just any relic, after all. It was the crown of the King of Atlantis, a legendary artifact worn by King Julius himself, saturated with history, power, and symbolic dominance. Its worth was beyond calculation. Entire normal kingdoms could not rival its value. Even placing a nation on the opposing pan would not have been enough to shake it. The crown was Atlantis. Razeal listened to her words, but did not react. Instead, he studied the scale, the crown, and then the king, slowly and thoughtfully. A crown, ha, he murmured under his breath. No tension showed on his face. No hesitation. He simply shrugged. Well, he said lightly, as if deciding what to eat for dinner. Whatever. His hand slipped into his system inventory. A second later, he withdrew something small. It was very small, barely larger than a marble. Resting between his fingers was a deep blue object, perfectly round, its surface smooth and flawless. It shimmered faintly, not with reflected light, but with something deeper, like a distant star compressed into physical form. It was not flashy, and it was not screaming any power. But the moment it appeared, the air around Razeal subtly tightened. He stared at it for a second, his eyes unreadable, then nodded once. Yeah, he said quietly. His lips curled into something dark and satisfied. This will do. The sadistic edge in his smile was not lost on anyone, especially not the king. Razeal lifted his gaze, already imagining the expression that would soon appear on the old man's face. For the first time since stepping into the arena, genuine excitement stirred in his chest. He wanted to see this man lose face. Sophia stood slightly to the side, her attention fixed on Razeal's hand. Too small. That was the first thought that crossed her mind. Between his fingers rested a tiny, perfectly round object, no bigger than a marble. It glowed faintly with a deep, quiet blue light, like a distant star reflected on calm water. It was not loud. It was not aggressive. It did not scream any divinity or power. It looked like nothing special. Is he really going to compete with that? Her brows slowly drew together as she narrowed her eyes, instinctively trying to sense it. Mana, divinity, blessing of the sea, ancient will? She searched for anything familiar. Nothing. There was no overwhelming pressure. There was no sacred resonance. There was no violent authority. There was just a soft glow. Sophia blinked once, then again, genuine confusion settling into her expression. By all logic she knew, by all instincts sharpened through years of training and royal education, that object should have been insignificant, worthless even, standing against the crown of Atlantis. And yet, her gaze shifted to Razeal's face. He looked extremely confident. It was not arrogant confidence, and it was not the reckless bravado of someone gambling everything on blind faith. It was calm, dangerously calm, as if the outcome had already been decided in his mind. Is there something I cannot see? She wondered, her lips pressing together. Razeal, meanwhile, was not thinking about the crowd, the king, or the scale. He lifted his hand slightly, already intending to place the small, star-like marble onto the empty pan, and end this childish contest in a single motion. But then he paused. His hand remained suspended in midair. From the corner of his eye, he caught Sophia's expression. It was not disbelief exactly, but hesitation. A faint uncertainty. It was the kind of doubt that did not come from a lack of faith in him, but from not understanding what she was seeing, or maybe just not being impressed at all. He exhaled softly through his nose. Well, whatever. It will not cost me anything. A subtle decision was made. Without warning, A thin line of blood seeped from the tips of his fingers. Sophia's eyes raised a little. The blood did not drip. It just moved. Razeal controlled it effortlessly, guiding it as it flowed around the blue star in his grasp. The crimson liquid spiraled with unnatural precision, circling the marble like a living thing, wrapping around it in delicate arcs. The air around his hand changed, not violently, but distinctly. The blood began to thicken, its color deepening and darkening until it no longer looked like liquid at all. It hardened and crystallized, transforming mid-motion, as if forged by an unseen hand. In seconds, the shape took form. A ring. A slender band of deep crimson metal, smooth and flawless, as though it had been refined for centuries rather than formed in an instant. At its center, held firmly at the crown of the ring, was the blue star, now no longer just a marble, but a gemstone-like core, radiating quiet brilliance. The blood had become metal. The star had become a jewel. Sophia looked at it, her eyes suddenly brightening. Confusion was replaced instantly by fascination. Her eyes brightened as she stared at the ring now resting between Razeal's fingers. It was no longer something small and unimpressive, or as simple as just a gemstone. It looked complete now. King Julius watched closely and frowned. Interesting, he murmured. His sharp eyes followed every movement. That just now, was that blood? His gaze lingered on the ring. What was that? Magic? But he had never heard about blood-controlling magic, and certainly not about blood hardening like that. The gemstone caught the light, its blue glow steady and deep. Julius assessed it instantly, his mind running through possibilities. A diamond, or maybe a condensed monocrystal? Whatever it was, it did not look ancient. It did not carry the overwhelming presence of a legendary relic. No matter, he thought confidently. No gem, no matter how rare, can rival the crown of Atlantis in true worth. The crown was not just gold and jewels. It was history. It was authority. It was the embodiment of a kingdom that had stood for millennia. Still, Julius' thoughts stalled when Razeal finally moved. With no ceremony, and no dramatic pause, Razeal stepped forward and placed the crimson ring gently onto the empty pan of the scales of Veridion. The moment the ring touched the pan, the world seemed to hesitate. For a fraction of a second, nothing happened. Then, the scales slammed downward. The pan bearing the ring dropped so violently that the chains rattled, the golden frame shuddering under the sudden shift. At the same time, the pan holding the crown of Atlantis shot upward, as if the weight it carried had become meaningless and insignificant. The balance did not merely tilt. It submitted. A low, strained creak echoed from the relic itself, the scales of Veridion groaning, as if protesting the verdict it had just been forced to deliver. Silence crashed over the arena. King Julius' eyes bulged. What? The word slipped out before he could stop it. His breath caught in his throat as he stared at the impossible sight before him. The crown, symbol of his rule, lifted high and light, while that ring, that single ring, dragged the opposite pen down with undeniable authority. Sophia raised her eyebrows as her eyes shone, reflecting the blue glow of the gem as realization settled deep in her chest. The scales of Veridion, an artifact that judged true worth, had declared the ring far more valuable than the crown of Atlantis. It had not done so by a margin. It had done so by a landslide. What the? Chapter 344. King Julius did not look away from the scales. His gaze remained fixed on the crimson ring, still dragging the pan downward as if the crown he had ruled with for decades weighed nothing in comparison. The artifact he trusted more than any advisor, more than any sea lord, more than even his own judgment, had spoken clearly. Only then did he lift his eyes to Razeal. What is that marble? He asked bluntly. There was no mockery in his tone, no casual arrogance. It was a king's voice stripped down to raw curiosity and suspicion. Julius fully trusted the scales of Veridion. If they judged the ring as heavier in worth than it was. Yet no matter how deeply he examined it, through knowledge, experience, instinct, he could not perceive anything extraordinary about the small blue core embedded in the ring. It radiated no overwhelming mana, no divine pressure, no aura of ancient will. It was quiet. That unsettled him far more than any blazing relic ever could. Razeal did not answer. Instead, he just smiled. Not wide or mocking, just a small, infuriatingly calm curve of the lips, paired with eyes that carried a faint hint of amusement. He slowly crossed his arms, his posture relaxed, as though the entire Colosseum, the scales, the king himself, none of it demanded even a fraction of his tension. That smile froze Julius in place. This little shit. Is he looking down on him? The realization scraped against Julius' pride like a blade. He leaned forward slightly, the weight of his presence pressing outward as he waved one hand dismissively, trying to reclaim the upper ground. Whatever, he said, his voice hardening again. You must have been fortunate enough to stumble upon something unusually precious. Luck favors fools sometimes, just like how you got your hands on my daughter. His eyes narrowed. But if you think that alone means you can win against me, you are dreaming. He straightened. Then he waved his hand again. The air rippled. A deep blue stone tablet materialized in his grasp, heavy and dignified, its surface carved with elegant, ancient engravings. The royal crest of Atlantis dominated its center, a trident framed by gold-lined borders, every curve and line saturated with history. It was not flashy, nor did it have any need to be. A slow, confident smile spread across King Julius' face as he looked down at the tablet. The light in his eyes was unmistakable, certainty, triumph, as though the outcome had already been decided. Sophia's breath caught. Her eyes widened instantly as recognition struck. Father, no. That is cheating. She stepped forward, her voice sharp and urgent. Her finger lifted to point directly at the object in his hand, alarm coloring her features. "That is too much," she said, her words spilling out faster. "That is the key to the royal treasury of Atlantis. Every treasure collected since the founding of Atlantis, hundreds of thousands of years of wealth. Everything is bound to that seal." She looked at him in disbelief, anger flaring in her eyes. "You have no right to use that here. None. That is not just your wealth. That is the accumulated legacy of Atlantis itself." Her voice trembled with outrage. "You know better than anyone that even throughout your entire reign, you have not amassed even a fraction of what that tablet represents. Putting that against him, against a boy who is barely 16 or 17 is wrong. Completely wrong." She shook her head. "Put it back. I will not accept this." King Julius turned slowly to face her. For a moment, he just stared. Then dark lines crept across his face as irritation boiled over. He raised his own finger and pointed it straight back at her, his voice sharp with disbelief and offense. "It has not even been a minute," he snapped, "since I allowed you to marry him, and you are already taking his side?" His words cut like waves crashing against stone. "You stand against your own father now? The man who has watched over you for 20 years, defending your husband already?" His lip curled. "Have some shame, daughter." There was something raw beneath his anger, something wounded. Competition was one thing, pride another, but this felt personal. His gaze flicked briefly to Razeal, standing there with crossed arms, silent and infuriatingly composed. "What did this bastard do?" Julius wondered darkly. "What did he do to make my daughter look at him like that?" Then he looked back at Sophia, or was it that his daughter had always been this, ungrateful? Sophia did not flinch. Her eyes burned, unyielding. "I am not taking anyone's side," she said firmly. "I am calling wrong for what it is, and what you are doing right now is wrong." She gestured toward Razeal without looking at him. "You are bullying your own son-in-law." The words hit harder than any insult. King Julius' expression twisted. "And I do not care," he shot back. "He could be my mother reincarnated, and I still would not give a damn." His grip tightened on the tablet. "That treasury is under my name. It is mine. Inherited, claimed, ruled. It does not matter. Ownership is ownership." He spread his hands slightly, mockery lacing his tone. "Just because something is inherited does not mean it is not mine. And I will put it here. If he fails, that is not my responsibility. That is his weakness." His gaze swept the arena. "But I will do this," he declared. "And if anyone here thinks they can stop me, try." Silence rippled outward. Sophia could not bring herself to argue anymore. She simply lifted one hand and buried her face in her palm, her fingers pressing lightly against her forehead as if that alone might contain the embarrassment, the frustration, and the sheer exhaustion piling up inside her chest. Her father's stubbornness had crossed into something else entirely, something bordering on shamelessness, and she knew that arguing further would only fan the flames. Razeal watched the exchange from the side, his expression unreadable. King and daughter were locked in a pointless clash of pride, neither willing to yield, neither truly listening. It irritated him more than he cared to admit. "All right," he said at last, his voice calm, but edged with impatience. "Go on." "Not like it is going to matter." His gaze shifted back to King Julius, steady and unflinching, as though this entire confrontation had already reached its conclusion in his mind. The king's eyes narrowed slightly at the tone. "You are really confident, kid," King Julius said, lifting the blue stone tablet in his hand, and letting the light catch along its engraved edges. "That confidence can only come from ignorance, since you do not understand what this means." He shook his head slowly, a grin creeping onto his face, one filled with absolute certainty. "In simple terms, this means your defeat." Without another word, he stepped forward and placed the blue stone tablet onto his side of the scales of Veridion, setting it down beside the crown of Atlantis with deliberate care. The artifact gleamed as it touched the pan, ancient authority pressing outward, as though the accumulated wealth, history, and power of Atlantis itself had just been added to the measure. King Julius straightened, already convinced of the outcome. But then his hand froze in midair. The pan on the opposite side, the one holding Razeal's crimson ring, did not move. It did not even tremble. It did not even acknowledge the tablet's presence. The scales remained exactly as they were, Razeal's side still sunk low, the king's side suspended above it as if weighed down by nothing at all. For a brief moment, the world seemed to stall. Ha! The confusion was unmistakable on King Julius' face now. His brows furrowed as he leaned forward, his eyes darting between the two pans. That was not possible. It could not be. He had just placed the key to the royal treasury of Atlantis, an object representing hundreds of thousands of years of accumulated wealth, onto the scales. And yet, nothing had changed. Had he made a mistake? His gaze snapped to the tablet, then to the crown, then back to the scales of Veridion themselves. No, everything was correct. The artifact had not malfunctioned. It had not misjudged, which meant only one thing. What he had placed on the scale was not worth enough. The realization struck him hard, sending a chill down his spine. Slowly, almost reluctantly, King Julius lifted his eyes toward the ring resting on Razeal's side of the scales. The small crimson band sat there quietly, the deep blue core embedded within it catching the light with a soft, almost indifferent glow. Just what was that thing? The king's expression changed, confidence draining away, replaced by a deep, unsettling seriousness. He had spent centuries surrounded by priceless relics, sacred treasures, artifacts that nations would bleed for. And yet, here was an object so valuable that the entirety of Atlantis' royal wealth barely registered in comparison. The thought was almost absurd. Almost. And yet, the scales did not lie. Even he could accept that much. His grip tightened unconsciously around the trident in his right hand. His gaze flicked downward to the sacred weapon, the trident of the sea, before returning to the ring. There were things in this world that transcended gold, jewels, and empires. Objects whose value could not be quantified by kingdoms or history. Sacred treasures. Things which even gods themselves would wage war for. This had to be one of them. And that was what unsettled him the most. No matter how intently he examined it, no matter how he strained his senses, or drew upon centuries of knowledge, he could not recognize it. Something of this caliber should have been known, named, recorded in legends, or whispered about in myths. But this was unfamiliar. And that silence, that absence of recognition, was far more terrifying than if he had known what it was. King Julius said nothing. He simply stared. Sophia, standing just behind him, slowly lifted her head from her hand. Her eyes drifted to the scales, then to Razeal's side of the pan, still unmoving, still dominant. A quiet breath escaped her lips. So, she really had been worried for nothing. Yet that relief was quickly replaced by something else. Confusion and shock hitting her. Something more precious than the treasury of Atlantis? Something capable of dwarfing wealth accumulated over millennia? Her gaze slid back to Razeal, studying him now with narrowed eyes. Questions swirled in her mind, each more unsettling than the last. Maria had mentioned it before, that he came from a powerful background. Was this something he had inherited? But again, would any family, no matter how powerful, entrust an object like that to a child? Even her own father would never hand her the royal treasury key so casually. And yet, here it was. Her thoughts tangled, unable to find a satisfactory explanation. In the end, she let out a slow breath and shook her head faintly, her eyes lingering on him a moment longer. Seems like my husband is rich too, she thought wryly, a flicker of amusement cutting through the confusion despite herself. Arthur stared at the scales, then at the ring, then back at the king's frozen expression. His mouth hung slightly open, the earlier tears he had shed now nothing more than a distant embarrassment he had already forgotten. Wow, he muttered, genuine awe dripping from his voice. He has got some very valuable artifact, or something, right? What even is that? He leaned closer, almost subconsciously, until he was standing right beside Maria, his eyes fixed on the unmoving scales as if staring harder might make the truth spill out. Do you know? Like anything? Maria did not answer immediately. Her gaze remained locked on Razeal, on the calm way he stood there while the king of Atlantis visibly unraveled in front of him. She looked at Arthur only after a long second, her eyes flat, unreadable. I do not, she said simply. Arthur blinked, clearly unsatisfied. That is it. You do not know where he got it? I mean, if I knew where someone picked up that kind of thing, I would go there myself. Who knows, maybe I would find another one. He grinned slightly, lowering his voice conspiratorially. I would even give you a share. Think about it. Maria finally turned her head fully toward him. I do not know, she repeated, this time colder, sharper, deliberately shutting the door on the conversation. Arthur pouted, his cheeks puffing slightly, clearly annoyed she was not playing along. But he did not push further. Whatever irritation he felt was quickly drowned out by curiosity as his attention drifted back to the arena. Maria, meanwhile, did not look away from Razeal again. She was curious, deeply so, but she refused to show it. She could not remember him stopping anywhere unusual, could not recall any moment where he might have picked up something like that. And yet here he was, casually pulling out an object so valuable it made Atlantis' accumulated wealth look insignificant. He had always been like this, mysterious, unreadable and too calm for someone his age. Even back then, she thought, her fingers curling slightly at her side. And now that she also remembered the item, that magical heart, he had given her before, the way it had changed things, the way she had felt its power sink into her bones, changing her totally. She was sure that was a priceless treasure too, which now made her more curious as to where he was getting all this stuff from. Arthur, having given up on extracting answers from her, turned his attention fully back to the king. King Julius stood rigid before the scales now, his earlier confidence completely gone. Well, he said at last, forcing his voice steady as he lifted his gaze to meet Razeal's. You truly possess something extremely good. There was no mockery left in his tone, no condescension, only a strained honesty. I will admit, he continued, his eyes narrowing slightly, I feel a bit ashamed doing this. But I will also admit, I am going to be selfish. His lips curved into a thin, controlled smile. So let us end this properly. You should feel honored. Not many get to see me go all out. The atmosphere shifted. Sophia felt it instantly. The air itself seemed to tighten, pressure pressing against her skin as her father's aura changed. This was not pride anymore, or stubbornness. This was resolve. Without another word, King Julius adjusted his grip on the trident of the sea. The golden weapon gleamed as he lifted it, water-like light rippling faintly along its edges. Slowly, deliberately, he brought it forward and placed it onto his side of the scales of Veridion, laying it carefully atop the blue stone tablet and the crown. The trident, the sacred treasure that ruled the tides, the symbol of Atlantis' absolute authority. Surely now. Surely now. The king inhaled sharply, but the pan did not move. Not even a fraction. The plate beneath his treasures did not sink. The opposing plate holding the crimson ring did not rise. The scales remained exactly as they had been before, unmoved, indifferent. King Julius' hand trembled where it rested against the trident's shaft. A forced smile stretched across his face, his muscles twitching as if resisting a seizure. A bead of sweat rolled down his temple. His eyes flicked between the plates, then locked onto the ring again, wider now, disbelief bleeding through the cracks of his composure. His voice wavered, this is impossible. He stared at the scales as if they had betrayed him. The trident of the sea, the artifact that commanded storms, bent oceans, and defined Atlantis itself. And it was not enough. It did not even register. It looked as though the ring outweighed everything he had placed on the scales combined. As though, instead of a small crimson band, an entire world sat on that pan, unmoved by crowns, treasuries, or sacred weapons. King Julius swallowed hard. His gaze dropped briefly to the trident still resting under his hand. He knew its power. He had wielded it for centuries. He knew what it meant. And yet, against that ring, it was nothing. Something like fear crept into his chest. Sophia stood frozen, her shock complete now. Her eyes were wide, her lips parted, her breath shallow. She looked from the trident to the ring and back again, struggling to reconcile what she was seeing. More precious than the trident of the sea. That should not exist. And yet it did. Her gaze slowly lifted to Razeal, searching his face, trying to find answers there. But he stood as he always did, calm, composed, his eyes steady. As if this outcome had been inevitable. As if this world simply had not caught up yet. King Julius finally straightened, his shoulders heavy, his pride cracked, but not yet broken. He lifted his eyes to Razeal again, and this time there was no challenge in them, only solemn respect. That artifact, he said slowly, his voice quieter now, reverent despite himself. A sacred treasure of such caliber. I have never seen its like. He paused, then inclined his head slightly, a gesture no one in the arena had ever seen him make so sincerely. May I have the honor, he asked, of knowing its name? Sophia also turned her head toward Razeal now, very shocked and beyond surprise, and even more curious now. It even trampled over the trident of the sea? Razeal was momentarily taken aback by the shift in King Julius' tone. Respect sat strangely on the king's voice, heavy, deliberate, and earned. It was not something Julius might give lightly, and Razeal could feel that weight settling in the space between them. For a brief second, he considered deflecting, brushing it off with half-truths or silence the way he usually did. But there was no real reason to not say anything here. He nodded once, slow and calm, meeting the king's gaze without arrogance, without submission. It is called star, Razeal said simply, a faint smile touching his lips. He did not elaborate. He did not say it was a real star, or whatever he should, condensed, bound, reduced to something that could be worn. He already knew how absurd it would sound to anyone standing on this stage. Truth did not always need to be complete to remain truth. Not that anyone would believe it, more like just laugh at the absurdity. King Julius did not laugh. Instead, the king's eyes drifted back to the small crimson ring resting on the pan, his expression tightening not with disbelief, but with something closer to contemplation. He studied it as if trying to feel its gravity through sight alone. A star, Julius murmured, then nodded slowly. A fitting name, I would say. His voice carried no mockery. If anything, there was a strange solemnity to it. It even feels like one, he continued, almost to himself, absolute and unmoving, as if the world itself could lean against it and still fail to make it tremble. He exhaled through his nose, the sound sharp, edged with stubborn pride. But I still do not believe it, he said, lifting his gaze back to Razeal, fire rekindling behind his eyes. The atmosphere tightened again. That no matter how precious something is, Julius went on, his voice growing firmer, louder, nothing should remain unmoved forever. Today, even if I must empty every vault Atlantis has ever built, then so be it, but I will definitely make it move. There was no humor in his face now. This was no longer about marriage or pride alone. This was about a king's worldview cracking under the weight of something he could not control. With a sharp motion of his hand, Julius summoned treasure after treasure. Gold and artifacts shimmered into existence, ancient relics infused with history, weapons that had ended wars, jewels that had brought entire nations into silence. Each one landed on his side of the scales with a dull, resonant sound. One by one, he placed them down, his movements growing more forceful, more personal, as if daring the universe to contradict him. But, each time, the scales remained unchanged. The ring did not rise. The king's side did not sink. Not even a quiver. Every treasure that would have driven emperors mad with greed meant nothing here. The Colosseum had fallen into a silence, so deep it felt unnatural, like the sea itself had stopped breathing. Above, in the VVIP chamber, the stillness was even heavier. Marissa sat upon her throne, one leg crossed over the other, her posture flawless, her expression unreadable. Her eyes remained fixed on the arena below, but there was no visible reaction, no tension or pride. At her side, Yograj knelt, his hands resting loosely on his thighs. He had been watching quietly for a long time now, but this was different. That kid is really something else, Yograj thought, a faint shake of his head betraying the awe he refused to voice aloud. Eventually, his gaze shifted upward, to Marissa. She had not moved. Not even when the trident failed. Not even when Atlantis' wealth was rendered meaningless. Yograj hesitated. Speaking to her was never easy. Not because she inspired fear, he had long outgrown that, but because every word spoken to her felt like stepping onto thin ice stretched over something bottomless. Honestly, all this time, Yograj had wanted to say something, but he did not. He hesitated again and again, until now. Since it was already about to end, he thought to himself, now or never, he should remind her. He inhaled slowly, then spoke. Do you not think you should go down now? His voice was steady, unafraid, carrying neither accusation nor reverence, just blunt honesty. I mean, it looks like your son would win. He glanced briefly toward the arena before returning his attention to her. And this is not just about victory. It is his marriage. Silence answered him. You are his mother, Yograj continued, undeterred. You should be there. Sitting here will not change anything. He paused, then added dryly, and if you are worried that old man might run, do not be. I will not. Not that I could even if I wanted to. Yograj was being straightforward with her. That was simply his nature, never fearful. Yes, he was weaker than her, and yes, he had been defeated by her. But he did not fear her. Moreover, he was far older than her, closer to the age of her father. So he chose honesty, and straightforwardly said it. At his words, the room fell into an even stranger, heavier silence. Marissa still said nothing. She continued to look down, her expression blank, her legs crossed calmly over one another. Hey, are you even listening to what I am saying? He asked, leaning forward slightly, his brows drawn together. This is important. If you just sit here like this, doing nothing, it is going to turn bad. Really bad. Marissa still did not respond. Her posture remained unchanged, back straight, chin lifted, hands resting lightly against the armrests of the throne. From the outside, she looked like the same woman she had always been, composed, untouchable, distant enough to feel carved from something harder than flesh. Yograj exhaled through his nose and continued anyway, because stopping now would only mean giving up. And I heard, you did not even know about this marriage until just now, he went on, his tone no longer sharp, but heavy with something closer to concern. As a mother, do not you think you should have some say in this? Still nothing. I know, he added quickly, as if anticipating an argument that never came. I mean, yeah, I am not experienced in this thing, but even I can tell, this is not a small thing. He gestured vaguely toward the arena below, where the distant clash of wills and treasures continued, unseen but felt. You should be down there. You should participate. I know you and the kid, he hesitated, then corrected himself, your son, have something bad between you. Family issues or whatever they are. But that does not mean you just disappear when it matters. He is still a kid, Yograj said quietly. Strong, yes. Smart, maybe. But still a kid. He will not always know what is right or wrong. Marriage sounds good on the surface. Powerful princess, strong alliance, yeah, but there will be complications. Political ones and emotional ones. He paused, choosing his words carefully. So maybe you should go down there, he said. Even if all you do is speak once. Even if it is just to warn him. Or bless him. Something. Just do it. He looked up at her. If you do not, he finished, his voice low, this might tear whatever is left between you two even further apart. This could be your chance. The silence that followed was deeper than before. No ambient sound. No movement. Even Yograj felt as though the air itself had thickened, pressing in on his chest. Marissa still did not answer. Yograj's shoulders sagged slightly. Yeah, he muttered under his breath after a few seconds, shaking his head. Figures. He leaned back a little, his gaze dropping away from her. In his mind, the conclusion had already formed. She was not going to move. She had made her choice, to stay silent, distant, untouched by the mess below. Guess she will not listen, he thought. A trace of disappointment slipping through despite himself. Then, I want to. The words were quiet, almost too quiet. Yograj froze. He looked up sharply, unsure if he had heard correctly. Marissa had finally spoken. I want to go, she said again, her voice low, restrained, nothing like the commanding tone she used when issuing orders or passing judgment. This voice carried hesitation, something raw and unguarded. She slowly turned her gaze downward, toward the arena far below, where Razeal stood with his arms crossed, calm and unmoved, while King Julius piled treasure upon treasure onto the scale. I want to stand beside him, she continued, and act like a mother too. The words felt heavy as they left her lips, as if each one had to be forced past something lodged in her chest. Yograj blinked. Then why are you not? He asked, genuinely confused now. Marissa's fingers curled slightly against the armrest. Because I am scared. The admission landed like a crack in glass. Yograj stiffened, his eyes twitching. You are scared. I know, she said, her voice trembling. Not much, but enough. I know that if I go down there, it will only make things worse. And if I try to say anything, if I try to give advice, or even just a blessing, he will just look at me and ask, what right do I have? Her gaze wavered, fixed somewhere between the arena and the floor. Her breathing grew uneven, the steady rhythm she always maintained faltering for the first time. What makes me sad, she continued, more quietly now, is that I do not have an answer for that. I do not have anything to say except. Her voice broke for the briefest moment. Except that I am his mother. The words sounded hollow to her own ears. She hesitated, then pressed on, as if afraid she would lose the courage if she stopped. I cannot remember anything big that I have done for him. Anything that proves I deserve that title. Her hand tightened, her knuckles whitening. I do not know what to do, Marissa admitted. Because I know him. I know he will say it. He will ask me why I think I have the right to interfere now, after everything. Her shoulders drew inward slightly, an unconscious motion, small but telling. And I do not know what I will do, she whispered, if he really says that. For the first time, Marissa turned her gaze away from the arena, and down toward Yograj. Her eyes were unsteady, not furious, not cold, uncertain, wet. Yograj felt his breath catch. He stared at her, truly stared, searching her face for confirmation of what his instincts were screaming at him. The faint shimmer along her lower lashes, the way her eyes reflected the light a little too brightly, Before he could fully process it, she turned her head away again, presenting him with the sharp, composed profile he was used to. But it was too late. He had seen it. Were her eyes teary? The thought struck him so hard it felt unreal. Marissa Virlin, crying. The idea alone made his chest feel strange, tight in a way he did not like. He had known her for far too long. Known her as a conqueror, a ruler, a force of will so overwhelming it bent others into submission, without effort. This version of her did not fit any image he carried. For a moment, Yograj wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him. Chapter 345. King Julius stared at the scales of Veridion, as if they had personally betrayed him. His lips trembled, not from fear, but from something far more humiliating. Disbelief. Pure, naked disbelief. The plate on his side was no longer a plate. It was a small mountain. Treasures lay piled upon treasures. Artifacts that had shaped wars, crowns that had ruled eras, relics that entire nations would have burned for. There was no more space left. Gold pressed against sapphire, divine metals tangled with ancient runes, the royal crown resting beside the treasury key, the trident of the sea itself lying there like a final declaration of excess. And yet, nothing. Not a shiver. Not a tremor. Not even the faintest downward twitch. On the opposite side, Razeal's plate held only that single ring. A crimson band, modest in size, a quiet blue star embedded at its center. It rested there without radiance, without an aura of any proclamation. And still it crushed everything. "This is unbelievable," King Julius whispered. His voice had lost its command. It sounded hollow, as if scraped dry by reality itself. "It is not even budging an inch." His shoulders sagged slightly, the weight of the moment finally settling in. This was not just a loss. This was a verdict on his entire life. Thousands of years of accumulated wealth, generations of conquest, tribute, diplomacy, inheritance. Everything he had guarded, hoarded, ruled over. All of it. Worth less. Less than a marble-sized fragment sitting quietly inside a ring. His chest tightened. He had gathered this all for Atlantis, for his throne, for his legacy, and it did not even come close. For a fleeting, absurd second, a ridiculous thought crossed his mind. What if he sat on the scale himself? The king of Atlantis, his very existence should count as priceless, should it not? Combine that with these treasures, maybe then? The thought barely finished forming before his face flushed hot with shame. What am I thinking? He dragged a hand down his face, fingers pressing hard against his brow. If I did that, and it still did not move. His stomach clenched. That would be the end. Not just of his dignity, but of the image he had spent centuries carving into the world. The king reduced to a spectacle. A joke. His hand dropped. He straightened, breathing out slowly, forcing the thought away. Enough. The arena was silent. Thousands watched, waiting. "All right," King Julius said at last. He lifted his head and pointed stiffly at Razeal, his irritation sharp but exhausted. "You win." Razeal's smile widened immediately, lazy, infuriating, and very unapologetic. He raised his hand. No, he corrected smoothly, tilting his head. "Those are the wrong words." Julius' eye twitched. "You admitted defeat first," Razeal continued, his lips curling upward, "and then I won. Order matters." A vein bulged visibly along the king's neck. "You little bastard." The insult never left his mouth. Julius closed his eyes briefly, inhaled, then exhaled through his nose. He would not lose his temper here. Not now. Not in front of all of Atlantis at least. "I will deal with you later," he promised himself. "Yes," he said tightly. "I admit defeat." His jaw clenched. "You won. Happy now?" Razeal did not answer immediately. He just smiled, openly now, almost satisfied in a way that surprised even him. He wondered why this felt so good. Was it because Razeal would be his father-in-law now, or because knocking him down a peg was just that satisfying? He did not dwell on it. Sophia stood frozen, staring between the scale and her father as if her mind could not fully process the scene. Her father, King Julius Atlas Neptune, had admitted defeat, openly, publicly, and to a boy. Her gaze drifted back to the scales. On one side, the trident of the sea, the crown of Atlantis, the royal treasury key, and countless priceless relics. On the other, nothing but that ring. And yet the verdict was absolute. "He really outwealthed my father," she murmured, disbelief softening her voice. It felt surreal. "All right," King Julius said, the words grinding out of him like stones. "You have won." He paused, then forced himself to continue. "You now possess the right to marry my daughter, and to take her with you." Each word tasted bitter. Razeal snorted lightly. "You could have just let me be from the start," he said, strolling toward the scales. "You wasted everyone's time." He reached down and casually picked up the ring. The moment it left the plate, the balance shifted violently. Razeal's side shot upward. Julius' side crashed down. The sound echoed like a gavel striking stone. Any lingering doubt evaporated instantly. The scale was not stuck. It had never been stuck. The difference in value had simply been too vast to register, while the ring remained. King Julius stared at the now lowered plate, then slowly lifted his gaze to Razeal. "So it is real." His shoulders relaxed, a long breath leaving him. This kid must be lucky to obtain something like that. Someone favored by something like this. Maybe destiny truly is involved with him. His eyes softened just slightly. "Maybe it is not such a bad thing," he admitted reluctantly, "for someone like this to stand beside my daughter. Maybe this really was meant to happen." Razeal turned back toward him, ring now safely in hand. Satisfied. The crowd remained silent, stunned into reverence. Razeal closed his fingers around the ring once more, the crimson band still warm from his touch, the blue star at its center quiet and unassuming, yet heavy enough to crush empires. Then he turned. He walked toward Sophia. Not hurried, not dramatic, just steady, deliberate steps, as if the entire Colosseum, the king, the scales, the treasures, and the weight of Atlantis itself had already faded into the background. When he stopped in front of her, the distance between them was barely a breath. Sophia, who had been standing stiffly, still trying to process everything that had happened in the last few minutes, blinked once. Then again. She let out softly, confusion flickering across her face as she looked up at him. Before she could ask anything else, Razeal lifted his left hand and extended it toward her, open, steady, waiting. In his right hand, held slightly higher, was the ring. Give me your hand, he said gently. The gesture was unmistakable, so obvious that even a child would understand it. A wave of shock rolled through the Colosseum. The spectators froze, breaths caught in their throats. It made everyone shocked. Arthur stiffened where he stood. Maria's fingers curled slowly into her palm. Even King Julius, who had just accepted a defeat that would be spoken of for generations, felt his spine straighten as his gaze locked onto the ring. Sophia's eyes widened. That is. Her mouth opened, then closed, as if words had failed her entirely for a moment. She stared at the ring, then at Razeal's face, then back at the ring again. Are you giving that to me? She asked, her voice barely louder than a whisper. She did not even know what the ring truly was, but after what had just happened, one thing was clear. Whatever that object was, it was ultimately more precious than the combined wealth of all Atlantis. Even the trident of the sea was worth nothing compared to him giving her something like this. It was shocking, unthinkable. She could not imagine anyone doing something like this. She understood the intent, that this was something akin to a wedding ring, but it looked far too precious to be just that. Even to her, it felt that way. Yes, Razeal said simply, nodding once. No ceremony, no hesitation, and no grandeur, just a single word. Sophia inhaled sharply. She was stunned by such a casual response, by how easily he said it, as though he truly did not think much of this priceless object. Still, she asked again. Are you sure? She asked, her brows knitting together as she looked back up at him. I mean, this is not just expensive. This is beyond that. It is too precious, even for a wedding ring. It is fine, you know I do not really care about accessories. She shook her head slightly, trying to make him understand. And not to say, this is yours. You got this yourself. Something like this should not just be given away. And honestly, me accepting it does not feel right either. It just feels wrong. Like I am taking too much. She was being truthful. It would feel shameful to take something like this for free just because of a wedding. She was not greedy or coy. It was honest. Razeal listened without interrupting. Then he shook his head slowly. It does not matter, he said. His gaze did not waver. His voice did not rise. It does not matter how precious it is. He took a small step closer, close enough that Sophia could see her own reflection, faintly mirrored in the blue star at the center of the ring. Because, as of now, he continued, calm and certain, you are mine. The words landed heavily. Sophia froze. Her mouth opened again, but this time no sound came out. Her cheeks flushed instantly, warmth blooming across her face and down her neck. She lifted one hand instinctively, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear in a small, almost unconscious gesture, her eyes darting away from his for half a second before returning. Mine. The word echoed in her head, not possessive, not domineering, certain, unavoidable. She did not know how long they stood there like that, simply looking at each other, the noise of the world fading into a distant hum. For the first time since the competition had begun, since fate had started twisting itself around her life, Sophia felt something strange settle in her chest. Not fear, not resistance, a strange, steady calm. Far away, Arthur stared at the scene with his jaw hanging open. Damn, he breathed. His eyes were wide, shining, his expression torn between admiration and pure, unfiltered jealousy. That line, he muttered, clutching at his collar like it physically hurt. Why did I never think of something like that? His voice cracked slightly, saying that while offering something like that, if I gave a ring like that to one of my wives, she would die crying from happiness on the spot. His shoulders slumped. That kid, he is unfair, Arthur grumbled, biting down on the fabric of his collar like it personally offended him. Way too good. Beside him, Maria stood completely still. Her expression was unreadable. Her eyes, however, were sharp, too sharp as they followed the exchange between Razeal and Sophia. She watched the faint pink on Sophia's cheeks. The way Sophia's hand hovered uncertainly before finally beginning to move. The way Razeal stood there without doubt, without urgency, as if the outcome had never been in question. Her fingers tightened slowly at her side. Still she did not say anything, nor did she look away. Finally, after a long, quiet moment, Sophia exhaled. All right, she said softly. Her voice was still steady, but the blush on her face had not faded. If you say so. She lifted her hand and placed it into Razeal's extended palm. Her fingers were cool. His were warm. The contact was brief, but unmistakably real. The Colosseum seemed to hold its breath. And in that single, simple gesture, something far greater than wealth, power, or tradition was sealed, quietly, undeniably, before the eyes of an entire world. Razeal felt her hand settle into his, soft and warm against his palm. For a brief moment, the noise of the Colosseum faded entirely. The murmurs, the gasps, the weight of countless eyes, all of it dulled until there was only that simple contact between them. Good, he said quietly. There was no flourish in his voice, no ceremony, just certainty. Keeping his hold on her, he shifted the ring into his other hand. The crimson metal caught the light, the blue star at its center glowing faintly, calmly, as if it had never just humbled a king and an entire civilization's wealth. To Razeal, it was no longer a measure of value or power. It was simply what came next. He guided her hand closer, aligning the ring with her finger. In his mind, things were straightforward. Put the ring on, and that was it. They would be married. As that was how it worked, at least from what was known. Obviously he was not experienced in this, nor did he know much. From his point of view, that was all there was to it. But just as the ring hovered above her finger, Sophia's hand closed suddenly. Her fingers curled inward, stopping him. Razeal froze. He looked up at her, brows knitting together in confusion as she lifted her other hand in a quick, flustered gesture. Wait, she said, the words tumbling out faster than usual, as if she had only just realized something crucial. What happened? Razeal asked, his grip loosening slightly, but not letting go. His frown deepened when she pulled her hand back just enough to keep the ring from touching her skin. You do not want to? He asked bluntly, the question coming out before he could stop it. Her eyes widened instantly. No, it is not that, she said, shaking her head quickly. Do not misunderstand. She let out a small, awkward laugh, clearly flustered by the way his expression had changed. It is just, this is important, right? A wedding ring. She gestured faintly around them, to the king, to Arthur, to the vast arena still watching. My father is here, my brother too, and I just... She hesitated, then looked back at him properly. You should have your family here as well, she said softly. At least, someone. I am sorry, I got caught up in the moment. I did not think about it at first. I mean, I can wait, you know. Let us wait till you get them. Her smile was apologetic, a little unsure. To her, it mattered. Not as a princess, not as a symbol of Atlantis, but as a woman who understood what marriage meant beyond ceremony. In-laws, presents, acknowledgement. These were things that lingered long after vows were spoken. She did not want to begin something like this by ignoring them, especially when she did not even know what kind of family he had come from. Razeal stared at her for a moment. Then his gaze drifted back over his shoulder. He turned his head slowly, eyes scanning the space behind him. There was no one there. No father standing with crossed arms. No mother watching with mixed pride and worry. No siblings whispering or smirking or pretending not to care. Just open air, stone arena, and strangers who were watching him not as a son, but as a spectacle. He was quiet for several seconds. Then a small smile tugged at his lips. Ah, he said, as if she had merely reminded him of something trivial. He turned back to her, his expression calm, almost gentle. That. He tightened his hold on her hand just slightly, not possessive, just grounding. As you can see, there is no one behind me. I do not have anyone. No father, no mother or any sister. His voice was steady, devoid of bitterness. I just do not have anyone I can call family. He paused, watching her face carefully. So, are you fine with that? He asked. Marrying like this? His smile softened. Because if you are, then you will not just be my wife. You will be my first family. The words landed harder than he intended. Sophia felt her breath catch. For the first time since she had met him, since this absurd, overwhelming chain of events had dragged them together, she saw something raw slip through the cracks of his composure. He was not sad. He was not angry. He was not asking for pity. He was simply stating a fact. And somehow, that made it worse. Her chest tightened as she looked at him more closely now. The faint smile that did not quite reach his eyes. The way he stood so straight as if he had long since learned not to expect anyone to stand beside him. She suddenly became acutely aware of how alone he truly was, despite everything he carried. Without meaning to, her gaze drifted upward, toward the VIP chamber. She remembered Maria's words, remembered being told that his mother was here. And there, seated high above, almost lost in shadow and luxury, was a woman with deep purple hair, her beauty striking even at a distance. Sophia narrowed her eyes slightly, focusing. The woman's posture was composed, regal even. But then Sophia noticed the subtle tremor in her shoulders, the way her hands were clenched tightly in her lap, the way her head was angled downward, eyes closed as if she had heard it, had she not? Sophia was sure of it. And somehow, despite the distance, despite never having met her, Sophia could feel it. Something fractured, something painful hanging in the space between mother and son. When Sophia looked at her face more carefully, she did not see indifference. She saw hurt. A deep, restrained kind of hurt. Before Sophia could process that thought any further, Razeal's voice cut in sharply. Don't. His grip on her hand tightened, not painfully, but enough to pull her attention back to him immediately. Do not look at her, he said, his tone firm now, stripped of the softness it had held a moment ago. He obviously knew where she was looking. She is nothing to me. His crimson eyes locked onto hers, intense and unwavering. Whatever flicker of vulnerability had surfaced earlier was gone, sealed away behind something colder, more resolute. It was not anger that drove his words. It was finality. Sophia nodded slowly, a soft, quiet motion, as she met Razeal's gaze again. There was no mistaking it now. Whatever lay beneath his calm exterior, whatever history he carried behind those crimson eyes, it was serious. Heavy. The coldness in his voice earlier had not been anger, nor irritation, but something far deeper and far more final. And somehow, that made it feel more real than any dramatic declaration ever could. She inhaled gently, steadying herself. This is not the day to unravel such things, she told herself. This was supposed to be the beginning, not a moment to dig into wounds that clearly ran too deep for words. Whatever existed between him and the woman above, whatever past or pain bound them, it could wait. Obviously not wanting to ruin her life's most important day, at least. "All right," she said softly, shaking her head once, as if physically setting those thoughts aside. A small smile returned to her lips, lighter, warmer. "Let us continue then." She relaxed her fingers in his hand, slowly opening her palm, her movements deliberate and gentle. The gesture itself was an invitation, clear, trusting, unquestioning. Razeal did not speak. He only smiled. Without hesitation, he brought his other hand forward, the crimson ring resting against his fingers. As he guided it toward her, his control over blood and form stirred silently. The ring responded to his will as if alive, its structure subtly shifting, refining itself, thinning just enough to suit her finger perfectly. The crimson band became more elegant, more slender, the metal smoothing into a flawless shape. At its center, the deep blue marble, no, the star, glimmered softly, its light restrained yet impossibly vivid, like a fragment of the night sky bound in crystal. When the ring slid onto her finger, it fit as though it had always belonged there. The moment itself was brief, barely a second, but to Sophia, time seemed to stretch unnaturally thin. Her breath hitched, her heart raced. It felt as if something irrevocable had settled into place, something far heavier than a ceremony or a tradition. Butterflies exploded in her stomach, sudden and overwhelming, and she could not stop the delighted smile that spread across her face. "Ha ha ha. I am married now," she said, the words slipping out with a soft, bright laugh, pure excitement lacing her voice. She stared at her hand, eyes shimmering as she took in the side of the ring resting against her finger. The glow of the blue star reflected faintly in her eyes, making them sparkle even more brightly. Razeal released her hand slowly, watching her reaction without interrupting it. He could feel her excitement even without words. It radiated from her in waves. Sophia lifted her other hand, touching the ring lightly with her fingertips, as if to confirm it was real. "I am really married," she murmured, almost to herself. "And it looks beautiful on me." She raised her hand toward him, palm angled just enough to show the ring clearly, her smile widening. "How do I look?" she asked, eyes shining as she looked up at him. "Husband, does it look beautiful on me?" Razeal's gaze traveled over her without haste. The royal blue of her dress flowed like calm ocean water around her form. Her long, deep blue hair framed her face perfectly, catching the light as it moved. Her eyes, clear, oceanic, impossibly vivid, met his without fear. And then his gaze settled on the ring, the blue star glowing softly against her skin. It suited her. More than that, it looked like it always belonged to her. And she looked beautiful, not in an abstract, distant way, but in a way that felt real, present, undeniable. When his eyes returned to her face, he found her watching him closely, waiting just a little for his response. He smiled. "You look like something," he said calmly as he pointed at her, without flourish or hesitation, "that is mine." The words left him naturally, unfiltered. The effect was immediate. Sophia froze, her face flushed violently, heat rushing to her cheeks so fast it felt like steam might rise from her skin. Her mouth fell open, but no sound came out. Her thoughts scattered, completely undone by the simplicity and intensity of his words. She turned her face away abruptly, one hand lifting instinctively as if to shield herself, her ears burning. Arthur, watching from a short distance away, looked like his soul had just been crushed and reborn at the same time. He shouted, clutching his chest dramatically. "He is just natural at this." His jaw nearly hit the floor as he stared at Razeal in disbelief. That definitely was not practiced or even forced. That was instinct. He slapped a hand over his face, groaning. "I should have known." That line, while giving something that priceless, that is illegal, absolutely illegal. He glanced down at himself with deep regret. "I am stealing that. I do not care. I am using it next time." Maria, standing nearby, said nothing. Her expression was unreadable, cold, restrained, but her eyes told a different story. They lingered on Sophia's flushed face, on the ring, on the way Razeal stood so calmly beside her, as if the entire world had not just shifted around them. Her fingers clenched slowly at her side. She did not speak, though suddenly, inside Razeal's mind, a familiar presence stirred. "Host, it is fine that you are doing this, truly. But remember your fifth character trait, absolute love. Feelings persist indefinitely, unshaken by time or reason. Boundless affection, immune to limits or restraint. Deep attachment may evolve into fixation or obsession. Playing and acting is acceptable, but if you truly fall in love, even slightly, it will be dangerous. Not for others, for you. But if you really fall in love, even a little, it will be dangerous for you. It will be nothing but your demise. So I am warning you. Even though I know you are fully aware of this, I am reminding you anyway, just in case. Do not destroy yourself. You should know what to do and what not to do. Do not let anyone get close to your feelings. It has always ended in betrayal for you." Chapter 346. Razeal listened to the words echoing through his mind. The warning was sharp and insistent. A slow, crooked smile pulled at the corner of his lips. It was not amusement. It was irony, tinged with bitterness. "Do you even hear yourself?" he thought. His inner voice was calm, edged with dry mockery. "Everything you are saying might be true, but do you realize how manipulative it sounds?" He kept his gaze forward, unfocused, while his thoughts sharpened. "Even someone who knows nothing about our history could tell you are trying to corner me, Villy. You want to push me into a conclusion you have already decided." Villy responded in his mind. "It is not manipulation, host. It is reality. Even if you want to ignore your trait for now, think logically. You are a vampire too. When vampires form attachments, real ones, they do not stay mild or manageable. They escalate. Every emotion reaches its absolute peak. Love, hatred, obsession, devotion. It does not matter. For humans, emotions are things they survive. For vampires, emotions are catalysts. Like elixirs. If good, they are potent. If not, they are the most lethal poison there can be. There is no antidote. Villy continued. You underestimate that at your own risk. I am just telling you. Look at yourself. You may not show it, or you may refuse to accept it, but you are still hurt. You are hiding behind that cold expression. Hiding will not heal you. None of your wounds have healed. You are still resting on them. 1 or 2 more wounds like this, and you will not just be surviving. Believe me. Razeal exhaled slowly. The breath was barely perceptible. Outwardly, he remained still, composed, his posture relaxed. Inwardly, something stirred. It was not anger or denial. It was a quiet resistance. You do not need to worry about me, Villy, he replied evenly. This is my life. I know what is good for me and what is not. His eyes flicked briefly towards Sophia. She stood just a step away, her attention entirely consumed by the ring on her finger. She looked radiant, unguarded, happy in a way that felt almost foreign to him. Let us not pretend there is some grand romance here, he continued, his thoughts steady and deliberate. This marriage exists because it benefits me. Nothing more. If there were no benefits, I would not have done it in the first place. Simple. It was not a lie. Or at least, it was not entirely one. He needed this connection to gain that title. The leverage and all. That was undeniable. Razeal admitted this truthfully, if only in his own head. He did not owe Villy any explanation for what he was doing or why. He was trying to convince himself, to give meaning to the choices he had already made. Villy did not let it go. Gifting her something with the value of a star does not exactly scream purely benefit-driven, host. There was something dry in Villy's tone, as if it were pointing out an obvious flaw in his reasoning. Be careful. Do not pour emotions into this. Whether you acknowledge it or not, actions carry weight, especially yours. I might be using her for my own benefit in the future, but that does not mean I will be treating her badly. And as for giving her something precious or not, that is my choice. I will throw it away or do whatever I want. It is my property. Why do you have anything to comment on it? And about being careful with my feelings, I am not interested in that. That is the only reason I am not doing it. If it felt worth it, I would go to the very end of it. I have made up my mind to give up my life over small, stupid, and insignificant things all these times. You think I would be afraid to risk it for myself again? I remember someone once said it is fine to be selfish for yourself. So I will be, as much as I can be. Razeal smiled lightly, replying in his head. If it felt really worth it, whatever traits or emotional risks I carry, I would do it. I do not have much desperation to live, or much distraction, or pain left, that I have not already felt. If someday I felt like it was worth the price, I would do it without giving a damn. Razeal smiled to himself as he said this, glancing at Sophia from the corner of his eye. She stood in front of him, red with shyness, looking down at the ring. Though I do not think, after everything I have gone through, I would be able to fall in love, or develop feelings for someone, even if I wanted to. So it does not really matter to me. Maybe this is the best I can do. I just got married, and I have not really felt that level of excitement. Not the way she is. Razeal noticed how excited Sophia looked. She was unable to stop smiling, little chuckles escaping her lips from time to time. He wondered why he was unable to feel that kind of emotion. Maybe feelings had stopped meaning anything to him. He felt incapable of some things. Villy interjected again. So you are turning stupid now? Whatever suits you. Just reminding you. My life is linked to yours. You might not feel anything, but I would be ashamed if I had to end myself just because of some insignificant emotions, or falling in love with someone. Razeal heard the words echo in his head again, sharp and insistent. He did not bother responding. He did not argue or justify himself. He simply let the voice fade into the background, like noise he had long grown used to ignoring. This was his life, his choices, his consequences. He had spent far too long letting others decide what was good for him, what was safe, what was foolish. Whether it was fate, destiny, systems, bloodlines, or so-called well-wishers, good gods, family members, or so-called friends who thought they understood him better than he understood himself, he was done listening. Whatever path he chose from now on, whatever decisions he made, they would be his alone. No one else had earned the right to steer his life. While his thoughts ran deep and cold beneath the surface, the world around him continued to move. Congratulations, Sophia, King Julius said. His massive hand came to rest on his daughter's head. His palm was heavy yet gentle as he looked down at her with unmistakable pride. I bless you both. May you have a bright and happy future ahead of you. Sophia did not answer immediately. She simply smiled. It was a wide, unrestrained smile that she did not even attempt to hide. It was the kind of smile that came from a place too full for words. It made her eyes shine and her cheeks ache. For once, she was not trying to appear composed, regal, or prideful. She was simply happy. King Julius chuckled at the sight. A deep, amused sound rumbled from his chest. You look very happy, he said. He was clearly entertained. So happy you cannot even speak. Sophia let out a soft, breathy laugh. Her fingers curled slightly at her sides, as if she did not quite know what to do with herself. All right, the king continued, his tone shifting gently. Go, talk to your brother. Let me have some time alone with my son-in-law. At those words, Sophia's eyes flashed up toward him instantly. She was sharp and alert. A flicker of instinctive defensiveness passed through her expression. Catching it, King Julius laughed again. "Do not look at me like that," he said, raising both hands in mock surrender. "I have already accepted him as my son-in-law. This is not anything bad, just an important conversation between men." Sophia hesitated for a moment, clearly torn. She finally nodded. She gave her father a long look, as if searching his face for any trace of hidden intent. Finding none, she hummed softly in acknowledgement. Before turning away, she stole one last glance at Razeal. Their eyes met for a brief second. He did not smile outwardly, but something in his gaze softened just enough for her to notice. It was enough. Her lips curved upward again. She turned and practically skipped as she walked toward where Arthur and Maria were standing. Her steps were light, almost buoyant, as if the ground beneath her feet had lost its weight. It felt less like walking and more like floating. Her chest fluttered with an unfamiliar, overwhelming rush, like butterflies colliding in her stomach, lifting her higher with every breath. Maria drawled as Sophia approached. Her arms were crossed and her expression was cool. "You look very happy." Sophia stopped in front of her and tilted her head slightly. Her smile turned playful. "And I can tell you definitely are not," she shot back lightly. "What is wrong? Unhappy about my marriage, or something?" Maria's lips pressed into a thin line. Her eyes flicked briefly to Sophia's hand before she looked away again. "Do not flatter yourself." Before Sophia could respond, Arthur leaned in. His eyes were practically glowing. "Ring," he demanded eagerly. "Show me the ring. Come on, sis. Let me see it. What is so special about it?" He craned his neck. His gaze locked onto Sophia's finger as if mesmerized. His mouth nearly watered with curiosity. "You ungrateful bastard," Sophia snapped without hesitation. "Your sister just got married, and instead of congratulating me, you are pulling this." Her fist connected with Arthur's face in the next instant. The impact sent him flying backward like a launched projectile. His body skidded across the stone floor before he crashed down nearly 10 meters away. The sound echoed sharply through the arena. Sophia watched him land without the slightest change in expression. A moment later, Arthur groaned. He popped back up as if nothing had happened. Dusting himself off, he reappeared in front of her with the same shameless grin plastered across his face. Hey, no need to be violent," he said quickly. "It was not that. I was just worried about you. You know, checking if it is the real deal or that. Because that bastard, I mean, my dear brother-in-law, is very clever. He tricked me earlier, so I was just concerned. Pure concern. For my beautiful, lovely sister so she does not get." Despite his words, his eyes never left Sophia's ring finger. Sophia stared at him flatly. Sure, she did not believe a single word, but she also did not expect anything better from him. Turning her attention away, she lifted her hand slightly. Her gaze softened as it fell onto the ring. The crimson band caught the light. The blue core shimmered like a fragment of the night sky trapped in crystal. Even now, she could not quite believe it was real. Arthur leaned closer again, practically vibrating. "Seriously though," he whispered, "that thing must be insane." Maria watched the exchange in silence. Her expression was unreadable. Then, she spoke. "You said earlier," she said, her voice cool but pointed, "that if your husband was not satisfactory, you would look for other partners. Did you mean it?" Sophia blinked, clearly caught off guard by the sudden question. It was at such a wrong time too. Her hand paused mid-movement as she brushed her fingers lightly over the ring. Slowly, she lowered her arm and turned to face Maria directly. Her eyes narrowed just a fraction, enough to make the shift obvious. "What?" Sophia said slowly. "You are worried about him?" Her tone was not loud, but it carried weight. "Even he did not show any concern when I said that, but you are showing it now?" Maria met her gaze only briefly before looking away. Her expression closed off almost instinctively. "I am just curious," she replied. Her voice was flat, deliberately neutral. It was an answer that answered nothing. Sophia studied her for a second longer than necessary. Her shoulders lifted in a small shrug, as if she had decided something was not worth hiding. She stepped closer, invading Maria's personal space just enough to make her lean back on reflex. "Not really," Sophia said casually. Her lips curved. "It is a disgusting idea, honestly. Having more than one man for yourself." She tilted her head slightly, as if weighing the thought. "At least, it looks disgusting to me." Maria's eyes flickered, but she stayed silent. "I only said that earlier," Sophia continued, lowering her voice as she leaned in even more, "because my mother used to say that talking like that keeps your man straight." She winked, quick and mischievous. That seemed to be enough. Maria turned her head away. "I see." Sophia straightened, then smiled again. This time, it was sharper. "I answered your curiosity," she said lightly. "Now it is your turn to answer mine." She leaned in again. Her eyes gleamed. "Why did you ask?" Her voice dropped to a near whisper. "What is going on in that dark little heart of yours?" Maria stiffened. "You do not," Sophia added, drawing the words out deliberately, "have any dirty thoughts about my man, do you?" Maria's left eye twitched. Across the arena, King Julius stood before Razeal. The distance between them was far smaller than it had been when they first met. The tension had changed shape. It was not gone, but refined into something steadier. "So," the king said at last, crossing his arms loosely, "from today onward, we are family." Razeal let out a small breath. The corner of his mouth lifted faintly. "Seems like it," he replied, "though you did try pretty hard to stop it." Julius coughed, looking away for half a second. "That is irrelevant." He looked back at him. His eyes were sharp but no longer hostile. "You are my son-in-law now. Razeal nodded. Silence settled between them again. It was heavier this time, not with conflict, but with unfamiliarity. Razeal realized, faintly, that he had no idea what came after this. No strategy, no plan, just a strange pause. King Julius cleared his throat. It is my first time having a son-in-law, he admitted, so I will be honest. I do not really know how this is supposed to go. Razeal did not respond. He simply listened. Honestly, at first, I did not think you would be a good idea for my daughter, the king continued bluntly. I mean, I did not think you were suitable. He glanced at Razeal from the corner of his eye. But looking at you now, you do not seem that bad. Razeal arched an eyebrow slightly but said nothing. I did not expect you to show that kind of consideration toward her, Julius went on. Especially not by giving her something like that. His gaze drifted briefly, unconsciously, to where Sophia stood in the distance. You know how rare that is? Razeal remained quiet. In this world, the king said slowly, people do not give things like that away. Not without expecting something equal in return, at least. Especially not something so precious. His voice lowered. To do it so easily, you either have a very big heart, or you care far more than you let on. Either way, someone who can do that will not treat her badly. Julius straightened, then stepped forward, extending his hand. Take good care of my daughter, he said. His voice was firm now. She will be in your care from this point on. Razeal looked at the outstretched hand for a moment before reaching out and clasping it. The king's grip tightened unexpectedly. It was not aggressive, but intense, like he was anchoring something important. I raised her with much love and care, Julius said quietly. She did not have an easy position, even as a princess. I just expect you to be kind to her. His eyes bored into Razeal's. Do not hurt her. Razeal met his gaze without flinching. It is rare, Julius added. His voice roughened just slightly. To see her smile the way she is smiling today. His grip tightened once more. Do not take that away from her. Also, I can see you are very special, the king said slowly, as if weighing every word before allowing it to leave his mouth. Talented. Dangerous, even. His eyes did not soften, but something vulnerable surfaced beneath their stern depth. I am aware that my daughter is strong. Stronger than most who walk this world. Strong enough that very few could even dream to truly harm her. His thumb pressed more firmly against the back of Razeal's hand. But even so, Julius continued, his voice dropping. If a moment ever comes, just one where strength alone is not enough, promise me that you will protect her. There was no command in his tone, no royal authority, just a father asking. Razeal looked up at him in silence. For a brief moment, the roaring arena, the floating screens, the murmuring crowd, and the weight of Atlantis itself faded. All that remained was the old man in front of him. His grip was tight, not with dominance, but with fear he did not bother to hide. It was strange. Razeal had faced gods without blinking. He had stared death in the eye and felt nothing, even dying many times. Yet now standing here, he felt something unfamiliar coil faintly in his chest. It was an unease that had nothing to do with danger. After a few heartbeats, he nodded once. I will. Do not worry. The king did not relax. Good, Julius said, but his voice trembled just slightly. And listen to me carefully. His grip tightened again, this time unconsciously. Do not hurt her. Not with your hands. Not with your words. Not with your indifference. And definitely not emotionally, or with feelings. His eyes searched Razeal's face, as if looking for cracks, for deception. Also, if you ever reach a point where you do not want her, he continued, the words forced out slowly, it is fine. It happens sometimes. Understandings change or by whatever reason. Bring her back to me. I will accept her without question. So do not be scared. I would rather have her by my side again than see her treated carelessly. For the first time, the king of Atlantis looked small. He was not weak in body, not diminished in power, but exposed. His shoulders were still squared, his back still straight. Yet his eyes carried something painfully human. She is very, very precious. I raised her with love, he said quietly. With patience. With pride. His voice lowered further, almost breaking. So please, do not. There was no threat at the end of that sentence. No warning. Just a plea. Razeal felt that strange sensation again, sharper this time. He found himself wondering, uninvited and unwanted. What if he had a father or anyone, just once, who spoke this way to others for him like this man was speaking for his daughter, calling him precious and all? How would he have felt about that? The thought irritated him. Still, when he spoke, his voice came out steady. Do not worry, he said. I will take good care of her. He paused, then added, more firmly, I promise. The word surprised even him. He did not really make promises. He honestly did not even want to right now, but he was not able to control it. Anyway, he did not waste time on it. The king studied him for several seconds, as if measuring the weight of that promise. Then, slowly, Julius smiled. It was not the proud, overbearing smile of a ruler, but something quieter, something almost tired. Good, he said. You are a sensible kid. At last, he released Razeal's hand. The sudden absence of pressure felt oddly noticeable. The king stepped back, straightening once more. The familiar presence of authority settled over him again like a mantle. He waved one hand casually, as if brushing the heavy emotions aside. Anyway, he said, clearing his throat, here. With a flick of his wrist, space shimmered faintly, and a deep blue object materialized in his palm. It was a compass, unlike any Razeal had seen. Its casing looked carved from a single piece of polished sapphire, etched with faint, flowing runes that pulsed softly like bioluminescent veins. There were no markings for north, south, east, or west. Instead, a single needle floated freely within. It pointed unwaveringly toward one direction, no matter how the compass was turned. I know where you wanted to go, King Julius said, holding it out. The ocean black. Razeal's eyes flickered with interest as he accepted it. The cool surface settled into his palm. This will guide you there, Julius continued. It does not care about currents, storms, or distance. It only points to what you seek. With this, you will not waste time. Razeal turned the compass slightly, watching the needle correct itself instantly. So this was it, the last piece he had come for. He closed his fingers around the compass, feeling a quiet sense of completion settle in his chest. Good, he said after a brief pause, his gaze dropping to the compass in his hand. He turned away, slowly, following the direction the needle pointed toward, as if committing it to memory. And if you ever face trouble in the future, the king added, his voice lighter now, almost casual, come to me. Whenever you need. Just know I will be there. I will see it through, whatever it is. He laughed softly as he stepped closer, and placed a hand on Razeal's shoulder from behind. The weight of it was firm, almost protective. Razeal froze. His attention drifted away from the compass he had been studying so intently. Slowly, deliberately, he lifted his gaze and turned his head to look back at the king. His expression remained unreadable. There was no gratitude, no resistance. Only silence stretched between them for several long seconds. Finally, he spoke. I see, he said. His face revealed nothing. Chapter 347. Razeal gave King Julius one last glance, then turned away. He began walking toward the spot where Sophia, Maria, and Arthur were standing. When he reached them, he lifted the deep blue compass so they could see it. All right, he said. Let us go. I finally got the location. The needle trembled once, then fixed itself unwaveringly in a single direction. We should leave early, he added. His tone shifted into planning mode. The king said it is very far. Even at our speed, it will take more than 7 or 8 days to reach. Silence met his words. Razeal slowed, then stopped. Maria and Sophia stared at him. Their gazes were neither casual nor curious. They studied his face with sharp, unwavering intensity. Two different kinds of focus made the air feel tight. Sophia's eyes were bright, probing, and expectant. Maria's were colder, darker, and carried something restrained and unsettled. The silence stretched. What happened? Razeal asked. He frowned faintly. Something was off. The atmosphere was wrong in a way he could not immediately identify. That unsettled him more than open hostility ever did. Nothing, Sophia said. Nothing, Maria said at the exact same time. Their eyes shifted to each other immediately after. They collided. Sparks did not fly physically, but the tension was sharp enough that it felt like they might. Sophia's smile tightened at the corners. Maria's jaw flexed once before she looked away. She did not retreat, but she broke contact. Razeal blinked. Okay, he said slowly. He was genuinely confused. Something was wrong, but it was not hostility directed at him. It was something sideways, tangled, or whatever he could not identify. That made him more curious because he had no frame of reference for it. Before he could overthink it, Arthur slid in from the side. He threw an arm around Razeal's shoulders as if they were brothers rather than newly minted in-laws. TCH, Arthur whispered. He leaned in close. My eyes did not lie to me. Razeal stiffened slightly. About what? Arthur smirked. He glanced toward Sophia and Maria. They stood too close, and they were too tense. I knew you were talented, Arthur continued. But already putting my sister into competition? That is bold. Very bold. Razeal turned his head. Competition? What competition? Arthur chuckled under his breath. Careful, brother-in-law. Playing with tides like that can be very dangerous. Believe me. I am a professional. What are you talking about? Razeal asked. Arthur paused. He was genuinely taken aback. He searched Razeal's face. He really searched it this time. The confusion there was not feigned. There was no smugness, no hidden amusement, no guilty deflection. Arthur straightened slightly. No way. There is no way he is that dense. Right. Arthur's eyes flicked back to Sophia's flushed cheeks, then to Maria's tight posture. Maria stood with arms crossed, her gaze sharp. He really does not get it. That is so obvious though. Arthur slowly withdrew his arm and rubbed his chin. No, that is impossible. Maybe I am just thinking too much. Arthur glanced back at Razeal's face. Nothing. Forget it. You will figure it out. Or you will not. Either way, it will not be boring. Razeal watched him suspiciously but said nothing. Sophia stepped forward. She shifted her body between Razeal and Maria. She did not do it aggressively, but the movement was clear. Her gaze left Maria and fixed on Razeal instead. She looked bright and expectant. Yes, we can leave, she said. Her tone was light but pointed. But do not you think that now that we are married, you should call me with those special words? Razeal's attention snapped fully to her. Special words, he repeated. He was thrown off. He did not understand what she was trying to say. Obviously, Sophia said. She tilted her head and rested one hand on her hip. You did not call me anything just now. You just grouped me in with everyone else. You said let us go. Nothing else? She tapped her chin thoughtfully. I am your wife. I should get special attention and treatment. Razeal just stared at her. For a second, he genuinely thought she might be joking. But there was not anything else to say, he replied. He was honest. I was just saying we should leave. Sophia blinked. Once. Then twice. Maria turned her head slightly. Her eyes narrowed. Arthur covered his mouth with his fist. His shoulders shook. Sophia stared at Razeal as if he had just spoken in an alien language. You really do not get it, she said slowly. Get what? Razeal asked. He frowned. What does special treatment even mean here? We are not even discussing travel plans. It is just go, leave, or let us go. In simple words, what more is there to it? He was confused. He did not think there could be anything he could have done there, at least from what he knew. Sophia exhaled slowly. She folded her arms beneath her chest. She looked at him with narrowed eyes and enjoyed the way his composure cracked piece by piece. There were many things you could have done, husband, she said. She let the word linger as if testing how it sat on her tongue. Like, wife. I got it. Should we leave? Very efficiently, lovely, and nicely. Very you. Her lips twitched. And what about better words? Sweeter ones? Darling, beautiful, my angel, baby, my heart, or even beloved. She tilted her head and studied his face closely. But no, you did not even try. And now that I think about it, it has been over 5 minutes since we got married, and you still have not even called me wife. She leaned in slightly, her voice lowered, and her eyes grew sharp. What is it? You are not happy? Razeal froze. Not outwardly. His posture remained straight, and his expression composed, but inside, there was a distinct, uncomfortable pause. It was like his thoughts had tripped over something invisible. He stared at her for a second longer than necessary. He genuinely processed the absurdity of the situation. He finally said. That was it. No grand defense. No clever retort. Just a quiet, honest sound of someone who truly did not understand what was going on. He thought maybe he was just not getting it. He let out a breath and rubbed the back of his head. I just got married for the first time, he said. Obviously, I do not know much. It will take some time. So give me some time. I will get it, slowly. He glanced at her. He was clearly baffled by the intensity she brought to something that, to him, felt trivial. You do not need to make such a big thing out of it. And as for words, how am I supposed to know? What exactly do you want me to call you? Just tell me, and I will call you that. Simple. Sophia blinked. Then her brows shot up. That is your excuse, she shot back. What does first time even mean here? Her eyes sharpened. Her lips pursed as suspicion flickered across her face. Are you saying you will learn after getting married more times? Or are you trying to warn me in advance? Maybe you already have another woman in mind? She stepped closer. Her gaze pierced him. Tell me, who is it? Razeal stared at her, stunned. What, he said. Genuine disbelief seeped into his voice. No, that is not what I meant. He was honestly at a loss. The situation had escalated far beyond anything logical. Just moments ago, he did not think he even said anything about it. What are you even talking about? He asked. He could not keep the confusion from his tone. I did not say any of that. Then what did you mean? Sophia pressed. Her eyes glinted. Her lips curled upward just enough to suggest she was enjoying this far more than she should. Explain it. Razeal wanted to but stopped. What was there to explain again? He wondered. He ran through the conversation again in his mind. He tried to identify where things had gone wrong. He had not mentioned other women. He had not implied future marriages. He had not rejected her. He simply had not used flowery words. Somehow, that had spiraled into accusations of infidelity and emotional neglect. What exactly do you want me to explain? He asked slowly. You are asking me to explain things I did not even say. Before the tension could tighten further, a hand landed heavily on his shoulder. Arthur. Leave it, brother-in-law, Arthur said with a solemn nod. His expression carried the weight of a man who had seen too much. Do not think too hard. It is dangerous territory. Razeal turned his head. He stared at him. Arthur patted his shoulder again and sighed deeply. There goes another naive man, he muttered to himself. Then, louder, he said. Congratulations on your marriage, brother-in-law. Truly, welcome to married life. He gestured vaguely with one hand. You will get used to it, eventually. Or you will not. Either way, this is how it starts. Razeal looked at him as if he had just spoken in riddles. Sophia laughed softly. She was clearly pleased. All right, she said lightly. She waved a hand. We will leave it for now. Too many people around. Her eyes sparkled mischievously. She leaned closer to Razeal and lowered her voice. Husband and wife matters should stay private. We can discuss this later, in the bedroom. Maria stood just beside them. She stiffened instantly. Her brows twitched. This bitch. And for now, Sophia continued sweetly. She straightened up. Come on, just call me wife first. She smiled. She was fully aware of the effect her words had, not just on Razeal, but on the atmosphere itself. Razeal felt it. Maria's presence suddenly turned colder. Arthur subtly leaned back, already bracing for impact. Sophia watched him with open expectation, and was clearly teasing him now, deliberately cornering him. Wife, he repeated quietly. He understood it now. She was not angry. She was not offended. She was just playing with him. Honestly, that irritated him more than anger would have. He was wasting his time on a pointless thing. He exhaled slowly. Let us not waste time. They needed to leave. Wasting more time on it here would achieve nothing. Fine, he thought. End it. He lifted his gaze to meet hers. His expression remained calm, and his voice steady. Wife, he said. Just once. No embellishment. No warmth. No hesitation. The effect was immediate. Sophia's eyes widened ever so slightly. The teasing glint faltered for a fraction of a second, before returning twice as bright. Her lips curved into a satisfied smile, as if she had just won something important. Maria just looked away. Should we go, wife? Razeal said. His voice was even and controlled, as though the word carried no weight at all. Before any other problems arise. He said it fully, word by word. He was slow and deliberate, as if speed alone could strip the word of its meaning. It was merely another title, another label, no different from ally or companion. His face remained calm and composed. He wore the same unreadable mask he always wore. Yet, the truth betrayed him anyway. For the briefest instant, his heart stumbled. It was not violent, and not loud, but it was enough. A single, sharp beat echoed too clearly in his chest. The sensation caught him off guard. It was faint and unfamiliar, like stepping on uneven ground where you expected solid stone. He ignored it immediately. He forced his posture to remain relaxed and his expression unchanging. Sophia did not miss it. She saw the slight pause in his breath. She saw the almost imperceptible tension in his shoulders. She saw the way his voice, steady as it was, carried the faintest strain at the edges. She did not comment on it, not yet, but a quiet, satisfied thought crossed her mind. He really does feel it, she thought. But he is just pretending not to. Interesting. It will be more fun this way. Her lips curved subtly. She studied him with eyes bright with amusement. Cute, she thought. He tried so hard to look unaffected, as if emotions were things he could simply refuse to acknowledge. Still, she let it go for now. One thing is still missing, do not you think, she said lightly. Her voice dipped into a teasing lilt. Darling. The word slid from her lips effortlessly, deliberate and smooth. She did not look at him alone when she said it. Out of the corner of her eye, she spared Maria a brief glance. It was a look that was not outright provocation, but was not innocent either. It was a quiet, unmistakable I-1. Maria did not react. Her face remained cold and unreadable. Her gaze was steady and unyielding. Whatever satisfaction Sophia had hoped for, she did not get it. Razeal felt it. A shiver ran through him before he could stop it. It was subtle but undeniable. It traveled straight down his spine. The way Sophia looked at him set off something instinctive and uncomfortable. He still kept his face like a poker player. All right. What is it? He asked. Sophia smiled. Instead of answering immediately, she stepped closer. She moved close enough that the space between them disappeared entirely. With a casual motion, she reached out and gently removed Arthur's arm from Razeal's shoulder. She brushed away something that did not belong there. Arthur stumbled half a step and blinked in surprise, but before he could complain, Sophia was already holding Razeal's right arm with both of hers. She did not cling desperately. She did not need to. She leaned into him naturally and familiarly, as though this was already where she belonged. Razeal glanced down at her hands around his arm, but said nothing. He allowed it. He was not sure why, perhaps because it did not feel threatening, or perhaps because stopping her would only make things more complicated. Sophia turned her head then. Her eyes settled on Maria. Everyone congratulated us, she said lightly. Father, brother, almost everyone standing close to us. Her fingers tightened slightly around Razeal's arm. The movement was subtle but intentional. But there is one person who is not. Ask her to congratulate us. She said this while looking toward Maria intentionally. Razeal blinked, but before he could speak, Maria did. What is there to congratulate? Maria replied coldly. It is just a marriage. Everyone gets one someday. Sophia tilted her head. Then why are you not yet? She pulled Razeal a little closer. She pressed against his side just enough to make the gesture unmistakable. It was not intimacy. It was display. Maria's eyes flicked briefly to the contact, then back to Sophia. Because I am 16, Maria said flatly. And why are you even concerned about me? Sophia laughed softly. Only 16, she teased. Aw, you are still a kid. What are you doing wandering around here alone? Where are your parents? Maria's eyebrow twitched. Kid, she repeated. Her smile turned thin and sharp. The person you just married is 16 too. So congratulations. You married a kid. Sophia froze. What? She turned slowly to look up at Razeal. You are 16? Razeal nodded once. Silence. Well, whatever, Sophia said quickly. She waved it off with forced ease. 20, 16. It is just 4 years. That is nothing. She crossed her arms. She clearly tried to recover. There is millions of years between my parents. Compared to that, this is nothing. Millions, Maria and Razeal spoke at the same time. Sophia's eyes widened. She slapped a hand over her mouth. Oops. Arthur stared at her. You were not supposed to say that. You know that, he asked slowly. Ah, nothing, Sophia laughed awkwardly. She turned away before anyone could press further. Forget it, forget it. She released Razeal's arm at last. She stepped back with a bright smile. You said we should leave, right, darling? And you are worried about the distance? She leaned forward conspiratorially. Do not worry. I have got the perfect solution. We will reach there in just a few hours. You will love it. Razeal frowned faintly. Hours? She nodded enthusiastically. But she paused, suddenly remembering something. My space bracelet is with father. She turned on her heel. Wait here. I will grab it. Then I will show you. Before anyone could respond, she was already moving. She practically skipped as she headed back toward King Julius. Arthur sighed deeply. He rubbed his face. You are really in trouble, he muttered. Maria and Razeal remained silent. Their gazes followed Sophia, as she very obviously tried to steer the conversation away from what she had just let slip. The sudden brightness in her tone and the exaggerated enthusiasm were too deliberate to miss. Neither of them called her out on it, but neither of them forgot it either. Millions of years? The thought lingered in Razeal's mind like an unfinished sentence. Sophia had not sounded like she was joking. But then again, who, exactly, could live for millions of years? His mind brushed against possibilities he had not bothered pursuing ever before. Another thing tugged at his curiosity as well. This space bracelet she was so confident about was interesting. Cutting days of travel into mere hours was no small claim, not even for Atlantis. He had seen enough sacred tools and absurd relics to know that when people like Sophia spoke with that kind of certainty, it usually was not empty pride. He was still turning these thoughts over when Sophia came running back. Light footsteps echoed across the arena floor as she returned. A bright, almost childlike grin was on her face. On her wrist shimmered a bracelet the color of a clear summer sky. It was translucent and crystalline, with faint currents of light flowing through it like slow-moving lightning trapped beneath glass. It did not radiate pressure or hostility, but its presence was unmistakable, as if the space around it bent just slightly to accommodate it. Before anyone could question her, Sophia lifted her arm and flicked her wrist outward. The air trembled. It was not violent. It was smooth, like the surface of the ocean just before something massive breaks through. Space itself seemed to peel back and fold inward. A shadow swallowed the arena. A colossal ship materialized above them. It was suspended effortlessly in the air. It was vast. It was easily 200 meters long. Its hull was a deep, dignified blue etched with flowing, luminous engravings that looked less like carvings and more like living sigils. The design carried the unmistakable elegance of Atlantis. It was power restrained by refinement, beauty forged alongside violence and destruction. Gasps rippled through the Colosseum. Even seasoned Atlantians, warriors, nobles, and elders stared upward in open awe. The ship commanded attention through sheer presence. Sophia planted her hands on her hips. She was clearly pleased. Hee, she laughed. Her chin lifted proudly. Look, this is my favorite ship. She turned toward Razeal. Her eyes sparkled as if she were a child showing off her most treasured toy. This is the Saint-Rank Azure Lightning Arc, she announced. Just sitting inside it grants extreme acceleration. It can cross hundreds of miles in minutes. She lifted a finger and counted casually. It can also withstand attacks from a Saint King without a scratch. No ordinary beast or monster would even dare approach it when it cut through any dangerous corner of ocean. Her smile widened. And it is not just defensive. It can attack with the full force of a Saint King too, though it needs an hour to recharge afterward. She tilted her head. She was clearly enjoying herself. You will not find a better travel-type treasure in the entire world. Father gathered the greatest blacksmiths of the seas to forge it. There was unmistakable pride in her voice, not arrogance, but the kind of confidence born from knowing exactly what you possessed. Razeal, Maria, and Arthur simply stared. Arthur's mouth hung slightly open. Maria's eyes narrowed. She scanned the ship with sharp, analytical focus, though even she could not hide the faint tightening of her expression. As for Razeal, his gaze moved slowly along the hull. He read the craftsmanship, the flow of power, and the harmony between structure and enchantment. Saint-Rank, he noted. Impressive. But before he could comment, a familiar ripple passed in front of his eyes. The stream chat panel flickered in front of him. Ancestor Shwe, is this girl showing off? Lily, that ring he gave her, if I am not mistaken, is that not the star the tongue mentioned earlier? It was real? Degenerated bastard, showing off in front of a guy who casually gifts stars. Wow. The greatest collector, best travel type treasure in the world? Ha. That. Let me show you what real travel treasure looks like. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a gift from Rank SSS, the greatest collector, via stream gift function. Congratulations, host. You have received a supreme rank treasure, Imperial Star Destroyer. A translucent panel unfolded before his eyes. Imperial Star Destroyer. Size is 260 kilometers. Defense is that it withstands all attacks below Great Saint rank. Offense is that it is capable of annihilating any entity below Great Saint rank. Capacity is over 2 billion occupants. Energy is an unlimited solar core. Mobility is sky, space, sea, and subterranean traversal. Speed is as follows. Atmospheric and void is 1/30th the speed of light. Space in burst mode is near light speed for up to 2 hours. Tap to view more details. Razeal stared at the panel in silence. His lips twitched. Imperial Star Destroyer? The name alone left him unsure what to say. Did this villain really gift him such a ship, just so he could show it off in front of her? Razeal genuinely wondered. Then again, remembering the villain's ego, it did make sense. Showing off was exactly the kind of thing they would do. But then again, he glanced up at Sophia. She was still beaming. She gestured animatedly as she explained finer details to Arthur. She was clearly basking in the moment. Her excitement was genuine, unfiltered, and despite everything, endearing. She was not flaunting power to dominate. She was sharing something she loved. Razeal closed the system panel without another glance. Let her have this moment, he thought. He said nothing about the ship now resting quietly in his inventory. There was no need to dim her excitement or turn the moment into a silent competition. Instead, he simply looked at her. He was calm and attentive, allowing her to do whatever she wanted. For now, that was enough. Good, he said. His tone was calm and practical. This will work. Then, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, he added, also, why not pick up Levy and Aurora from the upper spectator grounds? No reason to leave them behind. Let us wrap this up and leave. Sophia had been half expecting praise and half expecting amazement. She froze for a fraction of a second. That was it? No compliment? No admiration for the arc? Not even any praise or excitement that he would sit in it? Her lips puffed out slightly in a pout before she even realized she was doing it. She glanced at him sideways. Her blue eyes narrowed just a little. She was clearly dissatisfied. He had not even acknowledged how incredible her ship was. Not a single word. Still, after a moment, she sighed and rolled her shoulders. She let the irritation slip away. "All right," she said lightly. She masked her disappointment with a small smile. The next instant, she vanished. There was no dramatic build-up. There was no visible casting. There was no warning at all. One heartbeat she was standing in front of him. The next, the space she occupied rippled faintly, and she was gone. Razeal's eyes sharpened. He turned his head instinctively. He scanned upward. There she was, already standing beside Levi and Aurora in the upper spectator seating. As if she had always been there. The distance she had crossed in that instant would have taken even him several breaths at full speed, without using other methods like shadow travel or flow. But still, fast, he noted. His expression was unchanged. Very fast. The azure lightning arc hovered patiently above the arena. Its presence cast long, shifting shadows over the crowd as the final preparations quietly fell into place. High above, in the VVIP chamber, the atmosphere was entirely different. Silence reigned. It was thick, heavy, and almost suffocating. Marissa sat motionless upon her throne. Her posture was relaxed yet unnervingly still. One leg was crossed over the other. Her elbows rested lightly on the armrests. Her hands supported her chin. Her gaze was fixed downward. She did not blink. She followed Razeal's movements from afar. Yograj knelt at her side, as he had for a long time now. He had not spoken again since their earlier exchange, though his attention never strayed from her. He could feel the shift in her mood, though he did not know whatever she was thinking. After several long seconds, she finally spoke. "You can go with them," Marissa said quietly. Her voice was soft, almost absent, as if the words had escaped her without effort. She did not turn her head. She did not look at Yograj. Her eyes remained locked on the figure below, on Razeal, standing beneath the shadow of the arc. Yograj's eyes shot up at that. "Really?" he asked before he could stop himself. Genuine surprise broke through his usual composure. He never expected for her to let him go, so he hesitated. Marissa did not respond immediately. "I will give you 3 seconds, she said flatly. Only then did Yograj truly understand that this was not an invitation. It was permission that would not be repeated. "Yes, ma'am," he said instantly. He did not waste another breath. He rose from his knees in one fluid motion. Yograj moved toward the edge of the chamber. Without looking back, and without seeking confirmation, he leapt. The barrier separating the VVIP chamber from the open waters parted effortlessly around him as he plunged downward. His form sliced cleanly through the sea as he descended toward the arc below. Marissa did not say anything. She just remained where she was. Her gaze still stayed fixed on Razeal, on his back, his profile, and the way he stood so calmly amidst chaos and attention alike. There was no anger on her face now, no hostility, only something quiet, deep, and dangerously restrained. Her fingers tightened imperceptibly beneath her chin. Still, she said nothing. The silence around her felt heavier than any words could have been. Chapter 348. The ocean had long since stopped looking like an ocean. What stretched endlessly around the azure lightning arc was not water in any peaceful sense. It was a living, writhing domain of violence. The ship tore through the depths like a blade forged from lightning itself. Its hull glowed with cold blue radiance as it cut the sea apart. Water did not part gently around it. It burst, ripped open by overwhelming speed, collapsing back in roaring turbulence only after the arc had already vanished miles ahead. The ship moved with such speed that had any ordinary being crossed its path, there would have been no moment of realization of anything at all. No fear, no scream, not even pain. Below and ahead, sea monsters rose instinctively, reacting to the disturbance too late. Massive shadows lunged upward, mouths opening wide, armored bodies twisting in predatory reflex. It did not matter how large they were. It did not matter how many. The arc did not slow. Its sharply curved prow sliced through flesh and bone alike, carving a straight, merciless path through the depths. Some beasts were split cleanly in half, torsos drifting apart in spirals of dark blood. Others were pierced straight through, their bodies ruptured, before their nervous systems could even register danger. Limbs, scales, organs, everything was reduced to debris in the ship's wake. Behind the arc stretched a gruesome corridor. Torn water became thick with blood, floating chunks of meat, shattered carapaces, and lifeless eyes staring into nothing. A graveyard carved in a single line extended endlessly behind them. And yet, no one bore witness. This region of the ocean remained forbidden even to Atlantians. A hunting ground for monsters of the deep. No sane traveler would ever wander here. This accounted for the lack of witnesses. There were no survivors and no stories to be told. Only the ship surged forward, unstoppable. Inside the arc, the contrast remained jarring. The interior was quiet, almost serene. A faint hum of power resonated beneath the floor, steady and controlled like a restrained heartbeat. The transparent frontal glass revealed the carnage outside with cruel clarity, yet inside, not a single drop of water touched them. Razeal stood near the front, hands resting at his sides, crimson eyes fixed ahead. His expression was unreadable. He did not look disturbed, impressed, or thrilled. He was simply observant. "If only you had this thing back then," he said, his voice calm and detached. "Everything would have been so much easier and faster." Outside, another massive sea beast was bisected cleanly, its corpse tumbling away as the arc did not even deviate from its course. Sophia stood nearby, arms spreading wide in an exaggerated, theatrical shrug. Pride defined her posture. Radiant pride and a confident smile curved her lips as she glanced sideways at him. I could not, she replied lightly. The rules of tradition do not allow external aids like this during the trial. No shortcuts or cheats to be used. Her smile sharpened, turning playful and smug. She ran her fingers through her long blue hair, letting it cascade freely over her shoulders. Besides, she continued, her voice laced with teasing warmth, if I had used this back then, we would not be married right now. I would say it worked out for the best. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes glimmering. You would not want to lose the beautiful angel you got after putting in so much effort, would you? You would not want to have exhausted all that life-saving luck of yours. Her gaze lingered on him, measuring and amused. Honestly, I wonder how many planets you must have saved to earn this level of fortune in one lifetime. Inside Maria's mind, a sharp, unfiltered thought cut through. Narcissistic bitch. Razeal did not respond to Sophia's words. He did not turn to look at her. His attention remained forward, his gaze steady, as if the endless slaughter outside required analysis rather than reaction. That silence only made Sophia's smile deepen. Still, after a moment, her expression shifted just slightly. The playful edge dulled, replaced by thoughtfulness. She folded one arm across her body and rubbed her chin with her other hand as she stared out into the depths. Though something feels off, she murmured. It has only been 3 hours since we left Atlantis, but we have already been intercepted 13 times by Saint King rank monsters. Her brows knit together. Saint King rank sea monsters are not supposed to appear this frequently. Even across the entire ocean, encountering one is rare. 13 in such a short span? If we were weaker, this would have been a death sentence. Her gaze drifted outward again, watching the shadows retreat as another colossal creature was annihilated. The ocean's behavior does not make sense today. Maria's eyes flicked sideways. Maybe it is luck too, she said coolly. Her voice was flat but pointed. Her gaze slid toward Razeal for just a fraction of a second, before returning forward. The kind of luck you were just talking about. A faint edge colored her tone. It sounded dry, almost sarcastic. Sophia turned slowly, her eyes narrowing. Are you implying, she asked softly, that this is happening because of my husband's bad luck? Maria spread her hands in a mock gesture of innocence, her shoulders lifting slightly. I did not say anything, she replied, just stating a possibility. Her eyes twitched faintly as Sophia emphasized my husband yet again. The possessiveness was unmistakable. Sophia's chin lifted immediately. This is not bad luck, she said firmly. Stop badmouthing my husband. He is lucky, and the proof is standing right here. She gestured subtly to herself, her posture straightening with unmistakable pride. It could be bad luck too, Maria shot back without hesitation. How do you know it can only be good luck that he had to marry you? The air between them sharpened. Sophia inhaled sharply. For a split second, her composure cracked. Her eyes widened a little, and her breath hitched as Maria's words landed exactly where they were meant to. It was as if Maria suggested that Sophia was the misfortune, that marrying her was the curse. Her lips parted, then pressed together again. She almost snapped back. Almost. Instead, she forced herself to breathe, fingers curling slowly at her side as she reined herself in. Her expression cooled. She did not attack, though she did not let it go. Ah, stop being jealous already, Sophia said lightly, though the edge beneath her voice betrayed how much she enjoyed this. She pointed a finger toward Maria, her gaze angled just enough to catch Razeal in her peripheral vision, as if deliberately making sure he saw it. We both know what you are really after. Even if I am having fun watching you like this, at least try to control yourself. Maria's eye twitched hard. Jealous, she repeated slowly, disbelief lacing every syllable. Her gaze snapped to Sophia, cold and razor sharp. Stop bullshitting yourself. I do not give a beep. Sophia scoffed softly, her lips curling. Does not seem like it. Look at yourself. The air between them felt charged and brittle, like glass under pressure. All right, will you two stop? Razeal's voice cut through the tension abruptly. It was flat and irritated. He finally turned, his crimson eyes sweeping over both of them without warmth. You are both being loud. It is annoying. The word landed. Annoying, Sophia and Maria echoed at the same time, their brows jumping up. Oh I boy, Sophia snapped immediately, spinning toward him. You want to sleep on the couch for the rest of your life, or something? Starting today? Maria did not say anything. She only stared at him, her expression cold, dead, and unreadable, locked straight onto Razeal's face. Razeal did not react the way either of them expected. He simply turned back toward the front of the ship. He ignored both of them. That, more than anything, made Sophia's fingers twitch. A vein pulsed faintly at her temple as irritation surged up, hot and sharp. For a moment, it looked like she might actually explode. Then she inhaled, slowly, deeply. First day of marriage, she reminded herself with visible effort. Mother said beating your husband on the first day is bad. Her lips pressed together as she forced the anger down. Her shoulders relaxed just enough to appear composed. But inside, she was already making promises to herself, and to him. I will teach him how to treat his wife properly, even if I have to force it into his thick skull. For now she swallowed it. The arc continued cutting through the ocean, lightning blue glow reflecting across the glass as another massive sea creature was split apart outside, unnoticed. That was when Yograj approached. His footsteps were heavy and deliberate, carrying weight far beyond his physical presence. He stopped beside Razeal, arms crossed, his brow furrowed deeply. There was something off about his expression. It was not anger or suspicion, but an unease he did not bother hiding. Razeal sensed him before he spoke and turned slightly, crimson eyes flicking toward the older man. He had allowed Yograj to come with him. Honestly, he had not planned to bring the old man along, especially since Yograj was the reason his mother found out his location. He knew full well that his mother would come to the royal competition, but he still allowed him to come after Yograj made it clear that he did not tell her anything. She had simply read his memories and found out about everything. It was not that he betrayed him. He knew he should not fully trust Yograj's words. They could have been lies. But he also understood his mother's character clearly. This was exactly something she would do. So, he let Yograj come along. Still, he remained definitely dissatisfied with the man. The risk Razeal took by bringing Yograj here was not worth what he got in return. Honestly, Yograj barely helped at all. The only real contribution he made during the entire journey was pointing them toward Atlantis and informing them that they could find information about Ocean Black in the Royal Sea. It would be a lie to say that Razeal was not disappointed with Yograj's performance. But in the end, he let him come anyway, because he was not really losing anything by doing so. Besides, Yograj still had the potential to be turned into a powerhouse. He just needed time to absorb the abilities of some truly strong beings, time they simply had not had yet. It was not only Yograj's fault that he got lost due to that bad luck on the gate of Atlantis, and all of them were separated. If not for that, maybe he really could have helped somewhat. So, he let him stay. What is it? Razeal asked calmly, turning his attention fully to Yograj. Yograj hesitated, then leaned closer, lowering his voice. His gaze flicked briefly toward the corner of the ark, where Aurora and Levi sat close together, heads tilted toward one another, engaged in quiet conversation. It is nothing big, Yograj said slowly, confusion etched into his face. Just something feels off. What happened between my daughter and that weakess? His jaw tightened slightly. They are sticking too close. My senses are tingling. And not in a good way. Razeal followed his gaze for a moment, his eyes narrowing almost imperceptibly as he observed Aurora and Levi. They looked relaxed, very close, and comfortable in a way that clearly suggested they were now more than just simple companions. About that, Razeal finally said. He broke the heavy pause as he glanced once more toward the two in the corner before turning back to Yograj. They went through something bad together. A very bad incident. Maybe you should talk to your daughter and him. Not me. They will explain it better. He nodded once, as if closing the subject. Yograj did not answer right away. His eyes lingered on Aurora, then flicked to Levi, and then back again, slower this time. The lines on his face deepened, not with anger, but with something far messy. Conflict. Regret. A kind of helplessness that no amount of strength or experience could erase. He was not stupid. He could see it. Anyone could. The way Aurora leaned just slightly toward Levi when she laughed. The way Levi's posture unconsciously angled to shield her, even while sitting still. The kind of closeness did not come from flirtation. That dumbass, Yograj thought bitterly, his jaw tightening, somehow managed to get close to her. And yet, the bitterness did not fully take root. Because the truth was uglier than jealousy. He did not know if he had the right. He had only reunited with Aurora a month ago. 1 month. That was all the time he had had with his daughter after a lifetime of absence. He had not raised her. He had not protected her when it mattered. He had not been there when she had learned how cruel the world could be. And now, suddenly, he was supposed to step in as a father? Tell her who she could stand beside. Who she could trust. Like right now, he felt like he should interrogate that bastard. As for why, he did not know. The thought twisted something deep in his chest. For the past hour, he had watched them in silence. He wanted to walk over, wanted to demand answers, wanted to pull her aside and ask if she was safe, if she was being manipulated, if she was happy. And he failed to take even a single step. Because every time he imagined opening his mouth, the same question crushed him. Who am I to ask? He wanted desperately to do something meaningful with what little time he had left. To be there for her, even now, even if late. But knowing what to do and being able to do it were two very different things. Honestly, he felt like he understood how Marissa might be feeling when he last suggested she take a step and go. Now he was in the same situation. He understood just how hard it was. Razeal saw all of that in his face. He somehow recognized the look. The helpless conflict that came when regret outlived opportunity. He was about to speak again, to say something that might give Yograj the push he needed. But he never got the chance. The sound tore through the arc like a violent rupture in reality itself. Not an explosion or any impact. Something worse. The azure lightning arc, moving at terrifying speed just moments ago, stopped. Not slowed, but totally stopped. One instant, the world outside was a blur of blue light and torn flesh as the ship carved through the ocean like a blade. The next, absolute stillness. No inertia slammed them forward. No bodies were thrown. No alarms screamed. It was as if motion itself had been removed from existence. Razeal's body locked in place mid-breath. Sophia's fingers froze half-curled, her mouth slightly open as if she had been about to speak. Maria felt the pressure first. It was not physical, but absolute. It was like the world had wrapped invisible hands around her limbs and decided she would not move. Aurora's eyes widened. Levi tried to shift, to stand, to do anything. Nothing. Not a single muscle responded. The ark hung there, suspended in the water, unmoving and unyielding, as if reality itself had been pinned in place. No one could even fall. No one could even breathe deeper. Confusion sparked instantly, sharp and instinctive, since no one could move no matter how much they tried. Everyone inside the ship froze in their place without exception. Razeal was already grimacing. He strained, not with brute force, but with force and will, with everything he had. Nothing. No response. No resistance. It was as if his body had been removed from the equation entirely. But Razeal was very fast to understand what had happened there. Obviously, he recognized the ability at once. Telekinesis, he spoke through gritted teeth, already knowing who it belonged to fully control even him to such a level that he was utterly unable to do anything at all. And he was not alone in recognizing it. Why is she here again? Yograj muttered, his expression sad and depressed. Didn't she let me go? Why is she here again? He genuinely questioned. What happened? Sophia suddenly asked, a deep frown forming on her face. She could not even sense what had just occurred. Even her own body remained frozen midair, something she had never imagined possible. She was genuinely shocked. I do not know, Maria said, equally confused. A very serious look filled her eyes as she realized that even Razeal was unable to move, which was a very serious thing to happen. Aurora and Levi also remained frozen exactly as they were. No matter how hard they strained, no matter how violently panic surged through their chests, their bodies refused to obey. Muscles did not respond. Breath felt shallow, regulated by something other than their own will. It was as if invisible chains had wrapped around their existence rather than their limbs. Confusion struck first. Then fear followed immediately after. They did not understand what had happened. None of them truly did. But instinct screamed one undeniable truth into every mind aboard the Ark. This was not an accident or any malfunction. They had been attacked. And not by something that merely outmatched them, but by something so overwhelmingly superior that resistance itself had been erased as an option. Whatever presence now held them suspended did not contest their strength. It simply ignored it. The Ark, a saint-ranked treasure capable of smashing through monsters and weathering catastrophic force, hung helplessly in the water like a toy held in a child's palm. The ocean around it had gone unnaturally still, not frozen, but subdued, as though it were holding its breath. And before the confusion could deepen into chaos, before anyone could even attempt to guess what kind of monster it might be, the water ahead of the ship parted in silence. No explosion, no disturbance, no dramatic surge of waves. She emerged as if the ocean had simply made space for her. A woman with deep purple hair floated before the Ark, her body upright, perfectly composed, suspended in the water without effort or movement. Her hair drifted slowly around her like living silk. Her presence bent perception itself. Distance felt distorted, scale uncertain, as though she were both right there and impossibly far away at the same time. She hovered directly before the front mirror of the ship, looking inside, looking at them. Her gaze remained steady and unblinking. Sophia recognized her the moment she saw her. She is your mother, is she not? Sophia asked confusedly. Her eyes fixed on the woman beyond the glass. Her body remained unable to move. Razeal did not answer. He could not. Not because he did not want to, but because the fury clawing through his chest had momentarily robbed him of breath. I cannot even move, he thought. Even after all the strength I gained? The realization burned hotter than humiliation. He pushed again, harder this time. He tried to activate flow, tried to bend space, tried to tear through the invisible restraint by force, by will, and with almost everything he had. Nothing. It was as though space itself had been sealed shut around him. Not compressed or resisted. Simply locked. Even flow, his most complicated technique, was useless. There was no here to move from, no there to move to. The concept of motion had been denied to him entirely. It was as if he were locked in position. Razeal's jaw tightened, his teeth grinding as anger surged sharp and immediate. Damn it. He lifted his eyes slowly, deliberately, meeting the gaze of the woman floating outside. Marissa Virulin. She stared back at him calmly, her deep violet eyes unreadable, reflecting no emotion he could easily name. Purple energy swirled faintly around her, not flaring, not radiating aggressively, but existing like an atmosphere. It was dense, omnipresent, and impossible to ignore. Her arms were crossed loosely over her chest, relaxed, as if this entire situation required no effort from her at all. What does she want now? Razeal thought bitterly. His expression hardened as he locked eyes with her. There was no fear on his face, only cold resentment, layered over something far more complicated. She watched him for several long seconds without speaking. The silence stretched. It pressed. Then her lips parted. Did you really think, she said at last. Her voice was calm and measured, yet it echoed everywhere at once, resonating through water, metal, and bone alike. That I would not come to see you. Chapter 349. Marissa released a slow, controlled sigh. Though soft, the sound carried the weight of thunder. Razeal glared at her. His gaze remained sharp, distant and stripped of warmth, cutting deeper than any blade. Something tightened in her chest. She had faced wars that shattered kingdoms, portals, and beings capable of erasing continents, yet this quiet hatred unsettled her as nothing else ever had. I do not want to do this, she thought. Her fingers curled slightly, but this is the only way left. A figurative stone settled against her heart, heavy and cold. If she hesitated now, if she stepped back again, things would only rot further. She knew that much with painful clarity. She had thought long and hard before coming to this decision. It had not been easy, far from it. Razeal treated her as if she did not exist, as if she had never mattered and never would, as if the word mother meant nothing more than an empty sound to him. What hurt most, what truly shattered something fragile within her, was not his anger, but his indifference. He had decided to marry on his own. He had ignored her presence entirely. When the girl he intended to marry, who possessed enough consideration to suggest inviting his mother to their special moment, had brought it up, Razeal had been heartless. He claimed he did not have a mother, a sister, or any family at all. She did not know how to react. It was overwhelmingly cruel. He knew she sat right there, listening to every word, and he had said it anyway. Marissa had wanted to appear before him then and there. She wanted to grab him by the collar and beat this disrespect out of him until he understood the cruelty of those words. What was with that tone? To her, he looked like a child angry over a punishment he had completely deserved. It made her blood boil whenever he acted like this. Everyone regretted what happened. She regretted it 100 times more than he ever could. And still, he behaved like this, trying to hurt her with his words and actions. That was completely unacceptable. She did not want to confront him face to face. The last time she had, it ended badly. She had done nothing but scold him, or worse, slap him across the face in front of the entire empire. That memory alone was one of the reasons she had not taught him a lesson back during the royal competition. She feared she would not be able to control herself, and would do something she would regret again. Sitting alone in that place, she had thought everything through. She had analyzed what was happening now, and where things were heading. She realized it at last. The water had risen above her head. It was time for her to step up, no matter how rough the process. Razeal had crossed every limit she had allowed him until now. When he had run away before, she had thought of letting him live his own life. She had hoped that when he grew up, he would one day understand whether what she did had been right. She did not want to be harsh with him because he clearly hated it, and she believed that hatred would fade with time. So she had given him that time. But looking at his actions now, she had underestimated the resentment and hate he carried. If she did not act now, from her side, nothing would ever improve. It would only continue to worsen. So she decided to be rough. She would take control of him. She would bind his arms and legs and drag him home, whether he wanted it or not. She did not know if this would fix everything between them, or if it would only make things worse, just as she had always feared. But her mind was made up. Regretting the things you did was better than regretting the things you never tried. At the very least, she owed it to herself to try to make up with her son and to make him understand. With a quiet breath, she shook her head and raised her hand. She snapped her fingers. The world shifted. Everyone inside the ship appeared in front of her, as if teleported. Razeal, Sophia, Maria, Aurora, Levi, and Yograj stood in a straight horizontal line. They could not move, but they could turn their heads. Marissa had granted them that small bit of freedom. She studied them quietly. Razeal spoke first. The moment the invisible pressure around his mouth loosened just enough for breath and sound, he broke the silence. What do you want? The echo of his words had barely faded when Marissa shifted her gaze. Her power moved without gesture or warning. The pressure holding Razeal returned instantly, far heavier than before. It clamped down on his face, jaw, and throat, forcing silence back into him, as if his voice had never existed. The restraint was absolute, precise, and humiliating in its effortlessness. She did not answer him. She did not acknowledge him. She ignored him completely. Marissa turned away, as if he were background noise, and floated forward with unhurried grace, stopping in front of Sophia. Razeal stiffened, locked in place, his mouth sealed shut by invisible force. Even the smallest twitch was denied. Rage flared inside him, violent and uncontrollable, but it had nowhere to go. His pupils tracked her movement obsessively, following his mother as she passed him. This was the only part of him still free. He could not believe it. Not the restraint itself, he had expected that, but how complete it was. He could not move, could not speak, could not even blink unless she allowed it. Every muscle screamed with tension. Every instinct told him to fight, to resist, to do something, but his body refused to respond. It was as if something held his whole body down. He was not strong enough to break the hold, all because of his weakness. He felt his strength, coiled and ready, trapped beneath an unbreakable layer of control. It was not that he could do nothing. He felt it clearly now. Only his body was restrained. He could still use some skills. His flow ability was useless. How was he supposed to use it? She had pinned him in absolute stillness. If he tried to move through flow, forcing displacement, while his physical form remained locked in place, the result would be obvious. He would turn himself into a paste. Flow's own power would shred him apart. His instincts screamed warnings. He listened and did not use flow. It was not as if he was completely powerless. He had other ways. Back on the ship, it would have been difficult, because she was too far away. Now, the distance between them was minimal. Without wasting another second, he acted. He activated his killing illusion ability using his mind. The technique surged outward, silent and invisible, carrying the weight of death he had accumulated over time. This was not an illusion that merely showed images. It directly forced perception. It dragged the target into the perspective of those he had killed, making them experience death, as if it were happening to them. He made them feel it. He did not expect it to succeed, but he tried it anyway, aiming to distract her if he were lucky. At the same time, shadow energy erupted beneath them. From the darkness cast by their forms, sharp-edged tentacles burst forth, black and jagged. They rose like blades from below, striking with lethal precision. They converged on Marissa from multiple angles, aimed to pierce, bind, or tear. They never reached her. The tentacles froze midair, stopping centimeters from her body, as if they had slammed into an invisible wall. They did not shatter or deflect. They simply halted. They hung suspended in space, trembling, restrained by the same overwhelming psychic force. Marissa paused. She did not turn around immediately. Her gaze shifted slightly, acknowledging the presence of the attack without urgency. She turned her head back toward Razeal, with an unreadable expression. "You even learned how to cast illusion," she said calmly. "And a type I cannot recognize." Her eyes flicked to the immobilized shadows. "Did you create it yourself? Impressive. I can tell they were not that bad." There was no anger in her voice, just mild curiosity. She resumed floating toward Sophia, completely unconcerned, even as the shadow tentacles hung uselessly in the air behind her. "But trying to distract me with illusions," she continued, her tone almost bored. "You really think things like that will work on someone from the Virulent family?" Her gaze settled back on him. "Not to mention me? The head of the family." She studied him in silence for a moment. "Is this trying to disrespect me again, or is this all you have? So you are using it anyway?" Razeal said nothing. He could not. But he saw that his attacks had failed. There was nothing he could do. He was aware it would not work on her. Knowing her level, she must have countless high-level mental shields protecting her mind. As for his killing Dao ability, it was only a grade. At best, he could cast a grade killing illusion, and that level meant nothing to someone like her. Yet he cast it anyway. It was all he could do. As for his shadow skills, he already knew they would not work either. Still, seeing how effortlessly she stopped them made Razeal feel deeply disappointed in himself. He could do nothing to her. These were all his abilities. His physical skills, the ones he relied on the most, were completely restrained. His long-distance techniques, such as flow, were unusable. His shadow abilities, she blocked as if they were nothing. And about his new blood skills, he wanted to use them, but there was no blood around. He tried drawing blood from his own body, yet nothing came out. The layer of telekinesis surrounding him prevented even that, sealing his body completely, like an invisible shell pressed against his skin. He had a feeling that even if he could use them, it would not have made much difference. No matter how much he did, no matter how hard he tried to gather strength from every corner of himself. After everything he had endured, when the moment finally came, he was the same as before, powerless, standing before her, unable to do anything at all. It was as if he had made no progress. He was just the same weak Razeal. Yes, he understood the difference between a half-step emperor and himself, a mere peak saint. But still, he could not help but feel utterly defeated. After everything he had gone through, he was still standing in the same place. How was he supposed to fight like this? Standing there, he could feel it. She could kill him in an instant if she wanted to, and knowing he would not even be able to resist, incapable of restraining her, unable to react, unable to do anything. It was just an end. Razeal felt small, realizing how fragile he truly was, unable to protect himself or stand for himself, even though he was in the right. "Well, at least, all the attacks you used," Marissa spoke again at last. Her voice was calm, almost indifferent, as her gaze drifted toward the frozen black tentacles suspended in the water around her. They hovered there like a paused nightmare, sharp edges gleaming, stopped centimeters from her skin. "You did not aim for the vitals. Should I say that I am happy you do not want to kill me, at the very least?" Her eyes shifted back to Razeal as she said it lightly, as if commenting on intent rather than technique. Razeal could not reply. If he could, he would very likely reject the statement, given how his eyes burned. Marissa did not linger on him. She floated forward instead, drifting past him with unheard grace, until she stopped directly in front of Sophia. The distance between them was minimal, barely a step apart. Sophia could clearly see the deep purple of Marissa's eyes, calm, unreadable, and totally emotionless. Sophia was restrained as well. Her body refused to move no matter how much she tried to shift her stance or raise her hands. The invisible force held her firmly in place, yet her posture remained straight, her chin lifted slightly in defiance. "Well," Marissa said, studying her quietly, "I presume this is our first meeting." Her tone was even, controlled, and stripped of hostility, yet the weight behind her presence made the words feel heavier than any threat. "Honestly, I did not want our first encounter to be like this." She paused briefly, her gaze unwavering. "But it seems the situation demanded otherwise." She tilted her head slightly, eyes narrowing a fraction. "And judging by what has happened, he did not want you to meet me either." Her eyes flicked briefly, deliberately toward Razeal before returning to Sophia. Sophia remained silent. She met Marissa's gaze head-on. Her expression was tight, but composed, her lips pressed together, her eyes sharp. There was no fear in her eyes. She was simply observing her. For several long seconds, neither of them spoke. The water around them felt unnaturally still, as if the entire ocean had paused to listen. The silence stretched, thick and uncomfortable, wrapping around everyone present like a tightening net. Behind Sophia, the others could barely breathe. Maria's face had gone rigid, her jaw clenched hard. Sweat beaded at her temples despite the cold water surrounding them. Her eyes never left Marissa, not for a second. The reality of the situation had sunk in fully now. This was not just a powerful enemy. This was the matriarch of the Virulent household, the second strongest being in the world, someone who could erase them all without effort. And that was true as they could feel it now. Even Yograj and Aurora, who could not die, knew she could do terrifying things that would make them wish they were dead. Aurora and Levi stood frozen where they were, fear etched openly across their faces. Their bodies were locked in place, but even if they had been free, neither would have moved. The pressure alone was enough to crush courage. Their thoughts raced wildly. Every instinct screamed danger. Every breath felt borrowed. Finally, Marissa broke the silence. "I know you could attack me," she said calmly, her eyes still fixed on Sophia. Even restrained like this, her voice was steady, almost curious. I am wondering why you are not. Sophia inhaled slowly. For a moment, it seemed like she might remain silent, but then she spoke. I can, Sophia said honestly. Her voice was clear despite the tension coiled tight in her chest. But I am aware it will not work. The words were simple, direct, and unembellished. Marissa nodded faintly, acknowledging the answer without comment. From the looks of it, Marissa continued. You already know that the mother he claimed was dead is not truly dead. She shifted her stance slightly, her presence unwavering. I am that mother. The one he said was dead. She watched Sophia carefully as she said it, as if gauging her reaction. Sophia did not flinch or say anything. She simply continued to meet Marissa's gaze in silence. And here I thought, Marissa added after a pause, that my daughter-in-law would at least greet me. Her expression did not change. No anger, no sarcasm, just a calm statement delivered with unnerving composure. Sophia finally responded. I can see that my husband does not want anything to do with you, she said flatly. So I will not either. As it seems like you did something bad to him. She held Marissa's gaze without wavering. You are not my mother-in-law unless my husband says you are. She sighed slightly, even though she felt bad about it. I stand with him, Sophia continued. Whatever he wants to do. Her eyes hardened slightly. If he says you are his mother, I will respect you as my mother-in-law. But if he does not, then you are nothing to me either. The water seemed to grow heavier. Aurora's breath caught in her throat. Levy's eyes widened in disbelief. Yograj felt his heart lurch violently, fear flooding through him. He worried for his mind now. Those words were dangerous. Unthinkably dangerous. They expected retaliation, pressure, rage, or something. But Marissa only looked at Sophia quietly, still expressionless as ever. I see, she said. Her tone remained calm, but something subtle shifted, something deep and barely perceptible. No anger or approval appeared. Her gaze lingered on Sophia a moment longer before drifting slowly back toward Razeal, as if thinking about something. Why are you stopping us? Sophia suddenly spoke. Her voice cut through the suffocating stillness as she looked at Marissa, who turned her head to look at Razeal. Chapter 350. Why are you stopping us? Sophia asked, her voice cutting through the suffocating stillness. She watched Marissa, whose head turned toward Razeal. From the very moment this woman appeared, Sophia watched her closely. No matter how much she looked, she could not find a crack. There was not even the smallest change in expression. Not a flicker of emotion crossed her features. Her face resembled still water. It was calm, cold, and impossibly deep. I came here to take my son, Marissa said. She stared at Razeal. Her tone was plain. It sounded inevitable. And to see my daughter-in-law, she added. Her gaze shifted, settling back on Sophia. Her eyes moved over Sophia from head to toe. She did not look with rudeness or judgment. Instead, she offered a quiet, assessing precision that made Sophia's skin prickle. I thought I should at least meet her. Pressure descended. It was not killing intent. It was not hostility. It was not even anger. It was presence. Just standing in front of this woman made Sophia feel small. She did not feel weak, but she felt as if she were being judged. She feared being judged as low, though she could not understand why such judgment mattered. She stood before her father countless times and faced the authority of Atlantis. Yet she had never felt this kind of weight pressing against her chest. To take my son? Her fingers curled. She did not know where this woman intended to take Razeal, but she knew one thing clearly. She did not want it to happen. Not like this. Not without his consent at least. She also knew the truth. She could not stop her. No matter how strong Sophia was, or what her status held, she had no chance against this woman. Not even close. That realization burned quietly inside her, tight and suffocating. Before Sophia could speak again, Marissa met her eyes once more. You may not see me as your mother-in-law, Marissa said evenly, but I do see you as my daughter-in-law. The words landed heavier than Sophia expected. That is why I want to say a few things to you, Marissa continued. Her gaze shifted briefly to Razeal before returning to Sophia. As his mother, and as a woman, you married him. But there are things you should know about the person you want to spend your life with. The water around them felt colder. Do you know what he has done? Her eyes lingered on Razeal. For the first time since she appeared, something flickered there. A small, suppressed sadness and guilt haunted her expression. Because if you did, Marissa said quietly, I do not think you would have made the decision you made. Sophia's brows knit together. She did not understand what Marissa meant. I honestly do not want to do this, Marissa said. The hesitation was unmistakable. Her voice remained steady, but something beneath it strained. After all, he is my son. And what happened was just a mistake. Maybe he was too young to understand what he was doing. But a mistake is still a mistake. It happened. Her fingers tightened, then relaxed. He improved himself. He clearly learned from his mistakes. I can see that, and I am truly proud of it. That is also why it feels wrong for me to do this. It should not matter anymore. It was a matter of the past. She inhaled slowly. But still, as his wife, you have the right to know who he was. Her gaze sharpened, resolute. This is not something small. It is serious. That is why I want to tell you so that you can decide, after knowing everything, whether you still want to stand beside him. I refuse to be a mother who hides her son's mistakes and lets them destroy someone else. What mistake? Sophia asked slowly. Her voice remained calm, but her chest felt tight, and her thoughts raced. Something different moved in Marissa's expression. It was subtle but unmistakable. Regret, sadness, and guilt hid beneath her resolve. She looked like someone preparing to do something she hated, but believed necessary. Marissa's lips trembled. For a moment, she did not speak. She pressed her lips together and shut her eyes. Those seconds stretched unbearably long. When she opened them again, no hesitation remained, only decision. Her lips parted. He actually. Stop it. Maria's voice tore through the moment like a blade. Everyone froze. Maria stood to Sophia's right. She lowered her head and bit her lip. She did not look with fear, but with something sharper. Anger and pain dominated her features. Marissa stopped mid-sentence. The words she prepared to speak vanished into silence. Marissa turned her head. Her gaze shifted from Sophia to Maria. What? Marissa asked calmly. Her eyes were unreadable, but the air around them tightened. You have something to say. Sophia turned sharply toward Maria. Shock flashed across her face. Maria did not look up. Stop it, Maria said again. Her voice was lower now, strained. Do not say it. The words sounded more like an order than a plea. Marissa studied her. For a moment, it seemed she might speak again, pushing through despite Maria's interruption. But something stopped her. She looked back at Maria fully. Sophia stared between the two women. Her confusion deepened, and unease settled into her chest like a stone. What are you talking about? Sophia asked, her voice tense. Maria? Do not, Maria repeated quietly. The word came out soft and fragile. Something existed beneath it. It was not weakness. It was resolve. A thin, trembling resolve forced out of fear rather than confidence. Sophia paused. She had heard Maria speak coldly, sharply, and mockingly. She had seen her irritated, annoying, and sarcastic. She had seen her glare, argue, and provoke for no reason. But she had never seen Maria like this. Her head remained lowered. Her shoulders stayed stiff. Her voice remained restrained, as if one wrong breath would shatter something inside her. This was not arrogance. This was fear. It was the kind of fear born from knowing exactly how powerless one was, yet choosing to speak anyway. Sophia's gaze lingered on Maria. Unease crept in, slow and heavy. What had happened? What did Maria not want her to know? Marissa remained silent for a few seconds. You are the daughter of the Grave family, correct? Her voice was still calm and even, still stripped of emotion. But now, attention focused on her. Maria did not answer. Her head remained bowed, her eyes fixed on the water beneath them. Marissa studied her. You are clearly scared to even look at me. Marissa continued calmly. You will not even meet my eyes, yet you are trying to stop me? Her gaze stayed steady on Maria. Even with her body restrained, Maria's whole frame probably trembled. Yet, she still dared to speak, as if ordering her to stop. Marissa did not get angry. Maria still did not speak, or raise her head. You know what I am saying is necessary, right? Marissa asked. What he did, she has the right to know. Do not you think so? Her eyes narrowed slightly. Then why are you trying to stop me? Yes, she should know, Maria suddenly said. Slowly, she lifted her head and looked back at Marissa. Her voice remained fearful. She knew Marissa could kill her in a single moment if she decided Maria did not need to exist anymore. She knew no one could save her if that happened, but she continued anyway. But I do not think it is your right to tell her. Maria looked at her. It is his right to tell her about his past, not yours. Marissa went silent. She looked at Maria. From Maria's eyes alone, she could see everything. The fear, the hesitation, and the sheer effort it took to stand here and not break down. Maria was terrified. She was completely aware of the danger. And still she said it. For several seconds, neither spoke. Marissa looked at her calmly. Maria did not break eye contact, even though her whole body screamed at her to look away. And you believe he will? Marissa asked calmly. No, Maria answered immediately. And do you know why? Marissa asked again. Maria bit her lip. Because he never admitted he did it, she said. Marissa's expression did not change. Do you believe in that he did not? I do not believe it, Maria replied straight. Suddenly, she closed her eyes for a few seconds before opening them again. She took a light breath, finally gathering the courage to say what she had wanted to say for so long. But I want to believe what he said. He said he never did it, Maria finally said, looking at Marissa calmly. Razeal floated in one place, some distance away. He could not see her. He could not move his head, but he heard every word. No expression appeared on his face. His pupils moved slightly. This was the first time ever someone had said something like this in front of him. He did not know what to feel about it. You do not believe it, but you want to believe what he said? Marissa repeated Maria's words slowly. Her voice remained calm, almost detached, yet a subtle edge appeared. It was an analytical sharpness, like a blade held close to skin, but not yet drawn. She shook her head faintly. Her deep violet hair drifted with the movement in the still water. Do you even understand what you are saying? Marissa continued. Her eyes remained steady on Maria. Your first statement is clear. You believe he did it. That belief is firm. But what comes next? She paused, her gaze shifting briefly toward Razeal before returning to Maria. That sounds like something else entirely. It sounds like half-belief, Marissa said. Or perhaps a belief you are forcing yourself to hold. Something you are saying because you want him to hear it? No, it is not that, she said, her voice low but immediate. It is just he said he did not. Marissa's eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly. You just said you believe he did it, Marissa replied. Her words were precise. You cannot hold both as truth at the same time. Maria's jaw tightened. I want to believe him, she said again. This time she spoke with more force, as if pushing the words through something heavy in her chest. I have been on his side for a while now. I have watched him closely. Her head lifted a fraction more. Her eyes no longer avoided Marissa's gaze. I have seen what kind of person he is. She inhaled, then spoke. There was no hesitation now, no softness. He is arrogant, prideful, stupid at times, brainless, cruel, heartless, mannerless. Her voice did not shake. It sharpened. He is calculating, narcissistic, toxic, exploitative. Sophia's brows knit together. Her confusion deepened as she looked from Maria to Razeal, then back to Marissa, struggling to grasp what was unfolding. Maria continued. He does not care about himself, about his pain, his suffering. He treats his own life like something disposable. Her lips pressed together briefly before she went on. He is barbaric. He never shows people that he cares. He never admits it. He acts like he does not feel anything, as if he is trying to make people stay away, as if he is desperate to keep everyone at a distance. Like letting someone close would cost him something he cannot afford to lose. But that, her eyes hardened again as they locked back onto Marissa. That thing you are talking about, that crime, that act. She shook her head. He is not that. He is definitely not. Her voice dropped. It was quieter now, but heavier. If he were, I would have seen it. Silence followed. A dense, suffocating pause. Marissa watched her carefully. Her expression remained unchanged, but something unreadable moved behind her eyes. Well, Marissa said at last. Her voice was calm, almost reflective. I suppose I should be pleased. He built an image for himself convincing enough to make someone like you say this. To trust him, even after judgment was passed. Even after guilt was proven. Her gaze drifted again to Razeal, restrained and silent, then back to Maria. If that is the case, then perhaps my punishment was not meaningless after all. Her tone did not soften. Painful as it was, it seems to have shaped him. If nothing else, it created a version of him capable of inspiring this kind of loyalty. Maria frowned at her words. No, she said suddenly. I did not say I believe he is guilty or not. I will not, at least not until I make sure myself. The words cut through the tension. So, Marissa asked calmly, you do not trust the imperial judgment, nor the holy verdict? Maria did not answer. She stood silent. Even she was not sure what she truly wanted. She remained tangled in confusion. Sigh. He finally seems to be moving on. After everything trying to change himself. Let him be. Just stop interfering. Maria spoke again. She bit her lip lightly. Like, stop destroying his life even more, or trying to drag him back to the same mistake he already made. You are doing nothing good here. Just ruining your own son's life, which is already in shambles. Marissa did not respond. She only looked at her quietly. Then she spoke again. So you are trying to stop me, she said, from doing what is right. She gestured faintly toward Sophia. She has every right to know. And as a woman, I think even you understand that. What I am doing is the right thing. Maria lowered her head again. She did not argue or deny it. She had thought the same thing countless times during their journey. She had considered telling Sophia herself. She wanted to warn her, just to remind Sophia of what kind of person he truly was. Marissa watched her silence and nodded faintly, as if reaching a conclusion. She shifted her gaze back to Sophia, clearly preparing to continue. She acted as if she intended to ignore Maria completely. But just then, Maria spoke again. What is more important to you? Maria said. Her voice trembled but remained firm. Right or wrong, or your son's life. Let us say, even if he did it, it was just a mistake. So stop it already. He did not even do it. And even if he did, he already received his punishment. How much more do you want to torture him? Just let him live his life. He has the right to live too. No one gives you the right to punish him again, after he has already suffered for what he has done. What is the point if you keep doing this anyway? Just trying to belittle him, or something? Punishing him for the same mistake for a whole life? Her words started coming faster now. She seemed afraid that if she stopped, she would not be able to continue. Like, what is even the point if you keep doing it again and again? Now trying to humiliate him and destroy his whole image in front of someone he just married? It is not even one day. This is just over the limits. Maria's voice slowly lowered, suppressed by emotion. Just forgive him already. He does not deserve this much. Her head stayed down. Marissa heard her words. She did not interrupt or show any reaction. She simply stood there, calm, still, and unmoved. No one said anything after that. Silence spread between them. It was thick and suffocating, heavy enough that even breathing felt loud. The water around them felt still, frozen, like the ocean itself waited. Seeing the silence stretch on, Maria slowly raised her head. Confusion flickered through her eyes. What happened? But just as her chin lifted, Marissa spoke. I will choose right or wrong over my son's life. Marissa's voice cut through the silence cleanly and coldly. Maria froze mid-motion. A wrong and disgusting kind of son would only hurt and dirty people around him, Marissa continued. Her tone remained steady and emotionless. That kind of existence has no value. Better to be dead. Even Razeal froze. He was already restrained and unable to move, but those words locked something deeper inside him. He could not react outwardly. He just smiled internally. Of course. What is new? A mother talking about killing her son. What was new to him anyway? His crimson eyes dimmed slightly. Something that had already been dead for a long time was confirmed again. Even Sophia stood stunned. Her mouth parted slightly as she stared at Marissa, disbelief written clearly across her face. She could not understand how someone could speak about their own child like that, so easily, so cleanly, and so calmly. You mean it? Maria suddenly lifted her head fully now. Shock flashed through her eyes as she looked up at Marissa. There was no hesitation, no wavering, not even any guilty expressions. I did, Marissa admitted plainly. Maria's chest tightened painfully. She looked at Marissa, then instinctively toward Razeal, who remained restrained and silent. He was forced to hear every word. Her throat burned. She could not understand how someone could say things like this knowing their child stood right there, hearing it all. She felt sad. Deeply, unbearably sad. And there was nothing she could say to fix that. I do not know what he did, Sophia suddenly spoke. Her voice was cautious but firm. Disbelief still appeared in her expression. She could not believe Marissa would say something like this. But from both of your conversations, he has gotten better, has he not? She looked between Marissa and Razeal. Have you forgiven him now? She asked. Marissa did not hesitate. I have not, she said. And I will not. Her voice grew colder. At least not until he comes in front of me, admits that he did wrong, and apologizes. Sophia went quiet. She did not know what to say. She did not know how to respond to that level of cold resolve. Then Marissa turned her gaze slowly toward Maria. Did you forgive him? She asked calmly. If he really did it. The question hung heavy in the air. Maria paused. Her lips parted, then closed again. Her expression wavered for a moment. Uncertainty, pain, and conflict flashed across her face. Then she forced a small smile, one that did not reach her eyes. She shook her head lightly. I did, Maria said. Her voice trembled, but she continued anyway. I think he deserves at least that much. At least he should be given a chance. She inhaled shakily. After all, he was just a kid, Maria added. And he already received punishment equal to it. She hesitated. Or maybe far greater than it. Her voice cracked slightly at the end. I forgive him, she said, stuttering just a bit, but she said it. And this time, she did not look away. Everyone went silent. The silence was not calm. Sophia did not know what they were talking about. She sensed that something important had just been said, but the words did not connect to her. The tension did. The weight did. The way everyone suddenly froze did. But the meaning stayed just out of reach. The others knew. Everyone except her and Yograch could understand the heaviness of Maria's words. Levi and Aurora stood there, stunned in their places. Shock was not even the right word for what crossed their faces. It was disbelief mixed with something closer to rejection. Even they could not bring themselves to say yes so easily. They could not even provide a plain or forced yes. Not after what Razeal had done, at least. Not after what they knew. Their throats felt tight, and their chests felt heavy, like the answer had been forced out of Maria against all odds. They did not move. They did not speak. They just stared. Razeal floated there silently. No expression changed on his face. None at all. His eyes stayed forward, unfocused, as if staring through space rather than at it. His body remained restrained, his limbs locked, and his posture frozen. But even beyond that, nothing in him shifted outwardly. Still, hearing the words I forgive him felt strange. He did not know how to describe it. He felt weird, even though he did not do it. He did not even know if it mattered. It was not relief. It was not comfort. It was not even gratitude. It was just something. Something heavy and unfamiliar pressed somewhere deep inside his chest. Something he had not felt in so long that he could not even recognize it properly. It did not warm him. It did not soften him. It just existed, quietly and awkwardly, like a foreign object lodged inside him. Even though he did not react, even though his face did not change, he wanted to turn his head. Just once. He wanted to look toward Maria. He wanted to see what expression she wore when she said those words. He wanted to understand why she said them. What kind of resolve it took. What kind of pain. What kind of stupidity or courage. But his body did not obey. His neck did not move. His eyes could not shift. His restraint made even that impossible. Marissa definitely did not appreciate those words. She simply shook her head. It was slow, deliberate, and fully disappointed. I am disappointed, she said calmly. Maria Grave. The name alone landed like a strike. You are his daughter, right? Maria's eyes, which had gathered every ounce of strength just moments ago, froze completely. Shock ripped through her expression. Her pupils widened, her breath caught, and her body went rigid. That single question shattered whatever resolve she had forced together. Without saying a word, her head dropped. It did not fall slowly. It did not fall hesitantly. It fell as if gravity itself had suddenly increased, dragging her down with shame. She did not even try to look up. She did not dare. Marissa continued. From everyone, you were the one to say those words? Her voice remained level and emotionless, but the disappointment underneath it was unmistakable. You should be ashamed. Maria's shoulders tightened. I think your mother would also be ashamed of you, Marissa added. Her words cut cleanly and precisely. If she heard what you just said, after everything. Maria's fingers twitched slightly. And I thought you. Marissa stopped herself. She did not finish the sentence. She did not need to. The silence after those words was heavier than anything spoken. She shook her head once more, dismissively, as if no point existed in continuing. The more Marissa spoke, the lower Maria's head dropped. Her chin nearly touched her chest. Her breathing grew uneven and shallow. Her lips pressed together tightly, trembling despite her effort to control them. Her face started to shake. It shook just enough to betray what she held back. If her body had not been restrained, she would not have been able to stand. That much was obvious. Her knees would have buckled. Her shoulders would have collapsed inward. The weight of those words was too much for her. Then tears broke free. Thin, quiet streaks slid down her cheeks, catching the light as they fell. They just kept coming. Marissa saw it. She looked at Maria, really looked at her, taking in the trembling shoulders, the bowed head, and the silent tears. She said nothing. No comfort. No apology. Not even any regret. She simply shook her head again, and turned her gaze away, as if what she saw only confirmed what she already believed. To be continued. Hope you liked today's video. Join the community by subscribing and dropping a like. I'll be back with another update as soon as possible. See you then.